You are listening to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Power.
And we have a doozy of a topic today. It's actually been requested multiple times. It's very trending in the world of conspiracies and the kooks. It is the topic of flat Earth, and what better day than April Fool's Day to discuss it? If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Like our Facebook page. Feel free to share this video. And you could also check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. So what do you think, Maxwell? Is the world round or flat? Have you seen all the insanity online about this particular conspiracy theory?
I've seen a few videos. They have really good arguments, and it makes me think about a lot of things. Now I forget how fast supposedly the Earth spins around.
1,000 miles an hour on its own axis?
Okay, so like 1,000 miles an hour. When I look up in the sky, like I see the stars in the same spot. And supposedly, I mean, if you look through a telescope or something, you would see the stars without moving the telescope. I don't know. It's just weird. Like, so that's one that I kind of question. It's kind of, I don't know, if we're spinning that fast. I mean, the stars should move around a little bit. But I have seen the stop motion. What do you call that when you I think it's stop motion.
Time lapse.
Time lapse. Yeah, I've seen that where the stars move around the sky. But another thing too, like I saw this video with the local sun. There's this video, and this guy was taking a video with a pilot, and you could see the window to his side, and the sun was like in the clouds. Oh man, it was kind of weird, man. It was bugging me out, dude.
So are you a flat earther, Maxwell?
No, I don't know yet. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe the sun was like let's say like the plane was on top, like because the plane was on top of the clouds, right? And the camera was and the plane was looking down to the side, and the sun it looked like it was in the freaking clouds, not in the space. But I'm thinking maybe possibly the sun was like at the very like bottom of where the Earth is, so it looks like it's through the clouds. But it's kind of messed up because I saw clouds on the other side of the sun on the farther side. Oh man, that was kind of crazy.
All right. Before we get into these matters of perspective and whatnot, I just wanted to address real quick. So MINDSHOCK is about being logical, objective, scientifically objective, which is the way to do real science. So what I've found the most entertaining about this whole so-called debate is that both sides use religious faith-based ideologies. So you have the people that believe in a globe earth appeal to authority fallacies to scientists and NASA, whereas you have the flat earthers appealing to not all of them, but a lot of them appeal to the Bible. So you have the appeal to authority fallacy to their, priests, ministers, and a book that was written thousands of years ago, which may or may not be true. Maybe it's all true, who knows? But it's not true because it's written in the book. So again, that's logically fallacious. So you have both sides. I have yet to see, and I admit I am not, the most researched in the flat earth theory. I do find it very interesting, but I haven't seen too many people argue objectively and logically. Like you have Bill Nye repeating, the mast of the ship going below the horizon, and yet, even Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying when you're in an airplane, that's not high enough to see curvature. So like, which is it? So, and then of course you have certain perception, the perception of the human eye convergence. Like if you look at train tracks, they appear to touch in the distance. That doesn't mean they touch. So when a ship goes over the horizon, is it merely going out of human field of view? Like if you put a dot on a piece of paper and then move the paper across a really big room, you're not going to see the dot. That doesn't mean that the dot went over the horizon. So there's just fallacious arguments on both sides, and I'm kind of wondering why there are so few neutral, objective analysis of this topic. So I guess MindShock's going to have to be the first. So, condemnation without investigation is the height of all ignorance. I'm not going to condemn the flat Earth theory, even though I do have to admit I did think it was quite funny when it first came out, which I suppose my own indoctrination is the only reason I found it amusing. But, I'm looking at it objectively now. So, but let me raise you flat Earth. So, a lot of the problems that are observed with the heliocentric globular model can be explained with geocentrism. Now, I'm not saying that's true either, but if you check out the documentary, I believe it's called The Principle. The documentary, The Principle, it's about the Copernican principle, where it's assumed that the heliocentric model is true, so all science is built to fit that. We've discussed Einstein and relativity pretty extensively on this podcast and the problems with it. Perhaps there's a lot of problems with heliocentrism as well. So if we live on, let's say we live on a globe, but let's say the globe is the center of the universe, as allegedly cosmic radiation appears to indicate that we are the center. So I don't know if that's true or not, but in The Principle, that's what's alleged, and I have verified that certain laboratories and mainstream sources were responsible for these tests. So these are the scientists studying cosmic radiation. They're not fringe loonies. They are heliocentrists that are carrying out these experiments, and that's what the experiments are showing. So I guess they try to explain it away with something else. I don't know. But there is evidence to suggest that we live in a geocentric system. And I think the whole globe versus flat I think that's a bridge too far for most people because it's so radical. And people get triggered so easily with anything. I mean, the mark of an intelligent mind is to be able to entertain a concept or idea as true without believing it. So if we're going to be logical and scientific, we can consider the flat Earth theory without believing in it. We could just consider, how would it work? Is it reasonable? So this isn't really an extensive podcast series on flat Earth. We may do that. We've received a lot of requests because people want to see that covered in MindShock fashion. This is just a quick analysis of the phenomena of the flat Earth theory. But Maxwell, so you think it's strange that if we're rotating around the axis at 1,000 miles an hour from west to east, that the stars appear in the same spot? But you think that's surprising? How come you didn't add that we're going around the sun at over 60,000 miles an hour while the entire Milky Way galaxy is flying through the universe at over 600,000 miles an hour? So why?
I just completely forgot about it. I don't know.
Well, yeah, we're talking that the percentage difference is that much more extreme. So shouldn't the constellations appear elsewhere? Especially,
Yeah.
we're talking even in one night. Even in one night, they should change drastically. But if you look at if you look at where the Big Dipper is, it's in the same spot as it was last year and 10 years ago and 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
But so now this is what I'm talking about with logical fallacies. So that doesn't prove that the Earth is flat in any way. In any way. The same way as saying, "Oh, look, the moon is round, therefore the Earth is round." I mean, that's an appeal to similarity, which is obviously false. Like if you're standing in a room and you look up at a light bulb, the light bulb is round, therefore you're standing on a round surface. No, you're not. You're on a flat floor, regardless of whether the light in the room is a globe or not. If you're playing billiards, all of the billiard balls are round. Does that mean the table is round? Of course not. So, but that doesn't prove the world is flat either. That doesn't prove it's round or flat. So, what I find hilarious about the whole flat versus globe debate is that in most of the arguments on both sides, it actually doesn't prove one way or the other, regardless of whether the argument is true or not. So that's that's what I find interesting about the whole thing. But so are you on the fence? Is that what you're saying?
I'm it's not like, I don't know. I don't know if it's, I guess, I don't know. Maybe.
All right, let's play that. Let's play this game, Maxwell. So you think the constellations are the most convincing argument for it being not.
I didn't even know that was an argument. I didn't know that was a position.
So the flat Earth model basically states that it's a flat, motionless plane. And the most hilarious, I think, attack on flat Earth is, well, where's the edge? Who said there's an edge? If the universe is infinite, why wouldn't a flat Earth be an infinite plane? So, not that it is or it isn't. It's just it's weird because arguments on both sides, they don't seem to prove anything. It's like, oh well, it's X, Y, or Z, therefore it's flat. But how does that prove it's flat, even if it's true? Just like if that video of the sun being under the cloud or whatever, even if that's true, how does that prove round or flat?
Yeah, but I guess those who believe in the globe would. I mean, I know that you know the answers is like the NASA photos and stuff like that.
That they're all fake.
Yeah, things like that. Like they believe everything NASA gives. So
Well, I think what's interesting about this whole debate is it possible to prove the globular heliocentric model without a logical fallacy in your argument? And then conversely, is it possible to prove a motionless flat geocentric argument without a logical fallacy? I haven't seen either done. That's why the whole topic is so insane. And are we all fools for even discussing the topic? Are we being April Fools? I think it's kind of silly, though. I think it's silly the shutting down of any kind of conversation in a free society with free speech. And if you're truly an objective scientist, you will welcome any criticism to any model. So that's another interesting thing. Like it seems like those that buy into the heliocentric globe model, they seem to get triggered quite easily and reject all questioning of the model. If the model is that sound, what's the problem with seeing if it stands up to scrutiny? And I've also seen similar attacks from the flat earthers who kind of just call people globe heads and, indoctrinated sheep. Why not? Why not have? Why is it so impossible to have an intelligent debate? Now, some of the flat earthers, they point to Neil deGrasse Tyson like being too scared to even debate what's his name, Eric Dubay, the leader of the flat Earth movement. I guess some people call him the leader. I don't know. Other people call him a CIA shill. I don't know. This whole flat Earth insanity that's all over social media. I mean, I kind of I didn't want to not address it, but I didn't want to really address it either. But we've gotten so many requests to cover flat Earth that I thought it might need some addressing because on MindShock we go into every mystery and conspiracy conceivable and analyze them all logically and objectively and in a comprehensive fashion. So I do think it's kind of strange that you got guys like Bill Nye using easily debunked positions for so-called proofs of a globe model. There's so many better proofs for a globe model. Why is Bill Nye like it seems kind of weird. Some people think the whole flat earth movement is a CIA psyop. But again, even if it's a psyop, does that mean it's flat or round? Once again, the psyop argument has nothing that doesn't prove it one way or another. Because if it's a psyop to just cause division, even Eric Dubay states that he thinks that the whole flat earth, I think it was Eric Dubay, I don't remember. Somebody was stating that they think flat earth was let out of the bag on purpose. So it's actually, was that Matt Powerland? Was that guy?
what you said again?
I think Matt Powerland, whatever that guy's name is. He was an artist for NASA who claims that he was faking so-called photographs for NASA. Make them the blue marble shots, making it nice, pretty, and blue, adding clouds. There's definitely anomalies with a lot of NASA's work. So let's take. I've also seen some of the more intelligent heliocentric globe earthers agree to not use NASA in an argument, which is nice because they're removing the appeal to authority fallacy. So the flat earthers should similarly remove the Bible as a tool of argumentation. they should, if we're looking at natural science, we need observable, measurable, repeatable. Can you prove either model using natural science and logic? What do you think, Maxwell?
Can we use can we do what?
Maxwell Army. Can we prove either model? Can you prove a heliocentric globe model or a geocentric flat stationary model using natural science? That means it has to be observable, measurable, and repeatable and non-fallacious.
I guess. I guess I'd have to fly out with a rocket to the sky and like see it for myself, or I don't know.
I don't. Okay, I guess you could say that. I was more saying like, let's say you have a firm argument in either model. Can you prove it? How can you prove it? Like, if you're on the fence, I don't even want to say I'm on the fence. I think my position is I think I'm going to abstain from this from this debate because it's pretty strange. I mean, if we get enough if the demand increases, we might have to do a dedicated series on this because one of the criticisms of flat earthers, of conspiracy theorists, is that they don't believe anything the government says, but they lap up everything NASA says. So it's kind of strange. I mean, I can see their point. It's kind of strange if you're going to be truly objective and scientific. You're not going to use any kind of circular reasoning fallacies. You're not going to say, well, because the Earth is round, this, and this, or because we live in a heliocentric model. You have to approach it from true objectivity, from saying, okay, we don't know whether it's round or flat. Let's look at the evidence honestly. And nobody has done that. So I guess if it comes down to it, we'll have to do that. But as it states, this was just covering the all the hoopla surrounding the flat Earth movement, so to speak. Do you have any thoughts on the hoopla? Why do you think it's such a crazy popular topic?
On the what?
The hoopla.
The hell is a hoopla?
Hoopla just means madness or excitement. Like there's a lot of just craziness around this topic. I mean, you have flat earthers being interviewed on mainstream news segments, mostly just to make fun of them, which is also kind of telling because it's kind of serious. I mean, there's a lot of, especially with the younger people on Facebook and Instagram, they're all about flat earth. So when you're just making fun of flat earthers, you're kind of opening that divide. If the earth really is a globe and a heliocentric model, you should seriously use actual factual argumentation and scientific argumentation to address that. Because when you make fun of it, you're just getting the flat earthers to believe even more in their position. So if that's, it's just kind of strange. I find a lot of this kind of strange. It seems like a well orchestrated psyop, which once again, it seems like it's irrelevant. The psyop had nothing to do with truth. It's just creating madness. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's got to be your next mug, Maxwell. I don't.
Well,
know
I was thinking about the arguments that it was coming to my mind, like as you were talking, like how the airplane was like, if you're in an airplane, it doesn't. I mean, if you go straight, it doesn't go into space. It goes around the globe at the same height. I don't know, some shit like that. I forgot I forgot how that argument went, but
Yes, that is the argument. You'd have to continue dipping the nose, but yeah, it's kind of rough. It's kind of rough. I've looked at some of the gyroscope arguments. They're pretty interesting. The thing that neither side seems willing to admit is that a lot of these experiments wouldn't necessarily prove it one way or another, especially with all of the infinite undiscovered laws of physics. The behavior.
I like that that other argument where they it goes about you know that so you know how the round surface like is supposed to dip, but supposedly they look across with a telescope and they saw the city
Yeah, I've seen
across.
those. I've seen those. Those are very interesting. It does seem to point to the Earth having a larger circumference. Once again, how does that prove flat, though? That would just prove, once again, it would need to be repeated many times. I'm not sure if it was. I'm not saying it's not a legitimate experiment, but let's say that's all true. how does that prove that the Earth is a flat plane? That would just prove that the circumference of the sphere is larger.
Yeah,
You know?
well, I thought it was I wasn't sure about the details, but supposedly they measured the
Yeah, I think you're missing
mi-
my point. Yes, it's 8 inches per square mile. That's the curvature, and the circumference of the because the circumference of the Earth is approximately 25,000 miles. Spherical trigonometry comes out to 8 inches per mile squared. So they measured. I've seen those experiments. So they measured it. So how does that prove it's flat though? Because that would just prove that the Earth is not 25,000 miles in circumference. It could still be a sphere or spherical, an oblate
oh,
sphere.
so at least they proved that it's not that it's not as small as they or as big as
If if
or
if their calculations were correct and that experiment is legitimate, yes, it would prove that the Earth is larger. So once again, that's kind of fallacious on the flat earther side to say that, oh, that proves the Earth is flat. No, it doesn't. That just proves that it could be a bigger sphere, if legitimate. So yeah, that's what I mean with this whole debate on both sides. You have certain proofs being kind of masquerading as definitive proofs. They're not. It doesn't prove it one way or the other. So that was basically the point that I wanted to address with the podcast. On April Fool's Day, are we all April Fools? Possibly. I just did another April Fool's podcast too, so if you haven't checked that out, check that out on the channel on the April Fool's Day conspiracy. Okay, so we hope you enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, and feel free to share the video, like our Facebook page. You can also check out our Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
and Maxwell Powers.
We'll see you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
and Maxwell Powers.
And we are continuing our Flat Earth podcast series. But this isn't going to be about proving the world flat or round. Disclaimer. The world could be either model. This podcast series, like our previous episode, The Flat Earth Phenomena, is examining why people believe what they believe and why there is no logical debate regarding flat Earth. I find that even more fascinating than proving the shape of the Earth or the model of the universe, because human psychology is so interesting. And I just find it really funny that the globe Earth believers can't logically debate, and then the flat Earth believers also can't really logically debate. Although they're a step ahead, and we will get into why in a moment. Which is also kind of funny that, let's say the world is round and spinning and the heliocentric model is true, and the flat earthers are more logical. We're not going to jump into any false dichotomies here. That is pretty funny, and I think it's definitely a possibility that the flat earthers are smarter, more logical. They just have the wrong model. But maybe that's not the case either. Once again, if you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Like our Facebook page. You can also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, thoughts, logical analyses, or insults, feel free to leave them in the comment section. So this is definitely a topic that gets people riled up, which I think in and of itself is one of the most hilarious aspects of flat Earth, is the trigger factor. I mean, do more people get triggered by flat Earth than someone supporting Donald Trump these days? I don't know.
I think. Well, what do you mean by triggered? Like people get pissed off because of
Well, you
because
could
they
see
find
it.
it so ridiculous.
You could see it even in the alleged. There's YouTubers who are alleged. I mean, they are very intelligent, very, very intelligent, and you can see the change in their demeanor whenever they interview a flat earth person. Like, they pretend to be open-minded and neutral and logical, and you can see, because they're also expecting the flat earther to be dumb. And and some of them are, but every once in a while you'll get like Mark Sargent or Eric Dubay has some good points. We're not saying they're right about anything. We're just discussing logical argumentation in this podcast. That's it. That's all. So we don't need any illogical trolls trying to misrepresent. This is not a pro flat Earth podcast, and conversely, it's not specifically a pro globe Earth podcast either. This is a pro logic podcast on flat Earth. So what I was saying is that these YouTubers allegedly very intelligent, very very intelligent, and they're pretending to be neutral. But when they talk to these flat earthers, when they get a smart flat earther, you can see their facial features, their demeanor, like their inability to argue logic because their cognitive dissonance gets triggered so hard. They don't want to make a fool out of themselves. So they're trying to argue logically, but they're stammering and they can't handle, like they're pretending, they're misrepresenting arguments, they're straw manning, they're using circular reasoning, and appeals to incredulity are the most used. And we're going to go over those as well. But they just completely, they're like a mental shell of themselves compared to their other videos. Or in other interviews, I just think that's hilarious. Like this trigger factor, all these globe earth believers, because their subconscious realizes that their belief is based on blind faith and they can't admit it to themselves. And we're not talking about who's right or wrong. Let's say it's spinning globe, heliocentric model, all true. But in the debate, it's just so, or even interviews, even non-debate style interviews, people just like, I just want to know why you believe what you believe, because they think the flat earther is going to be dumb and funny. And when they present actual legitimate logical arguments, obviously none of them prove the other's flat, but they're legitimate arguments. They weren't expecting any kind of logical or legitimate argumentation, so their cognitive dissonance just, it makes them go haywire, and it's so hilarious to watch. What do you think? I mean, that's what this podcast is
Well,
mostly about.
I kind of like, I'm kind of very I'm very, how should I say, empathetic with both sides. Like I understand the the way they're reacting is because of the years of belief. That's like, it's almost like the round globe is a given to, I would say, 99% of the population. So it's not like, so if a flat earther comes to them with all this conviction, and then makes it some logical arguments, then it kind of breaks their whole systems of belief. So so I empathize. It's not like,
I could see that with the layperson, but I'm talking about like Viva Frey, super smart guy. I actually just watched his Alex Jones deposition analysis, which was amazing. I mean, he was neutral, objective, intelligent, point by point analysis. It was just amazing. I mean, the guy is obviously super smart. And then what I wasn't expecting in the related videos, it pops up, Viva Frey interviews flat earther Mark Sargent. So, and Mark Sargent is the guy, the creator of the Flat Earth Clues, which half of them are easily debunked and don't prove flat Earth. The other half are very legitimate arguments. So, because once again, he's not, the flat Earth argument itself is also fallacious. We went into some of it in the previous podcast. We will get into the specifics. But this Viva Frey interview, you have a lawyer, very intelligent lawyer, logical, objective, analytical, and he's interviewing the flat earther, and you could see it was just really hilarious to watch his facial expressions as his cognitive dissonance just basically eroded him into just using nothing but circular reasoning arguments, appeal to authorities. I mean, he just kept saying, but you're not the expert, you don't know the math. I mean, obviously the scientist would say this about this. Well, how would he know? Because the whole time he is so cognitive dissonant, he can't even consider the possibility that the earth really is flat. And that doesn't mean you believe it. So once again, the mark of an educated mind is to be able to consider a position or idea, concept as true without believing it. So some of these arguments were so fallacious from Viva Frey. I wasn't expecting it, because I just watched this incredibly intelligent individual analyze the Alex Jones deposition, which, by the way, is very hilarious for people that haven't seen it. It is so funny. It is probably the most hilarious deposition ever recorded. It's just nonstop laughs, and obviously the subject matter is very dark. I mean, the parents of the Sandy Hook, during the Sandy Hook shooting, the parents are suing Alex Jones. For the people that don't know, I mean, this is big news. This is why he was deplatformed. And the lawyer, again, is so logically fallacious as well. They're suing because he said the parents were crisis actors and all these things. Here's the thing. I don't remember if Alex Jones said that nobody died. Not sure. But here's the thing. If he's claiming the parents are crisis actors, what does that have to do with the parent? If the parent is a crisis actor, but they really have a kid and their kid really died, or they're not a crisis actor. Calling them a crisis actor doesn't mean they don't have a kid that died in a shooting. I mean, this, and these are supposed lawyers. I mean, I don't know. Just watch it. This is funny. But anyway, this Viva Frey guy gave his analysis on why the deposition was so poorly handled by the plaintiff. So on the plaintiff side. So when I watched, I was eager to watch him interview a flat earther because, again, I've never seen the whole reason we're doing this flat Earth podcast series. This isn't about proving flat or globe, helio or geo models, although that would be an interesting topic for a podcast. But I find it even more interesting how just incredibly intelligent individuals are they're just reduced to nothing in terms of logical argumentation whenever flat Earth is brought up. And that's not to say the flat Earth side doesn't have its problems. They're also logically fallacious. I have to give them the edge, though, because in considering belief systems as being true without believing them, all flat Earthers were once globe Earthers. So their understanding of the arguments and logic are a step ahead. Doesn't mean they're right. I'm not saying they're right. I don't believe the world is flat. I have more legitimate questions about the geocentric versus heliocentric model. Obviously, the Earth could be flat. I mean, there's definitely arguments that can be made, but
That's a good point you made that most all flat earthers
we're
were
once globe Earthers. That's
were
why
globe earthers, and is it's interesting that you brought that up because they know both sides of the argument. That's probably why they're uh almost making more sense than
they're
some
complete.
of the.
They're in most debates or even non-debate interviews I've seen. The flat earthers are dominating, which is hilarious, and even more hilarious if they're wrong. So if the world really is a spinning globe and the heliocentric model is true, and the flat earthers are logically dominating the interviews and debates, how funny is that? What does that say about humans? It's just so hilarious about the illogicality of the masses, where you have flat earthers who could be completely wrong. They're making better logical arguments. And that's, yeah, I just find that so entertaining. I don't know why. Am I one of the only really true objective people in this entire debate? Because I guess I'm going to be what Joe Rogan pretends to be, which is a fence sitter, someone who's not going to pick a side and logically analyze both sides. Joe Rogan always claims that he's a fence sitter, but if once again, if you watch a lot of his podcasts, it's obviously an act, and his cognitive dissonance gets triggered so hard on flat Earth. Also, if people haven't seen his so-called discussions or heated arguments with Eddie Bravo on his Joe Rogan podcast, it's pretty hilarious. Bravo's bringing up all these legitimate points, and then you have Jamie, Joe Rogan's assistant, jumping in. Well, I got an A in physics class once. That means I'm right. It's just so funny. It's just so funny. And what I find even more funny is, again, the very real possibility that the flat earthers are wrong, the globe earthers are right, but the flat earthers are like mopping the floor with the globe earthers in logical debate. I mean, this is a phenomenon, a fascinating topic, and we're going to dissect why. So going into the Viva Frey, where he's attacking Mark Sargent, immediately at the beginning of the interview, he's his normal, jovial, confident self, and he just asks Mark Sargent a couple questions about his background. Everything is fine. And then as soon as Mark Sargent starts bringing up legitimate points. So one of the main points, long distance photography or long range photography was one of the main proofs Mark Sargent says is why he believes in flat Earth. So instead of actually attacking the argument, Viva Frey engages in almost every fallacy under the sun to try to dismiss it. So they go into, Sargent, they point out, so if there's building the Chicago skyline, you're talking the mileage, the math doesn't add up. Now, once again, we talked about in the previous podcast, this does not prove flat Earth in any way. That's where Mark Sargent is being fallacious. However, it completely debunks a globe a roughly 25,000 miles in circumference, 24,900 whatever miles. It debunks that because these buildings would be on the other side of the curvature and not visible at all. So instead of addressing the actual argument, the merit of Mark Sargent's points, he conflates and tries to distract by saying, oh, well, how come you can't see the bottom of the buildings? And then Mark Sargent answers scientifically because of atmospheric lensing and some of these other perspective and scientific terms, which may or may not be true, whatever, but that's irrelevant because the entire building shouldn't be visible there. So Viva Frey, instead, like you could see his cognitive dissonance making his brain go haywire because he can't understand this. So he's trying to make sense of why Mark Sargent believes what he believes, and his circular reasoning is so extreme, he can't even consider the possibility that Mark Sargent is right. And I think that's required for objective logical debate because true science, and the whole time Viva Frey is engaging in scientism and not actual science. Because actual science is objective, neutral, and critical of everything. So you can't come out. So whenever a position is questioned or criticized, to just automatically assume that it's true, to automatically assume using the justifications of appeal to authority fallacies, appeal to popularity fallacies, and appeal to similarity fallacies, which and appeal to incredulity, of course, they would never trick everybody. Well, whether they would or they wouldn't, the truth is the truth. So what one can find reasonable to believe in their own mind. And he also used an inverse of argument from ignorance. So he's asking Mark Sargent very legitimate questions about the celestial bodies, about the moon. And Mark Sargent responds with, it's a projection, like a projection screen or a planetarium. So if we're going the intelligent design route, or we're going the simulation route, the universe is a simulation, it's a computer program, these celestial bodies, yeah, that could be true. But I think that's the weakest argument on the flat earth side, just because it's difficult to disprove. And then, of course, Viva Frey has to concede that it's impossible to disprove. But the biggest problem with Viva Frey the whole time, instead of asking the question of himself, what would it take for him to believe a flat earth, he's constantly using the burden of proof fallacy and shifting everything on Mark Sargent, which is fine because Sargent really didn't assert his position very well. He should not be saying the earth is flat. If he believes the earth is flat, he's also being fallacious because true science is objective neutral. You should not, if you're being truly logical, objective, and scientific, you're not picking a side. You're not saying it's globe or flat. You're just examining the evidence and see where the evidence leads you. So Viva Frey, in his inability to deal with with his own cognitive dissonance and biases, since he can't even fathom the possibility that Mark Sargent is right or the earth is flat, he will never be able to see legitimate arguments for the flat earth side because he's already so thoroughly indoctrinated and dogmatically positioned in his belief system, which he admits. He said, I'll never believe the earth is flat. Like, he actually said that. Like, I'm not going to change. Like, it's when someone's that far gone in their dissonance and dogma and indoctrination that they can only cite. He's like, well, you're not going to call a lawyer to fix your pipes if you have a plumbing issue. Well, if the lawyer also studied plumbing, he doesn't have to have a degree. If the lawyer studied plumbing, like I've fixed plumbing in my house, I'm not a plumber. You know, I've fixed leaky pipes. So what? Obviously, I'm not an expert plumber who knows every single little thing about everything, but I can have a general understanding of plumbing. Same thing with an electrician. An electrician could be a big fan of criminal law. He could have watched countless hours of court cases and read countless laws and documents pertaining to them. How does that invalidate his position? You know, like I've used this example so many times. If someone is like a fat slob dropout with the lowest IQ ever, living in his mom's basement playing video games all day, if you ask him to recite the English alphabet and he recites it perfectly, possibly while drunk or high, and then you ask a PhD professor from Harvard or Oxford or wherever, some top Ivy League university or top worldwide university, they both recite the same alphabet. So is the fat slob dropout drug addict wrong? Like, that's the perfect example of an appeal to authority fallacy. The professor is right about the alphabet because he's right, not because he's a professor. The same way that the drunk dropout druggie, he would be right because he's right, not because he's a dropout druggie with no degree. Because the truth is the truth. It's not dependent on anything else. It's simply the truth. Just like science observing nature, the facts of science are what they are. How a human mind can interpret them is completely different. So that's the gist of the whole thing. Viva Frey, highly intelligent man, just reduced to illogical nothingness whenever flat Earth is brought up. And we see this time and time again with countless debates where the flat earthers are just making a logical mockery of so-called intelligent, educated people. The other mistake, obviously, he makes is in his appeal to authority, he himself hypocritically falls victim to it because he says, "Oh, well, I would imagine a scientist would explain it away." Well, how would he know? Because once again, he's using such an extreme circular reasoning and dogmatic viewpoint, which is funny because he accuses Mark Sargent of it. So it's like, I don't know. I'm not sure if his brain just went haywire due to the dissonance, but even like a third grader should be able to realize if the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference and the boat goes over the edge, or you see a building or a mountain beyond the curvature, so that's 8 inches per mile squared, roughly. So, and they also brought this up. That's not an exact measurement, of course, but it works under 500 miles or so. It works well. But even if it doesn't work well, we're not talking like you can barely see it. We're talking top to bottom. You can see most of these close to top to bottom. Sometimes, obviously, due to perspective, atmospheric lensing, and could be a host of other issues. The very bottom is not seen, but the issue is the top. Because if the top should be way under the bottom, it doesn't matter if a small portion is missing at the bottom. You shouldn't be able to see it at all. Even a third grader can see the problem with that. And then they also talk extensively about the vacuum of space, where Viva Frey has some good points. We don't know exactly how it works. So if you don't know exactly how it works, not knowing how something works doesn't prove something. That's argument from ignorance. So Viva Frey is accusing Mark Sargent of this while falling victim himself in a more extreme fashion because he's believing in the heliocentric model of a spinning globe without understanding all of these things. And if humans don't have a complete understanding of how it all works, then you don't. Obviously, that doesn't prove flat. It would be on Mark Sargent's side. It would be a fallacy to say that that proves flat Earth. It doesn't. The same way it doesn't prove spinning globe. So Viva Frey just embarrassingly kept shifting the burden of proof, not defending his own beliefs in any way, and you could see the cognitive dissonance all over his face. It was quite amusing. What do you think about all that, Maxwell?
I haven't seen it, so
No, just
but
the
it's
inability.
interesting.
What do you think about the inability of highly intelligent individuals that just collapse due to their dissonance in any kind of logical
Well,
debate?
like I said, I empathize because first off, they're not. I mean, of course, nowadays they're becoming more readily prepared for the flat earthers. But when you're first encountered by a flat earther, it kind of shifts the brain a little bit. I empathize with the people debating the flat earthers because they're not used to that kind of encounter. So it's not like I don't. I I personally don't find it funny. I find it interesting. It's not, I just find it
I
interesting.
think it's
It's
funny because okay, the respectful ones. There are a few neutral, respectful ones that I don't find that funny because they know they
but
don't
but
know.
but but what I'm saying is if they kind of like they because these guys have never, or not never, but like they're not used to countering a flat earther with prepared
No, I'm
arguments.
not talking about that. Hold up, Maxwell.
I'm just saying
Yeah, but
what
you
I'm
missed
saying.
my
What well
question.
you're
No, you didn't understand what I was asking.
okay.
I'm saying this. What comes out of the globe earthers, I'm not talking about debating points or being prepared. I'm talking very, very general logic. Like they were saying, oh, flat earth is like a religion. They'll just believe anything. They're going to believe it's flat no matter what. My issue with all this is the hypocrisy because they believe their priest of choice. So this is a guy in a lab coat in a laboratory performing experiments, which throughout history, science has constantly changed. If they believed all these scientists back in the 40s, we smoke cigarettes. Cigarettes aren't bad for you. The guys in lab coats said they were healthy. They were perfectly fine. There's no danger. So it's the same story. So they put all their blind faith belief in their priest of choice. Similarly, on the fallacious, I'm not saying all flat earthers are like this, but a certain percentage, I'm not even going to say the majority, but a certain percentage of flat earthers are religious Christians or Muslims. I'm not sure how many rabbis believe in flat earth. I haven't researched this subject that deeply. I just find it very interesting. But yeah, there's a lot of Christians who believe flat earth and they cite to the Bible. So they believe their Bible or their priest of choice, the guy in the robe in a house of worship, whereas the globe earthers, they believe their priest of choice, the guy in a lab coat in some kind of educational facility or laboratory. That's my point. Like, and you could see on their face, the intelligent ones, when they make these arguments, you could see it on their face that at the very least, their subconscious is recognizing their dissonance and hypocrisy, but refusing to accept it. So they just keep digging a deeper and deeper hole, trying to explain away. I'll bring up one more example from the Viva Frey interview with Mark Sargent. So Viva Frey brings up the Red Bull jump. So from the edge of space or whatever, from space, which is obvious, like that's a common globe earther argument. Oh, look, you can see the curvature, but the curvature is the same at the bottom as it is on Earth as the top because the fisheye lens is so extreme. So Mark Sargent says we have plenty of air balloon footage. Well, hold on. So Viva Frey says, oh yeah, if they attached a different type of camera to Felix in that jump, we would see the curve of space. What kind of is that not the most extreme circular reasoning assumption? I mean, that's so illogical. He would say, well, if he jumped with a camera with no fisheye lens, we would see if there was curvature or not. Because he's so indoctrinated, he can't even consider the possibility that he could be wrong. And that's why I find it hilarious. But the point is, Mark Sargent counters with, we have a ton of hot air balloon footage with non-fisheye lens going even higher than Felix or comparable height, over 100,000 feet up. There's no curvature, not even 1 degree. And then Viva Frey ignores him completely. The same way he completely ignores every single legitimate argument and only clutches to fallacies desperately, trying to retain some kind of semblance of integrity in this interview, which I think he completely fails to do so. Which
I want to see that. I want to see that video. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it's almost 2 hours. Check it out. But wait, which video? The hot air balloon footage or the interview?
The hot air balloon.
Oh, you haven't seen it? I thought you said you were like a borderline.
Wait, so you can see China and America at the same time?
I wouldn't say that. You can't. How can you tell what the land masses are? When you're that high, it's just like clouds and water.
Oh.
You can't really tell the land. I don't think you can go that high. No, I'm saying there's 0 degrees of curvature. And one of the arguments that's obviously brought up, and it's funny because Viva Frey, I don't know, it's so weird. It's just like his brain shut down and like couldn't think logically. Where, because he's saying, because obviously Mark Sargent,
but that's what I mean. I don't know what I don't know if you're going back to the other question. What was your question anyway?
well, let me finish my point. So with all these points, Viva Frey completely ignores all the legitimate points and a common globe earther argument, which is this is one of the silliest I have ever heard. I think Bill Nye even used it. And it's so ridiculous. I don't find it that surprising that there are people out there that believe the earth is flat because the arguments for a spinning globe are so bad. Or the arguments that are put on the media. Obviously, there are good, legitimate arguments. None of them are being used, which just highlights the illogicality of the people who believe in a spinning globe and even the scientists. So, okay, one of the globe Earth proofs is if the world was flat, you'd be able to see London from New York. So it's like they've never been in a fog before. It's like they don't understand precipitation or weather systems in any way. When you're dealing with incredibly great well, there's 2 points here. You're dealing with incredibly great distances, you would never see it because of all the condensation and the atmosphere. You could never see that far. And then the second point, which this is a good experiment for anybody to do, put a dot on a piece of paper and put that piece of paper across a big room. You're not going to see the dot. It's there, but your eye can't see it because there's a limit to how far the human eye can see. So this is perfect example. This does not prove the earth is flat in any way. So the flat earthers are fallaciously using these proofs to prove their point, and the globe earthers, for some reason, are so illogical, they don't understand that it doesn't disprove flat earth, and it doesn't prove globe earth. These are non-factors. It's so funny. To me, it's hilarious how nobody could argue logically regarding the shape of the earth. So what
arguments on either side, on both sides, you think are really good arguments that prove either way, or that I don't know. I would just fly out to the sky or something and see it for myself, but I can't do that right now.
Well, this isn't really this isn't really the podcast about proving a spinning globe or a flat earth. So I'd rather not get into the specific proofs of each. Both sides have very good arguments that aren't really being used that much. So I'll go over one more thing. So Viva Frey, again, in his illogicality, indoctrination, and extreme dissonance, he doesn't even understand that most of the time his circular reasoning fallacies are so extreme, the question debunks itself. Regarding logic, not regarding truth. He could be completely right about everything. It could be a heliocentric system. The planets could be physical objects. That could all be true. But it's just so fallacious to believe it on the grounds that he and all these other spinning globe earthers believe it. And I think that's what's great about this whole flat earth movement, because I like logic. I think logical thinking, critical thinking, deductive reasoning is so important. You could apply it to anything. You know, you could check out our true crime podcasts or paranormal podcasts. We apply it to everything. So why not flat earth? I think it's brilliant. So in terms of developing logic for either side, I don't even think you have to believe in flat earth to be logical, or you have to believe in globe earth to be logical. You can develop logic picking a side or being on neither side. I think neither side is the best way to exercise logic and develop critical thinking. So here's the biggest, I think one of the biggest problems with the globe earther positions. So Viva Frey asks him, well, what about the rings of Saturn? What about all these other planets? So again, we have appeal to similarity. He's saying these other planets are round spheres. So the Earth is a round sphere. Okay, your light bulb in your room doesn't make the floor of the room spherical. That's just a very fallacious argument. The billiard balls on a billiard table are spheres. That doesn't make the table a sphere. That's why it's called an appeal to similarity, because it's a logical fallacy. How similar things are. I mean, something could be true, but it's not because of the similarity. So, for example, you could have a curved or a spherical pool table if you make it really big. If you make it really huge and then you modify the billiard balls to not be perfect spheres, so the roll factor is minimized or whatnot. I mean, you can modify it any way you want, and it'll be what it'll be. That's the truth, but not because of the similarity. So he's asking Mark Sargent, well, how do you explain like eclipses? How do you explain all these other planets? He's assuming so many things. He's assuming these are physical objects, because if there are lights in the sky, a light is not a sphere. It's not a sphere you can stand on. They're light rays, light particles. So if all of the planets are not physical objects, how is Mark Sargent supposed to answer that question? So that's a perfect example of a circular reasoning logical fallacy, or a begging the question logical fallacy, because he's making all these house of cards assumptions.
Explain the begging question fallacy. I forgot what that is.
It's similar to circular reasoning, where you're trying to ask, where the question assumes an outcome of the person asking it. So if he's assuming the heliocentric model is the true model, his question is presupposing certain facts as being fact. So basically, it's a begging the question is a type of circular reasoning, an argument that requires the desired conclusion to be true. So basically, he's saying if all the planets are spheres, the Earth is a sphere, because he's trying to argue the Earth is a sphere. Otherwise, he would have never used that argument in the first place. Do you see my point? A logical person, you would not, if you're trying to prove the surface of something, you're not going to appeal to similarity. You're going to be like, okay, wait a second, let's measure this surface. Let's use actual science instead of logical fallacies. So again, if the Earth is a spinning globe, it's a spinning globe not because the other planets are spinning globes. And then the other thing Mark Sargent brought up is the sun and the moon, the 400 times size difference and the space difference just happens to be coincidentally.
Wait. We only see one side of the moon? We've never seen the other side?
You never heard the phrase, the dark side of the moon?
I have, but I never thought it was literal.
It was. Allegedly, again, so the flat earthers say that all satellites are fake. We're not going to go into that rabbit hole. Oh, man. We're not going down that one. But satellites have allegedly taken photos of the dark side of the moon. So here's the thing, though. The globe earthers could be true. They could be right about everything. So the issue is why they're illogically presenting everything. Because if NASA, same way as if a serial killer is being accused at trial, and this Viva Frey is a lawyer, so he should know better. Mark Sargent actually hilariously pointed out reasonable doubt in the Globe, and Viva Frey, he was too cognitive dissonant to even respond to that. He just completely pretended Mark Sargent didn't say it. And he's a lawyer, because you're not gonna believe someone killed somebody without real evidence. Same way as you shouldn't believe in a globe or a flat Earth without reasonable evidence. Like, the hypocrisy is insane. The globe earthers are accusing the flat earthers of believing it's flat just because people said so, which is the exact same reason they believe in the spinning globe. It's all blind faith. That's why this thing is so hilarious and interesting. But the same way, you're not going to take NASA's word for it. So if you're at trial and a serial killer is like, "Oh yeah, I have an alibi. Here are some videos I made of what I did instead of killing this person," you're not going to trust those videos. Like, those videos might be legitimate. They might. But you can't trust them. You need objective, neutral sources. So flat earthers don't want to use space agencies. They want nothing taken on blind faith. And then Viva Frey even asked him about, well, to finish my previous point, so Viva Frey assumes the planets are spherical physical objects. And he uses circular reasoning, and he also begs the question regarding that, putting Mark Sargent on the spot to explain it away. So, once again, no explanation would prove round or flat anyway, which is the whole fallacious nature of this whole debate. The whole flat earth debate is so fallacious in nature. It doesn't make any sense. That's why we're doing the podcast series on it, because I haven't seen anybody criticize both sides. And Viva Frey is interesting because he gets attacked by both Democrats and Republicans in some of his analyses, which is interesting because he tries to remain objective, neutral, logical. That's why I'm kind of calling him out on this podcast, because he was opposite end of the spectrum with Mark Sargent. And to criticize Mark Sargent, there was a lot of problems there. He accepted gravity, which most flat earthers don't accept gravity. And not that gravity's not real, but I'm just saying we're not taking anything on blind faith here. So if we're going to be logical, neutral, and truly scientific, we are not assuming gravity to be true. You can't do it. It's true. If it's true, it has to be legitimized, not assumed or taken on blind faith. So that's a mistake I think he made. And he didn't bring up the history. The other thing I think is important is the historical context of physics. So once you see relativity debunked, all of the physics on which curved space-time and gravity are based on, they're not true if it's a house of cards. So you can't, so all of this faith that was put into science shouldn't have been, because once again, the hoax of 1919, the eclipse data hoax that was admitted that led to Einstein winning a Nobel and relativity being popularized as the dogma supported by propaganda. But at the time, there were legitimate authorities on both sides, or at least on the side of geocentrism against, or not even geocentrism, the side against relativity. So I don't know. What do you think about all that? So to circle back to the beginning, you feel empathy for these globe earthers, but why should you when they're being such obvious hypocrites? I'm not talking about all of them. I'm talking about certain ones are just reduced to such hypocrites. Like, this has been done respectfully. There were a couple of radio shows I saw where the host actually was not condescending or disrespectful in any way to the flat earther. He didn't know anything about flat earth, but they made legitimate points. He didn't, I mean, I'm assuming he was a globe earther, but he didn't really even, it didn't seem like his cognitive dissonance was triggered. So I just find it interesting. When I say hilarious, I mean in an interesting style fashion. I'm like,
He was probably like a disciplined argumenter, like,
no, he wasn't. He wasn't. He was just an older guy on a radio show. I think he probably, maybe he just didn't care if it was round or flat. But he didn't, like, I'm sure he believed it was, I'm
So
assuming.
he just made was he a mediator was he a mediator between the two
No, it was just an
sides,
interview.
or
It was just an interview.
okay.
Like, it's what Viva Frey pretended to be doing. Like, he was like, I'm just going to interview Mark Sargent. This is not a debate. And then he just started attacking him with fallacy after fallacy after fallacy because he got triggered. Like, you could see it in his face in Viva Frey's. Meanwhile, Mark Sargent is completely calm the whole time because he's not being triggered, because he's making a logically coherent argument. Even if he's wrong, he's relaxed and calm because he knows he's being logically consistent and coherent to his own information, which could all be wrong. I'm not saying he's right. I'm not saying the earth is flat. We're just considering the logical aspect of these debates or interviews. So to the people that are not triggered, that's fine. It's just that the sheer hypocrisy of globe earthers in expecting flat earthers to just swallow everything that's fed to them by corrupt institutions. Do you find that weird?
I don't find it weird. I just kind of accept things the way they are. So I don't know. I don't judge it.
No, you don't. You said you were a borderline flat earther in our last podcast.
Mm, I'm not. I don't know. So wait. So what does that have to do with my judging?
Well,
But
you
I
just
wasn't.
said you accept. You just said you accept things.
I accept people. people's responses and behaviors as is. Like I don't I don't either find it funny or I mean I find human behavior interesting, but I don't find it like, you know, I don't find it that entertaining, but you know, I just take it as it is. I mean, I find the cognitive dissonance interesting, but
I find,
I don't find it funny. I just find that it's part of human nature to be cognitively dissonant when
but
you
what
have a
about all
belief
the
system
people?
that's challenged.
What about all the people that aren't cognitive dissonant?
That's cool too. Like I accept that too. It's cool.
So
Like
both are part of human nature, to be cognitive dissonant and not be
um
cognitive dissonant.
I just find humans interesting. They're, you know, some people are ready to believe. Some people are really calm about opposing views. Some people are not. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's all obvious. I was just addressing the fact that the hypocritical nature of the debates and how you don't find this funny that the flat
well,
earthers.
what I'm saying is like when you say like
Hold on. You don't find this hilarious. The flat earth, let's say flat earth is complete nonsense and it's completely untrue just for the purpose of the statement. So flat earthers who believe the earth is flat when it's really a spinning globe and the heliocentric model is true in this situation, and they're incredibly more logical than the globe earthers in debates or interviews. You don't find that hilarious or ironic in any way.
mm, no, I it's cool. Like I don't know. It's
So you don't find irony amusing in any way? Like you don't watch comedy movies that are ironic or anything like that? I thought you liked movies.
I love movies.
So you don't find ironic comedy funny?
Um,
I think irony is very amusing. I mean, yeah, I think a lot of people do.
I mean it's interesting. I don't I amusing would not be the word. I just you know I think it's interesting.
Well, if you don't find human behavior amusing, why would you watch comedy movies?
Mm, I
So
don't watch that.
you never laugh.
I don't watch that too many comedy movies, but it's cool. Like when Jim Carrey does his animated stuff. But
So
or
you don't find anything funny. So all the times we were laughing on all the podcasts, that wasn't because it was funny. That was just because you were laughing.
um, um, well, I found it funny. If I laughed, I found it funny. I guess.
So you do find human behavior funny,
Yeah, I did.
but you just said you didn't.
Well, not generally, but like I was talking mainly for the flat earthers globe.
So you find people framing Stephen Avery funny in the manner that they did it and the words that they used about it, but you don't find it funny that people that are wrong can be so much more logical and intelligent than people who are right who can't argue their position on something as basic as the shape of the earth.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I find it interesting though. It's cool.
I find that's one of the funniest things I've ever heard because it's like the people that believe correctly, and I'm not saying they do. I mean, we're probably going to get attacked by the flat earthers for this. I'm just saying if that is the truth, I mean, we talked about whether or not it was provable in the previous podcast a little bit. We'll have to return to that and discuss it a little bit more too and you asked me for proofs on both sides. Everybody's going to want to know my proofs now, but that's why I prefer the geocentrism versus heliocentrism argument because you remove the variable of a flat plane because not only does overcoming the cognitive dissonance required to successfully even consider that as a possibility is too extreme for most people. Like for me, I don't know. I didn't like. I thought the flat earthers were hilarious for even. It's like I think when everybody sees a flat Earth video for the first time or a flat Earth documentary, they have to be thinking people can't seriously believe this. Is that what you thought when you first saw flat Earth?
Something yeah, something along those lines. Yeah,
Like I thought
and
I was in for a comedy show, and then when they started bringing up legitimate points, I was like it was kind of weird because everybody's kind of indoctrinated into the argument of settled science, whether it's the shape of the Earth, global warming, vaccines, whatever. The very nature of science is that it is never settled. It's always open. Scientism is settled. Science is never settled. So I think due to just countless years of indoctrination, people are just I think a flat motionless plane is a lot harder to conceptualize honestly and neutrally and objectively. I think the geocentrism versus heliocentrism debate is much more interesting because you remove variables and the historical context in which that is viewed. It's just much it's easier to digest. Let me say it that way. Because the whole Michelson-Morley experiment, the whole Tesla and his ether model of the universe, where ether is the medium through which everything travels, if that's true, that debunks all of relativity and the current heliocentric model. So I think that's a more interesting debate. But once again, the point of this podcast was to just address the illogicality of both sides and to also give the flat earthers some brownie points, because from almost every interview and debate I've seen, the flat earther is more logical. That doesn't mean he's more correct about anything at all. That just means the flat earther was more logical. And I find that amusing. Maxwell might not, but I think that's pretty funny when flat earthers come off more logical and fall for less fallacies. So it's just interesting, especially when there's highly, highly intelligent individuals like Viva Frey that just get reduced to basically nothing in a logical debate. It's like I was kind of embarrassed for him because it was so his position was so poorly stated, and it was night and day between his analysis on, for example, the Alex Jones deposition. Like, he was so spot on and sharp, and you could see it in his face too. Like, he knew he was being logically consistent, logical, thinking critically, and it was just the complete opposite with a debate with the flat earther. And I think it just, you see it time and time again. Neil deGrasse Tyson's too scared to even debate Eric Dubay, who's a nobody. He doesn't have any PhDs. Why is Neil deGrasse Tyson so scared of Eric Dubay? So I watched some of Dubay's work. I don't really like the sound of it.
Why do you say he's scared? I haven't seen Eric Dubay, but what's he like?
Well, Eric Dubay is the #1 flat Earth guy. You said you did research on flat Earth, right?
I've only seen a few videos.
You just said on the last podcast that you're almost a believer.
I've only seen like 3 or 4. Because of the videos I saw, because I saw the sun inside the freaking cloud, and there was no sun on the other side of the cloud, and it was up high, and I couldn't see. There was no other sun that's outside the Earth's atmosphere. It was weird, man. So it fucked my brain up.
And it made you believe in flat Earth?
That particular video is not really Earth. It's more like local sun argument. So it kind of.
Well, yeah.
Since the local sun argument is kind of like a flat Earthish type, it's in the realm of that, because a lot of the flat earthers do argue the local sun argument. So I don't know what to think of it, because that sun video fucked me up.
But yeah, no, it's just, again, it's just, I find it so interesting how just highly intelligent people are triggered so hard, and their cognitive dissonance just goes such haywire. And we're going to continue covering flat Earth, but I think it's more interesting in covering the debates and the interviews and analyzing the logical fallacies applied by both sides. I think that's more interesting than proving whether the Earth is flat or a spinning globe either. But we will definitely be going into more of the nitty gritty and the facts on both sides and what is fallacious and not fallacious. And of course, the logical fallacy, we're not going to fall for that either. I'm not saying that the globe earthers are wrong because they commit fallacies, and I'm not saying the flat earthers are wrong because they commit fallacies. It's just, I think, to be truly scientific, objective, neutral, logical, intelligent, you have to make a logical argument, regardless if you're right or wrong. Like, being accidentally right, like the logic need not be involved. MINDSHOCK is about logic. So we'll leave you guys with that to ponder. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you like the video, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across media platforms. Like our Facebook page. You can also check us out: Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. And any questions, comments, thoughts, suggestions, insults, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
We'll catch you guys next time. welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire.
And JR.
And we're finally going to get a top secret government employee's opinion and take on flat Earth. Once again, if you like our podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the video, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms like our Facebook page. You can also check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. Okay, Maxwell and I actually have done a number of podcasts on flat Earth. Not so much about the intricacies of the science, but mostly about the illogicality, particularly on the side of the globe earthers. So before we get into all that, JR, would you associate yourself as a heliocentric globe believer or as a geocentric flat earther? Believe it or not, that's a serious question.
Well, I mean, like, you know, like, Bruce, honestly, I mean, like, you know, like, for me personally, I mean, like, I respect the flat earthers. I completely understand their perspective, but, like, explain to me the vacuum of space and then explain their theory on top of it. So, I mean, like, you know.
Okay, so this is a very good point. Maxwell and I actually brought this up in the last podcast while we were dissecting some interviews. So the vacuum of space, so this is what's hilarious. So the heliocentric globe Earth believers use the vacuum of space as a proof for heliocentric globe. What's funny is the flat earthers actually use that as a proof for flat Earth because an enclosed system cannot exist next to a vacuum without a barrier. So some flat earthers actually believe there's a dome firmament as described in the Bible, like a physical barrier.
But what's beyond the barrier? I mean, like, there has to be something that's, like, pushing towards the barrier, right?
Okay, so there's many different theories, and I'm not gonna lump all flat earthers into believing a single theory. So some flat earthers don't believe in the firmament. They don't believe in any space at all. But some flat earthers believe Hold on. Some flat earthers believe as above, so below. They actually believe that space is some kind of a water medium, and that celestial bodies are simply reflecting through water, and they're not actually solid objects.
Well, I mean, I can actually kind of empathize in that situation. I mean, like, you know, like, let's look at, like, you know, the ideals that water equalizes all men. Let's look at, like, you know, the ideals of space, where there's not only a vacuum, there's not only expansion and contraction, but, like, we're also talking about, like, you know, like, people in the physical sense can't survive without life suits. I mean, and we're talking about, like, people that believe, like, human beings have actually made it to space. Because, I mean, like, you know, between me and you, and also Maxwell, there are also people out there that believe that, like, we've never, like, gone beyond the stratosphere to where we've actually reached.
You've carefully avoided answering my moon question, JR.
Look, I'm not at liberty to, like, you know, like, give any particular...
But let me stop you right there. Some flat earthers don't believe anyone has ever been in space. They've never been outside.
Well, that's why I'm saying what I'm saying, because, I mean, like, you know, like, there are people that believe that, like, you know, we can't expand beyond our own planetary gravitational systems. And it's not even the gravitational systems, it's just, you know, the basic life cycle systems in general. Like, yes, we've produced the ability to so-and-so, like, you know, clone life on Earth, or, you know, like with Bessie, with the sheep and so on and so forth, which ironically, like, went underground after the late 90s. But, you know, like, we've also been able to, like, you know, like, produce suits that can, you know, sort of go to the Arianas Trench. I mean, like, James Cameron went to the Arianas Trench.
Allegedly, right?
Allegedly, supposedly, like, videotaped, you know, like, the deepest place on Earth.
But how do we know? How do we know he videotaped where he said he videotaped?
We don't know dick shit. Like, I'm just saying that, like, I think, like, you know, this is what. Like,
don't you know though? Don't you have contacts in NASA? Don't you know people?
I have a lot of contacts, but I'm not willing to, like, you know, like, precede me and my family's, like, you know, like, procurement of, like, government, you know, insurance and, you know, like, my paycheck to, like, you know, on your channel to where I'm willing to, like, tell.
You're anonymous, Jay. We don't even know what JR stands for. Does that mean?
But anonymous. I mean, anonymous can mean many things. Anonymous can mean a hacker group. You know how many people from quote unquote anonymous are in jail right now? I mean, I'm not willing to be anonymous. Anything could be figured out. So I mean,
wait. So yes. Is JR your initials, or is it because you have your father's name and that's just your nickname? We don't even know that.
And you're never gonna, Bruce, because when I agreed to go to your podcast, we didn't discuss that, and we're not gonna do it on air. So
okay, hold on. So have you heard the news about NASA and mainstream science announcing that the moon is actually inside the Earth's atmosphere? It was all over the news the other week. Have you heard?
Yes, I have. And
now,
I follow NASA very closely.
I want your opinion on that, because all of the flat earthers, I mean, this is not looking good for globe earthers. When all of a sudden, all of this accepted dogma in scientism is suddenly turned upside down, all of a sudden, the moon is actually inside the Earth. What do these astronomers?
Well, I will say, Bruce. I mean, we've had extensive conversations about not only NASA but the actual International Space Station, as well as orbits off camera. And the fact that you're hitting me with this now is kind of disturbing, because
I just wanted your take on it. I know our listeners out there.
You're kind of putting me on the spot here.
We have both flat earther and globe earther listeners. I don't know if there's too many lunatics like me that are so obsessed with logic that they're actually going to be
NASA is a physical organization within the federal government. They're given billions of dollars a year, which has constantly been depleted since Kennedy. Regarding their extrapolation of the universe. I will say, to people that are pro-space, there has been an exponential amount of technology that has been produced based on the program. If you have something that's in your pocket that resembles a computer, it doesn't have to be the latest phone, but
some people would argue that that's all because of Tesla and transistors and
Tesla is Tesla is kind of a gray area. I mean, but what I'm saying is that the federal government basically put the phone that's in your pocket right now that you're probably watching this fucking podcast on. They're the ones that made it possible for that to actually become a reality, based on commercial intuition. The commercial industry doesn't necessarily coincide with the federal industry. If you've ever heard the term that federal technology is 10 years above the commercial technology.
I believe we discussed this before. I've seen the number 50 years.
Maybe you're we're not going to talk about the amount of years, but if you're talking about, how federal technology precluded, commercial technology.
All right, hold on. You're kind of avoiding the question here. The moon is now inside the Earth's atmosphere. This does not look good for NASA and mainstream science and all of these astrophysicists that have long been stating that the moon is outside of the Earth's atmosphere. So if we can't even trust these priests in lab coats, as some people call them, what can we? I mean, can we trust anything they say, or should I just continue listing logical fallacies in people accepting the words of government?
Well, you can trust whatever you want. I mean, there are people that are against the NRA. There are people that are for the NRA. There are people that are for the Republican Party or against the Democratic Party. Well, what I'm saying is that let's put it this way: the moon. Based on even basic fact. I mean, whether or not you believe. I mean, we're going back almost 5,000 to 7,000 years here. The moon has orbited Earth for a fashion. Whether or not it always orbited it, okay, we can go into speculative, shadow people realm. Okay. But the moon has orbited the Earth for a fashion. Whether or not, within if you're listening to this podcast, the Earth, the moon has orbited the Earth within your lifetime. I don't know who you are. I don't know if you believe in any of what we're talking about, but I can assure you that in that period of fashion, that the moon has orbited the Earth within that period of time.
Is the moon a physical object?
If you believe the moon is real, if you don't believe it's real, if you believe that, we're, living within some sort of, fucking Jim Carrey situation where this is all just a facade, then maybe you don't.
I think people want to know what you know. I'm sure you've rubbed elbows with people in the know. I'm asking you, what are the conversations around the water coolers regarding this flat Earth phenomenon?
Well, believe it or not, real government employees don't have conversations against the water coolers. I think I showed you the footage.
It was a metaphor. It was a metaphor, James.
I was smoking a cigarette the other day with someone that was we were around a governmental gas container, and it actually said danger gasoline, and we were both smoking cigarettes. So, the water cooler is really irrelevant. It
was a metaphor.
That's kind of...
While you were smoking around the gas container, what kind of conversations come up? Is the moon a physical object? Or is it some kind of weird hologram projection? Or is it some kind of weird artificial extraterrestrial satellite like David Icke purports? What do you know, JR?
I don't believe. Based on my knowledge and based on what I've talked about, the moon is a physical object. I don't believe in David Icke's theory that it's some sort of astral projection. That's just my belief based on who I've talked to.
I listed several theories there. I believe the holographic projection, I don't believe I don't think that was David Icke. I think David Icke said it was a physical extraterrestrial satellite. I believe that's what Icke's theory was. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong. That was somebody's theory. I don't know if David Icke used it or just mentioned it.
It's a physical. Let me just put it to you this way. In my experience, based on who I've talked to, it's a physical moon. And by moon, the actual definition of moon is quite broad. It could be an asteroid. It could be a physical planet. I believe that the moon physically orbits our planet based on
So by saying planet, I'm assuming you're on team heliocentric globe.
Even if it's flat, Bruce. Let's look at it logically. Even if the Earth is flat, even if the moon is flat, there's no physics out there that denotes that the moon can't be physically flat and the Earth can't be physically flat, but the flat upon the flat physically cycles the flat. There's no physics out there that denote that can't be a reality.
Okay, so that was actually funny you should say that, because that was actually one of my points on the Flat Earth Phenomena podcast, the first MINDSHOCK podcast on Flat Earth, is that Einstein even said that there aren't any experiments that can be come up with that would prove heliocentric versus geocentric or the motion of the Earth. So I think that's very interesting. So my point was just using logic alone. Is it possible to prove either model? And that's a separate issue from, I think people are curious, JR.
I think we're obsessed with Einstein because of certain aspects, and certain aspects, related to the atom bomb were also related to Isaac Newton, who, gave certain credence to actual gravity. But that said, when you look at those in retrospect, they're extremely basic concepts. Very, very basic concepts.
JR, have you heard that...
Wait, let me just finish here for a second. For us to, idealize that the Earth is round or that it's not a carpet, for us to, idealize that the moon is round and not a carpet, we don't have the necessary mathematics. There are a lot of graduate students that'll tune into this channel that will argue and give all kinds of bullshit, but at the end of the day, those arguments are not accepted by science. We're talking about currently what's accepted by science, and what's accepted by science is so basic. I mean, I mean, when you talk about, like, and I just want to say this before you get into your, aspect. When we talk about what's accepted by science, most concepts that are accepted by science, for example, Einstein or Newton or Tesla or other people, what makes them effective are that they're able to be accepted by people below the age of 10. So, I mean, and that goes with, like, for example, like, people within the Jewish tradition and money and so on and so forth. Like, like most perspectives in terms of science or monetary gain or history or whatever, like, those concepts are that basic to where they're able to illustrate it in a fashion to where people under the age of the level of 10, whether they're 40, 50, 60, 70, a 10-year-old level can accept the ideals that, hey, this is real. And I think that points to the progression of the human race in general, that we're not the super race. We're not, as much as we think we are. We're able to accept that this looks like science because it's that basic that my kid brother who's only 7 can identify with the fact that this could be real. That's what makes this all a reality. It's not the fact that, I mean, look at mathematics. Mathematics are so complicated that it may or may not be accepted based on its full front. But, I mean, like, look at John Nash with game theory. Well, he produced theory that produced games that were acceptable to 7-year-olds. All of a sudden, John Nash is receiving a prize. So, I mean, like, there's a lot of things out there that we have to look at, like, who we're looking at. And we also have to look at ourselves as human beings, as creatures of the earth, as whether or not we're just creatures of the earth or whether we're people that are in evolution beyond the scope of we're able to accept this beyond grizzly bears and cougars.
All right, let me reel you in a little bit with that. So the listeners want to know, and I'm curious too, is there some kind of flat Earth psyop, whether or not the Earth is flat or round? Is there a government-initiated top-secret psyop to cause destabilization in populations when you have people arguing against the educational institutions and academia? Is flat Earth a psyop, or was it just a bunch of people who just all of a sudden decided to push this theory online?
It's not a psyop. I will tell you, like, full on, like, that, like, whether or not, like, currently the government, the physical federal government of America feels that, like, the Earth is round. They feel that they have certain principles that, like, allow that to be round. However, even though that's the case, they have organizations such as NASA, which are constantly disrespected by budget cuts. They do have people that question their own government entity by questioning them with aspects of, well, why is it round? That's part of the government. I mean, that's part of the people's money. I think a lot of people think that, like, the people's money are appropriated to a certain point. When it comes to the federal government, it's a little different. It's not the municipal government. And I think that's the big change here, is that, like, with the municipal government, it's about affecting change in the community. When it comes to the federal government, it's about progress. So,
Hold on. The flat earthers would argue if there is a psyop or conspiracy, it would be above your pay grade or above 99.9% of people's pay grade, and you would never know, which I'm asking you because you have said that you've talked to some people with some advanced clearances. Has this specifically come up, or can you ask them specifically about this topic, or will they not tell you?
The ironic part is it's not advanced clearances. Like, like, there are people that are employed in both polars. Like, that's where the people's money is going. Like, is it flat or is it round? I think within the current years, based on the International Space Station and so on and so forth, it's...
Wait, so you're saying, do you have direct knowledge that the ISS is actually in space and it's real? Because the flat earthers are arguing that it's not actually, that it's either not up there at all and all the videos inside are all fake and it's just made in some kind of zero gravity chamber, or there's something up there. It's some weird hot air balloon device that's up there. There's actually no people in it, and it's just kind of like a fake device that can be spotted with a telescope, so they could say, oh, yeah, it's there. But all the videos on the interior are actually shot in either a zero gravity plane or in some kind of top secret base.
I don't know expressly, because I'm not a part of that community, as to whether or not it's, like, really that fake or that real. What I can say is that, like, you know, for the people that are true disbelievers, where they believe it's like an OJ, where, like, you know, like, they landed on planet Mars or planet whatever, I forget the movie, but, like, you know, it's all just, like, purely fake. There are those true believers where, like, they did that and conquered that and succeeded in that. Whether or not it was real, I don't know, but, I mean, if we're going to talk that level, they're actually to the point where they're actually effectively faking actors to believe that they landed on those particular situations.
Wait. Hold on a second. I didn't catch that. Are you saying they're tricking astronauts or NASA employees into believing they went somewhere that they didn't go to, or are you saying that as a hypothetical?
I'm saying that as a reality. I mean, like, because I've talked to NASA people, like, and I'm talking about it in a very candid way. Like, if they were tricked into believing that they went to where they went to, it's not like an OJ movie where, like, you know, like, they were told up front, hey, this is fake, and we're just going to fake this for the American public. They truly believe that they went to where they went to. If that's the case, there's a whole nother shadow entity, which, unfortunately, I'm not aware of.
Wait,
that
hold on.
made that a reality.
Wait, you're saying this is actually true?
I'm saying that the people that actually supposedly landed, floated, and existed within the spectrum of NASA believe that it is true. Whether or not it actually is left up to a shadow entity, if it's not true, that I'm not aware of. And I can't necessarily write that off because I've been privy to many government games where things are true, but they're not true, but they're true, but they're not true type situation. So for me to, like, you know, and again, I'm not associated with the actual space project per se, but to say that the people that actually went on these missions and did this and believed that they were a part of it, to say that they're not validated would be wrong. To say that it actually was legitimate and that they weren't, like, you know, part of some sort of strange government project to where they believed it and then reported to elementary school children that, you know, they really were on, you know, like, the International Space Station when they weren't. I don't have that information for you, Bruce.
Okay,
I mean, I just don't.
Just to clarify, so this has always been on my mind ever since looking at the flat Earth debate, because is it irrefutable proof when an astronaut says something? I mean, that's hearsay. So whether or not they really believe it or they're lying, that's irrelevant to the logic or the illogicality of accepting their words on blind faith. So
That's,
I think that's
true, but I mean, again, like, you know, you have to look at the federal prisoner, which is the polar opposite of that situation. If they said they had maggots in their food, they have no access to any camera or ability to denote that they had that in their food.
Yeah, hold on.
So they're constantly considered irrelevant as well.
Let me finish my question, because I know you don't want to talk about the moon landing specifically, but some people point to the
I don't want to talk about my involvement with the government. I'm not necessarily worried about the moon landing.
Let me finish my question. So the flat earthers claim that the or some flat earthers, let me not group them all together. There's a certain percentage of flat earthers claim that the astronauts of the Apollo missions, particularly the first one, they didn't know that it was going to be faked. So, and I actually heard for the first time that, was it Buzz Aldrin? His mother's maiden name is Moon. Is that true?
I don't know offhand, but like I could believe that.
I think it was Buzz Aldrin. Maybe it was Neil Armstrong. I think, was it Armstrong?
Well, I mean,
know.
Buzz Aldrin was the first individual within the realm of space to actually contact the ground and say we have extraterrestrials among us.
All right, hold on. Before let's
it was
later.
He later played it off, but he was very serious at the time.
Let's not open that can of worms. We got to save that for.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, I'm not trying to, like, open cans of worms. I'm just saying, like, he was privy to access that I don't think was properly, I mean, in accordance with the government.
Oh, let me finish my question. So some flat earthers believe that the Apollo astronauts really believed and really trained to really go to the moon. But then when they didn't go, like you could see it at the press conference, and I've watched it. I haven't done my diligent research into dissecting it as much as I would need to do a dedicated podcast to it. But it does really seem that they were depressed, dejected, and they couldn't even keep their answers straight. Some of them were saying you could see the stars and they looked amazing. Some of them say there's no stars at all, it's just black. I mean, they're standing a few feet from each other. Shouldn't they have the same story? Have you seen the press conference? So that goes to your point. I think some of them, so in other cases, I think more recently specifically with the ISS, who's to say that the government is not drugging these people and then taking them to some underground facility where they think it's the International Space Station, and they have these simulation screens showing the Earth, so then when they come back, they really believe they were up there when they weren't, so they would be saying what they believe is to be the truth. I mean, obviously they have the budget to do that, so I guess what you were saying was along these lines, but do you believe it's possible that the Apollo astronauts thought they were going to go and then they realized they didn't go and that's why they didn't give interviews? I mean, what's the deal there?
Well, I mean, like, you have to understand that, like, there was an extraordinary amount of, like, Apollo astronauts that died of very rare conditions. And additionally, like, yes, the government had the budget to do whatever to make it, like, plausible to the American public. Additionally, like, I will say that, like, the actual astronauts themselves, you have to understand, I think you would have to be in the military. I mean, like, when I was in the military, like, I was exposed to radiation for food preparation. Like, the government, like, produces a lot of really weird exercises, like, to people, like, for example, it wasn't Jim Lovell, but it was his partner who ran for state of California Senate and died as a result. I mean, like, there are a lot of really weird experiments they produce upon you as an individual.
So it's within the realm of possibility, in your opinion?
I think that within the scope, yes. But at the same time, the government is really concerned with, like, numbers and volume and circulation, so they can't say that, like, I mean, like, the people that, like, went on these missions were shot into space. Whether or not what they were looking at the windows were really real is left up to debate. Whether or not they actually landed on the moon is left up to debate. But I believe that the people, like, especially, like, people like Jim Lovell, whatever, like, Buzz Aldrin, like, they believed what they were seeing was real. Because at the point that they were sent there and did that, it was real. I mean, like, whether or not it was fake, it was real to them.
Okay. Very interesting point. I'm not sure that's been thoroughly discussed, but on MindShock, we go deep and we discuss everything. I have two more questions. One of them is a little bit complicated. There's been some discussion on Reddit about this. So my main logical counter to it can't be a real conspiracy because too many people would be in on it. See, I disagree because as with all conspiracies and cover-ups, especially the declassified proven ones, the government operates on a need-to-know basis, and everything is compartmentalized. So if they were making, let's say, the fake software or fake hardware for tracking these shuttles or rockets into space or all of this, they wouldn't know, because if they had development teams, and this would be under the umbrella of black budget, so this probably wouldn't even encroach NASA's own budget, but if they have these teams of engineers, they think they're creating just testing software, that they wouldn't know that it would be used to cover up flat Earth if the Earth was flat, or whatever conspiracy. If it's a different shape, who knows? So in your opinion, in my opinion, it's a very, if there's a cover up, all these 99% of NASA's employees are not in on it. 99% of government employees are not in on it. It's a small handful of people, and there are all these teams, and even the heads of the teams wouldn't know what the real purpose is. Is that an accurate assessment on my part?
Good point. I mean, you can buy, Apollo gimbal computers, on Etsy. They sell them. So if you are that fan of the moon landing, or, so on and so forth, you can actually, buy Raspberry Pis that replicate with the actual system. They have a varying degree of
yeah, but hold on a second. I was referring to, say, telemetry data, all of which has been lost, 18,000 reels lost by NASA, because I guess they weren't the greatest achievement of all mankind is not important. I mean, NASA did this to themselves. There would be no conspiracy if all of these shady anomalies didn't happen. But I'm just saying, I think it's more of a telemetry issue. Like, they just would replace one hardware chip in a rocket or a shuttle, and the telemetry data being transported to base would be giving coordinates that weren't real. So the only people that know about the chip, like even the person that swapped the chip, they wouldn't know because, oh, this is the safe upgraded chip. Go swap it. They would never know it would be used to be faking anything. And then the team that developed the chip, they would never know what that chip is for, and they would never even be told about it. It would just be used. They would just be told it was used for testing purposes. That was the scope of my question.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's yeah, I mean, but again, it was done in the age before, Facebook and so on and
no,
so
I'm
forth.
talking now. I'm talking now. If there's a cover up now, they're doing it now. That's they're swapping.
Well, I mean, you're talking about now, but now they deleted the shuttle project. So I mean, what's now? There is no now. In terms of NASA.
Still, I mean, there's still shuttle launches, but there's still, or let's say 5 years ago, whatever. There's still shuttle launches, and I guess I might as well go into lead into my final question. So SpaceX and Elon Musk, if there's some kind of flat Earth conspiracy cover up, is Elon Musk a government employee or government controlled? And if there was a cover up, how easy would it be for them to involve SpaceX? Because it would be a similar situation, right? If Elon Musk was in on it, you have one engineer swap a few chips, and that's it. 99% of SpaceX's 7,000 employees.
Well, you're not just talking about that though. You're also talking about Jeff Bezos and other people that they want to be involved in the space development, and execution projects. So they're actively involved in the research and development. So yes, flat Earth has its ground. I'm not going to dispute flat Earth, but at the same time, there are those people that have developed projects to where they've been able to we're in an era where we're not talking about NASA anymore. We're talking about the commercialization of space in general.
But so certain flat earthers point to SpaceX saying so many years ago that there would be commercialized space travel already, and there never is. And then if you look at every single president says that NASA's going back, or the U.S. and NASA are going back to the moon, and they never do. I mean, you can look back over the past 20, 25 years. They're always saying they're going again, and then they never go. Why is that?
I think it has a lot to do with the fact that, like, you know, like, there's political motivation, but, like, you know, like, at the end of the day, like, there was no reason. I mean, like, with Kennedy, like, you know, he had a purpose. You know, he forced whatever. Whether it was fake or real, like, we'll never really actually know.
What do you mean there's no purpose? The moon would be like the best scientific base there is. I mean, it would be the best. It would be a lot more useful than going to Mars or some of these other places.
Right, but, like, you know, if it was just, I mean, like, we're talking about just our country. Like, you know, like, look at Russia, China, Iran, Iraq.
Well, you know how much money? See, here, I don't. This is one of the legitimate points of the flat earthers.
I mean, like, but let's look at Gene Roddenberry.
You know how much
Wait. Let me just say this. Look at Gene Roddenberry. Like, with Gene Roddenberry with Star Trek, there was no amount of money. It was all community property to further the goal. So, if we're talking about, like, a situation like Iran or Iraq or, you know, North Korea. Let's look at North Korea. They were starving due to famine. But that said, if their leaders, who they propose as gods, decided that, like, we should go to the moon, then why didn't they, if they could?
I don't know, but you should have let me finish, because if there was commercialization of the moon, do you know how much money that would make? Like, tourists going to the moon? All the billionaires would be going to the moon. Like, it would be huge business. There's no reason not to go to the moon. If it's possible to go to the moon.
Based on a country that has the technology to go there.
Well, the U.S.
But let's look at other countries.
Well, China allegedly had a moon landing, right? Like, I don't know that much about it, but did China allegedly land on the moon?
Allegedly, but I mean, like, we're talking about allegedly. We use words like allegedly. It's like, you know, everyone on Earth knows that America landed on the moon. Based on what?
A lot of people dispute that.
And most of them are Americans.
I don't know the numbers. I can't argue with you.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, like, most of them are Americans. But, like, ironically, like, if we suddenly heard, like, you know, tomorrow, North Korea landed on the moon, like, do you have any idea, like, what we would have to hear to make it plausible that they actually did that? I mean, like, you know, like, with America, like, we landed on the moon, ha ha ha, you know, like, you know, war games and, you know, like, some bullshit movie. Like, we were able to do that. But allegedly. What about other countries?
I don't know. This is getting really crazy. But, okay, any final thoughts on the whole flat Earth conspiracy? You've brought some interesting points to the table about possibly astronauts being tricked into believing that they went, so they did think it was real. I'm not
saying flat Earth is wrong, and I'm not saying it's right. What I'm saying is that, like, you know, like, I think what fails us as human citizens, and as people that pay the taxes to produce this technology, is that we're given limited answers, and, like, for that, it's quote unquote classified based on the courts, but that's not a real answer, is it? Like, you know, because we're paying.
No, it's not. And that's why this whole debate is going on.
So, I mean, like, you know, yes, like, I could believe in the whole Earth Society. I could believe in, like, the Flat Earth Society, because no society has ever taken precedence, because the government has prevented both sides from producing research that excludes the other. And I do have certain governmental knowledge. I've been in very rare places of the earth, based on my military experience. But that said, like, even then, with what I know, and I've been on the far side of the moon, I've been in parts of the world where, you know, sunshine, you know, shines for like 3 months a year. But I can't definitively say flat Earth or round Earth is wrong, because I wasn't privy to that information. And ironically, neither were the scientists that were researching it.
All very good points. All very good points. Once again, thank you for joining us and offering your knowledge on various subjects. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. If you like this episode, hit the like button and feel free to share it across social media platforms. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like our Facebook page. You can also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And JR?
We'll catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire.
And Maxwell Powers.
And we have a bit of a crossover episode today. We are going to be discussing flat earth theories, mud flood theories, New World Order Illuminati agendas, and how some of these theories intersect, and an overlooked possibility in the conspiracy world on what all of this means in typical MINDSHOCK fashion. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to go through. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, thoughts, insults, just leave them in the comments section. You could also check us out, Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. And patrons do get priority in requesting topics or true crime cases. All right, Maxwell. Are you, where are you at with the flat earth theory? Are you a flat earther yet?
I don't think so, but I find their arguments interesting, and I still find some, I don't know, I feel, it just looks weird when I look at the stars, and I don't know, it's just weird.
Yeah, I think any truth-minded or anyone interested in the truth or real science would find it interesting without buying into it. And obviously, the dogmatic, indoctrinated, anti-science individuals always want to talk trash and talk down on flat Earth. But if it's introducing logic, critical thinking, deductive reasoning, and scientific experimentation into the social mindset more, how is that a bad thing? It's kind of weird. Like, nobody wants to talk about it. That just adds fuel to the fire for the really crazy conspiracy theorists who are trying to say that flat Earth is the ultimate truth. On the other hand, then you have another group of conspiracy theorists who are saying that flat Earth was let out of the bag on purpose. And then there's yet another group who are saying flat Earth is a psyop. And then there's two sides of that coin where is it a psyop because it's true or is it a psyop because it's not true? That's why the flat Earth is so, it's such a fascinating topic or debate or whatever you want to call it, because it kind of exposes a lot of these different viewpoints in where they can kind of be looked at it simultaneously, whereas with other conspiracies, you can't quite do that. You got to kind of focus on one point or another. But what I find interesting too is with all of the online religious fervor, which with the heliocentrists defend their model, which is, I mean, obviously cognitive dissonance, normalcy bias, all of these extreme indoctrination, and they're just too mentally uncomfortable with even considering the possibility that there could be a mass cover-up or conspiracy of this size, so they have to grasp endless logical fallacies to justify their viewpoint, instead of just scientifically and objectively considering the position as true without believing it. As I think it was Aristotle who once said that is the mark of an educated mind. Why believe flat Earth? Why believe heliocentric model? Why not just objectively and neutrally utilize logic as in the scientific way? So without going too far down that rabbit hole specifically, I was thinking about this, and let me know what you think about this. Are you ready for a mind shock, Maxwell?
Yep.
So in the common flat Earth conspiracy theory, the powers that be, the Illuminati, the New World Order, whatever you want to call them, they're the ones that kind of perpetrated this deception, this grand deception, the greatest of all time. What if, and I postulate this, what if mud flood is related to this. So there was some kind of great catastrophe, whether the world is flat or not. There is definitely evidence of some kind of funny business going on with history. If you haven't checked out our Altered History podcast series, check that out, where we discuss Napoleon's alleged claim that history is but a pack of lies agreed upon. And of course, as common knowledge tells us, the victors write the history books. So, are you going to trust and take on blind faith what the victors of wars say? I don't know. I'm not quite religious enough to do that. I would prefer to be more scientific and logical and not buy any propaganda without question. Evidence is required. So, what if these powers that be that either cleaned up after the mud flood and they don't want people to know about the mud flood because there was advanced technology in previous times, so they spun this whole narrative that everybody kind of bought into now, the mainstream narrative, we can call it. What if it was for the greater good? What if the flat earth theory is true? If the mud flood theory is true and this great catastrophe, great flood, or some kind of advanced weapons destroyed most of the earth and wiped out the previous civilization, whether it was Atlantis, Tartaria, whatever incarnation you want to believe. Some people believe there was Lemuria before Atlantis and the Atlanteans and the Lemurians got into some kind of nuclear war or something. And then, of course, the mud flood theory has introduced the Tartarians, the Tartars, or however you want to call them. What if, so you're familiar with the theory that the flat earth is our little pond circle with all of the continents laid out on it like a dinner plate? You're familiar with that theory, right? That map?
That Earth is a dinner plate.
Yeah, and Antarctica is an ice wall surrounding.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
But,
so
but
some
isn't that the default flat Earth theory?
I don't know. Some people believe in infinite plane. Some people believe in pizza pie floating through space. I don't know. There's a lot of people out there. There is no real. I don't know if there's a consensus flat Earth theory by flat earthers. I mean, everybody's kind of. I mean, there are geocentrists out there that believe in a globe Earth that doesn't move, and the entire universe goes around the globe Earth. They believe in a geocentric globe. So they're not flat earthers, but certain principles apply, as in neither group believes that we are moving, and both groups would believe that the universe is rotating around us. But anyway, so some people believe that our dinner plate is one of many, if not infinite, dinner plates. So if there's just a plane of ice that goes on forever, or for however large, and there could be different pond circles beyond our Antarctic ice wall. So there could be other continents and other oceans, and that could possibly account for aliens or whatever. Instead of them coming from other planets, they're coming from other pond circles, and their pond circles might have had thousands, tens of thousands, millions of years of more technological development than our pond circle has. What do you think about that theory?
Can you repeat that again? The last part.
So our pond circle, the dinner plate, our dinner plate. What if there's infinite?
Yeah.
What if there's infinite dinner plates beyond the ice wall with other continents and other oceans?
Oh, that'd be awesome. Like you
Yeah,
just hop over another plate and shit.
yeah. So I was saying what if that's where aliens come from? They're not coming from other planets. They're coming from
Oh,
other
they're just
pond
hopping
circles.
plates. That's awesome.
Well, okay. Forget about the plate. Imagine
Yeah,
that.
they should make a movie out of that.
Imagine there's just a sheet of ice. Like if you're ice fishing and you make a bunch of circular holes. Each circular hole is like an Earth with continents. Are you
Okay.
following?
Each circular hole is a continent.
Is Earth with continents?
Is Earth with continent?
Yeah, like a whole bunch of land is in the middle of the ocean circle, and there's infinite ocean circles.
Okay.
So in our ocean circles, we have Europe, North America, South America, Africa, Australia. That's our circle. So a neighbor, and then there's an Antarctic ice wall surrounding our pond circle. So if there's other pond circles, you're not like hopping dinner plates. You're simply flying a plane across an ice sheet to the next circle, to the next ocean circle with continents.
Okay.
You follow?
Yeah.
So if that's what aliens are, they're coming from other pond circles.
Okay.
All right, so here's what I'm postulating. Now, that was not my theory. That's a theory that's out there in the internet. Here's what I'm thinking. I just randomly thought of this. I thought it'd make a good mind shock episode because it's quite mind shocking and it definitely mind shocked me. So the common theory is that the Illuminati, the New World Order, the reptilians, whatever you want to call them, they're evil and they're enslaving mankind. And whether that's true or not, let's think for a moment. What if they're the good guys? What if whatever mud flood happened to our circle, the Antarctic ice wall is artificially made or was artificially designed to keep whatever other civilizations out more than to keep us in?
That's cool.
So what lies beyond the ice wall? If there's other civilizations out there that are, let's say, wanted to destroy our pond circle or take it over, the powers that be, they might have built the ice wall. They came up with the mud flood narrative so that way all of the people within our pond circle would not be scared of what's outside the ice circle or the ice wall because they wouldn't even know about the ice wall because they could just make a theory, they could just make the heliocentric theory and everybody thinks they're on a spinning ball so they don't have to worry about the threats beyond the ice wall.
Okay.
What do you think?
That's cool.
Other than that would make a good movie.
Definitely a different take, especially the Illuminati as being the good guys.
Yeah, nobody considers that. Again, I'm not saying it's true. I'm just posing food for thought because nobody really talks about that too much, and I thought it was quite interesting. It's an interesting theory, and of course, let's not fall for black and white fallacies. The current Illuminati, they might have been corrupted by power, but what if those that came before, the powers that be that created the ice wall, if it's artificially created, if they were the good guys? So their descendants might not be the good guys. They might be corrupted. They might be taking advantage of humanity. So that might still all be true. But the initial purpose wasn't to keep humans on the slave farm. It was to preserve life in our pond circle by limiting exposure to threats outside of it.
Okay.
No other thoughts, Maxwell? That's all you got? That's interesting?
I don't know. It's not a big. I don't know. It sounds pretty cool.
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
If it's true, what are the implications?
That our system is limited and we have to be trapped in here like a freaking what's that movie with Jim Carrey? Trapped in a bubble and shit.
The Truman Show. It's a
Yeah,
favorite.
yeah, yeah.
It's a favorite of conspiracy theorists to reference,
Yeah,
along with
yeah,
the Matrix. I would say, other than the Matrix, the Truman Show is probably the most referenced. And they live with Rowdy Piper.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, if there were three movies, I would say conspiracy theorists love the most or reference the most. It's probably those three. You'd go Matrix, They Live, and The Truman Show. Of course, there's many, many others with bits and pieces, but as a whole, those three movies are kind of basically the entire movie. The entire concept of the movie is what what drives the movie. So if you're a conspiracy theorist and you haven't seen that trifecta, you should probably do a triple feature with those movies.
Yeah, definitely the Matrix I could see as like a go-to.
Well, that's where the whole red pill,
Actually,
blue pill. That's where
a
the
lot of
whole red pill, blue pill came from.
yeah, right. And also the like a lot of these YouTube videos with like ex-Illuminati members coming out and shit.
But what do
They
you think? What do
implemented
you
it.
think of that Mandela effect, where they put the word Matrix in the Bible?
No shit.
I remember having this conversation. Okay, our Mandela effect series is coming. And obviously, in typical Mindshock fashion, it will be meticulously researched and exhaustive in theory assessment for veracity, including going through various laws of physics and different theories with interdimensional and time travel aspects. But yeah, they added the word. Apparently, some people believe the word the Matrix was always in the Bible. Other people say that it's a Mandela effect, quite new. But yeah, you don't remember that one? That one mind shocked me a little bit because not that I was explicitly familiar with that passage, but in general, I just it seems a little bit unusual to have the word the Matrix in the King James Bible, hundreds of years old. But
Well, I mean, do people mention that? Like, it was never there, now it's there, that type of thing?
well, yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just said it right now.
No, I mean, but like, how popular is that Mandela effect? I mean, is it like, I don't know. Has it been recent? I mean, like,
No, it was in the first wave of effects, I believe. So
Damn.
people were kind of busy with the big ones like Berenstain Bears. People
Yeah.
people were preoccupied with those and Shazam and some of those bigger ones. But this one was on the list. I remember this one being around right when the theory and with the Queen champions of the world.
Yeah.
We are the champions of the world. It was in the first wave, I believe. If not, definitely the second wave. But yeah, it was around during the beginning of the whole Mandela effect madness that exploded on the internet years back. But yeah, no. Anyway, so back to our topic at hand. Yeah, if the Illuminati are the good guys, then what?
Yeah.
And if the myths and legends are true, what if the gods were cruel that created mankind, and for whatever reason, the ice wall was some kind of a barrier that somehow effectively, or if these are not necessarily physical creatures, I don't know. We're just discussing possibilities here, but we don't know what's true, what's not true. But yeah, if this ice wall or vast expanse of ice somehow keeps other bad guys from coming here, which is in our best interest, how does that change the dynamic of existence? Well, how does that make you think about anything, Maxwell?
If it's true, then yeah, I don't know. You just gotta have to question everything, I guess.
Well, you should be questioning anything anyway. I mean, real science is skepticism of everything. But yeah, no, just the implications I think would be pretty extreme. I think with all of the flat earthers out there, they're usually, again, I don't want to fall for the hasty generalization fallacy. I'm not saying all of them, but a certain percentage of the flat earthers out there, they're maintaining that one of the reasons for the conspiracy is to hide more land and resources, and therefore definitely painting NASA and government entities that cover up this flat Earth conspiracy. They're painting them as the bad guys, but if they're the good guys, then what? That's something I don't really see discussed at all with flat Earth theory. And this is MindShock, where we discuss everything. So obviously, we're talking about theories stacked on top of theories because this is all theoretical.
Yeah.
And it's not that simple, of course. Even if they are the good guys, that doesn't, in the instance of why the flat Earth conspiracy was perpetrated, that doesn't mean they're good guys. I mean, they could still be corrupt. Like the emperors of Rome might still want to look out for Rome and its citizens to a certain degree, or at least to the degree of against other enemies, because they don't want Rome to fall, because then they leave, then they're not in power anymore. So it's in their best interest for Rome to remain in power for themselves. So if they're invaded and conquered by other peoples, that's not good for them. So there's a certain interest, common interest there, where the common man wants to preserve their existence, and also the rulers want to be able to be rulers and preserve their existence. So against external threats, which I guess we could have a parallel here. So with Project Bluebeam, are you familiar with Project Bluebeam, Maxwell?
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I like that one.
So, and the Great Deception, some people believe, some of the extreme conspiracy theorists, and when I use the word extreme, I am not saying what they are claiming is not true. I'm just saying what they are claiming is deviating quite far from most people's norms, so their normalcy biases will get triggered hardcore, which will trigger their cognitive dissonance in turn very hardcore. I guess I should label this as a trigger warning. If the Bible depicts the Great Deception as Project Bluebeam and so called enemies of mankind perpetrating a deception where a faked alien invasion or a hoaxed alien invasion would be a means to unleash a one world government or a new world order of sorts against a non-existent threat, and they're using Project Bluebeam to fake UFOs and possibly fake an entire alien invasion where they could be faking the destruction of cities or whatever they're doing. Who knows? They might destroy some real ones, fake some, I don't know. But some people believe that's what the Bible is referring to in the end of days and the Great Deception. What do you think about that theory, Maxwell?
Uh, I missed the theory, the last part.
The Great Deception is basically the enemies of mankind staging a faked alien invasion as a means to roll out one world government.
Oh yeah, yeah, I've heard that before. That's yeah, that was a pretty cool one too.
Some people believe that's what the Bible is referring to
Oh, no kidding.
with the Great Deception or the Grand Deception. Yes, that's what the point I just made 4 times in a row.
The Great Deception. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've heard of that, like referring to alien invasion.
I mean, there's a lot of little snippets in the Bible that really make you think. Believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. I mean, they're telling you not even to believe what you see. Why is that? Because of faked and staged events that could be unfolding? I mean, the Bible is definitely a conspiracy theorist handbook in certain ways where you could pick a lot of stuff out of the Bible that's quite disturbing, especially when you parallel it to the events that are going on in the world today with Mystery Babylon, the Whore of Babylon, and the parallels to America and American society and world events going on. And all these things for the biblical scholars and the conspiracy scholars who are trying to figure all this stuff out. It's very mind-shocking, to say the least. But circling back to the original point of this podcast, none of this, not to fall for black and white fallacies, because none of these theories are really mutually exclusive. All of this stuff could be going on, but I'm just pointing out that maybe, just maybe, the original perpetrators of a flat earth conspiracy, if there is one, might have been doing so for our best interest. And some might find that blasphemous, right? Because they're like, wait, are you supporting the New World Order? Are you supporting the Illuminati? Not at all. If they exist, I'm not doing that at all. I'm just postulating that there might have been good intentions. And of course, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So I'm not saying that even really means anything. I'm just saying the truth is not afraid of investigation. So if that really is the truth, then should it be known or should it not be known?
Yeah, good point.
I wonder what some devout Orthodox Christians or religious people would think of conversation like this. Because there is a small contingent that are actually flat earthers, because the Bible states that the earth is immovable and it conforms more or less to flat earth theory.
That's cool.
But I wouldn't say that's the majority of Christians. I would say the majority of Christians would say that flat earth is nonsense. But it's strange. It's a very triggering topic, which I find quite amusing, because why would people be so triggered by it? I mean, it's weird. You still gotta get up and go to work in the
That
morning.
got me curious. That got me curious if Jesus was like the Son of God, and God knows everything. Like, doesn't God want to let His Son know that back then at least, that the Earth was round or flat? Like, and
But if it was common knowledge that it was flat, like some people say that basically they all believed it was flat, and motionless, so it wasn't a secret or anything back then. If it's true,
so if He really is the Son of God and God exists, and so that would mean that the Earth is flat. If it's a common knowledge thing.
I believe so. Or it was so irrelevant that it has nothing to do with anything, because other people. I mean,
because back then they didn't even believe in other worlds or planets.
I seen this. Well, they believed in heavenly bodies or celestial bodies, but anyway, or wandering stars, if that's what the planets are. But yeah, there's a similar argument in heliocentrism, and in flat Earth. There are heliocentrists that believe that NASA is a complete waste of time and exploring other planets is a complete waste of time, because there's people suffering on Earth. I mean, there's children starving all over the world, and all of the billions of dollars being funneled into space programs that could cure most, if not all, of the suffering in the world. Like, if not a single dollar was ever spent on space programs, how much suffering would have been removed from the world?
True, but I'm guessing NASA would argue about interplanetary, what do you call that?
Colonization?
Population, yeah, colonization, yeah.
Well, what about it?
To survive the human species. They would justify it with that.
Yeah, but there's no proof of that.
I know, but what I'm saying is that.
But hold on, Maxwell, hold on. There's no proof it can ever even be done. Like,
I'm not arguing for them. I'm just saying that's what they would argue.
Yeah, but what kind of an argument is that? Is because
I don't know. Ask them. It's not me that's arguing it.
All right, well, I'm speaking in general right now. I'm not attacking you, Maxwell.
Yeah.
I'm saying, what kind of an argument is it? Because if you feed a child today, they survive. That is a fact. If you put that money to helping people, the money is not theoretical. The suffering people are not theoretical. That's all fact. What's theoretical is the possibility that another planet could even be colonized. And the flat earthers argue there's no such thing as planets. So obvious, but the flat earthers, they also make an argument that certain flat earthers, who cares that the earth is flat because there's people suffering. So all efforts and energy should be kind of funneled into making the world a better place instead of arguing over flat versus round. Although there's a slight counterpoint against that, because if you're arguing for scientific truth and there is a vast conspiracy, exposing the conspiracy can make all of the other conspiracies crumble. Which other conspiracies, Monsanto and all of these things that are making food bad or contaminated medicine or pharmaceutical companies taking advantage of people. Once that power structure gets crumbled, the world will be a better place. So exposing a grand conspiracy that also exposes the sub-conspiracies, that's a good thing. So you could argue against that to a certain degree. But the NASA argument or the space colonization argument, it's a little bit strange because it's built on so many presuppositions and assumptions and unproven theories where if that money was also put into not just alleviating the suffering on Earth, but preserving Earth, why would there be a need for colonization?
I don't know.
If that money was put into against pollution and contamination of the environment, that's a lot of money. I mean, NASA alone gets what, $40 to $60 million a day? So they've gotten tens of billions of dollars throughout history or whatever it was, however many billions, and all of the other space agencies in the world. It seems kind of strange to justify that. I don't know. Because there's plenty of heliocentrists who think that flat Earth is the stupidest thing ever, that just they're against all of this spending or any spending at all, even a single dollar on NASA, because they believe that money should be spent on helping people on Earth. You have no thoughts on that, Maxwell?
I'm good.
Maxwell Army. All right, well, we hope you enjoyed another episode of the MindShock podcast, giving you some interesting things to ponder that you might not have thought about previously. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Any thoughts, comments, suggestions, theories, rebuttals, insults, leave them in the comment section. You can like our Facebook page. Check us out. Reddit, Twitter, Patreon, Facebook. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Maxwell Powers.
We'll catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock. This is Bruce McGuire. Just a few quick notes on the fundamental flaw that is present in flat Earth versus globe Earth debate. And this is something nobody's really talking about, and it's such a fundamental flaw, I thought it needed to be pointed out. Once again, if you like the MindShock podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, and make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. Make sure you like and follow our Facebook page. Some exclusive content will be posted only on Facebook. And check us out, Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. And patrons do get priority in request. Okay, so some quick flat Earth talk for amusement and logical purposes. So the fundamental flaw is this. It seems like neither side can understand this, or at least doesn't make that known in any kind of flat Earth debate. If the Earth is a globe, the optics of what we see and how is obviously how it would behave on a globe. However, if we're on a flat plane, then what we're seeing is obviously the way it would look like on a flat plane. So when we're talking about perspective or standing on top of a mountain watching the sun, without falling for any fallacies, because it seems both sides do this whole circular reasoning fallacy, appeal to incredulity, denying the antecedent, and the circular reasoning really is the problem, because you're just being dogmatic and religious if you think your position is true and not re-examining it. Now, again, I'm not saying either side is true, and I've actually been asked to debate on the globe earther side to do it logically and properly, because it seems like most, at least what's been posted online, has not really been any kind of logical discussion on either side. And as I've pointed out, quite amusingly, the flat earthers come off more logical than the globe earthers in just about every debate I've seen. Obviously, it doesn't make them right in any way. It's just funny. The process is funny. However, this fundamental flaw, without assuming and taking on faith that the model that one is indoctrinated into, whether it's globe earth or through religion or other means, flat earth, they become brainwashed or indoctrinated into flat earth belief. I'm not talking about the people that are out there doing experiments that think the world is flat and they can so-called prove it. Excluding those people, the people that are kind of religious in their methodology of accepting flat earth, either due to the Bible or certain, we could call them prophets they found online. Now, they might be telling the truth. Again, I'm not saying some of these people online professing flat earth are wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm saying to take it on faith and believe their words is not scientific or logical. Just like it's not scientific or logical to take the scientism position. Let's talk real science, real logic. So this fundamental flaw, if we're on a flat plane and we're on a mountain, however we see the sun behave or objects in the distant horizon, that's how it behaves on a flat plane. If we're on a sphere or spherical object, a globular object, then whatever you see in the distance, that's how it would behave on a sphere. So to kind of twist and basically create the laws of physics and to just build up the basics of optics and human optics around whatever model, if the opposite model is true, then it's kind of amusing that people are using the physics of what it wouldn't look like to prove what it does look like. So let me break that down again. This is such a fundamental flaw, and I'm not sure why people aren't grasping this and debating with this in mind. If whatever it looks like, you're on a mountain, you see what you see. Let's call that X variable. So the X variable of optics. Okay, if we're on a flat plane, those optics, X represents what it would actually look like on a flat plane. However, if there is some kind of grand conspiracy and cover-up, all of science would proclaim, or even if there isn't, all of science, either through denying the antecedent, black and white fallacies, all these other fallacies, X variable, if X variable is used to represent a spherical model, then you're using that X variable to prove the sphere if the X variable actually represents the reality of a flat plane. So then you have all of the globe believers arguing using X variable as proof when it's actually proof of the opposite. Just think about that for a moment. Because, of course, condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance. And the truth is not afraid of investigation. So in analyzing these claims, you have to keep that in mind. Now, conversely, if we're on a globe, when you go to the top of a mountain and you see what you see, that X variable of human optics represents a sphere. So in that case, a flat earther trying to use the X variable to prove the plane, when that X variable is representative of the sphere, same problem. Same problem on both sides. This fundamental flaw cannot be overlooked. And you can it's similarly related to all of these fallacies. I just wanted to break it down in that way so it's easy to understand. And as a funny experiment, it would be interesting to bring on a logical flat earther or a logical globe earther to have a debate. I suppose I could be the moderator, or I could play one or both roles. And then here's the thing. If someone is logical, we're talking about process here. We're not talking about ultimate truth. Because anybody can pick almost anything if it's a 50-50, not to fall into black and white fallacies. But people, for example, if there's a presidential election and there's only two candidates, if someone randomly just picks one and they happen to be right, that doesn't mean they came to that conclusion via logic or science or anything, or they just listened to what people said, they bought into propaganda, whatever. That's not representative of actual truth. So in this debate, it's funny because even if the globe heliocentric model is true, it seems like everybody believes it for religious, meaning scientismic purposes. They bought what the priests peddled. They don't believe the true model, if the true model is the heliocentric globe. They don't believe it by actual science, and they haven't come to it by logic or reason in any fashion, as is continually proved with all these debates posted online. Now, similarly, the flat earthers, this is what I disagree with people like Eddie Bravo, who says once you go flat, there's no coming back from flat earth. Now, that's not scientific. That's anti-scientific, because you don't know. The truth is always unknown, and there's always more variables than one even knows about. The unknown unknowns, which can cause something to appear one way without it actually being that way. Now, if the earth is flat, that's fine, but the viewpoint of saying you don't go back. Now, I guess you can fine-tune that. You don't go back to blindly believing the globe. If he said that, that's fine, because if the true model is the heliocentric globe, if you become a flat earther, and then you use science, logic, and reason, and then if you do examine everything using logic and reason and find that it is a heliocentric globe, then you didn't go back to blind belief. You're now using logic and reason. So I guess if you fine-tune it like that, it's fine. However, so yeah, it would be interesting to do a logical debate as an experiment where either, I guess I could play the role of a globe earther and argue logically, and then swap places with someone else and play the role of a flat earther and argue logically. So both sides would argue the other side with logic and reason in mind, without falling for fallacies, presupposition, and all this blind faith and religion, either using the Bible or using scientism to prove your point of view. So that would be an interesting experiment. And I think that's one thing that's missing. Everybody is so thoroughly indoctrinated, or they just have this blind faith in their model, not just with flat earth, with any kind of debate. I mean, you could use political debates. They can't logically argue the opposite side. And because they can't logically argue the opposite side, they can't see basically their own blindness in terms of objectively and scientifically looking at something, because science doesn't pick a side. I mean, this is kind of touted with climate change or whatever. Oh, science says this. No, it doesn't. Once again, science is a hammer like a tool. There is a methodology on how to use the tool. Trusting that humans have used that methodology and they know all of the variables and have accounted for them, that's blind faith in priests, known as scientism. That's not real science. So, and again, not to say that, I'm not saying any of this is wrong or right. I'm just discussing the methodology in getting to a conclusion, and is that conclusion held logically? Because in most cases, it's not, regardless of what we're talking about. We're talking flat earth conspiracy, other conspiracies. People can't logically argue the other side, and that's the problem. If they could argue logically the other side, we would have much more interesting debates, and we could actually move forward, and people would become smarter, and a lot of humanity would have less problems than are present today because of all this blinding ignorance. I mean, people can't even separate facts from opinions anymore. And they just have such religious belief in their side, and they deny that it's religious, and they pretend it's scientific without even knowing the definition of science. So, yes, this big, big fundamental flaw. Hope more people start talking about it now, and we see less fallacies, regardless of which side is arguing what. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. And any questions, comments, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, leave them in the comments section. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is a special episode brought forth for the holiday season in defense of science and logic. Logic and reason are the very reason this MINDSHOCK podcast exists, and there is not much of that in the mainstream. Again, MINDSHOCK is not about taking sides in any issue.
Whether the issues examined are conspiratorial, paranormal, or true crime cases. It's not about taking sides. Usually that's done dogmatically in a faith-based fashion by both sides of anything. But I am your host, Bruce McGuire, and I will guide you guys through a dissection of everything wrong with mainstream media coverage on any issue, in this case, the flat earth. And the flat earthers might be a little bit mad at me for this one. I'm not taking sides here. I'm not a flat earther. They have not met the burden of proof. If they have, and there is evidence that the earth is flat, feel free to forward it my way. If anyone knows the MINDSHOCK podcast, we will examine everything neutrally and objectively, aka scientifically, without presupposing, without blind faith or religious fervor in defense of some kind of popular or mainstream ideology. And of course, we know from history how often the mainstream or official position is true, and the answer is not very often. Obviously, that does not mean the earth is flat in any way, and I am not asserting that in any way. If anything, I'm gonna try to remain neutral, objective, and scientific, but I'm not going to assume the earth is flat or not flat. I will say there's a decent amount of evidence for the heliocentric model. For some reason, no one ever brings it up, and all these flat earthers end up winning these logical scientific debates, even if wrong, which in its own way is quite hilarious, and one of the main reasons MINDSHOCK covers the flat earth topic, although it is kind of a taboo topic. Today we will examine Anthony Cumia's show and David Weiss, the flat earthers on it. I'm going to dissect this interview and discussion once again, exposing the logical fallaciousness that permeates just about every mainstream position, regardless of right or wrong. Everybody always gets caught up and obsessed with just picking a side and defending a side. Why? Why not put logic and reason first? Why not be objective and neutral? If anything, it will expand and educate an individual in using logic and making an argument using reason and not fallacies. Regardless of right or wrong, again, isn't most people would probably be happy to learn and improve their cognitive abilities, argumentation skills, and even learn about science, logic, and reason. So this triggering at Flat Earth, this emotional triggering, like children are being told there's no Santa Claus, it's really bizarre, but hilarious in its own way. So that's what we'll be doing today on the MINDSHOCK podcast. Cumia versus Weiss. Once again, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, theories, suggestions, leave them in the comments section. You could also check us out on Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case requests and topic requests. You could also request the podcasters you want on the MINDSHOCK episode you are requesting. And also make sure you subscribe and follow our Facebook page for exclusive updates that won't be posted anywhere else. So, let's get into it.
Yeah, I think it's all a work. I think it's like there are a few things that a troll. I think it's all been a troll. It started as a troll. Maybe some mental patients believe it, but they got to be very few and far between. I think there's some websites and people on YouTube that are making money. They're getting a lot of hits. They're making money, so they're like, yeah, flat fucking earth, motherfucker.
Wait, so, okay, right off the bat, he's appealing to the incredulity fallacy, just absolute insanity. If you make money off of something, that means your position is false. So NASA's raking in close to $60 million a day. So that means they're lying more than some broke flat earthers making YouTube videos? Again, these goofballs don't realize this, but they're going to push more people to flat earth. That's why this is so... If the heliocentric model is true, then people like Anthony Cumia and all these goofballs, all these mainstream goofballs who don't understand logic, science in any way, they are going to create more flat earthers. And once again, due to their extreme Dunning-Kruger, where they don't even realize the level of their incomprehension and the fact that their mental ability is nowhere near where they think it is, that's going to cause more flat earthers. Again, hopefully the flat earthers aren't too mad at me. I'm not saying it's a bad thing necessarily, but religious, faith-based flat earthers, it might be. So these people, in their airheadedness, in not understanding even basic logic, they're going to create more flat earthers. We're continuing examining that. So once again, how silly is it to think that someone's making money, therefore they are false? Therefore everything they believe in is false. So if somebody writes a math book and they're making money off their book, that means 1 + 1 is no longer 2 because they're making money. I don't, like, how does even, I mean, even a kindergartner could probably realize this is not logical in any way.
Give a shit.
Yeah.
Sell anything.
Is he the guy that's like the truther behind it? Like the.
Oh, there's a few guys. There's this Mark Sargent guy who was on that Behind the Curve documentary.
Yeah.
And then there's a few of them that love the attention. They love that they are the go-to guy.
Mm-hmm.
People go, oh, can I get a picture with you?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're the flat Earth guy. It's your life now.
Mm-hmm.
So you're never gonna say it's not flat.
Okay, so interesting point there. So if you're Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye the Science Guy, all of these figures that peddle the heliocentric model, once again, I'm not saying that as if they're wrong. I mean, even very unintelligent people who don't understand logic at all, they obviously could be on the correct side of a model of reality. The problem is the way they're going about it. If you guys are listening to this podcast, you probably heard Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye speak on the flat earth topic, and they bring up the most asinine, illogical defenses of the heliocentric model. That's going to turn more people to flat earth. This has to be done, again, scientifically, using logic and reason, not faith-based, fallacious reasoning, which is all these guys put forward. So again, because if Neil deGrasse Tyson or Bill Nye, they're getting the attention, so they're never going to come out and say it's not a globe, right? So Anthony Cumia, I'm not really that familiar with him, and he's from the Opie and Anthony show, which was very popular. I did not listen to it. So I don't really know why this guy is famous. He does not seem to understand even basic logic and reason. He was on the Joe Rogan podcast. That was a little bit difficult to listen to because his incomprehension is so extreme. He doesn't really seem to ever be able to have a conversation where he's open to learning anything about anything. Again, we have cognitive dissonance. We have serious ego issues in a lot of these media personalities where they can never be wrong about anything, so they have to defend their position, and they do so dogmatically and in a faith-based religious fashion, the exact opposite of science, and they don't even realize it, and their Dunning-Kruger is so extreme they can't do anything about it. So all we can do is analyze objectively from the sidelines and point out their silliness. But once again, this guy using arguments that he's using, they're going to cause more flat earthers. Like, these goofballs don't understand basic science, logic, or reason in any way. At least they have not demonstrated that here. So that's a huge problem, and I don't think they realize it. And it's almost like, has people just not learned from Donald Trump's election? There's a reason he got elected. It's regardless of right or wrong, it's a pushback to this kind of egotistical, pompous, self-entitled, condescending, patronizing nature of all of these media personalities who just assume they're right. They presuppose everything, they defend it with faith. They don't have a clue about basic logic or reason. And that's the reason there's pushback on the other side, which is also dangerous, because people should be concerned with right or wrong, not simply going against some of these pompous airheads just for the sake of going against them. Which, again, I wouldn't trust anything these people say, but it doesn't mean they're wrong necessarily about a position they pick. I mean, in any issue, I mean, it's almost 50-50, regardless of which issue you pick, right? If you're going to pick a side, regardless of whether you're doing it with information or not. So, anyway, this does remind me of a quote from Upton Sinclair. It is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding it. Now, that's a very, very deep quote because, again, without falling to presuppositions, circular reasoning, fallacies, all this nonsense, because if we're being objective, neutral, scientific, if the earth is flat, none of these people will ever admit it. As he pointed out, some of these hardcore flat earthers that defend their position religiously, they're not going to admit it's not flat if it's not flat. But the same goes, and even to a greater extent, because all of these other people have even more invested. And trillion and billion dollar institutions are all built around this. The theory of relativity, which again Runzikow debunked quite thoroughly. If you haven't checked out his debunking, again that's just a brief tie-in with this topic, because obviously physics has been politicized for at least the past 100 years or so, and there is corruption in physics, and there's a lot of problems in politicized science. And anyone denying that simply has not read history. Again, that doesn't mean any one position is wrong or false. That just means pretending that if an institution says something, once again, appealing to authority, which is a logic fallacy, pretending that because an institution or an individual, a so-called expert, has a certain position, that position must be true, and then believing it on faith. That's religion. That's not science. So, again, Kumia is actually correct that someone invested in making a ton of money, they're not going to admit the opposite. So they're kind of tied to their belief system. I don't think he realizes it, but he's actually arguing for flat Earth being true if you're going to compare who has how much invested.
I believe in that guy has a book too, like the guy. They all seem to have fucking books, self-published. Nothing. They did a thing with Sherrod. Everything's self-published now.
Okay, again, someone self-publishes a book, that means they're wrong. What is with these, it's fallacy after fallacy. I mean, these guys are just, again, they might be entertaining to some people. It's kind of weird how they're choosing to talk about something where they don't have a clue and they have nothing but faith and fallacies to defend their position. Again, it doesn't mean their position is wrong. Clear distinction there. The problem is they're just like little children who don't understand anything that just believe something because their parent told them. And then they're going to argue emotionally for it because again, cognitive dissonance, their belief system, they're not mentally strong enough or intelligent enough to critically assess their belief system, whether or not it has any validity. Again, doesn't mean they're wrong in any way. It's just they probably shouldn't be talking about it because they're giving more ammunition to the flat earthers and they don't realize it. They're going to cause more flat earthers to exist. So if they're that triggered, they probably shouldn't even speak on this subject because they're just making the heliocentric side look so bad. And that's a big problem. And I know I've teased it in the past. I do have some logical defenses for the heliocentric model. Again, I'm not saying it's true, but I have some defenses for it that, again, will stand up to logical scrutiny and reason, but none of these people do. And all of these mainstream personalities kind of appealing to incredulity and all these ad hominem attacks and fallacies, instead of attacking the flat earth argument, the actual scientific principles and laws being discussed, the actual experiments and whether or not they are valid and whether or not they prove what they attempt to prove, both on the flat earth side and the heliocentric globe side, they're not doing that. They're talking about, oh, they self-published a book. There's a lot of scientists who self-publish with legitimate experiments that back up the mainstream side. So according to them, that'd be okay, right? As long as their belief matches in the popular belief. Again, appeal to popularity fallacy doesn't mean it's true, but again, I mean, this might be a little bit longer video because it's just every point that they make is just so fallacious.
So I did race wars with Sherrod and he had him on there, and I said, oh shit, I was like, okay, let's say you're right. What difference does it make? Oh, that's a great tack to take. I go, yeah, okay, you're right. Now what? And so what he was trying to explain is...
I don't quite understand that either. I mean, science is about the pursuit of truth, not saying the truth doesn't matter. I mean, if the truth didn't matter, there'd be no science, because who cares? Let's say whatever anybody's right about anything, who cares? That's their position. This is silly beyond belief. This is mind-shocking.
That if this is not wrong, if they're lying about this, then it corrupts everything. And I go, that's what I was saying. True. It's right.
So, again, I don't really understand their argument. It's like if some kind of church minister, rabbi, whatever, if they're wrong about one thing, everybody's going to question the rest of the doctrine. Again, I mean, this seems kind of anecdotal. Yeah, you could. But again, science is neutral and objective. The burden of proof is always on the one making the claim. So just because a person of perceived authority makes claim ABC, that doesn't mean their claim XYZ is false, even if ABC is false. I don't know what these guys are going on about. They're just not at a very high-functioning mental level.
Oh, look, the Kennedy thing, we didn't know that until now. It didn't destroy space.
Well, actually, a lot of the crazy conspiracy theorists did know that there was more than meets the eye to the Kennedy assassination. And there are still some deniers, the coincidence theorists. So again, the conspiracy theorists have come out on top in all of these other conspiracies. And of course, these guys are going to pretend that never happened. It's just, it does not penetrate. It just does not penetrate their brain. They do not process logic very well. These are not good ambassadors for the heliocentric model. They're doing more harm than good. And what's hilarious is they have no clue about it.
If
If you believe this conspiracy theory, you believe every conspiracy theory if you believe it.
Again, absolutely fallacious. I mean, this is just such extreme, hasty generalization, attributing parts to a whole. If you're going to use all conspiracy theories must be true because one is true, or everyone must believe it because they believe part of it. I mean, they're just stacking fallacies to such a mind-shocking amount. That's why I needed to do this episode, because it's very difficult to find people making an argument or a position using this many fallacies in such rapid succession. And of course, adding just the hilarious effect that they're going to create more flat earthers because they don't realize that they're such goofballs when discussing anything relating to science, logic, reason. They should not be doing it until they at least reach a very, very basic understanding.
And they do. Like that's what I...
Again, do they really? Every single flat earther believes every single conspiracy? They believe Elvis is still alive? They believe in Bigfoot. I mean, you have all the level of silliness that this has reached. I mean, really, I kind of feel bad saying that they're not on a 4-year-old level, but I think there probably are 4-year-olds out there that are more high functioning.
Figured out in the time I've been checking this out, which, like I said, it's hilarious. I look at both sides. I look at the staunch flat earthers that, like, there's no fucking telling them any different. And they have their...
Kind of like the staunch heliocentric globe believers that there's no telling anything, like this guy.
theories.
And like the Truman Show is part of like the canon of it. You know?
Right. That,
and at the end of it,
they even go with the dome.
Yeah.
They even go with the dome, which totally, to me, throws the whole thing out of whack. Like a flat Earth or something, maybe. I don't know. And even that, no, not maybe. I'm not saying maybe, but some people say maybe.
Wait, so he's admitting he's not scientific or logical? He's basically admitting that he's presupposing, engaging in circular reasoning fallacies, and is so indoctrinated into a faith-based religious system that he's not willing to even consider something else being true. I mean, can you get any more anti-science than that? He's not willing to... Again, these are probably the worst guys to defend the heliocentric model or to try to poke holes in the flat earth theory because they just don't have a single clue.
I am so not even willing to entertain this bullshit. But then you put a dome on...
And yet he's doing a whole podcast on it if he's not willing to entertain it. That's a little bit strange.
At the top of it? Who did that? You know what kind of a contract that is?
Well, again, now he's assuming that people built the dome. Again, if you don't know, he's going to just, again, appeal to incredulity and just stack fallacies, just one on top of the other, presupposition after presupposition about something he doesn't even have a clue about. Again, this is one of the biggest problems. These guys do not understand either side of this argument. They should just simply not be talking about it, but I'm glad they did because this is just a great lesson in logical thinking and science for people that don't know. And it is quite hilarious. He was right about that. This whole thing is extremely hilarious, but there's also plenty to learn from it. Now, with the dome argument, it does seem kind of silly, doesn't it? But here's the thing, again, if you're being scientific, if you're employing logic and reason, you're not going to presuppose there isn't a dome. You're not going to presuppose there is. You're not going to engage in circular reasoning fallacies in saying that there is and that's because of this, or that there's not and therefore this. If the theory is true, and if there is a dome, then it's not about there isn't, it's about how would there be. Now, he's assuming a contract was put out. What if we're living in a simulation? What if this is all a holographic reality and it was all programmed? It didn't necessarily have to be built. It was programmed into a code and projected somehow. Again, I mean, we'd have to be ants trying to figure out how humans are building a skyscraper. It's not, why is he assuming that if his mental capability, which is, again, quite low even for humans, but even if he was the smartest human in the world, Why is he assuming that in order for something to be true, his feeble mind has to understand it in order for it to be true? And if he can't understand it, therefore it's not true. Can you exhibit any more hubris or ego? I mean, can you be any more of a slave to your ego and so blinded by ego and hubris that you can't even understand what an unknown variable is? You can't even comprehend that your ability to comprehend might not be at the level you think it is, and therefore you cannot solve the equation? Like, if he doesn't do math and you give him some of the most advanced math equations in the world, is he going to be able to solve it? If he can't solve it, does that mean it's unsolvable? Does that mean it's wrong? Does that mean that math is false? Again, his silliness is it's so extreme here. It's just funny.
I thought the materials alone, to keep that a secret, to keep a dome a secret, I can't keep my windshield clean on a brand new fucking car.
Now, I don't doubt that, Mr. Anthony Cumia. I don't doubt that. But there are people who can keep their windshields clean. That doesn't mean that a windshield can't be kept clean just because he's too incompetent to keep his clean, or too lazy, or too whatever the reason is. Again, the logical fallacy stack is so high. I mean, this guy is funny.
Who's washing the dome?
It's all just a big conspiracy by Big Globe.
Big Globe.
Yeah.
Right. The globalists. Literally globalists.
Right.
I have one of those
snow domes.
I have that whole ring security thing. Yeah. So if you have it, every time somebody steals a package, they post it. Oh yeah. There's always people going, nothing's gonna happen. So they just caught this guy who was stealing Amazon packages, because they just kept posting it and posting, and they show him, there's a video of him, the cops going to get him.
How do you not know that's a ring camera?
I know, they're everywhere now. They don't care. Like, walk up backwards. I'm posting some people pull a hoodie over their face, and then it's conspiracy.
You walk up to him, man.
Yeah, I had a guy, I saw this guy, he was on my block, and he took packages, and I knew the house, and I was like, oh shit. You know Charles?
I don't think their attention span is too far beyond 4-year-olds either. I mean, I'm not sure what the Amazon doorbell or whatever, people stealing Amazon packages and doorbell security cameras catching them. I mean, I don't know how that's related, but...
You go, what? Give me the fucking package. Yeah, give me the package, asshole.
Get your ring camera right here.
I get that shit, too.
100-pound ring camera.
Oh, there's been activity in your area. I'm like, oh, shit. So I look, it's like, it's closer to Mineola. Yeah.
It's kind of sad. I do not want to look up these guys' real ages because it's probably going to be depressing to any adult human, or even a child who understands logic.
Yeah, the Citizen app.
What's that?
Citizen, it tells you the 911 activity in your area.
Oh, really?
Oh, dude, like, man swinging at traffic, like feces thrown on 34th Street.
I feel like I derailed this whole flat. My point was, if they can catch an Amazon dude, how do you keep a dome? How do you keep a dome secret?
Well, what if, again... saying that something can't be kept secret, therefore it's not true? I mean, what about all the unknown conspiracies that are actually true that we don't know about right now? Or, I mean, obviously there are at least a couple, if not a whole lot. So these guys are gauging on how something's kept secret. Once again, comparing against themselves. If they're too incompetent or mentally weak to keep a secret, they're going to pretend everybody else is. And then, of course, if this theory is true, was it really kept a secret? I mean, you had Operation Fishbowl. They were firing high-powered weapons to try to break through the dome or the firmament, whatever, allegedly. That's, again, if they were doing that, how would we know? I mean, we have some documentation, but, again, obviously there's nothing to do with we could be living on a heliocentric globe, and there could be a dome surrounding the heliocentric globe. That doesn't mean there's no dome. Again, these black and white fallacies, these guys have managed to stack the most amount of fallacies in the least amount of time I have ever seen. I mean, this is impressive stuff.
There's never been any pictures of the edge of the fucking thing.
Again, okay, oh man, this is a huge problem. This is why you should understand what you're arguing against, because then you end up looking like a complete buffoon, like these guys, like Anthony Cumia, because, again... nothing to do with flat Earth being true. But if it is, their argument is that the ice shelf of Antarctica itself is the edge. And there are countless photos and videos of it. So that's their position, whether right or wrong. So he's pretending there's no photos or videos or proof of the ice shelf. There is. Obviously doesn't mean the earth is flat, but again, his lack of understanding is just it's mind-shocking.
The edge of the earth.
Well, NASA has to be in on it, right?
NASA's lying. They have no actual evidence that NASA has lied.
Again, okay, yeah, this is rough. This is like a 4-year-old. Someone said something bad about his mom or dad, and he's just going to take that position. It's like, there's no evidence they lied. Well, again, basic science. The burden of proof is on the one making the claim. It's not up to you to prove someone else is lying, although you could do that, and they did do that with NASA. I mean, there's a lot of fake footage. I mean, there's fake footage that's been exposed. I mean, even people think Joe Rogan's a shill. Even he, they were playing some footage where I guess they were doing tests or something, and they were passing them off as real spacewalks and things like that. So there's plenty of proof that they lie about a lot of things. Again, nothing really, I mean, that's not going to prove the earth is flat or a heliocentric globe in any way, but it's all of this just fallacious reasoning to defend his faith-based ideology is just, it's mind-shockingly hilarious. I mean, that's all that really could be said here.
But they just say things, and that's what their whole thing is based on. Just saying shit. Like gravity doesn't exist.
Well, again, the burden of proof is on the one making the claim, and I don't think he understands the gravity doesn't exist argument. Why does gravity exist? Even so-called scientism doesn't have an explanation. Neil deGrasse Tyson said they don't know what it is. So they're assuming, they're making theories that it's because of mass attracting mass, which there is no proof of. The effect of gravity, I guess there are deniers of that as well, but now he's committing black and white fallacies. He's doing hasty generalizations. He's grouping parts to a whole. He's just going crazy with fallacy on top of fallacies. There's a whole bunch of different flat earthers. Yes, some of them don't believe in any kind of forces. Other flat earthers believe in electromagnetism, the electromagnetic force of the earth. Again, globe or flat. It's something completely different, and he has no clue about any of these things. I mean, he's operating with basically just sheer ignorance and just assuming, again, based on his religious faith and defending his position religiously while pretending he's on the side of science. It's hilarious.
It's not a real thing. That's what they say. And then you go, well, why? It's...
And he just lifted up his whatever on his desk and he let it come down. Again, if he really has looked into flat Earth, their position, again, buoyancy, density, if something is more dense in the air, it will go down. Reasonable position to have, right? Helium balloons go up. Again, how does that prove that mass attracts mass by virtue alone? Again, this guy's completely clueless. It's hilarious. He doesn't even understand either model. He doesn't even understand his own model that he's religiously defending. It's funny.
Something.
He climbed.
Oh, really? That's good. He'll just say that, and I'm supposed to go, oh, okay. Oh, really? There's no argument. Oh, really? Isn't it?
Well, he's the one saying, oh, really, to everything. So again, I guess that's just some psychological projection there. Or he's just, if he really has looked into it or done any research, he hasn't found that explanation. All he's found is, oh, really responses. So he's found the dumbest of the dumb flat earthers, and he's pretending that their model is, I mean, you could do that with people that believe in the heliocentric globe. If we're using these guys as a metric, nobody's going to believe in the heliocentric model with these goofballs representing it. It's weird.
Argument. You're going to believe that? Shame on you. These are arguments. They're statements.
A big part of their thing is supposedly if you look at maps, then nothing ever comes. Is it west across Antarctica?
Oh, really? Is that?
Yeah, that if it was because they say it's a disc instead of a sphere. Yeah, and that it has to go like that. But it's quickly debunked by.
I have the one question.
By what? He didn't finish his statement. What debunks that?
I've brought this up so many times. I was ready, and I still am. I think at some point I'm just going to bring a check in. I'm going to bring one of my checks in and leave the name blank and make it out for $1 million. I swear to you, I'm just going to present this. I will give anyone $1 million. I have it. I really do have $1 million.
Well, that says a lot about America. I mean, if people of a 4-year-old mental capacity can make millions, America must be a pretty good country. Although I guess some people would argue that it's a very bad thing.
That I could give away. You couldn't did this with 50 grand. Probably could have, but it's more of an impact. Let's be honest.
Really is
You can
cool.
do it for 5 grand. Actually,
Really is cool.
Again, punch up the flat Earth map. Flat Earther map.
You can, like, if they hit the dome, is that what it is?
Well, I don't believe there is an official flat Earth map. So he's having bring up a map which he's attributing to, I guess, all flat earthers believe in this map. When, again, I mean, these black and white fallacies know no ends here.
That fucking no, this is so easy. This isn't even a big involved thing. This is an easy $1 million. If your whole theory on the flat Earth is right, you are walking away with $1 million.
Alex Jones's crazy ass put it out there that he'll fuel the trip for somebody to
Go to the edge.
to go west until they hit something.
Hit something.
And Eddie Bravo was like,
Yeah.
"But you're going to think you're going west, but actually GPS is curving you up."
They all have that bullshit.
There's always...
Here's the flat Earth map. This is the one that's widely accepted by all the flat earthers, and it has to be.
Widely accepted by all the flat earthers? There's a ton of flat earthers who don't accept any map as legitimate because, again, how can you have a legitimate map with sources you don't trust? Because if the conspiracy is true and they believe it, it's kind of like, again, if you're having a debate, atheist versus Christian fundamentalist, if the Christian fundamentalist is trying to prove something by citing to the Bible, well, the atheist doesn't believe in the Bible, nor should he. In a truly scientific debate, you're not going to already accept that the Bible is the word of God and it's divine truth. I mean, it might be, but you're not just going to presuppose, you're not going to assume. That's not scientific. So just the fallacy stack here is just astonishing.
Because there needs to be something to keep people from seeing the edge of the world. We've been here for what? Human beings on this planet for
Well, again, isn't the edge of the world simply Antarctica? So if the flat Earth theory is true and Antarctica encircles the Earth, you are seeing Antarctica and people have always seen it. So again, he doesn't understand what he's arguing against.
Yeah, a couple of 100,000 years as real people.
So before that, they were fake people? Again, nothing but presupposition and no proof for that date, even if true.
And no one's ever seen this edge of the Earth because...
Again, a lot of people have seen Antarctica.
Antarctica, if you look, isn't just an island like it looks like on a globe.
There is Antarctica.
It's all around the edge. The whitest
on the edge
is that an ice wall that keeps you from seeing.
It's like White Walker.
It's like It's like fucking Game of Thrones.
The old gods.
So that's it. Here's the only thing I have, and they always say people are lying to you, people this, people that.
Wait, so is he saying people don't lie and there's no corruption? Well, the faith is strong in Anthony Cumia.
On a globe, what is the place on the globe where you can travel the furthest? The equator. The equator is the widest point on the sphere that is the Earth.
Okay.
Now, on their version, the equator is about midway between the North Pole, which is right at the top, center, and Antarctica, which is the rim.
Goes through South America, right.
The equator is in the middle somewhere. There you go. That's around the equator.
Right.
Now, if you circumnavigated that, it would be a certain distance.
Right.
Now, if...
Wait, so he doesn't know the equatorial distance? 24,900 miles, according to the mainstream figure. He doesn't even know his own model?
You skirt Antarctica, which people have done. They have sailed around Antarctica, which do that now. Yeah, show that. There it is. You're in the water. You got Antarctica off to the right.
Right.
Go all the way around it.
Distance.
Yeah.
The distance is longer, much longer, going around Antarctica than it is the equator. Now, this isn't something people have said or lied about. It's things people have done.
Well, notice how he doesn't give any names of what people have done. He's just using faith-based arguments. He was told people have done it, and he just took it on faith unscientifically, blindly. He took it on blind faith as gospel truth, and look how adamantly he's arguing with religious fervor his position. Now, here's what he doesn't know. Captain Cook actually did circle Antarctica. He logged 60,000 miles, so he logged over double the distance from the alleged equator. So he's going to give Captain Cook this $1 million that he's putting up. I do have to give Anthony Cumia bonus points, though. Like many 4-year-olds, he might not be at a 3-year-old level. I might have accurately put him at 4-year-old because even a 4-year-old would understand that on a circle plate model of the world, a circle through the middle of the plate would be smaller than the circle on the outside of the plate. So bonus points for Anthony Cumia. That is the most cognitive function he has displayed thus far. But again, in his sheer ignorance, he's not been able to name the log miles of the people that have allegedly circled Antarctica, and he's ignoring evidence to the flat earth. Again, that doesn't really prove a flat earth, though. I mean, if the globe was much bigger, that could also account for. I mean, again, let's not fall for black and white fallacies on MINDSHOCK.
People have navigated South Pole. People have navigated the equator.
Well, yeah. So the going around the equator would be the same on either model. So not sure what that proves. But these guys are all just laughing, and yet they can't name any circumnavigation voyages of Antarctica. So they're just arguing religiously from ignorance. I mean, do they not realize how silly they are, laughing by assuming others are not going to take on faith what they did? Doesn't make any sense to me.
There's a set distance. You can't lie about that.
Well, you can't lie about distances? Why wouldn't you be able to lie? If the conspiracy is true, and why wouldn't they be able to lie? It is kind of weird. I mean, that's why empiricism is so important. You'd have to empirically verify this information instead of taking it on blind faith from priests. I mean, these guys obviously worship at the altar of scientism without even understanding it. They don't know the difference between science and scientism. Again, nothing to do with flat or globe Earth. It's funny how there's no logic being employed here.
They got you. They got you so. I am so fucking. So if you can explain to me, all you got to do is explain to me that that distance is shorter than that distance, and I give you $1 million.
So I guess he's giving Eric Dubay the $1 million? I mean, Eric Dubay can cite the distances and the voyages. That doesn't make him correct, though. But again, he's thinking that that's going to be proof for a flat Earth. So if he doesn't understand what's proof for a globe Earth or a flat Earth, I mean, should he even be discussing this topic other than to entertain others with his incomprehension? I mean, these goofballs are pretty funny.
That's it. That's all you got to do.
Wait, they don't have to hit the dome?
We have to do. You don't got to hit the dome. That's hard. I'm not hitting the dome. $1 million. Why the fuck is that longer than that? So all I need. I got to explain it. I hand over $1 million.
I got a 1-month Metro card if you hit the side of the dome.
What's the dome?
Loaded.
Just the side.
Got it yesterday. Yeah.
I don't gotta do a hit for $5,000. You need $1 million.
$1 million.
We can pass some on.
Here's the thing: if you give the guy $1 million,
Yeah.
we can get another 5 and take him out, and then you get the $1 million back.
Exactly.
Let's make jokes about killing people.
I will give you $1 million.
That's a nice problem. You can kill 2,000 people.
Oh yeah. You think of all the flat Earth fucking propaganda you can get with $1 million. You can spread the word. You can
The YouTube ads.
fucking anything.
How much propaganda could NASA put out with $60 million a day, every single day? Wonder if they thought about that, or are they just too one-sided and illogical? Again, doesn't mean either side is correct, it's just they're incapable of logical, objective thinking.
You want to do with my $1 million? All you got to do is show me why that is longer than the equator. And this, like I said, people have done it. It's not something that...
Who's done it? And how was their mileage verified? I mean, this guy has no clue how to do a scientific experiment.
only NASA has done, or the secretive thing. People have gone around the equator. People have gone around Antarctica.
Like Captain Cook logging 60,000 miles in his journal. I mean, yeah, it's possible he was lost. Again, that's why you don't fall for black and white fallacies. There's a lot of different explanations for the mileages. It's not going to prove a flat or globe Earth. I mean, and both sides argue faith-based and religiously and dogmatically that somehow it would magically do that. I don't know how, but anyway, let's continue.
There's a set distance there.
You know, this guy right now is watching the show, and he has a protractor that he's like,
Figure it out. Figure it out. It's $1 million, my friend.
Let me ask you this. But I get the feeling that if they could prove it to you, you would go with it. Like,
prove it to me.
Yeah, you would go with
Why
it.
wouldn't I? If something could be proven.
Well, he already said he wouldn't even entertain it, so now he's saying he would if it was proven.
Prove to me, like science And common sense.
Well, common sense is not so common, as Anthony Cumia proves with just about every word that's coming out of his mouth here.
And logic dictates a spherical Earth.
Does it really? If it does, why is he not actually providing any argumentation for that fact? And he's only using fallacies and faith. So where is the science, logic, common sense that he's referring to? If it exists, use it. Why isn't he using it? And if he's too incompetent to use it, he should probably leave this conversation to other people, unless he just wants to be entertaining with his incomprehension, which it is pretty funny. A lot of fallacies in a small amount of time. He might be trying to set a world record here.
That's it.
And what is the motivation of every single scientist to lie to every single person?
Yeah.
All right, now this is the funniest one. I mean, this might be the dumbest point that heliocentric believers use to defend their religion. And again, I think the flat earthers don't do a good job of defending their position in this one either. So what is the motive of somebody? A serial killer with no motive didn't kill anybody, right? I mean, as if motive... And then again, I mean, he's stacking this fallacy so high. Like, if they have no clue how a conspiracy would work, obviously compartmentalization would be employed. So 99% of these people would not even be lying. And their inability to comprehend, again, what happened to common sense? If the conspiracy is true, I'm not saying it is, but if it's true, this is probably the easiest point to debunk. People go along with whatever. People, the herd mentality, I mean, they're proving it right now with the very podcast that they're doing, incapable of thinking non-dogmatically, objectively, scientifically, just like most people. How many people at NASA or in high-ranking positions of government would even know this? Like, if you have a religion, again, if it's based around the heliocentric globe, you have churches in different countries speaking different languages. Would the Soviet Union really expose the U.S. for faking the moon missions if they're both worship the same God? I'm not saying they do. I'm just saying if you're considering the possibility that this conspiracy is true, if you're being open-minded, objective, and scientific, if you're analyzing whether this has any merit, and you are doing so non-fallaciously and without bias, once again, really scientifically, not pseudoscientifically, so not religiously. So if all of these churches and if these space programs are different churches and the church goers, they're not going to question the priest or the minister. They're not lying. They're going to believe the priest or the ministers are telling them the truth. So they're not lying or keeping up their religion. They really think it's the truth and they're going with it. Because how would they know otherwise? And of course they ignore all the whistleblowers that come out. Again, doesn't mean the whistleblowers are telling the truth, but there are whistleblowers.
The best answer to this. This is the most creative answer I've heard to that question. Go, so what's the end game here? Who's lying? What I said. It's like, don't ask me, I'm not the one lying.
Well, how is that a bad answer? I mean, what's the motive for a serial killer to kill? I don't know, I'm not a serial killer. That's not a bad answer. I mean, can you really get into the mind of a serial killer without being a serial killer? I mean, you can make guesses, but you're not really going to know. Again, they confuse their mental inability to understand motives or reasons, or maybe they would understand it. But again, if the flat earth conspiracy is true, obviously there'd have to be a very good reason to pump this amount of money into it. I mean, all the institutions, they all go hand in hand. We're talking more than trillions of dollars to keep up this conspiracy. So there'd have to be a really good reason. And if the reason is that good, we might not know it. I mean, why is he assuming, look at any conspiracy. Why was JFK killed? You could look at any big conspiracy. Are you going to know the real reason? The real reason? Or would it be classified? How would a civilian be able to decipher that without being privy to the information that those executing the conspiracy have? I mean, it's impossible. Why would he think it would be possible? Just this level of silliness is just so extreme. Cumia is setting world records of all kinds for illogicality and silliness. I mean, he's officially the king of the goofballs.
Ask the fucking scientists. Ask NASA.
Ask the liars.
Again, asking people who are not necessarily lying, so how would they be able to answer if they're saying what they believe to be the truth and they're mistaken? AKA, almost every scientist in history regarding every scientific theory in history.
So I'm not the one lying. I'm like, God, that's good.
God works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, that's another one you could fucking
banging.
throw out there.
That's the biblical thing that they're throwing.
There is a biblical thing to this. I think they want,
Speaking of science,
one of their end games is that they're trying to keep you from knowing that there either is or isn't a God, or they want their interpretation of what God is and what he created. And for some reason, the sphere is something that they want you to believe was created. And if they change it to a flat Earth, then all of our beliefs are shot to shit, like you were saying earlier. Everything.
and also that, and then how does the sun and the moon work in that?
It's bizarre.
So again, it's not bizarre. It's a very easy to understand model. Whether it's true or not, it's a completely separate argument. But if they don't even have the cognitive function to understand the basics of the theory, why are they discussing about it other than to prove to an audience that their mental capabilities are so low?
Also makes no sense. The sun is only 32 miles wide, and it's only a few thousand miles up.
Again, there's a whole bunch of different theories on that. You're not going to find uniform agreements with flat earthers about basically anything, really. All of the details are up to debate, and you'll find people disagreeing with people. Because again, in any kind of when you're doing real science, the burden of proof is on the one making the claim. If you're going to make that claim, X miles, X this, you prove it. If you haven't proved it, it's just a theory. If you're a different flat earther saying something else, again, you make a claim, you have to prove it. So he's again ascribing all flat earthers to believing these very specific points. I mean, basically, nothing Anthony Cumia has said has been true so far.
It's in the dome. Within the dome, over the flat plate of Earth. And it's over here, and like on the Tropic of Capricorn, and the Tropic of Cancer, depending on what the season is, or the equator. And it rotates.
Oh, so it rotates like a turntable.
Right. And that's how you get day and night, but it doesn't work.
Wait, the Earth rotates like a turntable? What the heck are these guys talking about? They're going to come up with their own new flat Earth theories.
Either, because the light would not just straight to go half terminator of day and night.
Right.
It would be a curve, and it doesn't.
How's
work.
How's the moon out during the day sometimes and all that shit?
Exactly.
It's just on like two lazy
Ellipses make no
lazy
sense.
Susans.
Right. It just rotates like this, and oh, here it is. That's it. Now look at the curvature of the beam of the sun. That's not how light travels. The terminator between day and night is not a curved line like that. It's not just that.
So on the screen is one representation of one model of the sun and the moon going around the Earth, and the sun's light is illuminated as a circle. And Anthony Cumia, for whatever reason, he does not have the 4-year-old level mental capacity to realize that if your vantage point is not thousands and thousands of miles above the Earth like this representation, of course you wouldn't see the curved light, right? So once again, it's something that doesn't prove anything one way or another, but this guy he does not have a clue about either model. It's pretty funny.
That light doesn't travel that way. So when you see a star, the light from the star is traveling in your eyes. That's why they call it light years.
Right.
It doesn't stop.
Wait, they call light years because you can see starlight? Oh, that's funny. Okay, so it's not because you see the star. And again, even a lot of those speeds are disputed, and as technology improves, theories improve, in another couple hundred years, I mean, all these models could be completely different figures, as we see in our past history. 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 500 years ago, completely different figures, completely different numbers, and indoctrinated populations simply believing whatever people in authority are told, which these goofballs are perfectly showcasing, just like has been done in the past. That's why real science is important, and empirical verification. So the other problem is this guy's, if the sun is close, then it would work differently, so he's not getting that. I mean, these guys don't understand any part of any argument, so we'll see. David Weiss hasn't even come on yet, so it's about to get a whole lot funnier.
At a circle, it keeps going, and that's another thing. You would have to have some of the light from the sun actually going further and stopping on the terminator.
Well, didn't he just describe a sunset?
And then shorter distance, just arbitrarily. And it would have to reflect and bend. The light would have to.
Well, how would it be arbitrarily if the sun is moving? So then the distance it would travel would be relative to the angle. I mean, this guy has no clue.
And if you're seeing a sunset, why in this scenario would you ever see a sunset? It's in the sky going around, right? There would never be a time where it goes below a horizon that does.
Again, this guy doesn't even have a clue on basic perspective, because if something is close, I mean, he can do his own experiment with a flashlight and a table. You could do this experiment in a football field. Again, it doesn't prove globe or flat earth in any way, but at least it might alleviate some of his cluelessness on light and perspective, vanishing point and distances and angles, because he has absolutely no clue. He seems to get off on proving that he has no clue either. I mean, this guy's pretty funny.
Doesn't exist. So you would see the sun constantly. It never makes sense, their models.
And you just don't get it, dude.
$1 million. I will give you $1 million fucking dollars.
I'm gonna arbitrate the million. Like 10 G's.
Just give me 10 G's and
I'm gonna arbitrate it and then we'll something there.
Bob has. Let me get my mouse. Hold on, because we got some phone calls. There we go. Let's.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I was talking to that. I want to sit back and watch the show.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead. Do that. That was a good one. We like
a caller try to get out of the call. Like, okay, if you guys are good.
He's like, I'm done. Thanks.
Is that David? Let's call in now?
He's calling in now to say let's Skype right now.
Oh, let's do it.
Okay, so.
Let's fucking do it. I need to hear somebody. So David Weiss.
$1 million on the table.
David Weiss. I put $1 million up. So David could be a future millionaire right now. David Weiss is at the Flat Earth Podcast on Instagram, the FE Podcast on Twitter, and the website is theflatearthpodcast.com, available on Apple, Google Podcasts, or anywhere you find podcasts. I watched some of his stuff. He's on YouTube and whatnot. He is a flat Earth guy. He believes in a flat Earth. And I watched some of his stuff on the reasoning, Antarctica.
Doesn't sound like he understood any of it, given everything he said thus far.
These United Nations treaties that have made Antarctica off limits to anyone, anywhere, yet.
Except the recent tourism there.
Instead, as there's a lot of tourism that goes on there now, but they're saying that they barely let them on.
Yeah,
like they get them there, you can walk a little bit, you gotta stay on the path, you're not allowed to do anything.
North Korea.
They show you a fake pole.
Potemkin Village.
Right. And then you're off and running.
There's a penguin.
But I would think more than the Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot or anything, the real prize would be a picture of the fucking edge of the earth.
He's talking about the countless photos and videos of the Antarctic ice shelf, because that's what's considered the edge. Also, if he's talking about beyond that edge and how far it goes, nobody knows. I don't think anybody claims to know. So why is he pretending? Like, let's say it's an infinite plane, then what? Why? I mean, it's very, very strange, the illogicality which those hopelessly indoctrinated into the heliocentric model, they try to grasp at any straw, at any fallacy that makes it appear like their position could be more legitimate than it is. Again, these are the wrong type of people to defend the heliocentric model, because they're just making the flat earthers look better, and they're going to cause more flat earthers. They don't realize that. Their silliness is just so extreme.
We've never seen anything about. Oh, we got him? There we go. David, there he is. David Weiss, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing okay, man. You guys are going over so much elementary flat earth stuff. It's amazing.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
First, I want to tell you, your $1 million is safe. No flat earther is going to tell you that is a shorter distance. What we will tell you is it's a much longer distance. The last person that tried to circumnavigate Antarctica, the shoreline of Antarctica, was Captain Cook. Took him 3 years. He went almost 80,000 miles and didn't make it. You know why? Because the Earth is flat. Antarctica is the shore and surrounds the world.
You're telling me.
And as far as you guys say, no, that's what I'm telling you, absolutely. And as far as nobody is allowed to go below the 60th parallel, 60 degrees south. You're not allowed to go there, and I can prove that.
That's not true.
I'm going
That's
to prove
just
that
not
people.
true. A lot of flat Earth people.
Wait, how does he know if it's not true? Has he been there? Again, I'm not saying it's true or not true, but pretending to know definitively whether it's true or not, that's kind of silly.
Let me say something. A lot of flat Earth people, and I've watched so many debates and arguments and points that are made.
Again, it sounds like he either has a serious memory problem, possibly like Maxwell Powers, or he's simply, if he's at a 4-year-old level, he's not understanding anything being discussed because he's not able to process and understand, again, which he just proved in the intro to this.
Just say things that just aren't true. You'll say people aren't allowed in Antarctica. They are.
No, I agree with you. So here's the problem. You can say anything, and you can...
Perhaps English comprehension is also an issue for Anthony Cumia, because it's like he doesn't process. They didn't say nobody could go. Again, I mean, it's just, you have to get beyond a 4-year-old level if you want to have any kind of meaningful, logical debate on any subject.
Shit. Maybe it's the satellite isn't working because it's on the
shutting him down.
Rand McNally.
Satellites.
You don't want him to talk.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
It takes hundreds of hours of research. There's a video. It's out there by Taboo Conspiracy 2 called "Sorry, Antarctica is Closed." You can find it on the Flat Earth Sun and Moon app. But it's a 30-minute documentary about what it takes to go to Antarctica, and you will see that it is impossible to explore Antarctica.
Now let me
last thing. You guys, there's no
I like a point by
pictures.
point exchange here. I don't like you saying that and then I don't get to say you say something else and we lose track. Let me just say this about Antarctica. Now again, I'm sure you've heard Occam's razor many times. Sometimes the simplest, most easy to understand explanation is just the way it is.
So now Anthony Cumia is proving he doesn't understand Occam's razor, which is, again, whenever it's touted in any kind of mainstream setting, just about every time it's wrong because they don't understand it. When the information is equal on both sides, we're going to examine this remnant of medieval science and medieval philosophy, which, again, that doesn't make it wrong just because it's medieval, but again, it's important to understand that. So when you have two possible theories that fit all available evidence, the best theory is the one that is simpler. Again, that's demonstrably false also in nature because nature can be very complex, seemingly unnecessarily so to a human mind lacking much information. But how often do two competing theories have equally available evidence supporting both of them? Clearly that's not the case here. So again, should not be surprised that Anthony Cumia is also taking this opportunity to let us all know he hasn't the foggiest idea of how Occam's razor really works either.
Antarctica, instead of saying it's protecting and guarding the edge of the Earth, is it maybe more logical that some restrictions to visiting Antarctica are based on this pristine area that people in other countries...
Okay, now he's moving on to strawman fallacies. Yeah, sure. Again, that could very well be true, but that doesn't prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth. It's relatively, it doesn't prove one way or another, even if that is one of the legitimate reasons.
Do want to keep that way. They don't want industrialization to invade Antarctica. It's such a vast, lonely, dangerous place that people just going there for pleasure isn't really as cool as the Bahamas.
So this is what we're told. There's about 15 different tour companies that can take you there. They'll take you to the edge. They'll show you some penguins. They'll bring you outwards a little bit, a little deep away from the shore. And they'll say, look, this is the South Pole, but it's just a pole stuck in the ground. No one's bringing a compass or anything.
No one brings a compass.
No, well, it doesn't matter because compasses don't work down there because they're too far from the north. When you said earlier, you said there's no...
Wait, why is that? Why is that a thing? I mean, you can't just say that.
I'm still trying to make my point about...
Yeah, but you're using points to make points, and I want to understand why the compass doesn't work.
I will tell you in just a second. You said that there's no photos of the edge of the Earth. It's not the edge of the Earth. It's the edge of our oceans, and there's millions of photos. Just Google Antarctica ice wall or ice shoreline. It's the shoreline that surrounds our ocean.
Okay,
Antarctica is the
I'm
highest
talking the other
land
side of it. The other side of it, where it finally ends, and I guess there's the dome starts there.
Hang on.
How are the oceans
I don't know.
contained?
I don't know, neither do you. It's pure speculation. But what we do know is the shoreline of Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. You climb up this wall, 200 feet high mostly, and then there's I forget how far it goes. It's a couple 100 miles to a mountain range that goes 3 or 4 miles into the sky.
I'm not saying it's very foreboding and very dangerous and very remote, but
nobody
that doesn't
goes
mean
beyond there.
it
No one's allowed
guards
to
the
go.
edge of the Earth. It just means it's very cold down there. There's a lot of ocean and water down there that has frozen over the course of millennia. It doesn't necessarily mean it's remote and it's hid away because it's hiding the edge of the Earth.
Anthony, let's talk about the things that we can prove. We're not allowed to go to Antarctica, and anything past a few miles in outwards or from the shoreline is all speculation. So let's not go there because neither you or I can.
Well, you're just saying that. I guarantee that somebody over the past few years has sailed a ship around Antarctica.
So he's guaranteeing without knowing. That sounds like a priest preaching.
You want to put $1 million on it? Because I'll take that back.
My $1 million stands on the distance, which makes no sense. Makes no sense whatsoever. It's a shorter distance to circle Antarctica than it is to go around the equator. People have done it. It's documented. There's no argument.
You're incorrect.
I am correct.
No, you're incorrect. Like Colin O'Grady is the last one that supposedly crossed.
I like how he can only just say, I'm correct, I am correct, I am correct, without actually citing any sources to back up his position. I mean, this guy's as clueless as he can be.
Across Antarctica, he went across the little peninsula. That's it. They showed us his route. He said that he was using GPS, which doesn't work down there, or its compass. It's nonsense.
Why does it not work? Below 62 degrees south, March 2018, Oyster 72 Catastrophe 2 became the first yacht to sail around Antarctica below 62 degrees south. He recounts the extraordinary expedition. He sailed around the fucking thing.
Wait, Anthony, come on. Do you? Anybody can write an article, right?
No, see, now you're just discounting.
No.
Why are you discounting something?
I want you to discount things that.
Well, that's kind of weird. So he believes everybody should believe all propaganda. He's saying, why are you discounting the article? Well, the burden of proof is on the one making the claim. You're just going to randomly believe something? Like if you went to a Flat Earth website and read a Flat Earth article, is he just going to believe it? And then anybody who doesn't, he's going to say, why are you discounting? I mean, this guy's just so clueless. It's funny.
I have something. You have nothing. They have something. The pictures. You didn't just say it's a lie. You can't just show me it's a lie.
Once again, burden of proof is on the one making the claim, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Show me that it's true. So if we can't do either.
No, wait. You can't go. What you're saying is true is a higher level. The burden of proof is on you.
Right.
If he's saying it's flat, correct. So this guy with all these tattoos and rings, he does seem to understand what burden of proof is, and yet he doesn't know how to apply it uniformly, objectively, neutrally. It's kind of weird.
So let's do things that we can prove.
So another lie.
I'm an atheist. I don't have a problem believing in God, but you gotta prove it.
Captain of that ship's another in the long list of liars trying to perpetuate this fucking.
If I say I got a dragon in the basement, I gotta prove that because the propensity of my claim is.
But wait a second. If someone says they sailed around Antarctica, shouldn't they prove it? I mean, this guy's brain only works one way. It's kind of weird.
Needs proof.
All right, you say the Earth is spinning and orbiting and flying through space. Prove it, because it looks flat and stationary to me.
But here's what you do. If you don't have a picture of the Earth spinning around, which by the way there are, but again those are lies. There are things that are affected by a spinning Earth. There are things, I always bring up the analogy about toast burning in the kitchen. You don't need to see the burning toast. If you smell it, the toaster's hot, there's crumbs, you can make a logical assumption that toast has been burned.
So he's admitting it's an assumption? I don't really follow this non-congruent argument he's making, because without making the specific parallels to the proofs of either the spinning globe or it being a sphere. He never actually cited any evidence. So we're now almost a half an hour in, and he never actually cited any real evidence. He just stacked fallacies.
Other things that were affected by the burnt toast. There are things that are affected in physics that are affected because the Earth is a sphere and it's spinning.
Like what? I mean, notice how he's always talking in generalities. He's never giving specifics, but maybe he'll prove me wrong. Maybe he will say something specific. Let's see.
And mass has gravity. All these things that you guys just come up with this. You just say, no, it isn't, with nothing to base it on.
Anthony, you have to let me speak a little bit.
I'm letting you go.
All right. So Neil deGrasse Tyson says he doesn't even know what gravity is, okay? There's things that we can test. We have maglev trains that defy electromagnetism. They're not defying gravity.
It doesn't defy anything. It's using science to levitate.
Can we start? Let's just start with what we can prove.
Yes.
The Earth, they tell us, is a ball 24,900 miles around.
Right.
Okay? So there is a curvature formula to figure out the curve per mile. Do you know what that is by any chance? You've heard it probably. It's
8 inches every fucking.
It's 8 inches per mile squared.
Right,
because
squared.
So at 6 miles, at 3 miles, the drop is 6 feet. At 10 miles, it's 66 feet. This is agreed upon ball science. Okay, but we, with our new cameras, our super zoom cameras and lenses that have outgrown their lives, we can zoom in and see things that are 100 miles away. We can see shorelines.
If the elevation is above that formula. Why can't you see Hawaii from LA? Why can't you see Hawaii?
Okay, so this is, again, a little 4-year-old argument. Why can't you see Hawaii why can't you see in a fog? Like, these are the worst possible people to represent the heliocentric globe model. They're making it look so bad. They're going to cause more flat earthers to move to the flat earther side because of these just silly arguments that a 4-year-old probably wouldn't be. There are 4-year-olds out there capable of not making these silly arguments. Can you see as much on a clear day as on a foggy day? Does that have anything to do with the shape of the Earth? No. I mean, this guy's just so silly. It's mind shock. I'm actually starting to feel bad for him a little bit. I've been making fun of him a lot because his lack of reason is amusing. But I mean, he's sinking to new lows here. He's clearly not really done any research of any kind, or his brain is simply not capable of processing that research. So no matter how much he does, he needs to go back to the drawing board and establish basic English comprehension, basic logic, because he cannot participate in any kind of logical debate without having the basics. It's like he wants to speak a certain language and he's pretending he knows how to speak it, but he actually doesn't. He doesn't even know all the letters. He might have got a couple, but he can't actually speak fluently, but he's trying to and he's pretending, and it's kind of like, other than hilarity, it really serves no purpose.
I'll tell you why.
LA from Jersey. Tell me why.
I will tell you why.
Why can't I see Joe Rogan right now?
There's 2 reasons. One, because he's only 1 Rogan tall and you can't see him, even when you're right next to him.
Rogan's in the gym. That's why.
So, listen.
He's swinging a flat kettlebell.
So, yes, in the curvature formula, you can take, there's a Earth curve calculator. You put in the viewer height and the viewer distance, and it tells you how far you can see. A 6-foot tall person standing on the edge of calm water, the water's supposed to drop away 6 feet at 3 miles. So they should see a horizon line and no water beyond that. We can see water for tens and hundreds, I don't say hundreds, but we can see water so far beyond that, it's ridiculous. Hang on.
Why not hundreds?
Because I'll tell you why. Because light, the inverse square law of light says that every time you half the distance, the light is a quarter as bright. So reflected light reflecting off something, can only travel so far. It can only push through the atmosphere. Like when you're in a pool, sometimes you can't see the other end of the pool just because of the density of the water. Well, the air is the same thing, and you can't see forever. Now, we'll see boats disappear over the...
Now, this is really funny. If you're watching the video of this podcast, you have these 3 clueless guys, Anthony Cumia and his two guys in the podcast. The looks on their faces, I mean, these are just clueless little children, and a flat earther is educating them about the physics of light. I mean, this is one of the problems that I pointed out. Again, flat earthers can get mad at me. The flat earthers are winning all of these debates scientifically. If they're wrong, how funny is that? We need more we need some logical, scientific heliocentric globe believers to represent the model properly, and we're not getting that anywhere. These are all one-sided just decimations by people that could be completely wrong. They believe the earth is flat, and they're winning these logical scientific debates using logic and reason and actual facts instead of these crybaby faith-based tactics. So I'm sure there's a lot of highly intelligent heliocentric globe representatives. For some reason, they're not doing these debates, and I think they should. I mean, it's just, I don't know why they don't do it, but they really should, because this is just a really bad look for the heliocentric globe model. I mean, it's not really fair.
Horizon, yeah, they disappear from the bottom up. But we've done the same experiment. We've gone to like a Home Depot or a Lowe's that has a perfectly smooth floor, and we put a brick on the floor. And we put our camera right down the floor, and we slide the camera away, and the brick disappears from the bottom up. Right? When the brick is completely gone, we stack more bricks on top of it, and we can see the upper bricks, but we can't see the lower bricks. And that's without even atmosphere playing into this. We've done tons of experiments that show you atmosphere, the perspective, the angle of your eye, the resolution limits of your eyes make things disappear from the bottom up. We saw you've seen the famous picture across Lake Michigan where we see Chicago. It's like
you see the tall buildings of Chicago, and you don't see the cars, the bridges, or the sidewalks.
Right, exactly. But on different days, you can see different.
So he just proved again he didn't understand what David Weiss just said. You're not going to see what's in the bottom bleeding into the horizon. Again, I mean, there's good examples flat earthers can use. Most of them don't use it, like convergence, like you see train tracks touch in the distance. That doesn't mean they really touch. That's just how your vision works. But these guys are so clueless, for some reason, they think it has something to do with the shape of the earth. It's just bizarre.
Different amount. So is the earth flexing, or is it an atmospheric?
How come you love talking about atmospheric diffusion and refraction when it's flat? But anytime anyone brings up any kind of diffusion or refraction on a curved thing to further the curved argument, that's all horseshit. You can only see what's poking up over a curved horizon.
So if it's the curve and the curve calculator and the viewer height and everything, we should only be able to see the very tops, the very tippy tops of the tallest buildings in Chicago. There was a day where we could see all the way down to the lower floors of all of the buildings, and we're told by the weatherman that it was a mirage. Well, we got on a boat with our super zoom camera and kept it in focus the whole way and went all the way across Lake Michigan, and the buildings never disappeared. It's not a mirage. It's there. We can see mountains. Now we have infrared converted P1000, Nikon P1000 cameras that cut through the fog, cut through the haze, and we're seeing things that are 500 miles away. Jay Tolan Media on YouTube, he's got amazing, impossible shots. Even if the Earth was 10 times the size.
I think he's assuming Anthony Cumia knows what infrared is, because so far Cumia hasn't been able to grasp any concept thus far.
And the curvature was that much less.
And quick point again, that still doesn't prove the Earth is flat, right? If it's a much bigger globe, that could account for that. Again, no reason for black and white fallacies or excluding alternative possibilities and thinking dogmatically.
He's seeing way farther than we can see. We can see far.
I don't think you guys ever, everything I've heard about and read and looked at, you guys never think of the scope of Earth, how big it is.
But he is. He just calculated it in spherical trigonometry for you, Anthony. Man, he's just... It's like his mental capabilities were exceeded even before the first word he said, and now there's just nothing left.
You're always making comparisons with tennis balls and a shadow on a wall and this.
But he didn't. He actually just said an infrared camera actually looking at the horizon in different places on Earth saw 500 miles because you cut out the haze. There's no comparison to a tennis ball here. Like, this guy's brain, Anthony Cumia's brain's going haywire.
The Earth is giant. The curvature, when you go, wow, you can't even see a curvature. It takes a lot of horizon from a great distance.
Well, nobody's talking about that. He was talking about specific buildings at a specific distance, not generalities. So, again, if you're trying to make an argument, you have to talk specific. Just making hasty generalizations and straw manning and just trying to make everything general to religiously further a point based on faith, that's just very, very silly. And I mean, I don't think he realizes how silly he is. I'm starting to feel bad for Anthony Cumia because this is bad.
To start even noticing a curve, but you guys just blow it off. If I can't see it, it's going curvy.
How is using mathematical spherical trigonometry blowing it off? I don't get it.
But you're going, there's a golf ball looks different to an ant than it does to a human being.
These are programmed.
Well, again, that's why you use math, so you don't have to think about what things look like. You can actually calculate what would be on the other side of something, whether it's a planet or a smaller ball. That's one of the things math is useful. It doesn't prove anything either way, but it shows problems that need explanations. That's why you shouldn't dogmatically cling to either model. It's weird.
Responses by Bill Nye, the science guy, and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Bill Nye. I think Bill Nye's a fucking hack. Fuck him. I'm basing it on shit. Dude, I'm not parroting people. I do my own research.
Does he understand any of it?
Study. I know a lot about astrophysics.
He knows a lot about astrophysics, but he doesn't have any basic logical understanding that even a 4-year-old can have. It's weird.
I know a lot about our own geology of this planet.
He knows a lot about geology too. This is a funny guy. He knows everything about everything.
And what I've gotten over the course of the years of doing my own research is that it is illogical to assume anything in nature would take on the form of a fucking flat disk, and not what in nature is strength, a sphere. In a vacuum.
So now he's engaging in appeal to similarity fallacies, where just because one thing in nature must be like another. I mean, not even that again, keeping the fallacy in mind, just because you're using a logical fallacy doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means your argument is not based. You didn't logically come to your argument. A logically sound argument is superior to a fallacious argument, regardless of right or wrong. And this is just, I guess, it escapes all these jokers' grasps.
Without gravity, liquid becomes a sphere.
Presupposing gravity exists.
Spherical shape is a strong arch-like shape that is known to be something that nature likes to do. It likes compressing itself into the strongest form, which is a sphere.
Wait, so trees are spheres, mountains are spheres. Do perfect spheres actually exist in nature? I mean, I know he didn't really say perfect spherical, but a tree's not really spherical. I mean, a lot of organisms aren't spherical. Without presupposing the shape of the planet, I mean, what is spherical? Is an ocean really spherical? I mean, yeah, you could say a drop of water is spherical, but is a blade of grass spherical? I mean, I really don't understand his. I mean, he doesn't even seem to understand his own argument.
Can we just stick to things that we can prove right now?
But you're not proving anything.
So, hang on, I'm proving.
You're telling me that the guy on the boat around the Antarctica is lying. That's your proof? I'm saying I have.
So it's kind of funny that he completely ignored everything Weiss just said about math, spherical geometry, zoom cameras, infrared camera seeing 500 miles. That just did not process into his brain due to cognitive dissonance, whatever. And he only remembers Weiss's claim that guy lied about going around Antarctica. Once again, even his own buddy on the show is talking about burden of proof. If you have the dragon in the basement, you got to prove it. If you went around Antarctica, you got to prove it, right? And yet, magically, no, not when it applies to something threatening their religious dogma. It's bizarre.
No
he has the law. He's got the boat.
He didn't do it.
That's proof.
Well, you know, I have a boat, and I went around Antarctica, too, and it was 80,000 miles. I have an article I can show you.
Show me pictures, show me a log, show me anything.
A picture of me next to
You're lying. You're lying.
No, what I'm saying is that those are just stories that neither of us can validate or not validate.
Yes, it is. That's the point. You can't just blow off somebody doing the work, actually doing it, documenting it, and then no matter what he shows you to prove he did it, you just go, no, you're a liar. That's not an argument. That's just you calling people.
Well, so it's not an art. So the heliocentric model is all built upon people saying something. So you're just going to trust them? It's not an argument to, I mean, science is skepticism. These guys don't have even the most basic grasp of what science is.
Let's just finish the on my YouTube channel.
You can't do that.
Motherfucker.
You can't do that.
I'm gonna go point by point.
Dave.
And listen. You can believe whatever you want. Belief is the enemy of knowing. Knowing takes effort, time, and critical thought.
What are you guys doing? You're pointing your science at a fucking destination that you want to get to. You're not being open-minded with your science.
Interesting projection there by Kumia, who's clearly been so close-minded this entire conversation. Nothing has penetrated his skull about what Weiss was saying. Again, it doesn't prove a flat around, but at least understand the position. At least understand his argument. He doesn't even understand the argument. He's just being like a 4-year-old throwing a tantrum now.
You're pointing it at flat Earth and throwing everything else away that negates it and only confirming a flat Earth with what you cherry pick along the way.
Isn't that what he just did with his heliocentric globe? Because he completely ignored the infrared cameras, the spherical trigonometry, the long-range zoom camera. He completely ignored all of that and only picked what conformed to his belief system. So just more psychological projection from Anthony Cumia.
That's not fucking science.
This is incorrect. You're not listening.
I am listening.
He's listening, but he's not comprehending.
Let me finish the point. Because
You can't stop. You can't just go. You just can't go. You're not listening because he doesn't agree.
But that's not why he said that. He said it because he didn't comprehend anything clearly by his comments. Once again, just psychologically projecting his own cherry picking.
We're listening to it. And honestly, I don't really give a fuck about any of this. But to be honest, I'd like to know what you think and ultimately how you got to this point.
Right. I fought it tooth and nail. I said this flat Earth thing is ridiculous.
Everyone says this.
I'm gonna debunk it. Right. So everyone's heard it. Just finishing the point. With our cameras, with the curvature calculation, height, everything, we can see too far. We can bring boats back into focus that have apparently disappeared to our naked eye due to angular resolution. We can see too far. There is no curvature. Every test for curvature
I've never
has failed.
seen. No, it hasn't.
Right. So
Every test for curvature. How about thousands of years ago when 2 poles were put in the ground and shadows were measured? That failed. Right. When the Greeks figured out the circumference of the Earth thousands of years ago.
I'm gonna address that to our next point.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna address that. So right. So I'm telling you about the no curvature on my channel DITRH or on the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app.
Right.
There's a under the frequently asked questions. It says the FAQ questions. It says no curvature, and there's 100 experiments that you can watch and judge for yourself. Yes, they're on YouTube. It's just information. Judge it for yourself. Don't believe anything I'm saying. Judge it for yourself. So there is no curvature. Now let's get to Aristophanes. Did you know that Aristophanes, he's the one that figured out that the Earth has what size the Earth was with sticks and shadows, right?
Right.
All right. So how it was 500 years ago, 5,000 years ago, whatever it was, doesn't matter. Okay,
a couple of grand.
I forget the number. In the same village, there were some famous mathematicians after him that wrote many books about math, and they never once mentioned Aristophanes. Okay, just hear me out here. They never once mentioned. That's like writing a history of the Chicago Bulls and not mentioning Michael Jordan. Did you know that there's no mention of Aristophanes in any book anywhere ever until the mid-1980s? Okay, it's a fictitious story. Now I'm going to show you how the sticks and shadows work right now.
All right.
You got 2 sticks right here.
Yeah.
Okay, right. And if I have a light right here above this stick, is there a shadow?
No, it's noon, right, on the equinox.
This stick over here, when the light is still over here, okay, this one has a shadow. Here's the light,
right,
and here's the stick. This one has a shadow.
Yeah, so I've heard that.
Put 2 beer cans on the table, put a light over one of them. One of them doesn't have a shadow, one of them does.
Right.
That means your table is a sphere, and we can calculate the diameter of it. It's nonsense. The diameter of the Earth is an assumption, okay? The equator is you were right before.
So I don't know if he's going to address it here, but the Eratosthenes experiment, it's often cited as a proof of the globe, but there's a lot of assumptions in that experiment, again, and presuppositions, again, not scientific. I mean, yes, if those presuppositions are true, then yes, the experiment could hold water. Again, it's just evidence that it could be a globe. It's not definitive proof because there's also unknown variables. However, if the flat earther argument that the sun is very close, that would account on a flat earth with a close sun, it would account for the results of the experiment again. So are you going to assume one result? Again, with all of these experiments, they don't prove round or flat. Flat earthers like to prove that proves it is flat. It does not. It doesn't prove either way. And for whatever reason, the most indoctrinated heliocentric globe religious believers, they can't process that information, as Anthony Cumia is proving. And he's got cognitive dissonance all over his face, and so does two buddies here. It's pretty funny.
Equator is the circle on the flat Earth that's halfway between the center and halfway between the Antarctic ice shore.
Yeah.
Okay? And that circle is 24,900 miles around. When you try to fly west, 270 degrees or 90 degrees, so east or west, you have to constantly correct to the north to maintain that heading. And people say, well, pilots don't do that. That's bullshit, because it's the same thing on a ball Earth. If you leave let's assume we lived on this fucking crazy ball,
right?
And you're going to leave California, right, heading due west, 270 degrees. Okay, the North Pole is at the center, right? Here we are. This is north. This is west. As I'm going this way, I have to keep turning to maintain that compass heading.
No, you don't. You're flying this way. You're not flying. Wait. You're not flying next to the Earth like the old Universal Studios logo. You're this way. You're flying around. So I've heard the take where you need to keep nosing down to do that, but you don't, because gravity.
Once again, Anthony Cumia didn't even understand what David Weiss says, but he immediately jumps to pretend he did and then argues with religious fervor. It's very funny.
Is pulling toward the center of the Earth. So the plane stays level with gravity, perpendicular.
You're veering off the topic here.
No, I'm saying exactly what you're saying.
No. You say that we're flying around, the ball. Right. That means you're going 24,900 miles around, because if you're going to follow that straight line on a ball, it's going to bring you the circumference of the Earth. Let's say you're 1 mile from the North Pole on a flat Earth. 1 mile. Yeah. Okay? You hold your compass out, it points right to the North Pole. It's an actual pole. Let's pretend there's a pole there, and you can see it. Right? It's pointing. You want to go west, right? You need to stay 1 mile from the North Pole all the way around to go west. And the same thing for east. 3.14 miles later, you're back to where you went, and you circumnavigated the North Pole.
Right. That's always been kind of a fun thing to do for explorers.
100 miles, 500 miles. 500 miles. It's the same thing. Now, here's the catch. When you get to the equator, halfway point from the North Pole, then you don't have to correct to the north anymore. When you get farther, you should have to start correcting to the south.
See, I think he's just assuming Cumia is at some kind of basic mental functioning level to even understand this argument. Cumia is clearly not understanding anything he's saying. Once again, this doesn't prove flat or globe, but it's just Cumia does not understand this concept.
To maintain that heading. But the ship's captains that have navigated in the Indian Ocean south of the equator that said they keep having to correct to the north no matter which direction they're going, okay? This leads to a flat Earth, okay? But correcting in the north is the same. Doesn't prove flat Earth, doesn't prove ball Earth. This is how circumnavigation comes. Nobody has ever circumnavigated the Earth going south. They've gone from the United States over the top to the Middle East, to the Far East. That's easy. You can go from California around to Japan, to China. You can go from California the other way, all the way around, and continue all the way back. That is true. You can go over the top, which is just across the middle, and go back. But nobody has gone south and come up the other side, anywhere.
You can't cross Antarctica. You can't go south from, let's say, South America, and then hit Antarctica, and then traverse it, hit the water on the other side, and end up on the other side of...
You can fly right across it.
Can't do it.
You can do it over the north. Right, it is impossible because the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
I cannot fucking believe that.
What is somebody going around?
So he just proved, again, cognitive dissonance, religious dogma. He can't believe it. So no matter how much evidence you present, he won't believe it. Evidence has not been presented. So just because something has not been done doesn't mean it can't be done. Maybe David, again, so just point against David Weiss here. Yes, maybe it's true that nobody has done it. Does that mean it can't be done? Everything can't be done until somebody does it. Again, of course, if the flat earth model is not true. If it is true, then it can't be done. But again, these guys, without presupposing, the only thing you can do is really neutrally and logically observe from the sidelines.
The Earth.
So hang on.
That way, there are polar orbital satellites that look, see, and he just laughed. Now, what is your take on satellites?
What's that guy?
Space program. Everyone lies, I guess.
Okay,
I'm going to let you speak, but what we have seen, the technology.
Again, it's easier to pretend everybody's lying. Everybody would have to be lying, therefore it's not true, than study any kind of historical information on how conspiracies work, compartmentalization, even not conspiracies, just how compartmentalization works in government intelligence programs. Clearly this guy's done not even any kind of research, because he just doesn't have a clue, so he has to pretend in order for the conspiracy to be true. Everyone would have to be lying, because it's easier to soothe his dissonance. So it's easier to jump into these appeal to popularity fallacies and just endless fallacies.
Technology we've garnered over the years because of the space program, satellites, GPS, the word G, the letter G stands for global positioning.
Actually, originally it sounded for ground positioning system.
You use this all the time. What is your explanation, flat earth explanation, for satellites, the space program, and whatnot?
So again, on this app, which is called the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac App,
I got no problem.
YouTube is hiding all of the good flat Earth videos. You search flat Earth and you can't find anything. But if you hit the frequently asked questions button, there's a button on here that says
It's not going great.
It froze. See, I froze.
There we go.
So there's a button on here that says, "What about satellites?" Okay, and the space programs, and it'll show you that NASA is the hot.
Once again, real quick, this guy said he researched stuff. Clearly, he hasn't researched anything, or if he did, he can't remember or mentally process any of it. So David Weiss telling him now, what good is it going to do other than us just seeing that Anthony Cumia does not have the mental capability to understand any of this information?
Largest the consumer of helium in the world, right? They admit, but they don't publicly tell you about it. They have 50 different Satelloon programs, okay, where they're launching satellites. You can Google it. Google a picture right now, NASA satellite balloon, okay, or Antarctica satellite balloons. They're launching these things that they can keep up there for years. They can control how high they go, how far they go. And they're doing this all the time, but they're not telling you. These things are crashing all over the world, and people are filming them crashing. Okay, these are satellites.
So you're saying helium balloons are what is being used to keep satellites up in the air?
Not in orbit?
That's what's launching. There is no such thing as a satellite falling around the curve of the Earth and coming up the other side. That is just a pure fantasy. And nonsense. But
how are you proving that? How are you proving that? How is that discounted?
So
wait a second. The burden of proof is on the one making the claim. How quickly these guys forget the hypocrisy. It's funny.
So we have supposedly thousands of satellites in space. Can somebody pull up a Google shot? Just Google photos of satellites in space, and you will just get cartoons, and you guys will agree that they're just cartoons. There's not a single photo of a satellite in space. Okay, not one.
There were many satellites. Let's put it this way: when the space shuttle went up to repair the Hubble telescope, there was pictures of. You can't just roll your eyes. Rolling your eyes is not an argument.
I know.
And
they
grappled with the arm. The Hubble brought it in, repaired it, and deployed it again. That is pictures of a satellite.
Again, what this guy's incapable of understanding, if the conspiracy is true and they are faking the video, then what? I mean, it's like I'm not saying it is true, but at least understand what you're arguing against. I mean, it's just mind-shockingly silly.
In space, is space fake?
I would tell you to Google a NASA hoax, but you just pull up a bunch of propaganda.
Okay, the International Space Station. We've seen plenty of photos. We've seen interviews with various astronauts that have
that
come
is
back?
the curve of the Earth, and so
Well,
hang on a
that's a
second.
fisheye lens, obviously. Look, it wants to get more picture in there. I understand when something's a fisheye lens for the sake of getting more in the shot than it is to try to bullshit us about a curvature of the Earth. But I've seen plenty of pictures where the Earth seems to have quite a natural, logical curve to it, and things like this, where they use a fisheye to fit more in.
If you watch the ones that they claim are curve of the Earth, you just watch the video, a couple seconds later, all of a sudden it's bending the other way, then it's flat, then it's curved.
Again, it's because of the lens that they're using at the time. But
so we have sent up balloons 120,000 feet with no, not a GoPro, with non-fisheye lenses, and it is flat. It is completely and
how
totally
much
flat.
altitude are you going to get? And by the way,
120,000 feet.
I saw that clip, and you guys cut out the parts where it goes convex.
No, that's a different clip. That's a different clip. That's with a fisheye lens. So, as the fisheye lens moves up and down, it goes convex, concave.
How about all the other pictures, though, from space that show? Those are all fake. So now you say NASA.
Google photos of Earth.
But you say
photos of Earth.
You say that NASA is this hoax organization, whatnot. What about other countries' space programs like Russia? The Soviet Union had a space program before we did. What about China?
Yeah. What about churches in different countries?
India has just started their foray into the space, well, unsuccessfully. They cratered one into the moon, which was pretty goddamn funny.
Real guy.
What is happened to our satellite?
Real guy on the moon.
Yeah.
You used to be able to Google NASA hoax, bubbles in space. Listen, and you would get all the videos. Now you get propaganda. There's a NASA space. It says are all the space agencies into it on this app. Get the app, watch those videos, and then you'll know. When you say there's no proof, we have tons of proof. We have astronauts hanging from wires in a space station. Their hair is permed. They don't let women with long hair in the military, but they let them in the space station have hair flying all over the place. It would be disgusting up there. And the toilet in there, did you ever look at the space station toilet? One time they were trying to show something in the bathroom, and the guy dropped a screw, and it fell. And NASA said, we hit a pocket of gravity, okay? They're faking. They're using virtual reality.
But here's the thing. You're using this app, and you're saying all this information is in the app. But the app and the phone that you're using is the technology that you're proving that it's a spherical Earth. So
Wait, whoa. That's not what is he talking about? He's pretending that the technology, computerized technology, is based on the shape of the Earth. I'm not following that. Not following that at all.
Let's be honest. So what is the end game? Why is this important?
So now again, they're moving to motive. When you have, notice how these jokers have not had any support for their position and have only proved incomprehension for Weiss's position. Again, not a good look for heliocentric globe believers. The heliocentric globe model does not need representatives like these that are so clueless about science, logic, reason, just the basics of anything. They're going to cause more flat earthers to become flat earthers when they see that these are the people representing the heliocentric globe model.
To notice, and what's the ultimate end game?
You're right.
And if you are right, let's say you're right. What's the end game?
I heard you guys earlier, and my answer is going to trigger you either way it goes.
Give it a shot. Pitch it.
If I say it's not me, I'm not the one with the end game. You're gonna throw your hands up at that. But it's obviously
because
clear.
it's unfair to say you don't. You're the one that's going against what the norm is.
I think I'm going to tell.
The proof is for you to do that.
I don't understand why this guy keeps pushing the burden of proof. If he's claiming his heliocentric globe model is correct, where's his burden of proof? Now, to be fair, Weiss is saying it's flat, and all he did was poke holes in the heliocentric globe model and cite some evidence on why their globe proofs are not real globe proofs. So he just basically exposed their logicality and their silliness. He did not prove that the Earth was flat. But these guys just cannot comprehend any of this information.
You have to explain that you have the dragon in the basement. I don't have to. We already understand that. And it may be wrong. It may be wrong. I may be wrong, but it's your responsibility to prove that it's wrong. It's not mine.
But he thinks he has.
Okay.
No, he says
so. It's a big reveal.
And just for the sake of argument, if he actually did and you guys couldn't understand it, then what? I mean, this is just silliness all around.
Yeah, but he's using science to say that.
Let's let him talk about this whole thing of the end game and what the whole purpose of this deception is.
So you guys all believe that we live on a big ball. Therefore, you guys believe
First of all, I like how infantile and juvenile and you make it sound. A big ball. You live on a spherical fucking planet.
Okay, that's great. That's fantastic. So you live on a, so you believe, this is what you believe, and I'm going to summarize, I'm going to make it really short. You believe that once upon a time there was nothing, it exploded, and that explosion created everything, then lightning struck, created an amoeba that mated with another amoeba, that became a fish, that grew legs, that climbed out of the water.
So you don't believe in evolution either?
Hang on,
let it go.
It climbed out of the water, it found another mutated fish that climbed out of the water, had a baby, had a monkey, and the monkey had a retarded baby, then it was a human. I mean, that's basically the timeline that...
No, that's not the timeline at all. The first thing is there are single-celled animals that don't need...
Single-celled animals?
Wait, female and male, two fish and two male, having two parents is an evolutionary process that has happened to create diversity through Darwinism.
I think he was just summing it up quickly.
Yeah, but you can't jump that.
I understand, but he's just trying to sum it up quickly. We all understand that. Yeah. So I still wanted to get to the end game. Go ahead.
Just like when Owen said he was holding your hand when he found out. It's just like you said Owen was lying when he said he was holding your hand and found out you were retarded. Yeah. Well, that's a joke. That's funny.
It's hilarious. Owen is fucking funny as fuck. I love him.
All right, I appreciate that. So you believe that nothing exploded, became everything, and we're here, and you're an insignificant speck in the middle of an infinite universe where there's millions of other specks, and that an asteroid could wipe us out, and that we're running out of fuel, and that global warming, all the stuff. You're just living in fear, in lack, and...
Okay, so I get what he's saying. He's saying this is the way
ideas
creates consumers...
Yeah, you don't buy all those things part and parcel with any single thing. You might believe in global warming or climate change, but then you might not believe in the Big Bang Theory. But I get what you're saying. Go ahead.
But if you don't believe in the ball, you believe in the Big Bang or something.
No, you don't necessarily. The Big Bang, I take the Big Bang, by the way, as a theory.
It is.
A theory of it's so difficult for
scientific theory
to wrap their head around the creation of something as vast as the universe and why we're here. It's one of those questions that we've pondered since we crawled out of the fucking muck. But I accept it as a theory that still needs to be looked into.
Sure.
I don't buy it as I do buy a spherical Earth because of the proof that I've seen over the years that leads me to believe, using my own logic and
he says he has logic and common sense. That's funny.
Common sense that we live on a sphere.
And notice how he hasn't actually cited a single proof. So now we're almost an hour in, not a single scientific proof cited. Only generalities, assumptions, faith-based, fallacies, etc.
On the app, there's a featured video every day that shows. Listen to this on the bottom.
It's good app.
There's a featured video that shows up every day. Yesterday's video, if you get the app and click the archive button, which is right wherever it is, right there. Mm-hmm. If you click the archive button, yesterday's video will show you what you believe about how big the Earth is and how big it's going around the Great Attractor. All of this stuff is a ludicrous theory that needs to be proven. I'll give you that. Maybe it's true. But if you understood the depth and the absurdity of this theory, then you might not so likely believe
You don't think the depth and absurdity of a flat plane floating around in the
Not
void.
floating in space. Not floating. That's false.
Well, whatever
What's it anchored to?
it's in space. But this flat
Not in
plane,
space.
which nature
Is there no space?
Nature abhors that shape. It's not structurally sound. It doesn't naturally occur by
Let me answer
even
that.
forces.
You're pushing a straw man argument here that's not us. So listen, listen. It's not a disk in space.
Okay.
Space doesn't exist.
Good, help me.
Okay.
There is no space. Yeah.
There is no space. So we're shown that the way I describe it is that the flat Earth, the Earth.
That was pretty funny that Weiss called out Anthony Cumia's straw man, but he should have called out all his other fallacies too. But I guess that's my job here.
Earth is the basement of what we call the universe. It's just the floor of existence. Okay. And we live in some sort of structure that's keeping us, in a pressurized system. We have a pressurized air system. And so you guys believe in infinite space. By the way, space was made up by a Vatican priest who, absolutely, it was introduced by a Vatican priest who was later turned into the science advisor for the Vatican. Okay? That's who made up space.
Who is this priest?
I don't know the name. You can look it up. All right. So we have this pressurized system. You guys believe there's an infinite vacuum.
Take
a Tor 10 vacuum, right? And I'm going to say, and I know what your answer is, gravity. Why doesn't the vacuum suck the air off the Earth?
Exactly.
You're saying it's thin, the gravity's holding it on, right? But that's nonsense because I can disprove that with a straw. Okay. When I put a straw in my mouth, point it down and stick it in liquid or just air, and I make a weak vacuum with my lungs, not a Tor 10 powerful vacuum, just the weak vacuum in my lungs, I can pull water and air up away from gravity, but the vacuum of space can't. It's nonsense. If I had a bottle with all the air sucked out of it at any altitude, if I opened up the bottle...
The bottle's not heavy as fuck.
No, I'm holding the bottle. It's going to suck the air up and away at any altitude.
He's saying like
You know that a vacuum doesn't suck things out. Do you know
Right,
that vacuum?
but the first law of thermodynamics
I
says
think
that
you
high
can
pressure
agree.
can't live next to no
I
pressure
think you
without a
can agree that I'm letting you speak a lot. I want you to
appreciate
speak.
it. Thank you.
So I'm not interrupting you or anything during this.
That was an interruption, wasn't it? Not to mention, he's always interrupting to prove that he didn't understand what Weiss said. Regardless of true or false, he's interrupted this whole time demonstrating that he didn't even understand the concept presented and just immediately jumping to defend his position on nothing but dogma and religious faith and fallacies.
But I want a vacuum. It's a misconception that a vacuum is sucking things out. What a vacuum does is leaves a void to be filled by something else.
Osmosis.
Now, what you're saying is the atmosphere would then fill that. The gravity of the Earth, which, I mean, to try to dispel this and say that didn't just happen.
I'm going to tell you how that happened, but let's
Again, he dropped his his paperweight or whatever he has on his desk. Again, what does that prove? Does that prove that mass attracts mass? Does that prove that air is real and that object has more density than the air? Does that prove electromagnetism? Or are there countless other theories not mass attracting mass that could have resulted in that? And does that have anything to do with the shape of the Earth? I mean, this is the level that Anthony Cumia is at. I mean, he's setting new lows here, even for flat Earth debates. I mean, it's pretty funny.
But let me continue. And to say that isn't holding the physical atmosphere, all those molecules that make up our atmosphere, and it's holding it down to the Earth, to the point where a vacuum will not allow that atmosphere to disperse into empty space, which, like you said, doesn't exist. That's why the atmosphere stays against the planet Earth. And that's why there's a gradient as you gain altitude. You're getting less and less and less of those molecules until it reaches nothing.
Right, but a summer breeze can push the air left and right and up and down.
Within the confines of the atmosphere, there are the various ebbs and flows because of heat and cooling and barometric
ebbs
pressure
and flows. Impressive terminology from Plymouth.
I have a glass bottle, and I've removed all the air from it, and I put the top on it. That's a void. We'll call that a void inside that vacuum.
Right.
At any altitude, no matter where I am, top down, if I unscrewed that top, it's going to fill the void with the atmosphere. It's going to go up and away from gravity. What happened to gravity then? Meanwhile, gravity can hold a cruise ship up on the bottom of the ocean, on the bottom of this world, an ocean, but I can pull the air up and away. It's
But
nonsense.
you're making negative pressure. You put work into that bottle to do something at a later time. When you pop the cork, you've already put work into the bottle of making negative pressure.
So what you're saying is osmosis is when matter moves from a degree of lesser concentration to a higher concentration, which is the same thing when you pour water on a table, it spreads out. So if in a bottle where there's a vacuum,
Heck are they talking about?
the void is filled because there's nothing, because of osmosis, because it's a degree of lesser concentration, which is why the air goes in the bottle.
It's not a vacuum. It's nothing.
Right, but what I'm just saying for all intents, a vacuum.
So Cumia doesn't consider space a vacuum. That's interesting.
And because there's nothing there, matter moves in a way to fill
You have a
nothing.
pressurized cabin of a spaceship and a window breaks. It's going to go.
You don't have to do that.
Because of the pressure in the cabin, not because of this vacuum outside sucking.
If you take water and you pour it on the table, the molecules want to separate, and so it spreads out on the table, which is the same concept.
Anthony, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I thought the space station.
The molecules want to separate. So the natural state of all molecules is to want to separate and not form a molecule? I don't... Oh man, this might be the most hilarious flat Earth debate, and that's saying something.
They got a little micrometeorite, put a hole in it. Would it suck all the air out? Would space suck the air out?
Pressure would leak out of that hole at a rate proportional to the hole.
And could they fix it with duct tape?
Yeah, you'd be able to fix that. It's one atmosphere. Inside the ship, it's one atmosphere. It's not even the pressure of a fucking plane flying at 30,000 feet.
Have you seen what happens when you heat a metal drum or take the air out of it?
I love that experiment. Yeah.
How come when the astronauts in their soft snowboarding suits go for a spacewalk, it doesn't explode like the Michelin Man from the no pressure on the outside? Right? How come they do all of their training?
It's one atmosphere. It's barely a blown up balloon.
Wait, no, that's not true. One atmosphere, you just go up to 10,000 feet and it fills up. You have a water bottle on the plane. When you go up, it expands if there's air in it. Okay, just from the slight little changes there. You put it in a vacuum chamber. There's a million videos on YouTube. People sucking the air out, cans and things explode. They explode in a vacuum chamber.
Weiss is just not understanding that he's talking to people who cannot comprehend any of these concepts before even forming an opinion of whether the likelihood of being true or not, whether these experiments are legitimate or not, what exactly they prove, and all of the variables known and unknown that need to be factored in into seeing whether or not experiment is valid and what theory it actually points to or not. These guys are just so clueless. Weiss is not understanding that.
Which is not even a Tor 1 vacuum, and space is like a Tor 10
but you're
or whatever it is.
But you're saying space doesn't exist. What is it then? What is beyond the dome?
So let's talk about the Earth first. So they show us a cross-section of the Earth. They're like, this is 6,000 degrees, and this is 50,000 degrees, and the core is metal. And they show us this colorful cross-section. The deepest hole ever dug is called the Great Borehole. It's in Russia, and they use ground-penetrating radar. They used all of their technology to see what they were digging into and what they were going to hit next, and they were wrong every step of the way. But when they got just short of 8 miles, they hit an impenetrable barrier that they couldn't get through. They tried for a year. Nobody can get through it. So the deepest hole on a flat or ball Earth that's ever been dug is less than 8 miles, and they were wrong all the way down on what they were going to be hitting. But we know what's from there to the center of the Earth. That is nonsense. That is pseudoscience. So now let's talk about going up, right? We've shot, if you've seen the Go Fast rocket, it goes up 73 miles and it hits something. I don't know what it is. It could just be cold gas. It could be they did one with a thermometer on it, and it went close to absolute zero. So maybe the helium that's up there turns solid. We don't know. We
Is
can't
NASA
get
putting
there.
the helium up there?
No, we don't know. Well, helium would go up. Oh, we're talking about gravity. The lighter gases go up, the heavier gases go down. We live in a gradient system where the heavier gases are down low. The Earth.
You agree to that?
I don't understand how you agree to that, and then you circumvent the whole gravity process
I'm
when
going to
it's
talk about
convenient
gravity
to
right
you.
now to get you another explanation of what gravity is.
Whatever happened to the burden of proof in the dragon in the basement? You're the one, this guy's saying gravity is real and functions the way he believes in it, but he's not citing any evidence for it. He's not proving his case, but he expects Weiss to. The hypocrisy, again here, we're hitting new lows of just a dearth of logical ability here with these guys. I mean, this is rough.
Seen the experiment where you have water and oil and a different liquid and different things, they're all floating in a jar and everything separates to its own level due to buoyancy and density. We can all agree to that.
Right.
Buoyancy,
Density.
yeah.
Weight. More dense.
That works on
Cell
a
at the
whole
bottom,
Earth.
less dense. Right.
But something needs to establish which way is down, and you're saying it's gravity. I'm saying it's the negative charge of the Earth. That's something that I can prove.
Oh
the
my
Earth,
God, the
hang
fucking
on.
static charge gravity thing?
Hang on. The Earth has a negative charge, which tracks everything to it. You ever see those ozonators that you turn them on and it puts a positive charge in the air and
Once again, Weiss just has, maybe he knows who he's talking to and he's just doing these explanations for the purpose of the audience so that they'll understand these concepts. Because these jokers, I mean, you can see the looks on their faces, they're not processing anything he's saying. They just automatically assume it's false or whatever, and then they're just getting triggered by him not believing in the mainstream, whatever's pushed in the mainstream that they happen to buy into dogmatically religiously. Notice they've not cited any proofs, whereas Weiss is at least making a case. I don't think it proves what he thinks it proves. But at least he made some kind of a case using science, logic, and reason to some capacity, which these three guys have not done. Cumia has not done that. He's just come off looking extremely religious and silly here.
all of the dust falls to the ground and you can vacuum it up. That's because the negative charge of the ground pulls the positive charge particles down. That's testable, repeatable, observable. Okay? All you need to do is establish which way is down. Down is this way. Whether I'm here or 5,000 miles over there, down is this way. You know, forward and backwards are different. Like you guys are, we're standing in front of each other. Forward for me is this way.
Can
I
ask you something about the static charge is a gravity? That's what's pulling things down. That's what
establishes the down.
It's like you're positive and negative. What you say, rub a balloon on your head and confetti will stick to the balloon based on a negative and positive charge.
Or you get to hold it up on the ground, it'll pull things up away from the ground.
You do know that different materials are attracted differently in static electricity, whereas the rate of something affected by gravity is a constant. What is it, 9.8?
0.8 meters per second. By the way, the Earth does not rise at 9.8 meters per second. You went to the Flat Earth Society. That is a disinfo site. It's total nonsense, and it's to make
I'm
people
just saying,
believe.
before you switch to that, I want you to explain this static charge gravity that is holding us to the Earth based on positive and negative attraction of
gravity has never been proven that mass attracts mass. Mass attracts mass.
Again, you're trying to dispel my belief. I'm trying to ask you how that makes sense that various objects made of different material are affected differently by static charges, yet the rate of a fall of a thing in a vacuum on the moon, whatever the fuck, is a constant.
Gravity. No, we changed gravity. On the app, what about gravity? What about gravity? And there's videos on there. We've taken it where we had helium balloon floating something up, and we turned on a Tesla generator, whatever.
As soon as he starts explaining experiments he's doing, these guys sigh, they put their hand in their head, they just have these looks of confusion and dissonance and extreme dissonance. They don't want to hear about science. They don't want to hear about scientific experiments. It's just, they're not interested in the truth. They're so dogmatically indoctrinated. They're so indoctrinated into their dogma, their religion. It's like somebody questioning their God. They don't like it. And you can see it. It's written all over their faces. Very bad look for the heliocentric globe model. We need some people who are actually going to be scientific and logical to debate people like David Weiss. Because David Weiss, a flat earther, is just mopping the floor with these goofballs that represent, they're choosing to represent the heliocentric model here. They're getting destroyed by a flat earther. It's just kind of weird.
Was whatever, I forget what they're called, that put a negative charge or a positive charge, and it got heavier and it got lighter due to its potential charge. Okay? Different things have different charges to them. I'm not an expert on this.
You mentioned it before when we talk about new rail systems that defy gravity based on magnetic attraction and repulsion. But that isn't changing gravity. That is using other forces to negate a little bit of gravity. So when you say the balloon got heavier or not, it's not. You're using a static charge to change how that balloon is reacting in gravity, but it's not changing gravity.
It's changing its weight.
It is not. Gravity is not. Gravity is a constant.
If you know more about gravity than Neil, you should go on Star Talk.
If you take a balloon, rub it on your hair. Well, I don't have hair, but if you rub a balloon on your head, you can stick it on the wall.
Yeah,
that doesn't change the weight of the balloon. It changes the charge.
It
so
changes
there's
the
a
charge.
difference in
It didn't
attraction.
change gravity.
Right. So you're saying
the
that
ability of the balloon to defy a set
Well, you
force
just
that is
add a
constant.
different force that attracts it differently. So if you have a bullet and you shoot a bullet, it goes through air, and the friction of the bullet through the air shows the bullet up. That's a whole different force than gravity itself.
Gravity's affecting that.
Right, gravity is affecting that too, because you have to. When a sniper says he shoots over the horizon. He adjusts for the horizon. So
we talk about snipers and the Coriolis effect, which is not real. It's just not real, right? There's one sniper video that says he does it. We've talked to many snipers, many long range, and I'm going to prove it to you right now. There's people that they have these guns on these ships that shoot over 100 miles, okay? And the Coriolis would be ridiculous on that shot. So they're saying that they have to calculate when they're shooting somebody that's like 2 miles away, right? So what are they looking at through the scope? Are they going, all right, I got the guy in the scope. Now I'm going to move it way to the left and hope that the bullet hooks to the right? No, they got the guy in the scope and they shoot. There is no Coriolis. None, anywhere.
No, it'd be above it.
Well, no, there's drop, that's for sure. Like when you shoot a bullet and drop a bullet, they're both going to hit the ground at the same time, just in different places.
I've never heard of a sniper taking the rotation of the Earth into account, so you go a few degrees to the left or right.
But they do take into consideration the gravity.
Yeah, gravity. They take into account.
That's fine.
Again, if you shoot a bullet, if you shoot the passenger in a car doing 60 miles an hour, you don't have to compensate for 60 miles an hour. Your whole environment, its relativity, is your 0 miles an hour relative.
I guess he hasn't read Run Z Cow's debunking of relativity and special relativity, because he's just presupposing that it's all true, trying to use fancy terms to make it seem like he knows what they're talking about. The Coriolis effect is based on the spin of the Earth, okay? And they don't even seem to understand that concept at all, whether it's true or not. They don't understand either side of the argument. So they are just, again, the absolute most wrong people you could have for this kind of debate.
To the guy next to you in the car.
Exactly.
So when you shoot that bullet, it's going into his head. It's not. You don't have to compensate for the
unless you have a slow bullet.
Unless it's no windshield.
If a car is a mile away speeding, you're going to have to shoot ahead of that car to hit the car.
Because now it's relative to you being outside the car. This is relativity. Relative to the inside of the car is different than relative to outside the car. And adjustments have to be made accordingly. But it doesn't mean in the car, when you're all on the same moving platform, as the Earth is just a bigger version of the car. And when we're all moving at the same speed and it's constant, we don't feel acceleration or deceleration. We're just there.
Can I demonstrate a couple other examples? Maybe some other things we can talk about. I appreciate it. So your eyes have an angular resolution.
So Weiss missed out on another opportunity to really go into the Coriolis to debunk it, which Again, the spin from west to east versus making shots from east to west or north to south or south to north based on the speed of the bullet relative to the spin of the earth. Because the distance that inside of the car, I mean, these are non-congruent examples. I mean, the amount of fallacies just employed here is just mind-bending, mind-shocking, if you will. Because if you're going over a course of a really long distance, and you have to fact if the earth is spinning, and what is the speed of the bullet. So all of these things need to be calculated. Are they really calculated? You have people on both sides. I'm not going to get into that here. But Weiss's position, the flat earthers do have interesting explanations for that. And Weiss missed out on opportunity here unless he's really starting to grasp at how illogical and clueless these guys are because they don't understand any of his arguments. So regardless of who's right or wrong, they don't even put in the effort. Or maybe it's not a matter of effort. Maybe their mental capacity is just not allowing them to process the information in addition to cognitive dissonance and all these other things.
Limit of the something when it gets to a certain size, an angular size, you can't see it, even though it's still there.
It's a hot chick, am I right?
Yeah.
Hey, ooh.
That's the mental level they're at.
You can see we're 100 miles away.
You guys, if any of you guys watch
Those
the space
titties
station
ain't
fly by,
invisible. Yes.
you guys have the app and said, "Oh, the space station's lit. You come by at 4:52 or whatever."
Right,
and
the lit up balloon.
You see this bright light. Unbelievable. The brightest star in the sky go from horizon to horizon in like just a couple of minutes, right? You've seen it.
Yes.
I've seen it. Okay. So what size is the space station? It's about the size of a football field, about the size, a little bigger than the 747. Okay. When you take a 747, you're standing under a 747, it's gigantic. And then we move it up to cruising altitude. It's now smaller than a pencil eraser held at arm's length.
Yeah.
Agreed? Okay,
Sure.
And it's kind of gray because it's far away. The light, it's just dimming out through that much atmosphere, right? If I doubled the height, it went from this giant thing to a pencil eraser at arm's length. If I doubled the height, you think you could see it? Of course not, right? Right?
I don't know.
Agree. Well, come on. It went from a football field over your head to the size of a pencil eraser, right? That angular size, and now I'm going to double the distance.
Yeah.
Right? You can't see it.
I don't know. I'm
All right,
saying I don't know.
That's what he should be saying the whole time.
Maybe.
How about if I
not.
10 times the distance? You think
We get the point. We get the point, but okay.
The
we get
space
the point.
station is 50 times that height.
Yeah.
Okay? And it's this bright light in the sky. You ever try to reflect the sun, right, on something in the distance? You're moving all over the place. This thing is going by. Somehow it's lit up bright as the friggin' sun, and we can see this thing at 50 times the height of a 747. That's nonsense. This is nonsense. The next question is, well, then what is that light? I have no fucking idea what it is. It's a luminary, like a wandering star that moves around through our skies. The only thing we can say about the luminaries we see in the sky is that they're lights. We can't say anything else.
Don't you think, so you don't think that humans have the ability, potential, technology to have built rockets that took men into space? I know you don't believe in the whole space thing, but you think it's more reasonable to assume that humans had to figure out this decade upon decade long farce of space travel and continue it and actually make it seem like we've gotten better at it. And this...
Well, again, this Anthony Cumia is just so clueless that he's not factoring in that if it's true and because of these variables, he doesn't know what those variables are, so he's pretending that it's more or less reasonable to assume or believe one thing or the other. Just silliness to the nth degree.
Has been perpetrated for so long. And instead, hold on. Instead of just saying, wow, this is hard, someone's going to catch on eventually, why don't we shut this whole thing down? Instead of that, we've actually figured we want to do more. We want to go to Mars. We've opened it up to the...
So this guy's just really clueless about human nature and ego. I mean, how many people want to admit they're wrong? I mean, the government never does that. Like, is this guy like born yesterday? I mean, the just the level of ridiculousness coming out of his mouth, and he's so passionate about defending his faith-based belief system with just this religious fervor. It's really amusing to watch.
Private sector with Boeing is going to launch something Friday. SpaceX is constantly sending rockets up. So instead of shutting it down and going, just let them forget that we even tried the space thing, we've actually done more in an era where cameras are fucking everyone's got them. Amazing cameras. The photographic evidence is everywhere. But you're assuming.
Evidence of what? Didn't he just ignore all the long-range photography and the infrared that Weiss brought up? He just completely pretended that wasn't brought up?
That this farce, this lie, this hoax is still easy enough to perpetrate on the entire world.
Well, of course it's not easy. Now you have a lot of people who are not believing it, and also, again, people fallaciously taking either side. If you don't know it's true, you're not in the know, you're not the one carrying out the conspiracy, how would you know? It's just, again, basic logic required. Cumia does not have it.
No. That people would take the chance to continue doing it.
Everything you said is wrong. Okay?
I've heard that from my ex-wife during the divorce.
Every single thing you said is wrong. We went to the moon a bunch of times in the 1960s, but we lost the technology. We lost all of the tapes. We taped over them because they had a budget shortage, and they taped over all of those tapes. They lost the technology, but we couldn't go back if we wanted to. That's what NASA says.
I don't believe that.
Wait a minute. So look up Don Pettit. We can't go back to the moon.
I heard about the tapes. Look, it's like the old fucking Jackie Gleason show. I realized they didn't think they were going to be as special at the time. And then they taped.
Really? They didn't think the greatest achievement in the history of mankind is special? So they taped over? I mean, wow. Anthony Cumia, come on. He's accepting that my dog ate my homework excuse? That's bizarre.
Over. I get that part. But
we never went to the moon. Period.
Well, we never went to the moon. That's a whole nother thing. And yeah. Buzz Aldrin would punch you in the face.
Because that's what determines truth. Violent aggression at anybody questioning something.
You don't think stars are real, is what I gather. It's just a luminary? So for thousands of years, they've been keeping these lights in the sky before lights existed?
On the flat Earth, sun, moon, and zodiac clock.
Wait, what the kind of question is that? There were lights in the sky before lights existed? When did light exist? What is this guy talking about?
There's a playlist called Stars, all right? And go to the stars. Our optics have outgrown their lines. Anthony, I know you like good high-tech cameras. The Nikon P1000 super zoom camera, 125 times zoom. Put that sucker on a tripod, zoom in on a star, and it is a pulsing orb of
I know.
geometry.
I've seen that. Do you know how much shit is in between us and that star? Yeah, talk about not being able to see fucking 747 at
all the obfuscation.
65,000 feet. How about a star that is fucking light years away, and all the muck and atmosphere of Earth, and then after that,
Wait. So now he knows about atmospheric distortion and precipitation and all this stuff in the way, but somehow he doesn't know about it when he's talking about seeing Hawaii from California or whatever other arguments he brought up. I mean, he's moving on to some pretty extreme levels of hypocrisy here because, I mean, we can't say that he's completely brain dead because if he knows about all of these atmospheric factors and muck in the way, as he put it, how does he magically not know about it when talking about seeing, like, why you can't see something at great distances? Just, it's just funny.
Celestial
stars have been talked about for thousands of years.
Let me address that.
Please do.
So the star Arcturus. You're saying that we're looking through muck and everything. I can tell the difference, which star is which. Just show me a video of it, and I'll go, oh, that's Arcturus, that's Polaris. I recognize them because they all have their unique personality,
they throw
if you will.
Off different light spectrum because of what they're made up of. Percentages of
the only photos that we have of stars and planets come from NASA and Disney, and one of them is more credible than the other.
Dude,
okay?
For thousands of years,
you can't
there
say
has
that.
been records of stars.
So this young guy's pretending that people are saying stars don't exist. Nobody's saying stars don't exist. I don't know why he's pretending that. It's very weird. His mental capacity might be lower than Anthony Cumia's. I mean, these guys' faces tell the whole story here. They can't even grasp the argument.
You know nothing from
There's
before
fucking
1850.
drawings on
Nothing.
caves
Recorded
of
history.
stars.
We have recorded history before 1850.
Man has always been under the stars. Who is keeping these lights on these fucking stars? Who's paying that bill? The star bill.
The guy from...
So if ants want to wonder about who's keeping all the streetlights on, does that mean that the streetlights aren't streetlights because the ants can't answer the question of who's paying for the lights? I mean, this level of silliness is just so extreme.
The Red Roof Inn.
Okay, hold on. We're back.
There you are.
You got me?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, 66,000 miles per hour, orbiting and chasing the sun at 600,000 miles per hour,
Right.
flying around the great attractor, just all of these motions. And for thousands of years, all of the constellations are in the exact same place on the same night each year.
They're
Somehow,
predictably always in the same
magically,
place.
they're always in the exact
Do you
same place.
understand this?
It's as if everything is going around the same.
But again, you're downplaying the unimaginable size of it all. The spin.
Again, Anthony Cumia is going off the walls, proving he didn't understand what Weiss just said. Weiss is talking about the position of the Earth and the Milky Way galaxy relative to other positions of other star systems and how things would look like in the sky. Cumia is just going off on how everything's big, which that's not what Weiss said. He's talking about positions of one galaxy moving within the universe versus others, unless they're going to say everything is magically moving at the exact same speed and angle to make everything look the same every night. So, and again, Cumia is going off the walls with his just not even able to have a very, very kindergarten level of understanding a concept presented.
Thing that's going on. First of all, the spinning is relative again. We may as well say, hold on. We may as well say the Earth is the center of the universe, because if there's no border, we could say we're the middle of it and everything goes around us. Motion in space is relative to what? There's nothing to make it relative to. So we're either hurtling through at unbelievable speeds or we're literally standing still. There's nothing to really base our movement on.
So they're telling us that the planets are all going in different directions and all the stars are going in planets
Relative
going
to us, we have to have some standard. We have to say, if the sun is the center of our solar system, we're going around the sun.
You said that these distances are unimaginable. No, and I say you're wrong. They're only imaginable. This is something that you have to imagine. Let's do a little diagram. Imagine our giant sun was just a mile over our heads right now, right? And we have nothing. We're in Kansas. It's flat. We're out in the middle of the ocean.
Right.
The sun would fill the entire sky, horizon to horizon. Agreed? Agreed.
If the giant sun that we know
giant
of,
sun was just a mile over our heads.
oh,
That's way bigger than the Earth?
yes.
Yeah, of course. It would cover us. So
Sure.
now let's move it 93 million miles away where they say it is, which
Right.
is a ridiculous way they calculated that. And now it's the size of a dime held at arm's length. Agreed?
Right.
Okay? So we're reduced from everything, horizon to horizon, to the size of a dime at 93 million miles. If I doubled the distance, how much smaller would that sun get? Because, by the way,
Half the size.
Oh,
I
half
don't
the
even
size?
know if it's half. I don't know. There might be some type of formula where it's
Where are you going with
an
it?
exponential thing, perhaps.
Maybe,
What
but
turns the
what if
stars
I-
on?
What if I 8 times the distance? 8 times.
What are you getting at, though?
I'm getting at 8 times the distance is a light hour. Okay, a light hour. The closest star we see is 4.3 light years away.
Yeah.
These are ridiculous numbers. The angular, you know what the inverse square law of light is? I explained it a little bit before. It's impossible. The brightness of the moon that we see that if it was just 1 lumen, right, and it's brighter than that when it's full. By the time the astronauts
Just the visual of this is so funny. This Weiss guy's like giving a lecture, and there's these 3 students in class. It looks like they're board students. Kumia's 2 co-hosts or whatever, they're like in the back row, the slackers who don't understand anything ever. And then he's like the loudmouth who pretends he understands and likes the attention and just likes to talk for the sake of talking while he doesn't really understand anything. It's so funny.
Got within 100 miles of the moon, it would be brighter than the sun, according to science. All right, but it's not. And when they were on this dusty, dirty ball. They went there. They played golf. They drove.
The only reason the moon is light at all is because it's reflected from the sun, and it can't be brighter than something it's reflecting.
But when do you think stars started?
But it couldn't.
When did stars start?
When did stars start?
When did stars start?
Yeah. When did the cabal decide to turn on stars to fuck with people?
That's a ridiculous question.
I still want to know what the end game is, and so why is that a ridiculous question?
Because there's no answer to it. It's logic.
Yeah, when did the
Who
stars
is
start
paying
in your
to keep
polar?
stars in the sky? And who always has?
That's ridiculous.
And
That's ridiculous.
did it in a predictable way that it's always that they're always in the same spot at the same time.
They're fixed in the firmament above.
By whom?
I don't know. The whoever created this place.
What's above the dome? What's
it's
above the dome?
intelligently designed.
What's above the dome?
I don't know what's above it. We think it's liquid.
How do you not
maybe
know?
water.
No
do you
one,
not know?
no one
How do you
decided. No one decided. Let's say everyone's popular belief was exactly like you say. Don't you think humans would have wanted to explore and see, hey, what the fuck is this? Let's get a sawzall, cut a hole in it, and get the fuck out there.
What's the
project? I think it's called Project Dominic or Project Fishbowl, where they were shooting bombs up into the sky, trying to blow a hole in the sky in the 1950s, and they couldn't. It didn't work.
Weird.
So there seems to be an impenetrable barrier above us and one about 8 miles below us. Right?
Because you couldn't blow up the sky means that it doesn't exist? It means that the dome...
Trying to blow a hole in this...
Wait, because you can't blow up the sky means the sky doesn't exist? This young kid, man, like, he's making Cumia look smart.
hard, fast barrier that's above us, right? And there's still video of it, and it looks like it's hitting something.
To have so many people try to perpetuate this lie and get further and deeper into the lie by sending up more rockets, telling more people that they are going to be privy to traveling into space soon. Like that seems counter.
Well, they've also been doing that for decades, and these guys aren't seeing the pattern. Again, doesn't mean it's true or false. It's just they're completely ignoring all of this historical data and reference just to cling dogmatically to their religious belief system, which is quite hilarious. And also they keep going back to just this fallacious reasoning of how people would be lying. I mean, again, it's not the crime, it's the cover-up, right? And the cover-up just gets worse and worse because nobody wants to cop to the crime. And it's just so silly how these guys can't even understand the argument. They can't understand the position. It could be completely false. But if it's true, it could work this way in ABC or XYZ. And these guys, it's just beyond them to comprehend.
Productive. That seems counterproductive to keeping the lie going.
So, they discovered, I believe they discovered the barrier in Antarctica in 1959 or whatever, right around that time. And then they put up, the Antarctic Treaty started then. And NASA was created then, so they put a barrier above us and a barrier around us that we can't get to, right? So the end game, which I didn't answer before, is what if there was more land? What if there was a way to get away from this tyranny? What if you didn't have to worry about all this end of the world stuff? What if you knew that there was plenty of resources? What if you knew that there was free energy and they couldn't bill us for it?
Are you saying that that's true? Are you saying that that's true, or you're saying that's a hypothetical understanding of why that's ultimately why? Are you saying?
Have you ever looked into free energy? No, I'm saying this is my
dad used to jump the box for the power company. He'd take it off and put a couple of wires in. So my dad knew a lot about free energy.
Yeah, there you go. Free energy.
We should go to the light pole. We go and get it from the light pole.
Like a free cable.
And cable.
That's the mental level these guys are at.
Tesla powered the World Fair wirelessly, and JP Morgan said, how do we bill people for this? He goes, you can't, it's free energy, we're sucking it out of the earth. And he's like, well, that's not going to happen. He cornered the market on copper wire, and they started this whole electrical system, and that's how they control us. Oil is another hoax. Electricity, it's all to
How is
control
oil
us
a
with
hoax?
power. Well, oil is natural in the earth, okay?
Right.
And we don't need it. Yeah, we're using it to power stuff. Absolutely, believe it. That's done. But they're saying that there's an oil shortage. The empty oil wells are full again. The earth is replenishing the oil. It's not made from dinosaur bones.
So are you saying that this is to create consumers? Is that what what the end game is?
Control us. It's to take away our free will. We have natural free will.
So what happens if tomorrow everybody agrees with you? What happens to society?
That changes everything. The governments and all of the universities and all of the sciences, they all have to be retooled. It would be a massive change. But when you discover that we live in a created world, okay, not a random speck from nothing, you then realize there's a creator. And where you take it from there is your own business. I'm not saying who the creator is.
Religious.
I'm not saying, I'm not religious. I'm not anything. I understand that we don't live on a spinning ball. We can talk about eclipses too. I heard you talk about that. And I can prove to you that the ball is impossible.
There's no eclipse talking.
Do you think Donald Trump will keep this secret?
I don't know if Donald Trump knows. I think he's just another puppet.
What about eclipses? I want to hear about that.
So we're told, can you see my microphone here? So let's say this is the sun, right? And here's the earth.
Yeah.
Right? And when the moon comes in between the sun, this is make this the sun, and this is the moon, the sun and the moon, right? And then the earth comes in and eclipses.
That's a lunar eclipse, yeah.
So it comes in and eclipses it. Now, if you're standing on this part of the earth, let's just call this the equator or whatever, the earth is sideways, and here's the sun, and the moon is up here. I mean, I'm a little dyslexic.
I know what you're getting at.
So the sun and the moon, to the observer, are above the horizon. He can see both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
But the eclipse has already started on the moon. And it's coming in from the top, not from the bottom, because he's on the earth that's supposedly coming up and going to eclipse it. But the eclipse starts from the top. You can see them both. That proves that it's not the earth that's causing the eclipse. What's causing the eclipse? I don't know.
The earth is not. The earth is on a tilted axis.
So it doesn't matter. Tilt it any way you want. It doesn't matter if the sun and the moon. It's called the Selenian eclipse. If the sun and the moon are above the earth, the shadow should eventually come in from the bottom, but it's already started coming in from the top.
Again, if they've failed to realize, they've failed to understand any of the points that Weiss has made, why would they understand this one?
Sometimes it comes in from the side. You cannot recreate it. Get a light, get a single source light, get 2 balls, and you'll see they have to be in line. And one of them has to be below your horizon to see it. So that's happened many times. So then we're told the response that we have is only a sphere can come in from any angle and create a curved shadow.
Yeah.
That is a lie. That is a lie. Let me explain.
All right.
Because you never thought of this. You got your sunlight. You have a single source light, and you have a ball. You take another ball and start eclipsing that sunlight. That ball shadow on another sphere shadow comes in as a tight ellipse, and then as it comes up, it spreads out, and then it leaves as an ellipse. Okay, and that's how it works on a ball. If it was just a flat thing you were reflecting on, you would see the ball. You would definitely see a circle. But a ball shadowing another ball doesn't make a perfect curve like we see. Now, I'm not saying that the earth is flat and causing this eclipse, but if you have a ball over here and you took a book and brought it in between the light, it would make a curved shadow, because the flat book is making a curved shadow because it's curved.
It would change. It would change. It would change as it creeps up or in.
I have video of it. I have video.
It's almost painful to just watch Cumia try to think about something and reason. I mean, even his facial expressions, like his brain just seems incapable of processing these ideas and understanding them before jumping to an opinion. He's just all about presupposition and preaching his religious views. Again, these guys are just basically pushing everyone into flat Earth with the way that they're defending the heliocentric globe. It's just asinine.
of it. It doesn't change. It's exactly what we see, but that's not what's causing it. I'm saying that's not what we're causing it. On the app again, eclipses. Look it up. The videos are there. The experiments are there.
I look everything up. I get no answers. I get kind of weird nonsense.
We only have a certain amount of time, and this stuff takes hours. Like I do interviews sometimes. I tell people
I've spent hours, my friend.
I went to medical.
So he spent a couple hours on flat Earth and he didn't understand anything, and then he thinks that makes him an expert. And keep in mind, he also said he was an expert in geology, astrophysics. Like he said, he knows a lot. His Dunning-Kruger's off the charts.
You had put in some work on this, Anthony.
What I do think it's lots of the stuff you're watching is kind of impressive. There's so much.
What do you think of Mark Sargent?
Mark Sargent, I think, is a great guy. He loves what he's doing. He loves the popularity, and you know what? Good for him. He's done a lot for Flat Earth. Matter of fact, he's the one that turned me into a Flat Earther, right? I was anti-Flat Earth. I wouldn't watch a 1-minute video.
You all say this. You all say that you're skeptics. You started getting into it to dispel it, and then you just fucking got it. Everything I've looked at, I'm waiting for this eureka moment where I'm like, wait, I get it. Everything I've looked at through more research has made me think more that it's utter and complete nonsense.
Because he didn't understand any of it. There should be asterisks there. The flat earthers that became flat earthers at least have understood the arguments that poked the holes in the ball earth, and then that's why they became flat earthers. Obviously they didn't account for other variables. That's a separate argument, but there should be an asterisk if you'd have to be not completely and hopelessly indoctrinated on blind faith like Kumia clearly is, and you have to have some kind of level of cognitive and reasoning ability to understand the arguments. Because if you don't understand any of the arguments, of course you're not going to jump to that side. So again, Kumia clearly believes he's more capable than he is when his Dunning-Kruger is so off the charts. He doesn't understand how lacking he is in his mental processing.
Fall into three baskets. Can fall into three baskets. Works on a ball earth only, works on a flat earth only, or works on both. Circumnavigation east and west work on both. Okay, you go around east and west on both.
Distances don't make sense on both though.
What doesn't?
Distances don't make sense on both flat and sphere.
Okay,
well, how can you know that if the distances aren't verifiable and there is no flat Earth map?
You want to talk plane flights now from Santiago to Australia?
Well, let's talk plane flights from Santiago to Australia and then from New York to Japan, and then talk about how the line to Japan is this big and the line to Sydney is this big, yet the time is the same on a flat Earth map.
Yeah. So again, you don't know how fast these planes are going. The plane that goes, just listen.
I'm listening.
Listen. The plane that flies from Santiago to Australia is a special plane. There's only a few pilots that make the flight. It has 7 layers of heat-resistant paint on it. What does that tell you? How fast is this thing going? But it doesn't even need to go that fast to make the distance. Did you know on your spinning ball, right, it's spinning to the east. The Earth is spinning east, right, on its axis.
Right.
That at 40,000, 45,000 feet, that the winds are outrunning the Earth by 300 miles per hour. Outrunning the Earth, right? You're saying that the Earth is spinning and the atmosphere is spinning with it, but the upper atmosphere is outrunning the spin of the Earth. That's impossible. If anything, it would be lagging behind because it has to go faster just to keep up with the smaller circumference of the Earth, because the larger circumference of the atmosphere.
Again, just from the look on these guys' faces, they are not even understanding the concept before deciding whether they agree or disagree. They're just not understing the concept.
It's outrunning.
Pressure up there.
Well, and what about the relativity? It's still the idea of relativity.
You're using words here. Just the relativity doesn't mean anything.
No, it does mean something. If
let me finish my point.
Well, he doesn't seem to understand relativity, but he's using it, and this is just devolving very quickly.
I got 10 seconds left. 10 seconds. Let me finish the point.
Okay.
You put that plane into that tailwind, 300 mile an hour tailwind. The plane needs to go about 650 miles an hour. It makes that trip every single time. Not a problem. We had a guy take that trip, and he took a compass with him, and the directions were all wrong, but we lined him up on where he would be on the map, and it lined up perfectly on a flat Earth map. Lined up perfectly.
What you're saying,
how many times have you replicated that?
Doesn't make
The one that I
sense.
want.
Here he is again, Anthony Cumia. Just because something doesn't make sense to his less than 4-year-old mental capability doesn't mean it's false. And he just really can't ever get past that. And that's why he's who he is, and he's at the level that he's at, mentally and able to process information, even if he happens to be accidentally correct about the belief system, about defending the belief system that he was religiously indoctrinated into.
Study of one, always scientific.
Yeah, no, we've only done it once, and that's what it leads to. There was an emergency landing. There was a plane going from the Philippines to California, right? And it's on its way to California. It's going over Hawaii, straight to California. And right before Hawaii, a lady had a baby, and they made an emergency landing in Alaska. Okay? That is ridiculous. California on your globe is closer than Alaska, but they went to Alaska for the emergency landing. Put that on a flat earth map, and that's exactly where they go. Straight line over Alaska, right down to California. That's how it works.
Can you imagine being stuck on a plane next to him?
Look,
Oh, man.
David.
People like, hey, I took a plane flight now. I'm a flat earther.
David, I want to thank you for coming on. It's such a
plug that out one more time.
Go ahead, man.
The flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac clock. Take the challenge. Every day, a new video will show up right here, and you get a little notification of what it's about. Watch it. Short videos during the week, long videos on the weekend. Do that for 2 weeks, and you will be a flat earther. Same thing happens every time. People go, I took your challenge, but I hit the archive button. I watched everything for the last 3 days. Holy shit, now everybody thinks I'm a moron.
I gotta tell you, like many of your cohorts in the Flat Earth community, I appreciate your gumption, your stick-to-itiveness, and if nothing else, hats off to that, because it is such an insane concept to try to sell people on. But thank you for coming on.
Anthony, would you have Owen Benjamin on and let him
In a
try
second, I love Owen. I have no problem.
I'm going to ask Owen to come on because I appreciate your humor and your attitude. You get a lot of shit wrong, and you have a lot of false assumptions, but we're going to correct that. I think you're a guy willing to learn.
Thank you, Dave.
Yep.
I'm not sure about that, but we'll see.
Take it easy, man. Have a good one.
All right, see you. Bye.
There goes David. Wow. Yes, we did get into that a little longer than I thought we would.
Fuck, dude. Fight somebody.
So now he's angry. That's his response. I mean, Buddha once said, when you feel anger, you're no longer seeking the truth. You're seeking to be right. Once again, ego gratification, because these guys obviously couldn't be duped. And as Mark Twain once said, it's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. Again, doesn't necessarily relate to the shape of the earth, but a lot of the sub-arguments with trusting space agencies and things like that.
I don't know why it is infuriating. Like you have...
Why is it infuriating? Did it trigger cognitive dissonance? Because if it was really that obvious and that easy, did Weiss make some correct points? Even if his ultimate position is wrong, did he make really good points and argue scientifically and logically and exposed these jokers for being nothing but religious and arguing with faith and fallacies? Is that why they're angry? Their subconscious recognized it.
But not, you go, I don't give a shit either way. And that's what we should be. Yeah. We should be at the place where I don't give a shit. But I fucking, I want to say no. What are you doing? Yeah.
Well, that's, again, people that are hopelessly indoctrinated and they're just brainwashed into a particular belief system, and they were brainwashed into thinking it was scientific. When it's exposed as religious scientism and it's not logical or scientific, then their subconscious is triggered, and that's what causes them to behave this way. Again, using logic, reason, psychology, very important to understand these things to make sense of everything we see here. Also quite hilarious.
I mean, my mom has this pamphlet for what to say when Jehovah's Witnesses come knocking, and she will sit there for 3 hours trying to talk these fucking J-dubs.
And you're not going to talk them out of anything.
You can't make sense out of it. You can't make sense out of nonsense.
Well, it's kind of funny. Just, are they hypocrites? Because on the flip side, you could spend 3 hours. Can you talk sense into these airheads?
I can't not try to argue the point.
It's reason. I mean, but he's making these scientific claims that are based on the same scientific claims that you prove. And so, please,
Wait. Are they really though, or is that another presupposition guy?
The round Earth. So, and then you decide which theories don't fit, and
That's a lot of cherry picking. And it's going, no, you're wrong on a lot of things. It's like, well,
that's exactly what he's telling David Weiss, though, that he's wrong and engaging in all of these fallacies. Weiss came out on top of that easily, even being wrong. If he's wrong about the flat Earth model, he still mopped the floor with these guys, and they're so triggered because their subconscious realize that.
Not been proven wrong on any of these things. And with you saying the burden is on him.
Yeah, sure.
When you say something so outlandish that it flies in the face of what technology and science and everyone else has said.
I think what he's easily phrasing that appeal to popularity fallacies and appeal to authority fallacies. Just because something is popular doesn't mean it's true. Just because an authority believes something and wants everybody else to believe it doesn't mean it's true. So this is the kind of the cornerstone of their argument, is just these fallacies without anything real to back it up, and they're too silly to realize it.
For thousands of years, you best have.
And also,
best have a fucking...
has adjusted. Science has always adjusted for the knowledge that we, as you know more, you're expected to do
New
better.
information, new technology.
And yet they refuse to address historical data on mainstream science being wrong. Again, it doesn't mean they're wrong about this issue, but in general, that's why defaulting to fallacies is just such a poor and illogical way to argue, and that's all these guys have done.
Yeah. We're able to build on what we already know.
I just don't see...
have a magic wand of fucking shit that you can say, this is why.
I was stuck on it, but like the stars thing. You're assuming there used to be stars?
It's kind of
motherfucker.
It's kind.
He's still he didn't even understand what Weiss said, but he thinks he did, and he's getting outraged over something that was never. Weiss did not say that stars aren't real or that stars did not exist, but he's kind of pretending, or I guess he misunderstood, and he's just running with that misunderstanding instead of addressing his own mental deficiencies.
Another thing where you get caught up.
Dante too.
You get caught up in a moment or something that you subscribe to. But the point is, okay, so say it's flat Earth. So I think what he's saying is you create consumers by lying to them.
Right.
The freedom a lot. But if you had a flat Earth, they would find a way to create a consumer in terms of flat Earthers. So I don't know.
Well, again, he's assuming that just because he doesn't know the serial killer's motive, that doesn't mean that the serial killer is not killing people. And again, he's falling in. He's so ego-dominated and just completely dominated by hubris. He doesn't understand that his mental ability, his ability of understanding something, does not dictate the chances of that something being true. If it's true, it's true, regardless of whether or not he can understand why it's true. I don't know why this is such a major stumbling block for these illogical, silly people, but it just seems to be.
Like, when was it decided to perpetuate this hoax, this lie on everyone?
What?
And that we're gonna lie then.
An oil-based economy before.
Well, again, knowing when a motive was formed, why it was formed, without knowing what it is, I mean, that's kind of a silly waste of time. Why not just engage in science and logic? Why not actually just look at the facts? Why not look at the actual experiments? Why not examine the theories for their own scientific merit instead of always focusing on motives for conspiracies? Because that's kind of it's almost a waste of time to a certain extent, because if it's true, it could be for reasons that aren't known. If it's not true, it's not true. So the reasons don't matter because they're reasons over something that's not true. So it's just, they focus on this waste of time instead of being logical and scientific.
Before there was oil?
Right, before there was oil had something to do with it.
They played the long game on oil?
Yeah, people came up with the globe many, many thousands of years ago. So why did they want to hide that? If oil wasn't a part of it yet, religion, there was so many religions.
Larry booked me, he said I could do it today or Thursday, and I was like, either works. I don't know what you're doing Thursday, man. I bet it's going to be so fun.
My dad
stuff. Like some fucking nerd for 3 hours on Skype.
He has to call the guy a nerd because is that a Freudian slip on that he realizes his own intellect is so lacking, and that Weiss was actually intelligent and scientific and logical about his presentation, that he has to call him a nerd. He has to go with these ad hominem fallacies because he didn't understand anything. And these other jokers can only laugh about it because they don't actually have any real arguments and they can't understand information presented.
Dude, I know there are going to be so many people that watch the show going, Jesus fucking Christ, hang up already or something. I was tweeting that, fascinated by this. I'm fascinated by, not by the flat earth thing,
Right.
by the belief that the earth is flat.
And I'm fascinated on how these religious, faith-based heliocentrists don't understand that they're being religious and faith-based instead of scientific, and they're laughing at the flat earthers, and they wonder so much why a flat earther could believe what they could believe. I mean, the flat earthers are fallacious as well. I mean, poking holes in the heliocentric model doesn't prove the flat earth true, but at least they're somewhat scientific and somewhat logical, and at least they're questioning instead of blindly accepting like sheep or lemmings going off a cliff like this Anthony Cumia guy and his cohorts here. They don't understand any basic logic or reason, and their subconscious recognizes that, which is why they engage with these flat earthers and why they talk about it, because if it really was that silly and useless, they wouldn't give it the light of day.
Dug in deep on it.
I fucking dug in deep. You're right.
Pretty fucking impressive.
I was taking
There was so much about this
There's
shit.
one moment that I was like, man, you've come such a long way from the guy that was encouraging people to have anal sex in a church.
Well, that pretty much says where these guys are at. I'm going to end it here because these are the kinds of human beings that we're dealing with these maturity levels. They don't understand anything about science or logic, and it's pretty hilarious. So hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast in breaking down the flat earth debate. That is quite fascinating because of the fallaciousness on both sides, but even more amusing that the heliocentric globe believers, even if accidentally correct, are just arguingly so illogically and unscientific, and the flat earthers are just mopping the floor with them in all of these debates, even if wrong. That, to me, is just very, very amusing. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. You can catch us on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for topic or case requests. And also make sure to like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive updates. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, here with another logical analysis. This time on a flat earth debate. So someone sent me this video to do a logical analysis on, and it is Destiny versus John Zerka. A flat earth debate. Now, I've gotten a lot of videos like these and requests to do flat earth debates. Now, full disclosure, of course, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not advocating that anybody believe that the earth is flat. I am advocating logical debate using, once again, science, logic, and reason, not logical fallacies to support a faith-based religious belief system, even if it happens to be correct. Because if you're just believing priests on everything, that's not logic or scientific, even if the priests are correct. So that's the point here, and it is highly entertaining and educational to see how people regurgitate the faith-based religious propaganda they were taught, even if the final conclusion is true. But I'm not saying what's true or false here. I'm just examining the arguments logically. Once again, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to let those notifications come through. If you like this podcast, hit the like button and share it across social media platforms. You could also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for topic or true crime case requests and podcasters. And make sure to like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive content coming soon. All right, so let's jump right in here. This flat earth debate actually wasn't too long. Some of them do rage on for hours and hours, so it could be a bit tedious. And a lot of major fallacies are employed here, some of them quick fire. So doing this debate can kind of cover a lot of them. I might cover some more in the future. If there's a huge demand, I'll do a couple more. People keep sending me this flat earth content, and it's not that I don't find it interesting. It is very good as a mental exercise to just, people work out physically. You should work out mentally too, and also develop your logic and reason so you're not falling for logical fallacies and you don't get so distracted with destinations and conclusions, regardless of whether they're true or false. You're just picking different priests to follow, even if they are correct. That's not really gonna make anyone logical or scientific, and especially in these times we're in now, where there's almost nothing that can be trusted. So logic and reason are of the utmost importance to develop. So let's jump right in here.
5 minutes. Flat Earth. Is the Earth flat?
No, Raj. He doesn't want to do this. Right. He doesn't want to do this. This is the.
I'll do that. Yeah, we can do flat Earth.
Flat Earth topic. Final round. 5 minutes. Starting with John. Go ahead. 5 minutes. Good luck.
Destiny. Why do you believe in the heliocentric model?
Because we've got navigation charts that have relied on it for hundreds of years. The sailors have relied on the Earth being round. We've got airplane pilots that rely on the Earth being round. We've got mathematical formulas and all of physics is relying on Earth being round. In order to believe that the Earth is flat, you literally have to believe in a conspiracy that millions or hundreds of millions of people have been forced to buy into for literally generations, and none of these people have ever leaked or told anybody that the shit is all fake at any point in history, and it is absolutely fucking absurd that you think that that could be true.
All right, so this is impressive. Destiny has rattled off more presuppositions and logical fallacies than I think anyone ever has in a flat earth debate that quickly. I mean, he's outdone Neil deGrasse Tyson here in logical fallacies. It's amazing. This guy, Destiny, is skilled at logical fallacies. So, wow, a lot of presuppositions to unpack there, false dichotomies. It's just a straw man argument. I mean, if appeal to extremes. I mean, he's hit so many of these fallacies that quickly. So, well, let's tackle his first point. So, navigational maps relied on for hundreds of years. So, people, again, if we're using the official historical sources, which, again, you can check out the MINDSHOCK Altered History podcast series. Those are, of course, all under dispute because the victors write the history books. But let's assume that the official historical narrative is correct. There have been seafaring people for a long time. And depending on how far you want to go back, they thought the Earth was flat, if we're assuming the official narrative is correct. And they navigated with flat Earth maps perfectly fine. I mean, some of these, like the Piri Reis map, I mean, some of these older maps are just exquisite. And that one's even put together from even older maps, depending on how far you want to dig into the history of some of these maps. So to navigate, again, with all these false dichotomies, presuppositions, straw man, you could navigate if the northern hemisphere is exactly the same on the flat Earth map and the globe map. Okay, right there, it would work the exact same way on both. And now, as far as southern hemisphere, there are quite a few discrepancies. Once again, Captain Cook logging something like 60,000 miles, between 60 and 80,000 miles around Antarctica. So that would support the flat Earth theory if that is true, and if he simply didn't get lost and he knew exactly where he was going. So again, I mean, he was one of the greatest explorers of all time, one of the greatest navigators of all time, according to historical sources. So if that's true, that's a point in the flat Earth camp, or there could just have been more. I mean, there again, without falling for black and white fallacies, these false dichotomy fallacies, there could be many different variables and many different explanations. Could be flat, could not be flat. I mean, on each model, you have multiple different scenarios that could account for this. So for him to jump on and just fallaciously claim this, because even if you look at guidance systems, I mean, I think there was a recent U.S. government document leak where the navigational systems were assuming that, it wasn't a leak, it was some manual, you assume the Earth is a flat plane because it's so big to navigate. I mean, again, depending on which camp you fall into, I mean, it really doesn't matter because it would work the same way on flat or globe. So I'm not sure, again, it's his cognitive dissonance, his extreme dogmatic indoctrination that is not allowing this Destiny guy to be logical and objective. He's just immediately jumping to presuppositions and circular reasoning fallacies instead of defending his faith in the heliocentric model logically, which he has not done with this opening statement. What else did he say? Everybody would have to be in on it. Again, I mean, is he that clueless about compartmentalization? And again, all these things, if they all work the same way on both, more or less, and only the top people in the know about it, then no, they would not all be in it. And then, of course, his fallacious claim on the whistleblowers. There have been whistleblowers for all time. It's like, it seemed like at the end he would have believed the whistleblowers if they came out, which is, again, he's just being intellectually dishonest if he's presenting his argument that way. Because he seems to put a lot of faith in whistleblowers, and he's saying because there were none, that means it's not flat. So, which is, again, another black and white fallacy. I mean, this fallacy stack is one of the most impressive I have ever seen rattled off that quickly. It's just amazing. Nothing but fallacies right on top of each other. Fallacies, assumptions, presuppositions, these things are insane. So he didn't make a single valid point in that argument, and especially if a lot of these technologies work the same on a flat or globe model, then that would have nothing to do with it. So again, what an opener. Let's continue here.
So you don't think it's gotten leaked, and it didn't? I mean, it became popular in 2014. But you said airplanes.
Well, actually, that's another good point there. Nobody would be talking about it, right? Because if there were no leaks, because what was it, Matt Powerland or whatever his name is? He was an artist, or he claimed to have been an artist for NASA, and I think he was one of the first guys. Someone could correct me in the comments. I am not the #1 flat Earth historian. I think Eric Dubé came after Matt Powerland. Is it Matt Powerland? Who knows? But he claimed to be an artist. He's a whistleblower. He said that these higher up NASA guys told him it was flat. So there is a whistleblower right there. And then there's a ton more. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean they're telling the truth. So his argument is just so fallacious on so many levels, but it's also demonstrably false because there's a bunch of whistleblowers. But again, how does that prove the Earth is flat?
Airplane that flies over a motionless plane, like Einstein said, the Earth is an observable motionless plane. Do you know what a gyroscope is?
So, yeah, I don't think arguing semantics is a good idea. So if it's called an airplane, so on John's point here, I'm not sure why he's choosing to argue this. It doesn't look good because fallacious humans naming something doesn't prove a model true. Because if the Earth is really a globe, but they thought it was a flat plane and they named the airplane a plane because of that, how would that prove a flat Earth? I mean, it doesn't really make a lot of sense there.
I know what a gyroscope is, but the Earth is not motionless. The Earth rotates on an axis.
Okay, so he's stating that as if it's a fact, but if we're doing a logical debate here, he's asserting this claim that the Earth is rotating on an axis without providing any proof. He's making a dogmatic statement of fact. So even in the heliocentric model theory, that is what is theorized. I'm not saying it's not true, but if he's going to make that kind of assertion, he should back it up with science, logic, and reason. He's not naming experiments. He's not doing anything. If he has that information, then he needs to put it forth. I don't know if he has it or not. Maybe he does have it, but not using it here when you're making that kind of a claim, that's just illogical silliness based on faith, unless he proves otherwise, because the burden of proof is on the one making the claim. You're not called upon to prove a negative. So if he's saying it's spinning on an axis, it's up to him to back that up, and he just made the statement without backing it up. Very, very silly look.
Oh, okay. There's 6 scientific experiments that all failed. I know what you're talking about, but you know what a gyroscope is, right?
Yeah, I'm aware of what a gyroscope is.
On an airplane.
What about a gyroscope on an airplane?
What does it do?
I don't know. I've never tried it before.
It measures the plane level to the Earth because it'll fight gravity, right? That's what the instrument does.
Okay.
So I'm wondering why you said airplanes when they fly 30,000 feet in altitude, and NASA says you can see curvature at 60,000 feet. Weather balloons double the height and don't measure anything. The only time you've seen a curved Earth is through government propaganda, NASA, or Hollywood?
I mean, so we can believe that every single shot from space is doctored, and every single astronaut that's been involved with that are all involved in the doctoring process, and none of them have released anything. The reason why I bring up airplanes is because if you look at the paths that airplanes...
All right, hold on. Before we get to the airplane, let's discuss his massive straw man logical fallacy here. and false dichotomy. So he's saying either they're all doctored or they're all not. And what is this about believe they're doctored? The burden of proof is on the one making a claim. If you say you do something extraordinary like go to the moon or have these satellites that can take these amazing pictures of other planets, it's not up to someone else to prove they're doctored, although that's been done with a lot of NASA's material. Again, doesn't prove they didn't go to the moon or they didn't really take those photos, but they were doctored. So that doesn't mean they weren't of what they claimed to be, but they were manipulated. So it's not a 100% undoctored, authentic piece of evidence, which is self-admitted. So again, destiny is just reframing all of this presupposition, circular reasoning, straw man, false dichotomy, just stacking them one on top of the other. And also, it's kind of hilarious because he's stating it with such religious devotion as if it's 100% certain fact. Because science is a process of finding the truth, not having fixed ideas. That's pseudoscience and religion-like, which is how Destiny is making his argument here, which is, again, not a good look for globe earthers. Which, that's one of the most hilarious things here, is that these flat earthers are just destroying all these globe earthers, but I'm not saying the globe earthers are wrong. So if the globe earthers are correct, it's just so amusing how the flat earthers having a wrong conclusion, if it's a wrong conclusion, they're just winning all these debates. That just makes it even more hilarious if the flat earth model is not true. It's just, it's beyond funny, but again, just as educational material in logical argumentation and logical fallacies, scientific argumentation, it's very interesting because we could learn a lot here.
That airplanes fly from one place to another, it's never a straight line because the maps that we see are flat, but the Earth itself is curved.
Right.
Once again, does he have, if he's not, these circular reasoning fallacies are just, is he really that clueless? He doesn't understand. He's saying the Earth is round because it's round. It's just, in short, that's the summary of his position. He's not, because again, if it would work the same way on both models, then it's just circular reasoning fallacies galore. And again, black and white fallacies. That flight path can only work on a sphere, or the flat earther saying it could only work on a flat Earth. Again, illogical.
Right. You said you'd have to believe that NASA doctors their photos and fake the moon landing. Wouldn't it be interesting if instead of spending all the money to go to the moon, they fake it and make $100 billion in tax revenue every year from it? Wouldn't it be?
Firstly, NASA has been criminally underfunded for the past 50 years. So if their goal was to make a fuck ton of money, they failed miserably.
What? That's got to be one of the dumbest points I've ever heard. Raking in 50 to 60 to 70 million dollars a day? A day? That's a failure? That's pretty amazing. I think that's more than what Bill Gates makes. So it's pretty amazing. And it's, again, he's stating an opinion, but he is so ego dominated. He's just oozing. If you watch the video, he's just oozing with this false confidence and bravado because he's been indoctrinated so strongly with this religious faith-based system. I'm not saying it's wrong. The conclusion might be true, but he's been so heavily indoctrinated, he doesn't use logic or the scientific method. He just has faith in these priests. Again, doesn't mean the priests are wrong. People always get triggered when I say the word priest, because if you're treating them as a priest, and if they are not using the scientific method, not all scientists are equal, to just, again, have these false dichotomies, black and white fallacies, where you're grouping all scientists into. Some scientists are actually scientists. They follow the scientific method. They are scientific. Other scientists who call themselves scientists, they're not scientists. They're pseudoscientists performing scientism in a religious faith-based system to make money. As Upton Sinclair once said, it is very difficult to get a man to understand something which his salary depends on him not understanding. Because again, if this conspiracy is true, which I'm not saying it is, it's pretty intricate conspiracy if it's true. But if it's true, none of these people would just look at it critically. Their job depends on it, their whole life. the amount of mental strength required to realize that they've basically been hoodwinked their whole life. Mark Twain once said it's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. Because once again, because of ego. Like this Destiny guy can't even comprehend the possibility that any of this faith-based doctrine could be false. He can't even consider that possibility because he's not scientific. He's not logical. He's not objective. That's why all these globe earthers, even if they have the correct model, they're losing all these debates, mostly because they're kind of arguing like 4-year-olds. They don't think they could be wrong, which is, again, the folly of mankind. You can learn so much from history. All systems, all fields, all theories, they were once believed by masses or by certain certain priests, certain rulers that, or even if they knew it was false, they paid everybody off or whatnot. I mean, you could see this endless examples. The tobacco industry manipulating tobacco science, the sugar industry. Some people think the same thing's going on with the vaccine industry. It's history has many lessons to teach. But let's continue on here.
That's firstly. Secondly, it would be cheaper to fly to the fucking moon.
Oh, real quick, to address the point with NASA, he said it was criminally underfunded. So that's his opinion that somewhere around $50, $60, $70 million a day is underfunded. I mean, that would feed every starving individual on Earth. That would provide clean drinking water for everyone on Earth. I mean, that's it's mind-boggling, mind-shocking to think, because now some people think that if the Earth becomes uninhabitable, it's very important, everything NASA's doing is important. But if a meteor hits the Earth tomorrow and we all die, I mean, wouldn't it have been better to feed all of the starving children and eliminate as much suffering on Earth as possible? Because there's no guarantee that NASA, let's suppose that everything NASA said is true about other planets possible and happen. Like, let's say space is real, planets are real. Let's just assume, just for a second, I'm not saying that's logical to do so, I'm not going to back it up, just for the sake of argument for one brief moment, let's assume all that is true. There's no guarantee that another planet will ever become habitable, or that humans on Earth will survive long enough to do it. Where there is the guarantee, if all the money that went into NASA would have alleviated all starvation, all homelessness, all, provide everybody with clean drinking water. It's just amazing what could have been done with that funding. And this Destiny guy, he's just saying it's criminally underfunded. Crazy.
Than it would be to try to fake the moon landing. We don't have the technology to fake the moon landing. How would you even do that?
Oh, that's hilarious. I'm glad I did this debate. That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard. There's no technology to fake the landing. But there is the technology to go, by that line of reasoning, where's all the tourism to the moon? Because technology, we have Moore's Law. Technology advances exponentially. What's going on? How come nobody, there should be tourist trips to Mars by now, if the technology really did exist to go to the moon. Now, I'm not saying it didn't, the disclosed technology. If they had far more advanced technology than they disclosed and they really did go to the moon. But again, there's so many problems with the footage. The footage seems fake, even if they went. Again, let's not fall for black and white fallacies. But everything that Destiny's saying here is just, I don't know. Like, he appears to be a functioning adult from the video, but the points he's bringing forward, I think there's 4-year-olds that could bring up better points. The technology doesn't exist to fake something. So making Hollywood movies about all of these crazy other planets, interdimensional travel, all this greater technology, it takes greater technology to fake something than do it for real? What is this guy smoking?
How would you fake the moon landing in a studio using the technology of the 60s? How?
Well, the technology of the 60s. So he's saying there's technology to go to the moon with all this rocketry, all of the video, because they shot in pretty high def, and all of the transmission, all of that existed, but they couldn't have faked it on Earth? Really? So obviously the conspiracies, they got Stanley Kubrick to do it, someone who's had some experience making movie magic, but you could watch movies, Metropolis made in the 20s, it looks, there's stop motion, there's so many older technologies. I think blue screen technology, was used also in the precursor to the modern version, but they were using some very advanced technologies, considering film was officially only invented in the late 1800s, early 1900s, when they started making video film, and within 10, 20, 30 years, there was some pretty advanced, not computer-generated imagery, but the equivalent of using all of these different projection and screening technologies. It's quite amazing. This guy's obviously clueless to all that. But to say that it takes more technology to make a movie than to do something for real, I've actually never heard that one before. This Destiny guy is setting all types of records. Most fallacies in least amount of time. Most fallacious opening. And now with this the most ridiculous argument that I think I've ever heard regarding the going to the moon or not going to the moon.
Ow. Hey, yeah, and you're saying with the 1960s technology, they went to the moon before an iPhone, you fucking
Yeah,
idiot.
Because in the 1960s, in the 1960s, we didn't have all the digital shit we have around film today. We did have missiles. Listen, we shot fucking rockets all the time.
So you're saying they couldn't Hollywood fake it, but they have the technology to go to the moon? Number two.
That's right.
That's right. And both these guys are a bit triggered, although the John Zerka guy doesn't look triggered as much as angry at Destiny's stupidity and bringing up that point. Destiny looks heavily emotionally triggered because his faith-based belief system has been threatened, and he is responding. He has thrown logic out the window and is making these hardcore defenses, profane-laden defenses, because his brain can't handle it. Very amusing to watch. Again, if you study psychology in accordance with logic, you can see exactly what's going on behind the scenes here. And again, if he's right about his conclusions just because he randomly believes a priest that happens to be right, that just makes this all the more hilarious.
Hold on. Are you telling me that it's less likely? Are you told No. Wait. You think that it's less likely on a planet where we're already firing off missiles all over the place that we can't engineer a rocket that can take somebody to the moon? But when we have,
so he's equating. I mean, this has to be one of the greatest false equivalencies I've ever heard. If you can fire a rocket, that means you can go to another planet. So by that logic, they would have been able to go to any planet, not just the moon, because if you want to make the claim that you can make the jump from a rocket to going to the moon, I mean, how are those equivalent in any way? I mean, they've had rockets for a while before going to the moon. I mean, a lot of the major rocketry advances were done in World War II, but so how come nobody was going to the moon in the 40s? Unless you want to go to the really crazy conspiracy theory. I think there's a conspiracy out there that the Germans actually went to the moon. That's pretty funny. I think there's some evidence that they wanted to go. I haven't studied that topic deeply. We'll have to do a dedicated podcast on whether or not the Germans made it to the moon during World War II with the Ahnenerbe and their occult and all of that very well-funded occult research. I think there was a plan to go, although maybe it wasn't. Maybe they were doing some kind of channeling or wanted to teleport there or whatever, because they were doing bases in Antarctica. They were doing all this crazy stuff. So I think there was evidence that they wanted to go, but whether or not they went or not. But if they had the rockets, according to this Destiny guy, he's saying if you can shoot a rocket, you can go to the moon. So again, if that were true, I mean, rockets are so much more advanced now. Why isn't there tourism on the moon? It's bizarre. I mean, they promised that decades and decades ago. If you go and look through, people don't really like to go through old newspapers and media reports, but and plans. I think SpaceX was supposed to already have moon tourism by now, and yet they don't have it. So if it was really as simple as extrapolating from a basic rocket to go to the moon or another planet, it would have been done. I mean, this Destiny guy is so silly. I actually was not expecting this level of silliness, because this actually might be the poorest defense of the heliocentric model and the moon missions that I've ever seen. I've seen quite a few. If you know of a more ridiculous one or even a poorer defense, feel free to send it to me. I will analyze it.
But when we have none of the digital technology required to fake hours and hours of footage going to the moon, we would be able to do that.
Yeah. You said missiles. Have you ever seen the trajectory of all missiles, all rockets that go into leave low Earth orbit? Have you ever seen that they arc? That's interesting.
How is that interesting?
No. I'm going to ask you the final question just to test your IQ. The most corrupt president, we can agree with the Watergate scandal, is Richard Nixon, right? So now, in my world, he faked the moon landing. There's a clip on YouTube where he talks to astronauts on a telephone. That would be a landline-based telephone. Talking to people 200,000 miles away in 1969. Do you believe he spoke to Neil Armstrong on the telephone from the White House? Yes or no?
Yes.
Well, you know what's curious here? He just believes it. He takes it on faith that it was true. He doesn't have any of the logical scientific backing. He just took it on faith. Again, the priest told him. Now, if the priests know, once again, if the priests know it to be true, that's different. Destiny does not know it to be true through the scientific method, so it's just his faith that he's preaching here. But let's continue.
You are the smartest guy on Twitch.
John, here's a question right now. Ready?
I'm done.
Wait. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
John, I know you're listening to me. Walk into your house right now, pick up a landline phone, and see if you can call your cell phone.
Oh man, Destiny outdid himself there. That's got to be stupider than not having the technology to fake something. I still can't get over that one. That one's funny. It takes more technology to fake something than doing it for real. That's bizarre. That's really, really bizarre when you're talking about going to other planets. I mean, put up a green screen. I mean, put up a green screen and you could shoot a video of being on Mars. I mean, why didn't they shoot the Martian on Mars? If it takes greater technology to fake than to do, I don't get that one. Okay, now he's saying that calling your phone from your landline proves that a transmission can be transmitted over hundreds of thousands of miles. So the moon is somewhere around 230 to 240,000 miles away, depending on at which point you're measuring it. Current distance is listed 238,900 miles. So having near instant communication over that distance is the same as calling your cell phone from your landline. Oh man. We're gonna have to have a competition for worst globe earther arguments, because this one is pretty bad. We're gonna have to do one for worst flat earthers. We got to keep this even. Nobody's been sending, I mean, globe earther, it's been mostly the flat earthers that have been sending me stuff. If any of globe earthers out there have some poor defenses on the flat earth side, I will logically analyze any debate, or any interview. Feel free to send me what you want. I'll be doing a lot of logical analyses, because this is endlessly entertaining.
Fucking checkmate, dude.
Yo, hold on.
Checkmate. If you could call your cell phone from your landline, that means a transmission can be broadcast to the White House from 238,900 miles away. That has never been done before or since the moon mission.
Hold on.
No. How does it work? How does it work? It's not connected, is it?
Yeah. No.
It's not connected,
I'll tell you.
Yeah, tell me. I want to hear it.
Right. 97% of all Earth Wi-Fi is done through triangulation cellular towers. We can both agree. Why do you lose connection in the mountains if there's satellites and stuff, right?
It's because there's not satellites.
No. Hang on. Oh my God, Destiny. You lose connection when you're outside of the grid because it's done through cellular.
Now Destiny's got like his thumb in his face like a little baby whose belief system has been shaken to the core. And I think the problem here is he knows he can't defend it logically, so at least his subconscious has recognized that he has no logical scientific arguments or debates, and it's been exposed as faith-based religion. Now again, it doesn't mean he's wrong, doesn't mean he's believing in the wrong model, he's just doing it on a basis of faith and religious. It's just faith and religious ideology. Now that it's been exposed, he's very, very heavily triggered here and coming up with some of the worst arguments I've ever heard.
Through cellular towers and weather balloons. It's all on Google too.
It is all on Google. And I'm sure they've got special relay satellites that they have set up to ensure the communication exists.
Okay.
I'm sure they have special relay satellites. He's sure, but he's never defended any of his claims here on a logical or scientific basis. So how is he sure? He never, again, if a globe earther wants to make any of these points, they need to lead with the evidence. to defend their position, because he's just making these faith-based assertions with nothing but fallacies to hold them up.
Okay.
Yeah.
You believe in the Mars rover. That means you believe in magical space Wi-Fi that sends photos 200 million miles away, correct?
Well, magical space Wi-Fi. Well, again, now a point against John Zerka here. If he's not familiar with the technology, that doesn't mean the technology doesn't exist. But once again, the burden of proof is on the one making the claim. John Zerka is not claiming it's true. Destiny is. So it's up to Destiny to prove it. But just because someone doesn't know how something works, that doesn't mean it's magical. It's a technology he's not familiar with. I mean, you could use that as the definition of magic, because I'm sure uncontacted tribes would think all our cell technology is all magical because they don't understand how it works. But he's trying to strawman here, which again, not the best tactic, John Zerka.
It's not magical space Wi-Fi. It's physics.
It's physics, so it's like he's just basically saying, "Oh, invoking God." He can't explain any of the physics or how any of it works. He's just going to divine intervention here. It just happens to be God that explains everything. Don't question it. Don't question the priests. Oh man, this is getting rough.
There are frequencies that we can broadcast from really far away. How do you think? Wait, how do you think we see stars in other solar systems?
You're getting cooked. Can you please show on the Discord a picture of a star that's not computer generated?
A picture of a star that's not computer. I mean, I would have to crawl into the fucking Hubble telescope to show you that. How can I possibly do that?
No, you said they took pictures. They would be on NASA's .gov website, right?
You can go outside when it's night and you can look up at a star.
No. I'm asking.
So, again, massive straw man here by Destiny, because they're talking about wireless transmission. John Zerka asked him for a photo from a satellite that was transmitted wirelessly, I guess, of a star far away or whatnot, whatever. And Destiny is telling him to go outside and look at a star, as if the argument was that the star doesn't exist. I mean, Destiny's not even understanding the points, and he can't even follow a line of reasoning. This is this is going down as one of the worst defenses of the globe model ever.
I'm asking you, the picture of the sun, is that an authentic photo to you?
What do you mean by authentic, John?
Come on, don't do the wordplay, please.
I mean, you tell. They're all digital images. The way that they're it's not like they give you a fucking Polaroid.
Right. So if I bring up a Google picture of the sun or from NASA, you would tell me that's a real photo, not a composite.
I mean, some of them are probably composites. Some of them are probably real photos.
So some of them are probably composites. Some of them are probably real. So if he doesn't know, why is he saying probably this, probably that?
Probably look right now. So we could look for real photo of sun or unmodified photo of sun, and I'm sure you could find pictures of it if that's what you really want.
I feel so bad because I saw you do a debate with a flat earther on your podcast, and it's on YouTube, and I didn't even want to go into that one. But Destiny, do you feel like you're winning this one?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am. If anybody knows anything about physics, here's a question.
The no true Scotsman argument. If anyone knows anything about physics, clearly he doesn't, because he just says the word physics. It's just like saying God exists because God exists. Like, these circular reasoning arguments and this just religious, faith-based thinking. This is one of the most extreme cases. So, I mean, this is even worse than Neil deGrasse Tyson. This is bad. This guy seems very, very clueless on just even basic logical reasoning, the scientific method. He's just using the word physics. I mean, that's just like invoking God. How bizarre.
Question. Why is it, if flat Earth is real, why is it that the one nation that was competing with us the most, more than any other nation during the space race, why wouldn't Russia come out and say, hold on, all of this is bullshit, the Earth is actually flat?
All right, so I've answered this question before. This is one of the easiest to answer, but for some reason, and he clearly thinks it's a gotcha. Destiny is relatively bereft here of critical thinking ability, deductive reasoning ability, just the ability to see more than one puzzle piece at a time. It's the childishness is extreme, but again, would a church in another country say, oh, look, there's no God? So if the conspiracy is true, like, because that's he's positing here, if the Earth really was flat, whatever, if it really was fake, so we're positing here. But if the conspiracy is true, then why wouldn't the nations be on it? That's the whole point. The flat Earth theory involves the Antarctic Treaty in all these countries. I'm not saying it's real in any way at all. I'm just saying, at least understand the theory. If you're trying to just, you don't even understand the theory here, Destiny. It's really rough. And this one gets brought up a lot. But also, as George Carlin once said, you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. So, for example, if slave owners on competing plantations, so they both want to be rich, they both want to, like, whatever they're doing, sugarcane, tobacco, whatever they're doing, they're competing against each other. They're in competition. But the institution of slavery is in both of their interests. So they're not going to blow the whistle, per se, on anything that threatens the system that they're doing, the fix is in on the conspiracy. So if there is a conspiracy, I'm not saying there is, but if there is one, it's just like, again, a certain religion or a cult, they're in different countries. They're not going to blow the whistle on each other. I mean, does the Vatican Church blow the whistle on any kind of scandals with priests or anything? I mean, it makes them look bad. They're not going to blow the whistle on each other. I mean, Destiny, come on. This is such a basic topic. And this gets brought up all the time. I really don't know why people have such trouble with this. If you have a team of serial killers or a mafia outfit, and you can't trust any of the mobsters because they would cover for each other in the best interest of the mob as a whole. So again, we could take a religious example. When the American church says God is real, so what if they're lying? Are you going to default to, well, what about a Russian church or a Brazilian church? So it's really silly to do these faith-based appeal to authority arguments because, again, you would say that Russia is this grand moral compass that would blow the whistle. Why would it be? So if all the space programs are in it, what would you expect them to do? I mean, that's really silly to assume that NASA would be the only one perpetrating the conspiracy if it would be easily debunked by other space agencies. How is that logical in any way? If the conspiracy is true, obviously, it wouldn't be a lone space agency knowing that they would be easily debunked by other space agencies doing it. They would all have to be in on it. So that's the problem. Most people are so illogical, they think considering an alternate position to their indoctrinated faith is the same as believing it. So again, don't believe in the flat earth without any proof, but real science is objective and neutral. So a grand conspiracy of this scale would require all space agencies to be complicit. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. So again, not saying it's true in any way, but even serial killers aren't always guilty of every single murder they are accused of. But are you going to take their word for it? So are you going to accept their evidence and be convinced? Or one of the serial killer's friends in another country, if they all have a network that they're dependent on, are they going to blow the whistle on each other? So, again, clearly this is all probably way beyond Destiny's mental capacity. But for the listeners out there, especially the MindShock listeners, they'll understand.
Yeah, so since the dawn of time, pharaohs have chilled with pharaohs and made fake wars just to keep the working class.
Pharaohs have chilled with pharaohs. I like John Zerka's argument there. I did not see that one coming.
Class always kind of fighting each other. If you look at it, the Antarctic Treaty is signed by 52 different countries. So nobody can go in Antarctica unless it's a government kind of like thing. But it's militarized for a reason. It's the only treaty not broken for a reason. If this treaty has been held up this long, it proves that the Earth, they work together. The Cold War is a fugazi.
So why is it that when the Soviet Union was on the verge of collapse, when they were competing all over the world, you're saying we work together while we've got things like we've got Germany divided by the fucking Berlin Wall, we've got all these proxy conflicts going around the world.
So it looks like he didn't understand anything he just said. He's saying that's all a show, and if that's true, then it would work that way. And Destiny responds with all these different scenes in the show. He's saying the thing is a theatrical play. Why are you bringing up different scenes in the play if the thing is a play? At least understand the argument.
The USSR is like, we're going to collapse, but we're not going to take America down with us. We're not going to reveal anything about flat Earth.
What I'm saying is the Federal Reserve, which they print money, is not regulated. It's higher than government. So there are people who own a lot more than countries.
First of all, that's not even true. The Federal Reserve, the chairman is appointed by the president. What do you mean?
So, okay. So Destiny's going to probably end up being one of these super hardcore coincidence theorists who's just not even going to entertain anything outside of his faith-based religious indoctrination because he's assuming and taking all these things on fact without researching it. a lot of these things that John Zerka is saying are admitted facts. You can go on government websites and read the terminology. Doesn't particularly interest me that much, but I did have to fact check a few people that brought that up, and they did have a case. The Federal Reserve is one tricky entity, not so simple. But again, Destiny can't even comprehend. His cognitive dissonance is too extreme, and his mental capacity too deficit to even entertain these ideas as true without believing them, just to understand the argument and move forward and make a logical point. He can't do it for some, he just can't do it.
What do you mean?
Okay, maybe I have a book I'm gonna send to you. All right,
Okay.
But Destiny, so history. You know that 90% of Russian technology was given by the U.S. There's no way you believe in this Cold War. You do?
That's John Zerka's position. He's assuming Destiny knows all these things and has done all this research. Yeah, clearly he hasn't been paying attention to Destiny's argument.
That they're competing? Really?
Okay, so the Cuban Missile Crisis, all of that shit, everything is all fake.
I mean, a lot of the stuff the government does is fake. Yeah, I mean, you agreed that Vietnam was a fake.
This is you know what? I think this is the first time I've ever won 2 debates back to back, because not only is this fucking flat earth shit crazy,
appeal to incredulity, and also he's so self-deluded he thinks he's winning this debate. It's so funny. He's just this self-grandizing, extremely egotistical, not even, the Dunning-Kruger, this guy would be an excellent poster boy for Dunning-Kruger, because he doesn't realize his deficit in his ability to understand, and he's just continuing as if he's right, which, it's pretty funny, so...
But now you're reinforcing my belief that religious people are fucking crazy too, which helps our earlier debates.
Whoa, do we have a little bit of projection there? Is he going to be a poster boy for psychological projection? Has his subconscious recognized that he's the one who's being crazy religious? Again, I'm not saying his final conclusion or he's sharing the same belief as the priest who might be correct. Let's say the heliocentric model is the correct model, just for a moment. He's religious in his ideology, regardless of whether it's about something that's true or not. And his subconscious has realized that now he's projecting. Again, very, very interesting to study psychology along with logic, because you can see the interplay here working.
So I appreciate that, John.
Are you distracting the audience by calling me names?
How am I distracting anybody? You're telling me that there is a conspiracy theory that spans the history of mankind.
He never said that. So now, again, appeal to incredulity, appeal to extreme straw man fallacy, just this huge stack. Destiny's like the king of fallacies now. It's pretty amazing. I actually did not expect this. This is really the worst defense I've ever seen.
History of mankind that every government agency is bought into.
If I can interject, you said spans the dawn time. For most of human history and every culture and religion, they talked about a flat Earth with the stars inside a closed system. But up until the 1900s, you can see it's leaked all over dark web and Google that up until the 1900s, Russians were taught about flat Earth. This is a new concept. I know what you're trying to say.
I actually haven't seen that. That's interesting. John Zerka is saying that you can find all this information on the dark web about flat Earth being taught in Russia. Well, that would be interesting if true.
Even in the time of Christopher Columbus sailing the Earth, then they knew that the Earth was spherical.
Yeah, and he circumnavigated east to west, just like how the sun moves. What did he use? The North Star Polaris has not deviated even.
Okay, so John Zerka is assuming that Destiny's familiar with the model. Clearly, Destiny's not really familiar with anything. Logic, reason, science, nothing. And John Zerka's made this mistake throughout this whole debate. He needs to dumb it down a lot. If you're choosing to debate somebody after his opening argument, which is a gigantic logical fallacy stack, John Zerka should have really adjusted his strategy here, because he's arguing as if he's arguing with someone well-versed in flat earth theory. And of course, there's not really a single flat earth theory. There's so many different models. So he's just assuming that Destiny's going to know which one he's talking about. Yeah, not the ideal choice.
Inches off the sky for thousands of years. If you're flying through space, how come stars never intersect? Why do star trails always make perfect counterclockwise circles? It's because
the Earth is spinning on an axis and those stars are so tremendously far away, so we're not going to see them move through the sky.
The far away argument. If something is far away, that explains everything. I mean, that's kind of saying that's kind of like using, oh, millions of years in the evolution argument. Magically invoking time doesn't prove something true, no matter how much of a time you want to put on something. Are you going to believe that humans are all of a sudden going to grow 10 heads if the human species survives 10 billion years? Is it, I mean, it's kind of silly to just invoke time to magically explain everything. You have to actually explain whatever concept, whatever theory, you have to back it up scientifically and logically. And Destiny has not done that a single time. To be fair, John Zerka hasn't really done that either, but he made the smart choice to make Destiny defend his model instead of assert the flat model as true from the beginning. I'm not sure how this started, so maybe if that wasn't a mistake, maybe it was set up that way and Destiny wanted to defend the model. I don't know.
But you're not just spinning through an axis. The sun is moving too, so it's an acentric model where you're flying through space. So
wait, John Zerka, if you look up at the sun, and you walk around your apartment building, the sun's not going to move through the sky, dog. It's insanely fucking far away.
It's not going to move through the sky, dog. The sun does move through the sky. What are you talking about? What? On either model.
I don't really say it'll move through the sky. I'm saying for thousands of years, the North Polaris has not moved, right? So
yeah, because this is a star that's probably like hundreds of millions or light years away from us.
Okay.
Why would we expect?
Again, invoking distance. So if you see a car a whole bunch of blocks away, it'll still be there. It'll be there forever, even if you move, right? If you see an object far away, it'll just be there forever if it's far enough away.
To move.
And now we get to the mathematician part. Okay, perfect. So no. So you believe that the truth is subjective, where if it's thousands of light years away, time is perceived differently. We who believe in God believe there's one objective truth. That's God, right?
Oh man, don't invoke God. Because if Destiny doesn't, I don't know what Destiny's beliefs are. There are many people who are indoctrinated into Scientism who also believe in God. So again, let's not create false dichotomies here. I don't know whether Destiny believes in God or not. Maybe he's going to say. But John Zerka saying that he believes in God and objective truth. I mean, science is all designed for objective truth, not subjective truth. So I have no clue what John Zerka is going on about here.
I have a question. If it takes, let's say, I mean, like, you don't want to talk about the Antarctic Treaty, right?
I don't think it's relevant to any of this.
Wait a second. The crux of the conspiracy that, if true, that there's a flat Earth, is the Antarctic Treaty in John Zerka's argument. So he's telling him he's not allowed to discuss the crux of the argument because he's saying, if John Zerka, I haven't heard him assert this definitively, but if he believes in the, I guess, most popular flat Earth model, that would be Antarctica encircling the Earth on a flat plane or disk of some kind. And you wouldn't be able to prove that because you can't go to Antarctica. And Destiny's saying that's not relevant. It just seems like he doesn't know anything about it. And he's got his thumb in his face again. It just is just, this is rough.
Really?
Yeah. I don't think that because some countries have treaties around obscure parts of the world that they don't travel too much anyway, that proves flat Earth. No.
Okay.
Well, of course it doesn't prove flat Earth, but if it could prove flat Earth, wouldn't that be, I mean, if that's a puzzle piece, because if you could go there and prove that it's a globe or a flat plane, then that is, I mean, wouldn't that'd be one of the most relevant points?
No.
Okay, I'm not going to talk about flight trails. You discredit all the engineers and the airplane pilots that found the flat Earth through the dark web in 2004.
I'm going to go with the 99.999% of engineers and pilots that believe that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, so he's going with the appeal to popularity fallacy. Clarified their destiny.
Statements, gentlemen.
Cool.
It's the
Right,
end.
so,
Closing statements.
Destiny,
You have very short amount of time, John. Go, please.
Destiny, the word planet comes from the word plane. They added a T to confuse Destiny's dumbass because it's a motionless plane, right? What I'm trying to say is, if you look at how the horizon works, the higher you go, like all of the mathematics check out in my version, not yours. We have the
Well, this is a point I've made a few different times, that the human eye in perspective works the way that it works, and it would work the way that it would work on either a globe or a flat plane, regardless of a human's ability to understand it. So I'm not using that to make an argument. I'm saying in whatever model's true, if the human eye, if vision and perspective work the way they work, it could account for other variables. So both the flat earthers and the globe earthers use this circular reasoning argument where they're claiming certain principles of perspective as proving their model when it could prove either model.
We have the scientific method with curvature, with constellations, with everything. I don't know why you say we're crazy. You believe in water sticking to a ball when water always seeks its level. I mean, like, it's never been proven. The only time you measure gravity is outside of your realm of existence, because you say you have to leave low Earth orbit, you have to go to space, it has to be as big as Earth. You'll never find, if it's scientific method, you should be able to test it repeatable in nature, correct? So gravity is your God, it's your theory, it's a faith-based thing. There's a lot of things that are faith-based, but you're getting dominated. Go ahead.
I mean, I think we can summarize this whole debate with you saying that planet is plain with a T added at the end. Planet comes from an old Greek word, and it means wanderer, like wanders around the solar system, like isn't like heliocentric at the center of the fucking universe. I mean, we can talk about any of these water finds its level. I mean, like, these are all like the same conspiracy theorists that have been brought up and debunked a billion times in the past. I mean,
does water always seek its level? Has it ever stuck?
John Zerka actually missed an opportunity here. Wandering stars, yes, that was a principle by older civilizations that is against the terra firma theory of planets, because if there were celestial bodies, you go back through several different translations. Again, that doesn't mean it's not a planet, but they weren't specifically referred to as physical objects. So one of the arguments the flat earthers make in their cosmology is that these other so-called planets are not physical objects. They are lights in the sky or whatnot that are non-terra firma. So gas-based light, gas, light, whatever. I don't know the exact arguments they use, but again, if you're being objective, neutral, logical, scientific, you're not going to just dismiss a theory. But the wandering star, planets being wandering stars, do not go in favor of physical bodies because the words were changed. But anyway, John Zerka didn't jump on that.
Stuck to any triangle or ball ever in history.
I mean, if that triangle or ball is generating enough gravity to keep the water on it, then yeah,
right, right. And the only way you can measure gravity is on a planetary scale. So technically, you can't repeat that science. It's not real science. You can't do it in nature. You can't do it in a lab. Another thing, rainbows. If you look at how do you recreate with a scientific method a rainbow in a garage?
Well, and I don't know why Destiny's kind of. It looks like Destiny's not that emotionally triggered at this point, so he's either mentally checked out because he's met his quota for trying to think for the day. Maybe it's too painful for him. But yeah, he should have jumped in there with experiments that prove gravity. Repeatable experiments that prove gravity. He's just dead silent. So he doesn't seem to know any or invoke them, because this is a chance to really jump on John Zerka. He's not taking it. Where are all the logical globe earthers? We need more globe earthers. This is making these flat earthers are just destroying these globe earthers in debate. And if the heliocentric model is true, this is just very embarrassing.
What do you mean we can't measure gravity? We've measured gravity all the time.
We measure gravity all the time and not cite a single example. Like, this is the problem. You can't expect a flat earther to believe statements like that. You do it, you do it all the time. How is that proof? How is that a scientific argument?
We just agreed that it's on a planetary level. It has to be on a, so the scale cannot be repeated in nature.
What do you mean? Like, we can't make a planet? I mean, like, you can look in, if you want, we can look up videos. Wait, we can look up videos right now of astronauts in space that, like, pool water around a.
Okay, so now he's citing to the Bible. If John Zerka doesn't believe that that footage is real, so if you're arguing with someone on God, you cannot cite the Bible. They do not believe that that is the objective truth, the word of God, and representative of reality. So why would you use that? I mean, I think Destiny's pretty much hit every single fallacy and bad argument that you could possibly hit in a flat earth debate here.
ball and watch it like congeal there and float. I mean, we can look at the YouTube
you know
videos
what?
right
You know
now if
what,
you
Destiny?
want.
No,
Yeah.
we'll do it on your channel, and we'll send each other 2-3 videos for like 20 minutes. We'll debate. I have 20 minutes of my day for you. So what I'm trying to say, Destiny, is how do you recreate a rainbow in a garage? Rainbows are dome shaped because it is a dome. Nothing's left low Earth orbit. You recreate a rainbow in a garage with water vapor, a light source, and a glass dome. That's why sundogs, rainbows are dome shaped. They're not spherical in any sense.
But you can create a rainbow.
So I actually haven't heard that often. I don't believe flat earthers discuss rainbow that much because I guess not all flat earthers believe in the dome. So that the earth is an enclosed flat plane enclosed by a dome, because that opens up a whole another can of worms, because how big is the dome? Because it would have to be enclosed. So if it's not an infinite plane, that means we're talking finite plane enclosed by a dome. And now the rainbow argument, I'm not 100% sure how John Zerka is asserting that the rainbow with water and glass makes a rainbow and you can't do it indoors or unless you have some kind of sunlight replicating or some kind of light replicating the light of the sun and glass. I guess that's his argument. Now, I haven't really seen a lot of experiments on this. It would be interesting to see what's going on with rainbows. But again, just here with Destiny, you can immediately see that he got triggered again here, and his cognitive dissonance is so extreme, he can't even consider that being true or due to a dome or flat earth, that his self-defense mechanisms, again, gearing up like crazy, cognitive dissonance just out the wazoo, because he's immediately scrambling to figure out how to make John Zerka wrong instead of trying to understand the information presented, which is, again, this is a staple of illogical globe earthers, which is, I think, we need a lot more logical globe earthers out there to debate, because otherwise these just super embarrassing scenarios will keep repeating.
You can create a rainbow. Hold on. Anybody that's ever been outside knows that you can create a rainbow without a glass dome anytime you want. If you turn a sprinkler on, you can see a rainbow appear. You don't need a glass dome for that.
Exactly. And how is the rainbow appearing in nature?
The rainbow appears in nature because when light passes through water, the water causes the different wavelengths to refract. What do you mean?
The dome shape is being caused by the dome. That's why rainbows, small or large, are all reflecting off. If I asked you to recreate a rainbow in a garage,
first of all, it doesn't make a dome shape. It makes a spherical shape. A rainbow is a sphere.
It doesn't make it.
A rainbow is a sphere? Huh. I've never seen a spherical rainbow. What kind of rainbows Destiny's looking at? I'd be curious to see what kind of rainbows. I'm not a rainbow expert, so I don't know, actually. This is pretty funny. They're both pretending to be experts in rainbows. I mean, I don't know, maybe John Zerka, maybe they are both experts in rainbows. I don't know.
Did you say a rainbow's a sphere?
Yeah, well, it's a circle technically because it's a two-dimensional plane, but...
A rainbow's a circle? I've never seen a circular rainbow. I've seen an arch rainbow. Never seen a circular rainbow. That must look cool, though.
Do you disagree?
Do you want to lock that in, that a rainbow is spherical?
Have you ever seen a full rainbow before? Yeah, it is.
Just say for the...
Yeah, a rainbow is like a spherical thing, yeah.
Destiny looks kind of confused here. I looked up some pictures of full rainbows. It looks kind of strange. There's if you look at rainbows in waterfall canyons, they are much bigger than a typical rainbow. They do go around to more of a sphere. But again, it's very difficult to tell how much of it is the lens flaring and all those things, because you'd have to see it in person. You'd have to see it in person to really know exactly what it looked like. But yeah, rainbows seem like an interesting field of study, particularly double rainbows. I wonder how flat earthers explain, or globe earthers explain double rainbows. Are there multiple domes if there's a dome?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the gentleman speak. It's now time to vote.
Wow, they close the debate with rainbows. That might be the only flat earth debate closed with rainbows where neither one of them really had a good explanation on why it would prove whatever model they believe in.
Hold on, Raj, wait a second. What if the examples given in this very argument of Russia versus US and the conspiracy of the Earth being flat being kept hidden for the US, what if all these propagandas, all these false wars, what if right now we are seeing that same brainwashing happening on a smaller relative level, where Zerka is Russia trying to speak the truth and Destiny is the US keeping the truth from being spoken? And this is a smaller model of the bigger model that we live in.
Holy shit!
Holy shit!
Holy shit!
Holy fuck!
What kind of squad W cocaine is that, Raj? Whoa!
Dude, did you see this?
Whoa!
This is why I advocate for education reform in the United States, because holy fucking shit. Oh.
Is that more projection? Because Destiny didn't make a single lie. He just had fallacy after fallacy after fallacy, and none of his arguments actually supported how that would prove his version of reality, the model that he chose based on faith, not science, and he doesn't even understand what the scientific method is or what logic is, and then he's talking about education reform. I mean, good point, because, yeah.
Oh my god.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Catch that, Raj?
you have heard from both sides.
Whoa.
It's now time to vote who you want to win
hang
the Raj.
hang on. Destiny.
Yep.
Just to show you, we have the scientific map and everything, but what is the United Nations flag if not our flat Earth map?
Oh, you got it, dude.
Oh man, that was not a good point by John Zerka. Because if you can't go to Antarctica and you can't go to the edge of the, I mean, maybe people, if the model is true and they did go to the edge of the dome and they did map it as the flat Earth map and they used it as the UN as a kind of occult symbolism, haha, in your face, or it's just the sphere mapped that way. Yeah, not a good way to close it, Johnny.
They snuck it in there.
I mean, they fooled you.
Now look, the winning poll, gentlemen who are watching the poll, please do not click the link and look at the results. I want to announce it to you. Vote, chat, who you want to win the Raj Royale podcast.
One quick question though for Zerka, okay? So if the Earth's flat, is there an end that we'd fall off?
Yeah, I'll ask the same question to you. Where's the edge of space?
What? The universe is literally defined as everything in existence. There can't be an edge to everything.
Exactly. So until we can actually go to Antarctica, I know it's a treaty, it's militarized zone, but we're either dealing with a infinite plane.
Have you ever been on like an international flight before?
Oh man, really, Destiny? How would an international flight prove either model?
So weird that you guys disagree with me, because Admiral Byrd, the first person to explore Antarctica in front of a flat Earth map, was interviewed. These questions, the clips on YouTube. I just find it so weird how you guys go against Admiral Byrd, you know?
Why would he find that weird if they never heard the interview? Come on, John Zerka, you can't assume that these people did the research. Clearly they didn't. So, and again, that doesn't mean that what he said was true. He could have been a shill. I mean, there's infinite variables here that would account for either model, and that's why these logical analyses are so endlessly entertaining, because none of it really proves either model.
I mean, I find it so weird how you would go against literally, 15 different scientific disciplines.
You mean government propaganda?
All education now is government propaganda?
No,
Wait, here's a question. John, I got a real question for you. Real question. If the government propaganda is so strong that we have multiple countries, we've got multiple academic fields, we've got multiple institutions of education, all these people are all bought in for 200, 300 years or whatever, all bought into this flat earth shit, however many years it's been, right? Why wouldn't they just delete the flat earth shit off the internet?
Before I would tackle that, I do want to hear John Zerka's response for that.
Well, that's the thing. When you search up flat Earth, you don't get the stuff that I research.
You do.
No. You get a disc flying through space. You get flat Earth Society bullshit. You don't get the scientific method. The shit that I'm into is you'll never find it.
All right, so, I mean, what do you mean never find it? You can find whatever. But anyway, he is right about the certain censoring. But Yeah, just quick point here, controlled opposition. So again, having the truth out in the public and ridiculed, I mean, these have been the tactics in conspiracies for a long time. You want the truth out there and ridiculed, like the flat earth. We don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth society. Like when you have something out there and ridiculed, because also you have things that really are ridiculous and not true out there and ridiculed, which is again, that's why it's so effective. Because the average layperson, they're never going to take something seriously that's been ridiculed for so long. Like even the word conspiracy theorist, the propaganda has been so strong for so long. I mean, what's the difference between a conspiracy theorist and a critical thinker? Again, we tackled this topic on previous podcasts where I'm not talking about the dogmatic conspiracy theorists that 100% believe every single conspiracy. I'm talking about just the people that question, just the people that employ logic, reason, and scientific method. They don't buy official stories if there's too many anomalies or coincidences, whereas the hardcore coincidence theorists like Destiny, they'll never accept anything other than the official controlled narrative. So they'll never even consider the possibility that the conspiracy is true. But once again, hiding the truth in plain sight as ridiculed material has been a very successful strategy for a long time.
Nobody will ever find
Well,
it.
then how the fuck did you find it?
Well, that's the thing. Before it got deleted, I was looking into, it was a Joe Rogan podcast. I said, Eddie Bravo is such an idiot. I looked into it and I realized, my God, they have the scientific method. They have engineers in the Discord. They have airplane pilots. There's no way Destiny could beat 300,000 airplane pilots in one group.
Do you see what my country has become, Manuel? This is what we live with in the United States. These are the people that vote for Trump, by the way. This is what my fucking country is like, all right?
I'm in Canada. I'm in Canada, bro.
Your country? Manuel's in
my continent. Sometimes we drift a little bit north. And
Dude, I've got to say, Raj, I've got to say right now.
I can't even vote for Trump.
Go ahead, Train.
I've got to say to both Zerka and Destiny, this right here, what I just witnessed, I will confidently say is the best content I have ever experienced in the last 2 years I've been on Twitch. And that is
a flat earth debate?
Dude, this was amazing. I haven't been more entertained. I could listen to this for another 2 hours happily with a smile on my face. This was amazing. And I hope this goes on. I love this. I can't do this. Was amazing. Amazing.
It will go on Destiny's podcast once a week. Destiny and I are gonna go at it.
Thank you, Train. I appreciate it. Thank you, Destiny. Now,
wait, somebody just linked like a picture of somebody.
So it's pretty funny in the comment section. They think that John said everything that John said was wrong, but he still won the debate. Even the people that think John's an idiot for believing all the conspiracy theories, just on a debate, just looking at the debate logically, they still think that he completely destroyed Destiny, which is what I find hilarious about all of these flat earth debates because, it's really, really funny. So yeah, that was probably the poorest defense of the globe model. Not a great debate on John Zerka's flat earth side either. A lot of missed opportunities there. But yeah, all in all, we got to see a lot of logical fallacies on display. We got to see a lot of horrible arguments on the side of the heliocentric model. So hopefully we'll get a lot more logical globe earthers willing to debate out there, because otherwise the flat earthers, there's just going to be more and more and more of them. And if the flat earth really is the correct model, then that's perfectly fine. But if it's not, I mean, what kind of problems are people going to encounter then? So, but hope you enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast in this logical analysis of a flat earth debate, Destiny versus John Zerka. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button and share it across social media platforms. Any questions, comments, theories, debunkings, suggestions, points you want to make, leave them in the comment section for discussion. And you can also check us out Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon, as well as Facebook. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And Sid Irwin.
And today we're going to pick Sid Irwin's Mensa brain, or formerly Mensa brain. Did you officially say you were going for the Prometheus Society or no, for high IQ society?
That information I cannot divulge.
Of course not. Okay. Well, we're going to get Sid Irwin's thoughts on the flat earth theory, because I keep getting requests to go over to logically analyze flat earth debates and all of this flat earth conspiracy insanity that has been proliferated on the internet. You like that word, Sid?
That I do.
Yeah, there's a lot of flat earth stuff on the internet. The censoring of it has begun, and we'll go over whether that's a good thing or not. And yeah, in general, just flat earth mayhem with the Mensa-minded Sid Irwin. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you have your device allowances to let those notifications come through. And you could also share our podcast across social media platforms. Any questions, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, leave them in the comments section. You could also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, and Patreon, as well as Facebook. Make sure to like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive content. All right, Sid. So when was the first time you heard of the flat earth theory? And quick disclaimer, I'm not a flat earther, and I am not advocating flat earth theory or the belief in flat earth theory. And this is not a flat earth podcast. However, we discuss all conspiracies and fringe topics without being hypocritical. There is no slant here. To be truly scientific is to be objective and neutral and not falling for logical fallacies of any kind, which is what we strive for. So, Sid Irwin, when was the first time you heard of flat earth?
I believe a few years ago from a friend.
And where did you see it? Did someone mention it to you, or you just saw videos on it on YouTube or something?
Someone just mentioned it to me. But,
and did you ever look into it yourself, or not yet?
Personally, no, not yet. I haven't.
What were your first impressions? Did you think it was just complete lunacy, or did you have no thoughts at all? Your reactions to things are always so intriguing because you don't seem to get triggered by anything at all. So that's always interesting.
Again, if I have no exact information at the time, I mean, I can't.
But was your initial response just complete hogwash, or intrigue? I mean, obviously it wasn't intriguing enough for you to look into it unless you're just that busy and you did want to look into it and you just never did. Or did you think they were just joking? I mean, because that was usually, I think that's most people's impressions, because when I first heard about it, I was like, oh, these people are doing some comedy, and it's kind of funny. So I thought it was kind of entertaining in a way.
I can't lie, I might have looked into it if I did have a bit more time, but I just thought it was an interesting theory to hear.
So you didn't think they were you thought they were being sincere? You didn't think they were joking around or trolling?
From then, yes, I believe they were sincere at the time.
Okay.
Which was fine by me because, as to say, for me, that theory did not hurt me in any way at that time, so.
Okay, so I think having a high-level IQ individual dissect flat Earth is helpful, because usually we see people like Neil deGrasse Tyson or these highly triggered, indoctrinated individuals. They oppose it so greatly because, once again, Upton Sinclair once said, it's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding. So how sure are you in the heliocentric model? Let's start with that.
The heliocentric model, even still that, although I do believe, because that is how I was raised, to believe in that understanding which was proposed to me, that I do wonder and question to a degree. I mean, after all, I personally have never gone to space to see the various planets, the stars, or to truly understand the distance and the gravity of it all with my own eyes.
Do you believe it's required? Do you think empiricism should be the default standard for anyone believing something, instead of taking it on blind faith as gospel truth just because other humans have said it was so?
I honestly do believe that a person should take their own personal responsibility in doing research if they're honestly going to believe or advocate something, before they try to preach it to others. As if
now, here's where I'm at with all of this flat Earth insanity. Why are people so desperate to cling to a theory of any kind? Why not put logic at the forefront? Why not put the methodology itself at the forefront instead of jumping to a conclusion or assumption or picking a side just for the sake of picking a side? Because what I find the most hilarious is that flat earthers usually mop the floor with everyone in any kind of debate. But what I find it even more funny is if the heliocentric model is true, it's that the people defending the heliocentric model, even if that's the true model, they're just so illogical and emotionally triggered by anyone questioning their faith-based belief system, even if the faith, what they have faith in, happens to be true.
Which is sad, but from what I feel or believe is that most people usually are afraid of the unknown or anything that they can't explain away.
Or threatens their existence in some way.
Exactly. And again, more than likely too, even though people may be taught or to believe a certain thing, even if they were given certain information, the portion of people might just take it for what it is, forget all the factual knowledge behind it, and just say, well, that is what it is. So there's no need to remember.
Yes, most people are just very, very dogmatic. But all right, so let's get into a little bit of the nitty-gritty. So how much evidence do you think should be required for someone to believe in theory A, the heliocentric model, versus theory B, a flat Earth geocentric model?
I'm not sure to say how much. I mean, the quality, undoubtedly, I would feel that that would carry great weight.
Okay, so well, what specifically, like, let's say it was possible to prove one way or the other right now. What would you be looking for? Like, if the heliocentric model is definitively true, what are the pieces of evidence, whether or not there's a lot of them or just a few pieces with high quality pieces, what's required for the heliocentric model? Like, if somebody put a gun to your head and said, you must state a model, you're allowed to demand evidences, but you have to tell us the conclusion. So what evidences would you demand to believe in the heliocentric globe model definitively?
Probably information acquired by dependable device, let's say, that might cut through the entire Earth, almost in a 360 fashion, which really express the fact that it is indeed a globe. Because again, pictures from outer space, it'll picture it out as a circle, more likely for the Earth. But again,
you're aware of the flat earther argument that those pictures are all doctored.
That I did hear.
Yeah, so, which, again, whether they're doctored or not, I mean, our photos, here's the biggest problem I have with that argument by the people that just, they believe, they treat NASA like a church, and anything NASA puts out, or anybody that works for NASA, they treat them as a priest. So you have the Church of NASA with the priests of NASA, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. All these people, they're just preaching information and delivering information. They're delivering data. But here's the thing. The flat earthers are asserting that NASA is complicit in a worldwide conspiracy of governments and space agencies to hide the shape of the Earth. So that's the assertion. Now, we're not going to say whether it's true or not. So if we're putting them on trial, like if you're putting a serial killer on trial, you're saying this serial killer is guilty. And these serial killers' buddies in other countries, they're guilty. So this network of serial killers are guilty. Someone who is on the side of the... So whether you're on the side of the serial killers or not, are you going to accept the pictures that the serial killers provide as an alibi? Because we're not saying, like, maybe they're doctored, maybe they're not, but are you going to accept the information from that party, or do you need neutral third parties to remain objective?
I prefer neutral third parties that will remain objective, and even with pictures, I can't fully place faith in those or like to that as a sole defining evidence. I mean, again, as you said, pictures could be doctored, but at the same time, I mean, with pictures, even if it's of something that is 3D, mind you, it's still on a 2D plane within that picture. It's like the picture itself. So,
well, one of the flat earther arguments as well is that NASA admits that all of the photos they're not actual photos, they're composites with data, and they point to the documentaries put out by Discovery Channel, NASA, where they have the artists that do the CGI rendering admitting that they're composites and they're using data from the satellites, which flat earthers claim don't exist. But regardless, in the documentary, they are not claiming that the photos are untouched either. So if you, and the other problem once you look into it, we'll do a follow-up episode because I really would like to know what you think once you look at the multitude of the flat Earth case, so we could see what holds water and what doesn't, because I've done this. So my quick sum up is nothing really proves anything either way. So I don't know, not nothing. I do have some defenses for the heliocentric globe that for some reason are not put forth. But that being said, a lot of this doesn't make a lot of sense, but flat earthers usually jump to, oh, that's because it's flat. But there could be other explanations other than it's flat. But then the globe earthers, they don't want their dogma shattered, so they have to pretend it's all legitimate. Like another piece here is the moon missions. Do you believe man went to the moon, Sid Irwin?
At one point, undoubtedly, when I was younger, and easily, I won't say manipulated, but swayed. Yes, I had.
All right. Well, since developing your IQ, where are you at right now?
I have to do more personal research, but on a middle ground, in truth. I mean, I know I have heard about the moon landings and the picture of that all being fake and the moon landing itself fake. But right now, I probably would lean to believe that it did occur.
Have you heard Alex Jones's theory on the moon landings?
No, I have not.
So he believes that the moon landings happened, but all the footage was faked, and that's why it looks faked, because it was faked, because it could never pass the radiation belt. And they were also too scared because they were never going to broadcast something live where astronauts could die and make a mockery of the United States. Because the whole thing during the Cold, if all this is true with the Cold War, some people believe that was all a front and all that. But if the Cold War was as advertised, I'm not saying it was or it wasn't. If it was, would Americans really, would NASA and the U.S. government really take the chance of having astronauts die on a live broadcast from the moon, which would make the U.S. look so stupid, incompetent, and bad? Would they ever take that chance?
Honestly, that's a valid point that I can understand, because, I mean, after all, no country wants to compromise their integrity.
And we will be doing a dedicated podcast series on the moon landing missions. So hopefully, Sid, you can join us for that one with JR and Maxwell, of course, the legend. But yeah, we're not going to go too deep into that. But a lot of people use that as claim on the shape of the Earth. But here's the thing, though, again, with these black and white fallacies, if the Earth is flat and the moon is really a physical solid object, why wouldn't people be able to go to the moon even on a flat Earth?
Very true.
And if they have a valid reason, which nobody knows about, and this is something the hardcore coincidence theorists who don't believe in any conspiracy ever, this is something they desperately grasp to. But if something is top secret, civilians aren't going to know about it. So if we don't know the real reason for a conspiracy to either cover up the shape of the Earth or if the Earth really is whatever it is, any kind of conspiracy to cover it up one way or the other, if there really is a good reason, why would we know about the reason? Because if we could know the reason, there wouldn't be a conspiracy for it.
Indeed.
So for some reason, that point is lost on the illogical hardcore coincidence theorists. So once again, circling back to the evidence required. So you postulated, or you proposed, cutting the entire Earth in half to prove the globe. I actually had never even thought about that. Let me rephrase my question. Something that wouldn't harm the Earth or its population.
Indeed. I mean, it was a cutting half. It's just more just a device that really could, if it was truly reliable, to, I guess, either scan or go through.
That's a very good point, because again, the flat earthers actually claim this as evidence of a flat Earth, because once again, it's not evidence of a flat Earth. But the deepest hole ever dug was something like 8 or 9 miles in Russia, and then they didn't have for whatever reason, the equipment was no longer good enough, even though they had, cutting edge technology. They could not pierce farther than 8 miles or 9 miles down. So that puts into question the entire molten core theory of planets.
Indeed.
And even if it is a globe, does that mean the core is the way that it was theorized? So again, all of these things that those indoctrinated into scientism, the religion masquerading as science, which is not true science. Here on MindShock, we advocate real science, real logic, not religious, faith-based systems. So that's a good point. I actually hadn't even thought about that. Yes, if you could bore a hole, even a small one, directly through the entire Earth that had accurate measurements, that would be very good evidence. Very good evidence. I think that would probably shut the flat earthers up. What do you think?
I would like to believe that it would.
Although at a further point, you'd probably have to do it twice. You'd have to do it horizontally and vertically, and you'd have to have verification at all sites.
Indeed, I would agree with that wholeheartedly.
And put a camera. You know what else would be cool if you did that? Put a camera through each one all the way through.
Indeed.
So that would be good evidence. Okay, now on the flip side, what kind of evidence would you require for the flat Earth geocentric model to be true?
Part of me feels that the same methodology should be able to apply. Because, I mean, I'm imagining if it's considered a flat Earth, that would mean that, well, the shape wouldn't matter, I guess, in this case, square, circular, or whatever.
So there's two main models of the flat Earth that I've seen. I mean, I'm sure there are others, but I think the two most popular ones are infinite plane and snow globe encased with some kind of firmament. So that would be a or I guess it could still be on an infinite plane, but the globe, the dome over the flat Earth would not be infinite because it would be finite.
Indeed. Then that includes you make me think about again, if you really did live in a dome, you would have to come to that point and then be stopped by either said invisible wall.
And have you heard, okay, so you're not that familiar, I guess, with the flat Earth argument. So they point to the Antarctic Treaty, the only treaty in the history of the world that has never been broken. If that's true, I didn't really fact check that. I think that's in modern times, I guess that might be true. You're not actually allowed to go to Antarctica. So if Antarctica encircles, and of course, the anti-flat earthers say you are, but the cruises that go to Antarctica, they only go on the outer edge periphery. And you're not allowed to go there by yourself and just explore. You'll be stopped, which some people have been. There's documented cases where people have been trying to go to Antarctica by boat or whatnot, and they were met with military and arrested.
Very intriguing.
So there is a dome. You're absolutely right. You'd be able to go to that dome edge. Now, some people argue if the flat Earth model is true and the dome is true, and it was artificially created to prevent humans from traveling that far. For example, would you have temperatures so cold that you wouldn't survive long enough to reach the edge of the dome? And would the oxygen deplete so severely that you would never be able to travel high enough to reach the dome?
It would be a great defense.
So is that the way our Earth is set up? But either way, if you can't travel, so the flat earthers, I would guess, think that certain government entities or the Illuminati per se, they do have a presence in Antarctica and they are aware of the edge of the dome, which is part of the reason for the Antarctic Treaty, and they would prevent any private citizen from verifying this information.
Right.
And as far as going high enough, how would a private citizen be able to reach the surface of the dome?
Indeed, again, that is a big issue in my opinion. Again, I mean, if there's certain people with the privileged capability or information to reach to said areas, I mean, as a regular person, again, how am I supposed to verify this myself without having to make such a huge cost?
And as we pointed out before, I mean, it is kind of strange how the most heavily indoctrinated are so heavily triggered by anyone even questioning the shape of the Earth. Like, even people that are saying, oh, I'm not sure, those indoctrinated into the cult of authority worship, because they just believe, like, if you went to school for something and you spent all that, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like, let's say the Earth really is flat. Would he ever admit it, even if he knew it was flat? Because his career is over.
At that point, or it could be a new beginning.
It could be, but I think the other issue with conspiracies and with coincidence theorists is they are so egotistical, as Mark Twain once said, it's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. So I think a lot, and of course the pride cometh before the fall, but the hubris is so extreme, especially by so-called professionals, because Neil deGrasse Tyson is supposed to be this leading astrophysicist. How silly is it if he got hoodwinked and he was basically tricked into believing in the heliocentric globe model when the flat earth model is true? Is there any way that he comes out of this not looking like an idiot?
Again, this would require, in my opinion, a spin doctor.
That's a good one.
But also, again, if usually, again, the way a person decides to approach a scenario always, in my opinion, has a big influence as to how people will perceive them afterwards. I mean, if they're afraid of looking like a fool, they'll more than likely end up acting in every way that will lead to them looking like a fool. As opposed to the person who is willing to admit that, again, this is the information that I was given. It seemed very good at the time, reliable and trustworthy. You know, and then if they really present their case in that sense, I mean,
You know what's weird though? I think you're absolutely correct. I think that would work for the 99% of the masses. However, here's the thing though. Neil deGrasse Tyson is supposed to be scientific. So is his belief in the heliocentric globe model, does it adhere to the scientific method? Because I've actually done analyses on the MindShock podcast of Neil deGrasse Tyson's position on all these things. Everything he states does not adhere to the scientific method. So, and again, I'm not saying he's wrong about anything. I'm just saying the way that he presents his case is religious and dogmatic. It's not scientific. Because let's prove this point. So let's forget about the shape of the Earth for a moment. Let's say it's a globe. Let's say there's no argument. What evidence is required to believe that the globe spins on its own axis?
Intriguing. I'm not exactly sure what's used for that one specifically. I mean, again, it's spinning on its own axis, would then it have to be proven with the relation to the sun, right? So.
But here's where it gets tricky, because when you're talking frame of references, I mean, Einstein himself said that it was impossible to verify whether we're moving as the Earth or whether the universe is moving around us because of frame of reference.
Indeed, that is a big issue.
So how is that issue solved, Sid Irwin? I'm putting you on the spot here. But all our listeners, flat earthers and globe earthers alike, are waiting with bated breath for your answer, Sid Irwin.
Bated breath, indeed. Sadly, at the current point in time, I honestly couldn't say, unless if you were to take the most ridiculous of extremes, if you could make a human large enough with the suit to survive in said space and capable of actually observing the planet in its relation with the rest of the universe, that's probably the greatest I could say.
Okay, so that's a fair point. So you're basically saying it's impossible from the surface of the Earth itself, and you would have to be a great enough distance away where you would not be moving relative to the Earth, and you could observe the Earth moving without your own movement?
Indeed. Because I imagine some other people would probably assume or try to say if someone could literally just float in air and then see if everything else rotates without them, if they're just independent.
Well,
here's not affected by gravity.
And that actually illustrates why this whole debate is so fascinating. Because how do you come up with non-logically fallacious proofs? Because if the atmosphere rotates with the Earth, that means you cannot observe the rotation of the Earth while you're within its atmosphere.
Indeed.
So that would necessitate traveling outside of the atmosphere to make an objective observation outside of the rotation of both the Earth and the atmosphere rotating with the Earth.
Indeed. And I mean, imagine if there was, let's say, some actual complex formula that someone could, theoretically explain to its fullest to say, to many people to believe that it is correct. And who knows, very well could be, but at the same time, it still won't entirely prove anything.
Very, very interesting. Yes, indeed. Now, how do you what do you think about the ancient civilizations, some of which were very advanced, and their belief in flat Earth cosmology, while being able, like, they had very accurate measurements of heavenly body movements, comets, constellations, all these things. Their knowledge was very advanced, and they believed in their cosmologies that the Earth was indeed a flat plane. I mean, even if you look at you could look at the Norse cosmology, where there's many worlds, and these worlds are planes of existence stacked on top of each other. We have our plane, a heavenly plane, the
reference to
planes
three, correct?
below and above. Yes, correct. So, what are your general thoughts if these ancients were that smart? Because I go back and forth on this as well, where how could they not know? Or so if the Earth is a globe, how could they not know? Or the Earth is flat, and they did have the accurate model. I don't know. And why are so many people afraid of saying you don't know? It's like, you don't have to have a model. You don't have to have a final conclusion.
Very true.
But regarding the ancients, no thoughts?
I mean, with the ancients in this aspect and regard, I mean, my part of me wonders if, again, it's a certain level of observation that can be done from, again, your point of reference or from where your location is. So, I mean, again, you could observe the comets, the stars, and the such from whatever your set given point is. So, part of me feels that if they had, let's say, advanced travel technology, they probably would have been more capable of exploring the Earth in and of itself.
So that actually brings me to my next point, and we go over this in Altered History on MindShock, but there's evidence that some of these ancient civilizations did travel all over the world.
Yes, indeed. I believe because some people might find certain artifacts or relics in one area and then find similar ones in a completely different area.
Or even with pyramids, some people believe the pyramids were all built by the same civilization. Some people believe the Atlantean civilization was responsible. Others still postulate that there were other civilizations like Tartaria and all of these unproven civilizations that left similar architecture all over the world. And then there's linguistics experts who have connections with languages that are all similar. So yeah, it's weird. But even if you did travel everywhere, see, here's where some flat earthers have some decent arguments. Where are all of the north to south circumnavigations? Because they're all east to west, which can be done on either model. Because if the world is a dinner plate, you can go around in a circle and visit every continent. Whereas if the Earth is a globe, you should be able to circumnavigate north to south around the North Pole and the South Pole.
Indeed, very true.
So you would think people have done it by now. I mean, I believe there was like 4 claimed ones, something like that. But then when you look at the travel route they took, they actually didn't do it. They zigzagged it. So I don't know if there's a single north to south vertical relative to our current position in our continents circumnavigation that has been done, which is a problem. I think if you just had people do a simultaneous, like you put a bunch of flat earthers on a plane, on several different planes, and you had simultaneous circumnavigations east to west, west to east, north to south, south to north. So that way, when they passed each other, they could measure their distances. They would have visual confirmation, so you wouldn't only be relying on digital technology.
Indeed.
And then you could have points stationed on Earth. So for the flyovers, for the intersections, so that way you would have the witnesses standing on the surface of the Earth or on boats. You would have them witness when they crossed each other west to east, east to west, and north to south, and south to north.
Indeed, I can't lie. That thought had crossed my mind too. I like the way you had explained it and proffered it.
How expensive could that be to really be done, though? I mean, if NASA is taking, what, $50 to $60 million per day, they can't dedicate one day out of their schedule to just offering irrefutable proof of the shape of the Earth. Is that really too much to ask for, Sid Irwin?
For them, it just might be.
Well, and I don't think it would cost 50 to 60 million. I think you could probably do it for a couple million.
Oh, I fully agree. I just imagine they probably won't put the effort in. But
Are there no rich people that want to do it just for kicks? I mean, you could have advertising. If you put advertising on the planes that are doing the mission, I mean, and the boats of all the flat earthers watching and corroborating, I mean, you could basically probably make that back in ad revenue costs.
I mean, honestly, I believe so. I imagine the world would, whether they're flat Earth believer or a globe believer, they would probably more likely watch.
Yeah, if for no other reason to rub it into the opposing side, like you could air that on pay-per-view.
You really could.
And then combine the pay-per-view with the advertising. You could end up making money on this experiment. If there's anyone out there that wants to put together this experiment, you could sell tickets on the flights and on the boats. Like this could actually be a highly profitable endeavor.
Honestly, I agree. It really could be.
So there's no reason not to do it. So coming at you from the MINDSHOCK podcast, a way to definitively verify the shape of the Earth. Obviously, if the Earth is an infinite plane, then it won't work. But if it works and it's a globe, then it will work. So, any final thoughts on this very interesting and bizarre topic that has kind of exploded and taken the world by storm? I mean, there's activists walking the streets in almost every first world country, basically talking to people about flat Earth. It's crazy.
And that does sound insane. Very interesting.
But my position is that it's an excellent topic to develop your logical thinking ability, critical thinking, deductive reasoning, adherence to the scientific method, not falling for logical fallacies is an excellent way to do that, regardless of what the shape is.
Indeed, anything that can start a conversation, in my opinion, is pretty good to get people, again, like you said, to critically think, to exercise their mind.
Yes, very, very true. So we hope all the listeners out there have enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast, putting forth thought-provoking and mind-shocking topics, approaching them from every angle without being logically fallacious and adhering to the scientific method, science, logic, and reason. That is the path to truth. Once again, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you hit the like button if you enjoyed the podcast, and you can share it across whatever social media platform of your choosing. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, and you can check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Like and follow our Facebook page for exclusive updates. Any questions, comments, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And Sid Irwin.
We'll catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire.
And JR.
And today I'm going to be asking JR one of the biggest questions on the internet today regarding the Flat Earth conspiracy. Is it all just a CIA psyop? As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon, and patrons do get priority for case topic and podcaster requests. All right, JR, so this is a question that's kind of been out there in the webosphere, dare I say? Is Flat Earth simply a psyop? Do you have any knowledge of this? Because there is some people who've been doing some deep research. They've uncovered that Eric Dubay, one of the proponents of Flat Earth theory that made it popular, he's got some ties to Virginia and the CIA and some weird, shady connections. So do you have any knowledge of Flat Earth so-called being let out of the bag, so to speak, as a CIA psyop operation of some sort?
All right, Bruce. Well, that's an interesting question. I don't in terms of the CIA. However, I know that, on a side note, the USGS actually studies flat Earth principles, even though it's not actually, its main function is to geomap the world, which is quite extraordinary, if you ask me.
And how do you know this?
I'm not really at liberty to say like how I know it.
All right,
Bruce,
so
but,
okay, all right.
No, but seriously, like there is a flat. There's like a compact. I think it's referred to as the compacted map division. But yeah, but it's
Is it top secret and
separate.
classified, or can anybody find this information?
You can find the information up to a point. Whether or not like some of the research that they do is classified, I'm actually unaware. But like it's a legit, like you can actually like, and it's not like I'm saying, oh, flat, compact, blah blah blah, and like they make roadmaps. No, like there's a particular branch of the USGS that like deals with like flat Earth principles, and like they have some like pretty like high end scientists that graduated from like reasonable universities that are in charge of that particular project.
So okay, if you had to put a percentage on it, what percent would you say that what percent chance you think this might be some kind of weird psychological operation unleashed on the public, similar to some kind of MK Ultra type experiment almost, to see what would happen if X% of the population bought into flat Earth, regardless of whether it's true or not? And I will make this footnote. Certain proponents of globe Earth theory, the heliocentric globe, they think that they're alleging that if it was a psyop, and it is a psyop, that would mean that the flat Earth is untrue. Now, what I'm saying, I don't want to fall for black and white fallacies because this is MINDSHOCK. It could be a CIA psyop and also be true, right? What would preclude that? Again, we'll get into the exact physics, but what do you think of all this in terms of being some kind of psychological operation? And if it were a psychological operation, does that mean it would be false or true, or is that irrelevant?
Well, I would say that it's interesting. I don't really have like a yes or a no to that question, but I will say that like the round earthers, they've seemed to gain ground in the bowels of science, at least for the past couple 100 years. So the fact that they would have to sit there and defend their position against the flat earthers is pretty interesting.
Do you find it interesting they're not really doing that though? Like all of the people that are defending globe Earth are like these silly goofballs like Joe Rogan. And if you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK logical analysis of Joe Rogan versus Eddie Bravo in their heated flat Earth argument, check that out. It's a 5-part series. If you are quarantining right now, it's a good thing to do. It'll bring you a lot of laughs. But the point is, you have Neil deGrasse Tyson, you have Bill Nye the Science Guy, all these kind of non-high level. Some people are going to jump on me in that, but Neil deGrasse, what was he, like a C student or something? He's a personality. He's not the best scientist in the world. He's not the most knowledgeable. He's just a mouthpiece, regardless of whether, I'm not saying what he's saying is wrong. I'm just saying he's not top of his field. He is not the leading individual with the most amount of knowledge and understanding in the field of physics on the Earth right now, regardless of what shape it is. So, do you find that strange?
I don't necessarily consider Bill Nye. Wasn't his tagline "Science Rules"?
Well, no, he's an actor. He's not even a scientist. No.
And then he sued his wife for poisoning his special specimen garden.
Let's not get into Bill Nye's personal life. I'm just saying these are the people that are brought into the forefront to defend the globe model. Does that point to it being a psyop? Because why not? If the heliocentric globe is really that easy to prove and it's that simple, it's that open and shut, why are they not having legitimate, intelligent individuals who understand it? As Einstein once said, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. So why aren't these high-level physicists or astrophysicists, why are they not easily debunking it, easily shutting it down? Because in all of the debates I've seen, even if the flat earthers are completely wrong about everything, they're mopping the floor with goofballs who can't defend the heliocentric. They try to defend with faith and fallacies instead of legitimate points. Now, we all know there are legitimate points, but why are legitimate physicists topping their field? It would take 5 minutes to shut this down. Does that point to a psyop where it hasn't been shut down? If it's not true, of course.
Well, Bruce, I think we've talked about in previous podcasts, I did work at the Anderson Scott base. I was not a scientist when I was posted there. However, I will say, so I do have interactions with really high level geophysicists. What I will say is this. I think that, it's kind of one of those things where for the people where the Earth is round, they're like, anybody with any grain of salt is going to just not acknowledge them, because by interacting with that, it puts their own career in professional jeopardy. So, like, by even, like, trying to argue the point and then having something that's possibly, like, unanswerable thrown at them, they're putting their own profession at risk. So by just not acknowledging it at any juncture, they're allowing themselves to perpetuate what's been accepted by modern science. Now, I'm not either way.
My theory is they're sitting back and laughing too hard at both sides of this. That's my theory. Like, they don't want to disrupt the comedic value that comes from this kind of debate, because like, a lot of the flat earthers think that debunking certain proofs of the globe earth automatically means flat. Again, black and white fallacy. And both sides are really guilty of thinking that certain things are proofs for their sides when these variables would remain the same regardless of whether it was flat or a globe. And for whatever reason, none of these people debating this seem to understand that. So do you think this could be a psyop, some kind of distraction, obfuscation from real issues in the world? Or like the flat earthers say, if this conspiracy is true, would that make it the most important conspiracy to unravel?
Well, I think, Bruce, honestly, to be mind-shocking, we apparently live within 11 dimensions. Therefore, if the Earth were to exist in more than just the third dimension, it would be more than just round, correct? So I think they're laughing their way to the bank, because, to be quite honest, we're both arguing whether it's flat or round. Who's to say it's flat or round? It could be another shape.
Are you saying what Nikola Tesla said? Do you refer to the Earth as a realm? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, Nikola Tesla was a pretty brilliant guy. I mean, he brought us a lot of things that, like, are life-sustaining today. So, I mean, I am not at that level of scientist to where I could definitively say, hey, but at the same time, we're talking about 11 dimensions. We're talking about all this stuff about physics and all this other garbage. But, both arguments leave out the dimensional space. If we're staying true to physics, then at some point the Earth has to be more than just round, and the Earth would have to be more than just flat. So, for example, the Earth could actually be, both could be right. We might, as human beings, be living on a flat portion of an object that technically has a dimensional body, but is not necessarily round because it exists within 11 dimensions.
So that's JR's theory. You heard it here first on MindShock. All right, let me read a comment from one of our listeners on one of the logical analysis. I thought it was a pretty interesting comment, and you can obviously give your opinion on this, since you're kind of deep in certain military operations, or allegedly. There's a really easy way to observe the curvature of the Earth, yet funnily enough, neither flat earthers nor flat earth debunkers ever mention it. So they're clearly all working together, though the fact so many of them are ex-military should let you know it's a blatant cognitive infiltration psyop. So what are your thoughts on that comment, JR?
Well, I will say that if you've ever taken any type of deep navigation course through a military program, and when I'm saying that, I'm not talking about the type of navigation course in which they hand you a map and a compass. I'm talking about something a little bit deeper, where they explain how to navigate a distance using basic principles. I will say that those principles don't align with either party. They rely on actually stuff that the regular average person wouldn't think about in terms of navigating the way. The only way I could explain it would be if you've ever read a cheat guide on how to get your way through a game level. There are specific things to look for in order to route through one particular point A to point B. They have nothing to do with location. They have nothing to do with anything. But there are certain military perspectives that are given on the scope of our land. I can't speak to other lands. I'm not talking about any kind of extraterrestrial shit. I'm talking about just our planet. But there are methods of being able to find your way, and I'm not just talking about stargazing. I'm talking about, like, that's actually the last thing on the list. There are several things that you can utilize in order to move yourself in the direction in which you want to go. And you don't need a map or a compass or any of that garbage, and you don't need the stars either. Like, there are ways to transverse across land. So the military does have some sort of, like, exert knowledge of this particular situation. But, I mean, they're not talking. I mean, they're not talking about what's going on right now. They're not going to be talking about
Let me read the follow-up comment to that because I think he expands slightly. There are no sides in the flat earth cognitive infiltration psyop. There's just a bunch of ex-military goons pumping disinfo 24/7, 365. I worked out that the central equation governing orbital mechanics is a physical impossibility on my own. It wasn't even hard. Yet no YouTube flat earther can do the same somehow. Likewise, the round earthers can't find a simple and definitive way to observe the curvature of the earth. Why? Because they all just want to keep going round in ignorant, time-wasting circles forever. Do you find that an interesting observation on what's going on with this flat earth hoopla on the internet?
Well, I do, but first of all, I have to say that, like, as an ex-military person myself, I don't consider myself a goon. Like, I wore salad, and anyone that works in the military knows what that means. So, yes, I did wear salad. So, yes. But I don't consider myself a goon. I'm a very educated individual, as well as the people that I surround myself with, which I feel are more educated than me, but that might be my own perception myself.
Well, I don't think he's not talking about you, because I'm the one who asked you about this. You're not out there.
No. I'm just like throwing that out there to your mind shockers, because like like there's that whole like like I swab like some like a head in some fucking like park somewhere, and people can believe that. But what the reality is that I did wear salad, and I still do in a covert sense, I guess. What I'm saying is that it's possible, it's true. What I'm saying is that like each side is very interesting, because we're talking about the second dimension versus the third dimension, but we're not talking about the other like 10 dimensions that exist between here and there. So like like I think that like they both could be wrong. I mean, like, really. I mean, I'm just putting it out there. I mean, who's to say? Like, we can only see that dimension.
Yeah. You've said that, but the crux here of the issue, like the main point of all this, is it a psyop operation?
Not that I'm aware. I mean, I don't have any inside knowledge regarding that.
Do you have knowledge of other psyop operations where you can speculate on if this were a psyop?
I would say that like the like things like the Department of Science, like shit like that, like, or I'm sorry, the Science Foundation of America, like they spend like money on this, so like that's all like government funded. So it's interesting. Like I'm not privy to any kind of special project, but like if it wasn't an issue, then why would the government be spending money? Like it's the people's money, and if anyone's ever worked in public service, they know that like people are cheap with the public's money because they want to remain in good stead with the public. So the fact that like there are these like sub like organizations and sub committees that like discuss this on a regular basis, and they're public organizations, I would say that like there is definitely a grain of truth to whether or not we're still 100% committed on the flat versus round theory.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. JR is saying it's a possibility that this is all a psyop. And it's also a possibility that both sides are wrong. Very interesting and mind-shocking, as always, on the MindShock podcast. Hope you enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the links in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button and feel free to share it across social media platforms. You can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, Facebook. Any questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, leave them in the comment section. As always, plenty to discuss in this very perplexing topic, regardless of which side you're on, if you're on a side at all.
This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
And JR tapping out. If you believe in science.
We'll, we'll see you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. We have another logical analysis here today. I am Bruce McGuire, your host, doing this logical analysis. Flat Earther versus scientist. Does flat Earth theory make sense? Agree to disagree. This is from LAD Bible, the LAD Bible channel. Scientist Matt meets flat earther Connor to discuss the moon landing, the existence of gravity, and whether NASA lies to us. Okay, so disclaimer, this is not a flat earth channel. I am not advocating for flat earth. If you want to know the answer on whether or not the Earth is a globe or a flat plane, this is not the video for you. This is simply a logical analysis to see which side presents a logical argument. Does it rely on fallaciousness and faith, or is it fact-based and scientific? This has nothing to do with outcome or the shape of the Earth or the heliocentric or geocentric model. Again, I don't know how many times I have to say that. For some reason, a lot of listeners were very confused. They thought I was advocating for flat Earth. They thought it was some kind of flat Earth versus heliocentric globe video claiming or asserting a certain model. Nope, this is just logical argumentation for people that are interested in whether or not people present their conclusions logically or not. That's it. So for those that are interested in that and not just jumping to conclusions or outcomes, and that's the only thing they care about is which model is true or not, that's fine. There's plenty of videos for you out there, but MINDSHOCK is about logic and logical analyses. And for those that are interested in those, this may be highly entertaining as it always is. Because even if the flat earther is completely wrong about everything, if they're more logical, how much comedy does that provide? In my opinion, quite a bit. But as always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. You can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, or logical analyses requests, as well as podcasters. Any questions, comments, thoughts, theories, debunkings, suggestions, leave them in the comment section. All right, let's jump in here.
How's it going, man?
Very good. Yeah, I'm Matt.
Yeah, I'm Connor. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too.
And right away, the scientist guy, he looks like, a member of the good old boys club. He's an older guy, white hair, has that quintessential, stereotypical college professor type look. He's missing his lab coat, so for those wanting to instantly appeal to authority, which is, of course, a logical fallacy, it doesn't work quite as well with the guy not wearing a lab coat, but yeah. And then Connor, flat earther, this just looks like some random guy off the street, could live in his mom's basement, who knows. Does that mean he's wrong? Does that mean he's illogical? We will see. Just like, is the scientist logical, regardless of the conclusions held? Let's see what they use to justify positions.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers, man.
So the first thing they start off was the moon landing fake. And just real quick, right before we get into that, so obviously the scientist, he has been indoctrinated into the cult of state worship and authority. So if he's gone through this system, he's learned, cognitive dissonance is tough to overcome, so is Dunning-Kruger. So this guy, what would it take for this guy to believe the moon landing was faked if it was faked? Or is he just presupposing it's real no matter what? And we will see. So, so on the table they have strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree. So the scientists saying strongly disagree. So what's interesting is he didn't just put disagree, and then the flat earther put strongly agree that the landing was fake. So that is quite interesting. So right over there, we will see what kind of faith-based beliefs these guys have and whether or not they can logically support them.
A man actually traveled to try and find the actual telemetry data of the moon landing happening, right? Unfortunately, 700 boxes of magnetic tapes telemetry data is gone. They have no idea where it is.
Actually, it's very, very hard to keep magnetic tape.
Wow, okay. And you could see the look on the scientist's face as soon as the flat earther mentioned that the telemetry data is gone. So if you're a college professor and one of your students say, my dog ate my homework, I mean, I did it, I just don't have it. And how would the professor believe it? But because this is NASA, and you could already see from the look on the scientist's face that he treats NASA like a church, and the scientists of NASA as priests. So whatever they say is gospel. So you could just see it from his face that the cognitive dissonance is too extreme. He will never process. He will never look at anything objectively. And you could also tell that by his first response: magnetic tape is hard to keep. I mean, the already off the bat, this is getting bad real quick, or comedic, depending on how you want to look at it. I actually knew a guy who was a bird watcher, and this was decades ago, and he had some, I don't remember what kind of data or videos, he actually stored them on some kind of older magnetic tape. I'm sure it's not the same type as NASA, and they were these large cassettes. I really don't remember the type. I mean, the computer nerds out there can remember. I think it was computer-based tape media. Anyway, it wasn't easy, but he kept everything. And he was a bird watcher. He wasn't NASA with billions of dollars and thousands of employees. Not to mention, how much other data have they lost? Because if they always lose everything and they're that incompetent, that's a little better, but they seem to have all this other data. They just don't have the telemetry data from the moon landing. From the most disputed, that's what they don't have. But everything else they have. Maybe. But the silliness of this professor, you could just see from the expression on his face that he got triggered hard. So normally when people get emotionally triggered, that logic switch just goes right off. Like, not gradually off. It gets flipped completely off. And this is just basic psychology. Let's see what else this guy says. Other than magnetic tape is hard to keep. So everybody except NASA can keep it. Like random bird watchers can keep their magnetic tapes, but a company with billions of dollars and thousands of employees in the supposedly the greatest achievement in the history of mankind, that's difficult.
You're not trying to seriously say Led Zeppelin didn't record Led Zepp 1 because that tape no longer exists anymore.
We're literally talking about supposedly one of the greatest ever feats of man.
Wow. The scientist is bringing up a Led Zeppelin example? Some kind of lost studio recording or something? Really? Really? That's embarrassing. I actually would feel bad critiquing this scientist further because, wow, that logic switch got flipped. I mean, how does he think that's a congruent example? That is so non-congruent. Even if it was the most famous musician in all the world, not to mention they recorded it was recorded again later or whatever. All right, so let's do a congruent example. Let's look at the history of sound. So the phonograph, of course, the phone autograph. In 1857, Edouard Leon Scott invented the phonoautograph, the first device that could record sound waves as they passed through the air. Okay, the recording medium was a sheet of soot-coated paper wrapped around a rotating cylinder carried on a threaded rod. A stylus attached to a diaphragm through a series of levers traced a line through the soot, creating a graphic record of the motions of the diaphragm as it was minutely propelled back and forth by the audio frequency variations in air pressure. This was 1857! 1857, okay? They still have those recordings. So his early recordings were in French archives until 2008, and then they were these sounds were resurrected and captured in other types of recordings, and they were also scanned to computer and software and converted. So these are again these were recorded late 1850s, 1860s. Okay. Those are not hard to keep, right? Soot-coated paper over 100 years old. And so those are the first audio recordings, or at least some of the first known about. They have those. Now, walking on the moon, I guess, is not as important. Oh man, this scientist, I don't know. It's getting rough. And then he just brings up Led Zeppelin, as if Led Zeppelin never recorded anything else. You know, obviously people lose stuff, particularly stuff that's not the most important thing in the history of mankind.
Well, the Led Zeppelin album, I agree. It is. It's very good.
Yes, but literally the greatest feats of mankind, men first walking on the moon.
And then that was his quick appeal to humor logical fallacy, where he was arguing that Led Zeppelin's missing recording or whatever was one of the most important things in the history of mankind. But again, as if there are no other ones. Of course, there are other recordings. So anyway.
Those it's not that they're saying these tapes rotted away. These tapes were damaged. We couldn't. They don't know where they are.
Yeah, well,
as if they never exist. 700 boxes of tapes. I mean, you could call it an anomaly if you want to.
But it's not. But it's not evidence. If someone comes in and says, "I've seen a fairy in my garden," right?
Yeah.
I don't have to look under every single blade of grass to say that there wasn't a fairy in the garden,
of course,
right?
Yeah.
Because your claim is so outlandish.
What I would argue is that what is outlandish is saying that in the 1960s, you put men into a metal rocket and you...
Hold on, he's exposing this scientist shifting the burden of proof logical fallacy, because of course you're not called upon to prove a negative. Like, this scientist might be the silliest scientist ever, or he might be a really smart guy and he got that logic switch turned off right at the beginning, so he's operating on a less than 4-year-old level right now, a less than 4-year-old comprehension and mentality. He's arguing that someone said they saw a fairy and you don't have to look under every blade of grass is somehow similar to NASA losing tens of thousands of reels of telemetry data of the most important or the greatest achievement in the history of mankind. A company with billions of dollars. Thousands of employees. I wonder what the scientist thinks when he watches this video of himself bringing up these lower than 4-year-old mentality arguments. Because he's immediately shifting the burden of proof and making non-congruent arguments, and this random flat earth young guy is calling out this illogical science. Again, I have to repeat, because the trolls always comment as if I'm trying to say the earth is flat or whatever. Obviously not. I'm not saying the flat earther is correct about anything other than the logicality of the line of inquiry. Whether or not the line of inquiry is legitimate, whether or not the argumentation is logical. That's what this analysis is about. But some random young flat earther is just mopping the floor with the scientists. It's so silly. Why are there no legitimate heliocentric globe defenders? Because I know they're out there. Again, we're not talking about right or wrong, but to make a logical defense of the heliocentric globe or the moon landings are tougher, and of course one has nothing to do with the other. Just because they didn't go to the moon doesn't mean the earth is flat. But still, just the belief, like, this scientist clearly is heavily indoctrinated, and when his belief system is threatened, that logic switch gets flipped, which is weird. You would think a scientist would be logical and scientific, but this guy might only worship scientism. Well, let's continue here.
Shot them through a near-perfect vacuum, 250,000 miles away. They landed safely on a rock 250,000 miles away, and then came back. And then we just didn't go back. That claim is outlandish.
That was actually predicted. So if you go back to there was some papers by Arthur C. Clarke, and he predicted that mankind would try it, and that we would go there a couple of times. We would not do it very often because it was just economically unviable.
Wow. He's choosing a science fiction author's prediction as some kind of defense of the moon landing and the losing of the telemetry data. I actually didn't even see that coming. Even with the silliness out of the gate, I did not see that coming. Arthur C. Clarke is his defense. Now, some of these old scientific authors, they're very brilliant, no question, and they can predict things. But what does that have to do with science? What does that have to do with what's provable and what's not? There's science fiction authors predicting interdimensional travel, predicting, Star Wars. You could come up with a million different things. What does that have to do with having scientific evidence for something? How clueless is this scientist? This is painful to watch. And then that's basically the end of that segment. Next is NASA lies to us. And then again, the heavily indoctrinated scientist is putting strongly disagree with NASA lying, even though they've been caught lying. And then, of course, the flat earthers strongly agree that they lie. This is we're probably already close to a quarter of the way through this, and it's getting tough. This logical analysis is getting tough because this scientist doesn't seem to have a lot of cognitive function on this topic. He might be a very brilliant man, but again, the way cognitive dissonance works and the way people's faith-based belief systems are threatened and exposed as faith-based while they spent their whole life believing it was actually scientific, what is the scientist supposed to do? Again, credit to the scientists who can admit or even understand the differences between scientism, science, between religion, science, faith, pseudoscience, all these things. This guy's quite clueless. I'm starting to feel pretty bad for him.
You would say there were anomalies, right? You would say it's a basis of anomalies, but I would say that basically everything that the majority of what NASA produce is fiction.
I find it very difficult to understand what the motivation for NASA just to be a sort of enormous lying machine.
Wow, I cannot believe that a scientist does not understand burden of proof. I cannot believe, I'm going to have to appeal to incredulity myself. I'm committing a logical fallacy right now. Is this scientist for real? Is he a real scientist? He has white hair. He's made it this far in life as supposedly a functioning adult. He doesn't understand the very basics of logic. The burden of proof is on the one making the claim. Now he's moving to motive. Again, I'm not saying science shouldn't be concerned with motive. Motive is interesting, but motive is unknown most of the time. Let's say you believe in gravity and the theory of relativity. So that means mass attracts mass. But why does mass attract mass? What's the motive? Nobody knows. You just measure it. You measure if there's a force there, you measure the force. You do experiments. Nobody knows why. Does anybody know why anything? He goes to motive because I guess the subconscious, he's so triggered and he doesn't understand something. He has to go to motive. So he's going to use the appeal to incredulity, logical fallacy himself because he doesn't understand the motive. Then he can just justify writing off the theory, even though motive has nothing to do with anything. If a serial killer killed somebody, you might have the DNA, you have the video, you might have witnesses, you have the murder weapon, the fingerprints, physical evidence, but you don't have a motive. If there's no motive, does that mean the event didn't have... The silliness is off the charts here. I really feel bad for this guy. This is going to be really tough to make it all the way through this logical analysis. Oh man, rough stuff.
When you put the Earth in a globe, right, on a ball, it has a beginning and an end point. That's it. Once you go past a certain point, you just end up on the other side, right?
And I don't think the flat earthers should have indulged him here with motive because, again, indulging illogicality only breeds more logicality. And let's see if that plays out and the scientist ends up just going with more and more fallacies.
Say that's not the end of it. Say there were land masses found beyond what we're told is the end pole of the Earth. You don't want to keep those public knowledge because there's resources here that can be taken advantage of by people in high positions of power. What do you do?
But who are these people in these high positions of power? Because we've had generations since then. And what are the Russians and the...
Is he saying that familial lines, has he never heard of monarchies? Has he studied zero history on how families stay in power? Really? Zero? This poor guy. I mean, wow. I wonder if he regrets coming on here or if he's so clueless he actually thinks this is a good showing of logic or science.
Then, and what are the Russians and the Chinese and the North Koreans and the South Koreans and the Australians?
Okay, so now is he trying to say he knows how many countries there are and how many different people there are that live in those countries? Does he not? Again, I've used this example. This is just the silliness. Like, it's really weird when they can't even understand a theory being proposed or alleged. So if there are different churches in different countries, like what about the Russian Orthodoxy? What about these churches in Australia and Brazil? They all say God is real, therefore God must be real. And you got Bibles in different languages. Are all the Bibles lying? What's the motive? Just the silliness is just so off the charts here because he doesn't even understand what's being alleged. He's jumping to motive and, again, appeal to incredulity. His lack of understanding of a theory doesn't mean the theory is false. Because let's say some random crack addict on the street doesn't understand how certain biochemistry works or how molecules work. Does that mean they aren't real just because some random guy can't understand it? It's just really bizarre. It's the silliness, again, off the chart silliness by this scientist. I really feel bad for him. To just this public display. This is his public display of his cognitive ability. It's weird.
I would say,
what are they doing? What are they doing?
Point, I would say when it gets to a certain point, they're all involved. China's all of these space agencies. Every single one of these space agencies are doing the same thing. In fact, if you look at China's work, it is some of the worst faking of space that's ever happened. You look at what they're producing and saying is real space travel, and it's people in pools.
And so, again, to critique the flat earther side, I don't know why they're indulging this silliness. The burden of proof is on the one making the claim. If you're claiming that all of this footage is real, it's up to you to prove it's real. It's not up to other people. You're not called upon to prove a negative. These are the basics of logic. Otherwise, we should all believe there's some flying invisible spaghetti monster that rules the world, because if it can't be proven untrue, we have to believe it? What kind of silliness is that? I mean, come on. These flat earthers really dropped the ball in this regard because they keep indulging illogicality, which just promotes more illogicality. He's allowing this illogical, silly scientist to dictate how this logical debate or argument is taking place against all logic and science. It's really, really bizarre. And I guess the flat earther doesn't realize what's going on or doesn't even understand argumentation while accidentally being more logical. Again, we're not talking outcomes. We're not talking conclusions, who's wrong or who's right. We're just talking the logical debate itself, the argumentation itself. So just because someone can't comprehend that you don't even need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. So again, I've used this example before too, like slave plantation owners. It's not necessarily that all the plantation owners are in on it. They have a formal contract and they go to Bilderberg-style meetings. I mean, maybe they do. If they do, they do. But they don't have to. But anything that threatens the institution of slavery, they would be against. Even if they compete with each other. Like one plantation might want to have more money or more crops, more tobacco export, be seen as more prestigious or more elite, more rich, whatever. So they're technically in competition with the other plantation, just like countries could be in competition with each other. But the overall institution of slavery or their wealth. So, and again, not having the motive doesn't mean something's not happening. Why don't you just be scientific? Why don't you just look at the physical evidence, lack thereof, whatnot? Why is this weird obsession with motive? Again, people that get triggered, they turn off that logic switch. They think not knowing a motive invalidates something. It's beyond silly.
They're not in space. You can see bubbles coming out of their helmets. It's a joke.
And even if that's true, the flat earther even if it is all fake footage, doesn't mean they didn't go, right? So again, these black and white fallacies, but you can see from the face of the scientist, he is so triggered. He is so triggered, his faith-based belief system has been threatened. And I think he's also recognizing that he can't make a logical defense and he didn't realize it. So he's like kind of caught here. And I mean, what's he going to do? Stand up and walk out in the middle of this? I don't know. That's if this whole thing isn't staged. I really don't know. Now we're moving on to the Earth is flat. I mean, and these segments are kind of short without a lot of resolution. So I don't know, not the best format, but... So here is interesting. So the scientist goes strongly disagree on flat Earth, whereas the flat earther does not put strongly agree. He puts just agree. which is interesting. Let's continue here.
Flat is probably the most probable. We cannot prove motion. Without motion, none of it works. And second, obviously being the major one, is that we can't detect curvature. The globe model is a little bit problematic.
There's plenty of experiments that show the curvature of the Earth. I happen to live by the coast. I've got a really expansive view out onto the Atlantic, and I can see the ships and I can see them dip down over the horizon. So I've physically seen the curvature for myself.
Okay, I don't know what to do here. This scientist has picked literally the worst, easily debunked example. Now again, that doesn't mean the Earth is flat in any way, but this is literally the worst example. If you live next to train tracks and you see the train tracks touch, well, that settles it. Train tracks touch. I see it every day in the morning. I wake up, I look out my window, and I see the train tracks touch. That's the scientist's argument here. It's like he's never studied perspective of any kind. He doesn't understand convergence. He doesn't know anything about atmospheric distortion. He doesn't know that the true horizon is higher than the horizon that you see. He's never thought to even take a video camera and zoom in on that ship. Again, this does not prove flat. The error on the side of the flat earthers, they think it proves flat. It doesn't, but it doesn't prove globe either, because you'd have to deny all this atmospheric distortion, convergence, the way the human eye works, perspective. You'd have to deny all of it to pretend that the ship going over is actually evidence of curve. And the fact that the scientist seems to be serious with this support, that's a little troubling that this guy is a scientist. Because, I mean, this guy is not his mental processes are so deficient to think that that's evidence. That's the most easily debunked. I mean, there's legitimate evidence for the globe, but he picked that. This is sad, and this is why some people think that the whole flat earth thing is a psyop, because the heliocentric globe is being intentionally defended, completely bereft of all logic and reason. So it's causing a rise in flat earthers when you have supposed scientists like this guy coming on. This is his defense. This is his defense. It's really bizarre.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You could also get into a high altitude jet and actually physically see the curvature of the Earth. Pilots see it all the time.
That's kind of weird, because many pilots say they don't see it. Has he only been looking at fisheye lens? So here's what's weird. If you're a scientist that gets invited to debate a flat earther, if this whole thing is not a setup and part of a psyop, you're a scientist that gets enlisted to debate a flat earther, wouldn't you at least spend even 10 minutes looking at the common arguments just to make sure you have reasonable rebuttals? Like, we're not saying the scientist is wrong about his conclusion, but to just not completely embarrass yourself and be mopped to the floor with, like the scientist is by this random flat earth guy. It's just beyond silly, because even Neil deGrasse Tyson, I know people use this example, but some people respect Neil deGrasse Tyson. I would ask the scientist if he respects Neil deGrasse Tyson, but it's not even about Neil deGrasse Tyson. He explained it succinctly that even a high-altitude balloon is not high enough to see curvature, just because of the size of the Earth. Because if the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, that's not high enough. So they're using examples that other scientists are saying, they're all heliocentric globe believers, but they're saying you need to be higher, but this particular scientist is saying that you don't. So again, where's the consensus? If you're using, obviously, I'm not saying consensus proves anything, but those who appeal to popularity logical fallacies that claim a scientific consensus proves something, where's the consensus on how high you have to be? And if he's just using easily debunked examples, it's beyond silliness. I feel really bad for this scientist to be embarrassed publicly this way, if he's not some actor and this isn't all a psyop. It's just weird.
A lot of physicists will completely disagree with you. Do you remember when Felix Baumgartner did the jump, the Red Bull jump, right? Mm-hmm. He'll be the first to tell you that they were using a fisheye lens in the camera, because from his altitude, it would have been impossible to see curvature. And I agree with you, if you're in a jet or a bomber, you may see a curve to the Earth when you're high. However, that's because you're in glass shaped like this. Plenty of pilots who fly passenger jets will tell you that it's flat the whole way around.
This is hard-won scientific knowledge that you just can't just put in the bin because you've read a couple of websites or you've seen a couple of experiments.
It's certainly not the case.
And you've read things that aren't necessarily by the consensus of scientists.
Well, again, what does he mean by consensus? So he only has the appeal to popularity logical fallacy. Obviously, science is not ruled by consensus. Just a quick scan of the past 100 years of scientific theory will show you that, the silliness. This guy is completely out of his element, mopped the floor with by a random flat earther. Again, doesn't mean the scientist is wrong about his conclusion, but saying there's a bunch of hard-line science without citing the science. I mean, that's just preaching religion. That's like saying there's God without showing the proof.
Scientific skepticism has to take an evidence-based approach.
And where's his evidence? Like, he's talking about evidence-based approaches. He's not cited a single piece of evidence for anything.
And I think this is where you could bring in something like Occam's razor.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So now he doesn't understand Occam's razor. No surprise here. This is a very, very silly man. I feel very bad for him that he was embarrassed publicly here. And you can see from his micro expressions too, he knows he's out of it. So he's just trying to randomly grasp anything he can to sound smart and try to retain some kind of vestige of intelligence, because he's supposed to be this intellectual, where he's offered nothing to support his faith-based religious claims other than claim that science should be evidence-based, but he's actually not presented any evidence.
Is say, what of these two different things requires us to have the least amount of assumptions?
Stationary and flat versus globular and moving, right? I'm looking around. I feel like I'm standing still. I don't feel like anything is moving. So the least amount of assumptions in based on Occam's razor is that I am still.
That's weird. I don't know if they edited this weirdly, but this scientist just made a very weird, defeated face. Maybe it was edited out of context, I don't know. But if it wasn't, he offered nothing in response to that. That's kind of weird. He looked very agitated, and he just offered nothing to that with the least amount of assumptions. This might be the worst. If this guy's really a scientist, he shouldn't be a scientist. Because if he's going to claim Occam's razor, get it thrown back in his face, and have no rebuttal, where is his evidence? and what's even more strange is, if this isn't the most illogical goofball ever, how is he not prepared for the flat earthers' arguments? You could just look at any Flat Earth in 5 minutes or Flat Earth Debunked, whatever videos you want to look at, just to hear the arguments, to understand the arguments, so you don't look so foolish. Again, nothing to do with which model of the universe is true. This is beyond weird. Gravity is only a theory. That's the next segment. So this is interesting. The scientists only put disagree, not strongly disagree. The Flat Earther put strongly disagree. So that's interesting that this scientist is not putting strongly disagree that gravity is only a theory, but maybe he does understand the definition of theory.
Newton's laws, they've been unbelievably successful in describing the world and predicting things and bringing us new technology.
What? How does that bring new tech? What? I mean, you could predict a lot of things. I mean, supposedly they used the geocentric model for quite some time with the astrolabe and all these things for navigation. You can predict, I mean, the ancients were predicting eclipses and all these things using either flat models or geocentric models. Does that mean the model is true just because you have accurate predictions? I mean, it could mean it's true. It doesn't prove it's true definitively. This whole prediction thing is very strange. It's like someone accidentally guessing things. That must mean that their understanding is completely true. It's really, really bizarre, because you can predict a lot of things with limited information. You're basically just guessing. And then if you're using certain variables to guess, even if you have those specific variables correct, that doesn't mean your overarching theory is correct at all in any way. And for whatever reason, that's very difficult for many people to understand.
It's not that they're wrong, they're just not fully described yet. Think of knowledge as being this big building up of a pyramid of knowledge. You never achieve the truth. You're just adding layer upon layer as you get nearer and nearer and nearer and nearer the truth.
And that's a very good example. This is the first sign of intelligence here. We've waited we're more than halfway through this debate, and this is the first sign of intelligence exhibited by the scientist. But if he understands the pyramid of knowledge model, which I've actually discussed this many times, if that base layer is incorrect, everything built on top is incorrect. So hopefully, if the flat earther knows how to argue, that's the point he would rebut with. Let's see what happens.
Right. Well, Newton was categorically wrong. I admire your optimism.
Yeah.
However, I don't feel like those gaps will ever be filled. I don't think the pyramid to the truth will ever be finished.
You don't trust the bottom layers.
It takes the scientists to bring that up. Okay, another point in the scientist's favor. I actually didn't expect this. He's finally showing some signs of cognitive ability here. Okay, so by trust, does that mean it requires faith? Because if you present irrefutable evidence, there's nothing to trust. Like if you're saying 1 + 1 is 2, you don't need to trust that it's 2 and not 3. If you do it with apples, you do it with rocks, you do it with you do it with everything, and 1 + 1 always ends up 2. There's nothing to trust there because you're providing irrefutable evidence. So if he's insinuating that you need to trust, is this faith-based? Let's see what they say.
And therefore, anything that you see, you're almost having to start from scratch. Which is essentially why you almost have a BC style knowledge of things like flat Earth, because you're going right back to the beginning and ignore. Well, it is archaic.
No, it's not. It's certainly not archaic.
And so, so that was a straw man logical fallacy there, because he's pretending that all this is ignored. Now, I don't know what this particular flat earther believes. Let's see what he says. But in general, the people were believing in flat earth, let's say geocentrism. Up to even in Einstein's time, he was saying you can't tell the difference because of frame of reference and the lack of technology and experimentation, whether it would be a geocentric or heliocentric system. And you have, of course, documentaries like The Principle, there's cosmic radiation showing that the Earth might be the center of all these things. So he's saying you're going to BC. So he's saying over 2,000 years you need to go back for the geocentric principles here. It's very, very bizarre, particularly when most of the ground was made up in the past 100 years or so. So again, does the scientist not understand any history? It's very embarrassing. He did make that slight comeback with the pyramid example. So it seems like his brain isn't completely dead. Like he's capable of having thoughts and some kind of deduction, but the problem is he was so heavily triggered, he can't actually utilize his ability on any of these topics. He's too triggered, it seems. And now he's strawmanning, pretending that they threw out all without examining it. Because how does he know what was examined? I mean, he's very clueless about this entire debate, all these points, but he's strawmanning, he's pretending it was all thrown out instead of just taking on faith. He's pretending there were no alternatives. Again, you have Nikola Tesla versus Einstein. You have people debunking the theory of relativity even now. Run Z Cow's debunking. I talk about it all the time. Obviously, this goofball scientist probably has never heard of it. So he wants everybody to stick with the dogma of those base layers as if they can't be wrong, as if humans are infallible. It's very, very weird.
Because up until NASA was founded and we were shown so-called proof, this argument has never died. The flat Earth has been a contender in this argument between globe and Earth for a long time.
It's been fringe for 2,500 years.
No, it has not. That's absolutely not true.
We're both probably skeptics, but my form of skepticism is
religious scientism. He must not understand what skepticism is if he thinks he's a skeptic. He just takes on blind faith as gospel truth, whatever authorities present him, as he's proven this whole time.
A scientific skepticism.
I would actually disagree and say that my form of skepticism is a scientific skepticism because it follows the scientific method, natural science. One of my favorite physicists ever was Richard Feynman, and he described science in a fantastic way. He said, the steps of science is that we observe, then we guess. That's it, it's a guess. We use nature and experimentation to either verify or nullify that guess. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's it. That's what Richard Feynman said, and I totally agree with it.
If Richard Feynman's your hero, he's absolutely my hero.
We agree there.
I've just finished. Surely you're joking, Mr. Feynman.
Okay. Yeah.
He understands that science is this building up slowly of knowledge. To be honest, he would be horrified at your take on science.
Well, again, now he's pretending to know what Richard Feynman would think. That's quite silly. Now, again, I'm not an expert in Feynman, so I don't know the proclivities of his personality or whether or not he would appreciate dissent. But in general, it depends. It depends on what kind of scientist he is, because Nikola Tesla, of course, he wasn't a dogmatic Scientism follower. He actually argued against some of these newer theories, relativity, the way that science and physics was going, because he understood the dogma and the belief that it was being built on in the past 100 years or so. Whether or not Feynman did or not, I mean, the Feynman experts can chime in. I am not an expert in Richard Feynman or his model of thinking and whether or not he would appreciate this kind of scientific dissent. But a lot of time, these rogue maverick type scientists, they would appreciate it, whether they agreed or disagreed, because who wants to be a brain dead zombie that never questions dogma? I mean, science is skepticism. The very nature of science is to be skeptical. What can be proven, what cannot be proven? What is a religious belief? What is a fact of nature that is irrefutable? And this scientist, he's getting so triggered here, his, again, micro-expressions giving away his triggering and his subconscious, his realization that he cannot scientifically defend his faith-based belief system, and then he's getting the floor mopped with him by this random young guy. Even if the young guy's wrong about his conclusion, it's just hilarious. And the young guy, he didn't put that the earth was definitely flat. He was just agreed, not strongly agreed. So that's showing some good signs there.
Particularly how you just put it there, because it's not quite right. He is a fantastic advocate of science, and he would of course be horrified by flat Earth. He genuinely would.
The presupposition that he would of course be horrified. I'm not sure about that. Even if he completely disagreed, he might like the passion which with flat earthers doubt that base layer of dogma that modern science or modern corrupt physics puts forth. And it would be interesting to see what he thought of Runzi Cow's debunking of relativity and all these things. Very interesting. But this scientist is pretending to know the reaction of another human being. It's just the level of silliness has skyrocketed. I really didn't think he would get sillier than he did, because from the opening, other than that point about the pyramid, this scientist has been completely brain dead. It's really bizarre. The next point, YouTube is wrong to censor flat earth videos. And the flat earther put strongly agree, the scientist put disagree, not strongly disagree. So perhaps the scientist, why would he put disagree though? Because if anybody who really cares about science is not afraid of criticism. Scientism is, it views criticism as blasphemy. So, they would obviously censor any kind of debate. But if you're pro-science is being pro-truth, pro-logic, objective and neutral. So you would welcome any kind of criticism because it's a chance to prove a theory true. So, yeah, it's really bizarre on how scared those indoctrinated into scientism are of any kind of dissenting or skeptical viewpoints, even though that's what real science is. It exposes them.
Anytime I talk about something controversial, they will make sure that they've put an article under my video to say what the opposite of what I'm saying is true. Why would you need to censor this kind of information if it's so clearly wrong?
Let's face it, if we were talking about a much more offensive idea, if we look at an example, would you be happy with YouTube downplaying Nazi videos?
It's a different, I think we're talking about something completely different. When we're talking about, someone promoting Nazism, someone promoting hate towards a group of people, whereas when we're discussing things like flat Earth, we're discussing ideas.
Do you know what? And I do agree with you. I am going to shift it a little bit over here because...
Oh, wow. Okay, I don't know what to think about this. So this scientist was swayed by that point. He's so silly, he never thought about that until this flat earther pointed out. He moved his statement to the line so he doesn't agree or disagree. I would still think he should put strongly agree, no censoring, because if he's in favor of science and the truth prevailing, and even if he's got that much faith in his scientism prevailing, then why not have an open forum? The truth is not afraid of investigation, as I always say on MINDSHOCK.
Because the freedom of speech, I think, is really important.
And then if this last point here, if freedom of speech is really important, why didn't he put strongly agree? He put it in plan. Anyway, this guy is beyond silly, and this was a really rough one to do because he actually brought no. If you watch this whole thing, he brought no actual evidence to the table for his belief system. He just spouted some propaganda and religious faith-based views on why the other guy's wrong. There was no actual science took place. I'm guessing this is the last point. The person opposite me is brainwashed. Okay, so the scientist put strongly disagree, and the flat earther put agree. That's interesting. I didn't see that coming. Let's see what happens here.
sorry.
But that's it.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, I would say this because I would actually say that everybody is brainwashed to a degree. I would say that I brainwashed to a degree. Most of the time we exist in some form of an echo chamber, whether we want to or not.
What you should be trying to do is be very, very open-minded, but not so open-minded that your brains fall out.
Wow, really? Well, your brain, is the mind the same thing as the brain? So this guy doesn't have his definitions right, and he, again, appealed to humor. That's a logical fallacy, of course. And it's really weird how this scientist, all he had to present were logical fallacies, faith-based presuppositions. But I'll give my viewpoint here because I don't have much hope that this will be addressed, but maybe I'll be wrong. Who has more to lose here? The scientist has been indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship. He's gone through academia, through controlled academia, the status quo, institutionalism. So if everything he learned was wrong, that he either paid for, got a scholarship, whatever, if it's all wrong, is he strong enough to handle it? Is he even strong enough to consider the idea? So as we saw in this whole debate, obviously he's not. And it's very few people are mentally strong enough to be able to handle even that possibility. Clearly he can't, because he's been so severely brainwashed and indoctrinated. He can't even consider the possibility that it's a house of cards, despite historical evidence, despite empirically verifiable definitions. So that's the point here. Who has more to lose? Whereas this random flat earther guy, who knows, it looks like he works at a coffee shop or something, who knows, he's got nothing to lose, I think. I mean, maybe he does have a degree, maybe he doesn't care about it. Either way, he probably doesn't have as high level of degree as this scientist, and he probably does not work in a high level scientific field, because most flat earthers appear not to. Could be wrong about that, but from what I've seen, most flat earthers are not indoctrinated heavily into this cult of state worship and institutionalism, where they're part of the cog in the machine, holding up and supporting the machine. So if it's all a lie, the flat earther has less to lose, so they can afford to be more open-minded. So, and just real quick, the scientist doesn't seem to know the definition of mind or brain. Brain is your physical brain, your muscular organ. The mind is a set of thinking faculties, cognitive aspects, consciousness, imagination, perception, thinking, judgment, language, and memory. Your mind can't fall out of your head. Your brain can, but not your mind. So how silly is this scientist? He doesn't even know the definitions of brain and mind and the differences. And even if he did, it's so silly. Even if he did, this is an appeal to humor, logical fallacy, because he's got nothing of substance here.
I mean, that's kind of it. And as a scientist, you want people to come along and disprove your theories.
Challenge you, sure.
Not even just challenge your theories, but to disprove them.
And is that what we saw here?
I think that's the most exciting thing in science. You may have belonged to a tribe, but I don't think you've been brainwashed by that tribe. I just think that you've rejected what I would call normal science.
So basically he's admitting here that his definition of normal science is scientism, faith-based presuppositions, not adhering to the scientific method. That's not real science, but that's his definition of science, which is why he's arguing this way and his lack of understanding.
And you're going for something else that's not actually science, but I don't.
Right. So again, this is obvious now. So the way that you probably should start any kind of logical argumentation or debate is by outlining the definitions, because all of these people hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state worship and scientism, state authority worship and scientism, they don't even have the right definitions. So they're operating under scientism being science. They don't have these clearly outlined definitions. Are they mentally strong enough to just take these real definitions head on, these empirically verifiable definitions? I don't know. Is the cognitive dissonance too much? Is his Dunning-Kruger too much? I mean, this is how this played out. And then the last point, I would go for another drink with you. They both put strongly agree, and this is where I'm out, because that's irrelevant. So this was the logical analysis. Very, very poor showing by the scientist. He did seem to understand the pyramid structure of what some of scientism is built on. It's more of a house of cards, really, though. When you examine that base layer, does it all fall apart or not? Again, I for people really interested in science, I encourage everyone to look at Run Zcow's easy to understand debunking of the theory of Einstein's theory of relativity and how all of these house of cards are built, not just in science, but you have this across every field, not just physics. So again, history has many lessons to teach, and so does psychology, because if either one of these guys, like the flat earther, let him get away with that definition of science, that was disappointing. He just let him get right away with it. I would have called the scientist out on every single point, just like if I was the scientist, I would have provided actual evidence and shut down the flat earther at every point. So yeah, this was a rough one. Some people might find it entertaining, but I actually ended up feeling really bad for the scientist, because he seems like a nice guy, just an older nice guy, and he's just that clueless. It was a rough one. But I hope you guys enjoyed another logical analysis on the MindShock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which we are on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. And any questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. The logical analysis of the day is this video posted on Jubilee YouTube channel, the Middle Ground segment, Flat Earthers versus Scientists. Can we trust science? And this, of course, was a requested logical analysis. Not everybody is a patron. If you just want to do a one-off request, you can just send it with a PayPal donation. That's how some people are doing it, for some very specific requests. But if you can become a patron, help support the channel, and we can get more logical analyses out to you, not to mention paranormal podcasts, true crime podcasts, and more. If you enjoy the podcast, make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like this particular podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms, and bring logic and reason back. Let's make logic and reason pop culture. A lot of the problems in the world today are because it's not. And also this scientism delusion and this dominant world religion of scientism. Even this video itself, it's titled, it was released October 11th, 2019, so almost a year ago. And even the title here, Can We Trust Science? Well, is it science or scientism? And that these are the questions we will answer while going through a logical analysis of all these individuals and their arguments. Once again, just to reiterate for all the trolls or Dunning-Kruger sufferers out there, I am not a flat earther advocating flat earth. It's not about the conclusion. These scientists could be, or should I say priests, could be accidentally correct about the shape of the earth. What I am only analyzing here is the arguments themselves. Are they logically fallacious or not? This isn't about jumping to conclusions. It's not about who's right or wrong about the conclusions. It's about whether or not the arguments themselves are logical. And of course, I bring this example up all the time. Exercise is important. If you're playing a game of basketball, it's not about winning. That's not the most important thing. It's not about who wins at the end. If you get the workout, so your brain needs a workout too, unless you want to be a cognitive dissonant sheep, thoroughly indoctrinated into the cult of state worship and scientism, and not able to utilize logic and reason, then don't exercise your brain. But if you don't want to be a zombie, or an NPC, as people online are calling them, then it is very important to learn about logic and reason and have non-fallacious viewpoints and being able to support them without deferring to faith and fallacies. As always, questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comments section, and you can check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons, of course, do get priority case topic, logical analyses requests, co-podcaster requests, and you can have any of your questions answered in priority order. So let's jump in right here.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is? I don't think. I know for a fact it's a globe.
So immediately we have this first scientism or priest. He says, I know for a fact it is a globe. So a scientism priest would, of course, think this issue is settled. Anybody employing real science knows there's no real definite end of anything because everything is open to analysis, open to experimentation, because the fallible human mind, if there was a mistake made somewhere, I'm not saying there was, but if there was, being religious and dogmatic like this individual here, that you'll never know the truth because you'll bury your head so far into the sand of cognitive dissonance, confirmation bias, and just the institutions of scientism all based on dogmatic faith. Unless, of course, this guy personally executed experiments, empirically verified them. Otherwise, he's just taking on faith that the previous experiments done were legitimate and definitively determined the shape of the Earth. And I'm not saying they didn't. It's just he took it on faith. And a true man of science would probably never say a theory can be proven 100% true. But this guy is clearly not a man of science right off the bat. We know that he's indoctrinated into scientism.
The Earth is flat.
It's like we have this picture of reality that's a big puzzle piece, and then one of those pieces just wasn't fitting.
I'm always open to having a discussion with someone who is holding a wrong belief like this.
So again, the ego holding a wrong belief. So already we're going into circular reasoning, logical fallacies, where he just presupposes on faith again because he's thoroughly indoctrinated into scientism. He can't even consider the possibility that he's wrong and someone else is right. I mean, that says more about his ego than anything else here.
Are you willing to change your mind on this?
I'm not. The evidence is so much. Nobody wants to be a flat earther, but if you showed me incontrovertible evidence, I would definitely go back. Who wants the ridicule?
And that's interesting. The flat earther, the flat earther seems more logical and reasonable and scientifically minded than the dogmatic scientists or scientism priests.
I'd like to tear them to pieces.
I'm Jim Underdown, Executive Director of the Center for Inquiry West in Los Angeles and the chair of the CFI Investigations Group.
I'm Spencer Marks, one of the senior members of the CFI Investigations Group, Science Advocate.
I am Marina Yeri. I'm a theoretical physicist, and I'm with the University of Irvine.
I'm Wendell Walton. I'm a Chief Learning Officer for a young startup.
I'm Shelley Lewis. I'm a graduate of West Point, critical thinker, and jumped out of airplanes.
My name is Dan Glattman. I work as Dan the Waterman in the drinking water filtration industry, and I'm a truth seeker.
I get my flat earthers on the left and my globe earthers on the right. Only step forward if this is true for you. I believe the earth was created by a higher power.
So, before we get into this higher power stuff, just these are scientists. Two of them are from CFI. Obviously, that is a scientism organization. There have been a bunch of debunkings on that. Clearly, there are scientism priests preaching scientism. Now, before we get into this analysis, how much, like, let's say you go into a church of a religion, regardless of what it is, and you talk with senior members, high-ranking priests, they're not going to shake the faith. Like, what do you expect them to do? So clearly, once you've established that you're dealing with a scientism priest instead of an actual scientist practicing real science, adhering to the scientific method, there's really not much to gain. And I will start this off also with the great Upton Sinclair quote. It's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding. So not only does that tie in with their paychecks, but it's the entire institution of scientism, which basically, in their view, makes the world go round, of course, whether it does or it doesn't. And how much indoctrination can you undo with just a simple conversation like this? Even if it was several hours longer, it doesn't matter how much logic or reason is advocated. Someone who's thoroughly indoctrinated into the cult of authority worship and scientism, how can you shake that belief system? Again, doesn't mean their conclusion is false, just the methodology, the argumentation. That's all I'm referring to here. And this is almost a straw man relating to the higher power, because obvious people who believe in God, they believe God created the heliocentric globe and the universe. There's people who believe in flat Earth who believe that God created. So this is just basically a straw man that has nothing to do with anything really, because either system can be believed in by people who also believe in a higher power or not. It's just, it's kind of silly right off the bat.
Well, I've been a Christian for 30 years, so the Bible is a flat earth book. You have to take it literally. Like, for example, in Isaiah, when it talks about how the earth is like a clay wax seal that's stamped with upturned edges, that's just not some fancy story. That's a simile. It is like.
Right, absolutely. And in Isaiah talks about too, and I'm a Christian, he who sits upon the circle of the earth. There's a difference between a circle and a ball.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
If you look at the original Hebrew, it means disc. There's over 200 scriptures in the Bible that point to a flat earth.
And here's another point I'm going to make just based on that. If you're arguing with someone who's going to defer to the Bible as authority and fact, when it's the same thing with scientists or whatever, scientism priests, not real scientists, but these particular scientism priests, when they start reading from their religious text regarding gravity or any of these other theories, I'm not saying they're untrue, but just because they're written in a book, it's the same thing as arguing with somebody deferring to the Bible. If they don't believe that the Bible is true, so if you don't believe these other theories are true that are in all the textbooks, all the scientism texts, regardless of true or not, you can't expect someone else to share your own faith and use that as an argument for your position. For whatever reason, extreme coincidence theorists and those suffering from Dunning-Kruger, obviously, which is a huge, huge issue, and the more expert, so to speak, the more indoctrinated and the higher level of degrees of indoctrination one has from a particular academic system, so-called academia, if there is some kind of conspiracy or cover-up, obviously it would include these institutions all making money off of it. And if that were true, the more indoctrinated one is, the more they would suffer from Dunning-Kruger and not see their own incompetence because of their own ego. And we do see a lot of ego domination. I believe only the one flat earther, the one or two flat earthers, said they would change their mind if presented with evidence. I mean, that's real science. If you see evidence adherent to the scientific method and you realize your previous belief was wrong, that's how science works. Scientism is religious dogma that won't change, and you can clearly see where everybody is here.
So this notion that you need God or some higher power to create the earth or the universe is very old. And was initially posited by people of a pre-scientific age.
Whoa! Pre-scientific age. Wow, that's a lot of faith and dogma there. What age is he talking about? Again, if he's just deferring to faith and appealing to authorities, obviously the victors write the history books, but if there were advanced civilizations like Tartaria, Atlantis, pre-science, their science could have been much more advanced than modern man's science. But again, this goof is only preaching his scientism and his dogma.
Since then, we have learned quite a bit about the universe coming into existence, when that happened. Modern humans...
Did we really? So theories posited about billions of years old violating the laws of thermodynamics, where all this came from nothing magically, that's what this guy is talking about? Oh, this is gonna be a rough one.
Don't get their cosmology, they don't get their physics, they don't get their knowledge of the universe from the Bible or any ancient text.
It's sort of like the God of the gaps. Once, people used to believe that lightning was God's wrath and throwing these lightning bolts, but once we understood it was a natural process, God shrank a little bit more because now we couldn't attribute those lightning bolts to God. We had to attribute that to the real science.
Oh man, even more scientism there. We had to attribute it to real science. Well, here's the problem with these goofballs. Obviously, we're dealing with a lot of Dunning-Kruger, but here's the thing though. These are basic concepts that children can understand. If God is real, then why would the science of God creating those lightning bolts, like let's say it is Zeus, then figuring out how electricity works, how lightning works, what is with all these black and white fallacies? Just because you document something, you can measure it, that doesn't mean you know what causes it. It's just, now I'm not saying everybody should believe in Zeus. Obviously, the burden of proof is always on the one making the positive claim. So if anybody says it's God, it's up to them to prove it. But to pretend that just because you measured something and came up with a bunch of different theories that God is not real, I mean, that's equally as silly. And this is something you see with a lot of scientism priests. The hubris is so extreme. Again, I say this all the time, in a couple hundred years, this will be viewed upon as the Dark Ages. I mean, if you look at any point in history, the majority of everything, the majority of things, the majority of people believed in were false. Why would that magically be untrue now? It's like the egos are so out of control. It's as if this particular time period has infallible humans that are doing these measurements and these theories are infallible. In a couple hundred years, everything we believe now, everything the masses believe, the scientism beliefs, will be viewed as either completely false or just vastly incomplete, and there'll be much better theories and explanations.
The other thing, the point about the Bible specifically for me is, why is that one particular text the correct one? You choose to believe that, and that's fine, but there's so many other writings and so many other books, so why weren't they correct? Why is just the Bible correct?
Well, who said they weren't? Again, this guy doesn't seem to study much about them, because if he did, he would know that there's all of these ancient systems do have very similar beliefs and explanations, from the Great Flood to the cosmology to these reoccurring stories, whether you're talking about Nimrod or Horus or Jesus. They're all the same stories. I mean, is this guy's supposedly educated? I guess we should use the word indoctrinated. He doesn't know any of this. I mean, this is 5 minutes on Google. And he's here making a fool out of himself because he doesn't even know these basics.
Well, what you'll find in a lot of these ancient religions is they're all flat earth religions. All their cosmology goes back to being a flat earth with an enclosed system. So it's not just the Bible that teaches this. It's many different religious books.
Notice how that scientism priest had no rebuttal for that.
So one problem I have is to trying to explain phenomena happening in nature by holy books.
So again, this other scientist, Ali here, he's automatically, you can see what kind of language he's using. One of the problems I have. So it's all about him. So you can see how out of control the egos are of these so-called scientists, really just scientism priests. It's as if it's a problem because these other people don't have the same faith in scientism that he does. So if someone else isn't hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of authority worship in scientism, his church of scientism, he views that as a problem because he is so ego-dominated. His Dunning-Kruger is so extreme, he can't even consider that he's wrong, so everybody has to join his cult of scientism, and it's a problem when they don't. And it gets him frustrated. It's a problem he has.
Those are religious books. Those are not books of science. And it is wrong to infer or deduct scientific readings out of those books.
Wow. Okay, so a lot of semantics going on there, but He's saying it's wrong to. So he's not understanding the difference between science and scientism. He views his scientism as truth, so anything that goes against the scientism is not science because he doesn't understand the differences.
My name is Wendell. I am a logical, biblically based, and scientific flat earther. I didn't start out, and no one starts out as a flat earther, but I had a lot of questions. So I actually got to the point where I had to go out and put my own eyeballs on it.
Wait, does he mean he's not taking things on faith? It's always so funny in these debates, the flat earthers, even if they're completely wrong, they come off so much more logical and scientific than these goofball scientism priests who just took it all on faith because of their indoctrination into the cult of authority worship.
So we went out to an observation at Salton Sea, and things just didn't add up down there. So we've gone back probably a dozen times, and I can guarantee you that there is no curvature over distance.
The internet has played an important role in confirming my view of this topic.
That's the problem.
We have the advantage of information today that's outside of channels 2, 4, and 7 and the few networks that are corporately owned. It's pretty easy to say YouTube isn't research, but when you spend enough time, you're picking up quite a bit. And with the discussion groups, panels, we've gone against opposition. We've opposed ourselves. Surprisingly enough, flat Earth is its own worst enemy.
And that's actually a good point because you see this ad hominem and genetic logical fallacy employed by illogical globe earthers and the hopelessly indoctrinated coincidence theorists where they pretend, oh, you saw it on YouTube, it's not true. Do they not understand that literally everything is on YouTube? So if you're learning arithmetic or you're learning your ABCs on YouTube, well, ABCs are on YouTube, that's wrong. But whether it's wrong or right has nothing to do with whether it was on YouTube or not. I mean, the silliness, there's a lot of legitimate criticism you can make of flat earthers and their arguments. And this is why some people think this is all a psyop, because the logical globe earthers, they seem to be silent. It's like they're hanging back on purpose, watching all these illogical globe earthers making fools out of themselves with these debates with flat earthers. And it's like they're just laughing in the background. They don't want to come out and give a logical defense of the heliocentric globe, which I will still be doing. I know I've had a lot of podcasts I've had to do. I'm a little behind, but I can make a logical defense of the heliocentric globe. Not that it's true or untrue, not that flat Earth is true or untrue, but there seems to be a fundamental lack of logical globe earthers coming out and making logical arguments. All you see are these deferring to faith and fallacies type arguments. And again, like ad hominem or genetic logical fallacies attacking YouTube. Literally every single scientific theory is on YouTube. So the same theories that these scientism priests believe in, they're all on YouTube also. So if it's on YouTube, it's not true. So that means everything they believe in isn't true either. Very, very silly.
So it's not that easy for us to come to consensus. And we find that consensus is orchestrated and not actually scientific in any way.
You know, my grandfather used to tell me growing up, never believe anything you read in the newspaper, right? He told that to me. Now, with the age of the internet, it's like, you know, how much of this misinformation are you getting there? And when you have like eyewitnesses taking video of something, you do have to take everything with a grain of salt. That's why, because of my my multimedia background, I knew that all that stuff could be faked. You know, take it into Photoshop, take it into After Effects.
Science is skepticism, of course.
Okay, this is at the core of the issue of why there are so many flat Earth believers out there right now. The problem is the information from someone who decides to start a website or produce a YouTube video is not reliable.
Well, that's actually true. But if you're not hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of authority worship, no authority is so-called reliable. That's why you have to examine any kind of theories or claims based on their own merit, not who is making them. I mean, this goofball doesn't understand that. It's bizarre.
When I have a toothache, I go to a dentist. When my car breaks down, I go to a mechanic.
So again, appeal to authority, logical fallacy. This is it's pathetic, really. You can have two opposite opinions from every single expert. You go to two dentists, they might say something completely different. You go to two mechanics, they might have a completely different solution to your problem. They might not agree. And so again, this so-called scientist, the scientism priest, is so illogical. He's picking these really childish fallacies to lean on to try to make his point and call the whole thing a problem. It's a problem that people are doing real science. Because that's what flat earthers are. Regardless of their belief is wrong, they don't trust, they don't take on faith, so they're non-religious. They're scientific. They are skeptical. Obviously, let's not go through any hasty generalization logical fallacies. There's a whole bunch of flat earthers out there that are just completely silly and don't understand the scientific method. But even more, heliocentric globers fall into that category as well.
When you have questions about cosmology, you should go to an astrophysicist, you should go to a physicist, you should go to people who have spent years and years studying these ideas.
So if you don't believe in God, you have to go to the church, you have to talk to the priests, the ministers, you have to talk to people who've spent years studying this stuff. So if you don't believe in God, you have to go to a priest and listen to the priest.
Not some 6-minute YouTube video. There is a percentage of people that if they saw a YouTube video that was not within their scientific chops to refute on the face of it, would believe anything out there.
One of the things I will say is NASA.gov has their own documents out there that we get to vet, which is through the Freedom of Information Act. And would you agree that NASA documents, if they're on display, that we should be able to go and research inside there?
NASA is not proving that the Earth is flat.
Well, they say it in 14 of the documents.
You should read what NASA says, and you should listen to what
I
NASA
would
says.
love to see your NASA evidence that the Earth is
it's
flat.
only their contradictory issues
Okay,
that
let's
bring
see.
us here.
We're all familiar with the Earthrise photo, right? The Earth is rising over the moon. We're all familiar with it. That's a NASA. You can go out to NASA's site. You can download the original, right?
I already know what you're going to ask.
So you bring up the luminance on it, and you can see where it's cut out and pasted there.
They're showing us doctored images that are clearly doctored. The blue marble is a very famous image from 1972. When you talk to the artist from NASA, his name is Robert Simmons, he talks about exactly how it was created from data, and it's not a photograph whatsoever. He added clouds.
Let me explain.
He added a highlight of the sun.
If you take, on your phone, most phones have that panoramic image. When you do that, you're taking a series of pictures, and the phone cleverly stitches that together.
Saying how it's presented. It's presented as a real photograph.
So when NASA takes real photos,
they actually aren't photos. This guy's completely clueless. It's data. Where you're talking ones and zeros. It was not a panorama stitched together. This goofball doesn't even know what's being alleged, but he's so triggered, and you can tell he's triggered. So instead of actually taking a moment, really thinking about the different possibilities like a scientist would do, he reacts like a devout religious follower encountering heresy, encountering blasphemy. So immediately his ego can't handle it. All these issues, Dunning-Kruger, psychological projection, all of these common issues on someone who's triggered, and he just goes into this illogical spin out and straw man because he doesn't even understand what was said, but he has to pretend he does to defend his faith. And I'm not even a flat earther. I mean, this is all quite pathetic.
and they either clean them up for color or they stitch them together so it's one large image. It doesn't mean they're CGI.
You're talking about composites.
Except it is CGI. That particular image they were talking about.
I'm what you call a globe denier. You could even get me into a virtual construct if I can't find the borders myself.
What shape would you say you think the Earth is?
It appears to me to be a stationary plane, as opposed to the vastness of infinity of space. I would find it to be an ice plane where we have a localized sun and our environment thrives there. You know, these particular people have misled us on television. This is a brilliant opportunity to speak. We've been suppressed, censored by mainstream media. Alternative media is just a thing of beauty for me.
I view the other side as uneducated.
I'm running.
They think they are
I'm
uneducated?
running for this.
Well, they certainly think they're educated.
And they're following quite a bit of, the university system, what we call scientism.
Right, scientism.
Obviously is the belief.
Oh wow, we got a scientism drop right here. They are addressing it. Major brownie points for the flat earthers. Most flat earthers don't even address the differences between science and scientism, which of course have nothing really to do with flat earth specifically. Scientism has been a problem for a century now regarding mostly the theory of relativity and a lot of things of that nature, and fraudulent medical science, where these corrupt profiteers basically fund these studies that don't adhere to the scientific method, and then of course all the sheep lap it up.
In what's written, where we tend to be exploring in the field with physical properties, not theories of any kind. We're using actual measurements that are calculated not by our guidelines, but the guidelines of science as we know it. I can only hope they're uneducated as opposed to disingenuous.
Well, that's the other thing too, because we know that it was on a large scale, the government has been disingenuous, and they're pushing a narrative, right? So it's hard for us. I mean, I'm sure that you've met people too. It's like, look, you haven't looked into it yet, or are you a shill? Are you part of a disinformation campaign?
He might be giving them a little too much credit. I mean, these goofballs just look really thoroughly indoctrinated and clearly severe sufferers of the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is, of course, individuals who are too incompetent to realize their own incompetence. And, of course, they are not logical. They don't even understand the scientific method if they're deferring to faith and fallacies, which is, of course, due to them being triggered by this topic because it exposes that their scientism is only masquerading as real science, and it's not, because if you only have faith and fallacies to support your position is not scientific.
I don't think you guys are uneducated. I think you're wrongly educated.
I think the problem with what I've seen in the flat earth crowd is that it's not that they're undereducated, but they, instead of looking at evidence and letting the evidence guide to where the ultimate conclusion is, they start with a conclusion and then they try to cherry pick evidence to support their pre-drawn conclusion.
And so, okay, we have a lot of psychological projection there because he accurately described what these guys are doing, because they already, since they're hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of authority worship and scientism, they already knew the earth was a globe before they even looked at flat earth. So they're going to cherry pick the evidence. Now, that's also demonstrably false about flat earthers. Now, I'm not saying flat earthers are correct about anything. However, they did not start with the earth being flat. They all started with the earth being a globe. So everything this guy's saying is false. I don't know if it's disingenuous or he's just really that clueless and has less than a children's level understanding of these logical fallacies. He's just that triggered. It just, all logic and reason went out the window when he got that triggered, and his faith is exposed.
They cast away all the bits of evidence that actually is contrary to their beliefs.
And again, demonstrably false, because they all started with the same beliefs as what scientism peddles. Again, regardless of whether it's right or wrong, this guy just, I don't know if he just lied through his teeth or he's that clueless, because everything he just stated was false. I mean, how many people start out as flat earthers? It seems like the other way around. The more they looked, they found the evidence unconvincing, again, either due to misunderstandings or they're looking at the wrong arguments, because this does seem to be a psyop where globe earthers and scientism pushes the silliest arguments. You have Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye putting out just these absurd logical fallacies that they say are proofs for the globe. I mean, there are actual legitimate logical proofs, and nobody's talking about them. So is that by accident? I don't think so. It seems that this is just either a comedy show for certain individuals in position of power, or there's something else going on here.
I think that you're very well educated, as well as you are, Jim.
Certainly Ali is. He's probably got the best education of all of us.
Exactly, and he paid for it too. But more and more professionals are coming on board. They're starting to question their reality. So the thing of it is once you start to really take a hard look at the evidence, and you are unafraid of just standing for the truth, wherever that may lead you, then people end up becoming flat earthers.
I'm hoping to be able to tell our side of the story from the inside out. So many times, flat earthers are depicted from the outside in, and I want to be able to share with others empirical data that proves the earth is not what we've been told.
I have changed my mind at some point about this topic.
So when I was 12 years old, I went to space camp and I met Alan B. Shepard.
Oh, nice.
Yep, and I wanted to be an astronaut and I wanted to be the first woman to walk the moon.
Oh.
So for me, I'm a glober. I went into this completely wanting it to be true.
And again, completely disproving what the other Scientism goofball said, where he was pretending that the flat earthers started out with the conclusion that the earth was flat. Obviously, they didn't. I mean, there might be a very, very minuscule percentage of religious people somewhere where they were brought up believing the earth is flat, so for them that might be true, but they, as far as I know, they're not going on media and advocating specific experiments. I mean, they seem to be open about the fact that it was a religious belief, not based on evidence. It's because they either read it in a religious book or they were told that by an authority. So this is a vast, incredible minority. I mean, it would be less than 1% of the flat earthers would believe that the earth started out with that belief as a child. It's the other way around. So the one thing you can't knock flat earthers for is mental strength, because again, like the other guy said, who wants to ridicule? And also to be able to question your reality, that takes a lot of mental strength to just not go along with the crowd, especially when you know the level of ridicule. So again, I'll be getting into these. I've mentioned this before, but you don't see this triggering when someone denies something. Like, for example, let's say someone says cars aren't real. It's a giant conspiracy. Or cell phones aren't real. Just nobody cares. Nobody gets triggered because they know their own belief is not faith-based. It's empirically verifiable, so there's no reason to get triggered. It's a who cares situation. Whereas when you go to the shape of the earth, all of those hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of authority worship and scientism, they know their subconscious recognizes that they took it on faith, and that's why they get so triggered by this topic, which is also a great topic to develop logic and reason and learn about psychology, which is why I do these logical analyses. It's not about the conclusion.
And my husband told me, he saw this thing about the fake moon landing. And I was like, you're absolutely crazy. There's no way that the moon landings are fake. And then in 2010, my husband was killed. And so I never really developed that until around 2014 when Flat Earth kind of came back up. And that little voice inside my head said, remember the fake moon landings? Remember when that was brought to my attention? And then I started really critically analyzing that. And I would say, just looking at that evidence, if they can lie about the moon landings, they can certainly lie about pictures and satellites and other things. And so I started going down that rabbit hole of studying. So that was my influence from my husband.
How many lies does it take to make a liar, right?
And being ridiculed for being inquisitive is pretty tough on us. I wouldn't say that I've changed my mind because my mind isn't set. NASA is solely designed to change my mind. It is, from its inception, from its discovery, has been a television program. It's been a space program to sell us on something that they've yet to actually show us. Show me a globe spinning with clouds and a moon. Show me home. And I think I could shut up easily. I think I could shut up.
The timing of your conversions is interesting to me. 20 years ago, the flat earth world was tiny and insignificant. Enter the advent of the internet, YouTube, online discussion groups, all these new available places where you could find information about everything.
This is true that the evidence as you looked were not robust evidence. And the sources you used, they were not reliable sources again. But my problem is that...
Again, with the problem. But anyway, with sources reliability, wouldn't that be a subjective statement? If NASA really did fake the moon missions, are they a reliable source? Is any government source reliable? Now again, that doesn't mean they're lying or they're wrong. But science is skepticism. There would be no such thing as a reliable source, because by reliable, it means you want to take something on faith. So what difference is it? You could take the most unreliable individual. If their experiment is legitimate, adheres to the scientific method, can be empirically verified, who cares about the reliability? Like, let's do real science here, not scientism and faith and religion.
And I like you guys that you are very skeptical. But at the same time, you are not skeptical about your belief system.
You
that
keep
should
going
have come
back.
first.
You think that that's my foundation for why I believe the earth is flat. And I'm telling you, you're wrong.
It's actually kind of funny because these people they think they know better than somebody else's own experience and starting points. It's just so silly. You would think that these goofballs preaching scientism would have better arguments. There's so many better arguments, even from a scientism position. I'm not a blind faith follower of scientism, but I could poke more holes in these flat earthers than these. Again, this is why people think it's a psyop, because it's almost too obvious, too silly. Or are we just giving too much credit to the average indoctrinated individual? I don't know. It's you guys could leave your own comments on how silly these scientism priests are being.
I have evidence that proves it's flat.
What type of
proves
evidence?
It's not a ball.
What type of evidence?
We're being misled. We're being deliberately misled by mainstream media.
What's your evidence?
We see too far. We should not be able to see. I live in Dana Point.
Okay.
I can see San Clemente Island, which is 60 miles away.
So what?
That's very high.
What do you mean, so what?
No, I'm on the beach.
1,100 feet
I'm on
tall.
the beach.
It is
What do you mean by
tall.
so what?
So what? Wait a second. What kind of answer is so what? If you want to debunk that claim, why don't you actually use... obviously, it can be debunked. Obviously, it doesn't mean the Earth is flat. But what kind of an answer is so what? This guy's really triggered.
What do you mean by so what?
I'm on the beach.
Yeah.
Can you see a ship which is going?
Let's talk about the ship that goes over the curvature of the Earth. I love it.
You like how he immediately strawmanned what he learned in school as a small child. He's immediately deferring to the faith of the scientism. He's, again, these straw man fallacies, these black and white fallacies, because that's one of the silliest arguments, of course, because it has nothing to do with whether the Earth is flat or round. It has to do with the way the human eye works, the way perspective works, and the way the atmosphere works. So again, the real science is all these things are measurable, and they have nothing to do with the surface you're on. If train tracks are touching in the distance, that doesn't mean you're on a flat Earth. That doesn't mean you're on a globe Earth. And it's just the goofiness is just, again, that's why people think this is a psyop.
So science has said that when I see a ship go out of my field of view, it's going over the curvature of the Earth, correct?
Yes.
But then I bring my P900 up, and guess what? I can zoom it back in.
Not
So
all
is
the
it
time.
going over the curvature of the Earth or not?
Absolutely.
Oh, not all the
No, you
time?
can't.
Not all the time?
No, you don't see all the ship. The bottom part of the ship is hidden by the
At that distance, you shouldn't see the top
At
of it
all.
either.
If the Earth were truly flat, there would be really hardly any limit. You would be able to stand at the top of the Empire State Building and look towards Chicago, a mere 1,000 miles away, and see the lights of Chicago at night.
No.
Okay, this is done. We have to be done here because Bill Nye's used that one too. This guy's never heard of atmosphere. This guy's a scientist. He does not know what precipitation is. Really? Or is he just that triggered that he's dropped below a 4-year-old comprehend? I mean, I don't want to insult 3-year-olds out there because a 3-year-old probably knows the difference between rain or shine and being able to see clearly without a fog versus not being able to see clearly in a fog. Maybe even 2-year-olds. I don't know. But this guy thinks that if the Earth were flat, then magically precipitation would not be a factor or exist. What? The silliness just went completely off the charts by this poor goofball.
Why would
No, because you have an atmospheric disturbance.
Very thick.
I've been
Water
into
alone.
astronomy since I was 10.
And he doesn't know what a fog is? He doesn't know what rain is? He doesn't know. He's never seen a weather report about visibility. So he's been doing this since he's 10, and he's this clueless. I don't know. This is rough. This is rough.
It's faulty logic. It's completely faulty logic.
That's actually good logic.
And then I have a more
Okay.
One of the big things I do is investigate extraordinary claims like flat eartherism or ESP or all sorts of different things.
I wonder if he investigated the extraordinary claim of the moon landing.
The Earth is undoubtedly a globe and not flat. This is well supported by gobs of science.
Gobs? Science or scientism? Notice how these so-called scientists have not actually presented any logical arguments. They just brought faith and fallacies to the table. They haven't cited a single definitive experiment that can be empirically verified. Obviously, there are those, but they don't know them. So these, I mean, they're clearly the wrong people here. These are just clueless goofballs, hopelessly indoctrinated into scientism. They shouldn't be speaking on the topic. They should have got some actual individuals who actually know the proofs for the globe Earth, so they don't have to just be this silly, unless this is, of course, this entire video could just be a sham made for entertainment featuring actors, because would a real scientist, like a non-scientism priest, an actual scientist, would they make arguments this silly?
Scientific consensus is possible.
Scientific consensus is possible.
What is the question?
I don't understand the question.
Scientific consensus is possible.
Possible. Anything is possible. I mean, anything is possible. I've got a tremendous issue with consensus and peer review.
If you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK Peer Review Debunked podcast, check that out, because of course peer review is just appeal to popularity and appeal to authority fallacies rolled into one. And again, historical context, the masses are usually wrong. If you look at the majority of issues in the past, what the majority of people believe the majority of the time is false. Not everything, of course, not everything, but if the so-called scientists, if they're all working with the wrong information, they're all going to get to the wrong conclusions. So there'll be consensus over something that's not true.
I've been spending a lot of time arguing with people that argue the other side. And I found that surprisingly, consensus always wins. It was shocking to me that the group with the majority has an incredible advantage. As scientists, flat earthers, truthers, punks, we're at an incredible disadvantage.
Let's talk about scientific consensus for a second. You're never going to get 100% of anyone. There is scientific consensus on a global Earth. There's scientific consensus on evolution. A lot of big issues.
Use the word theory.
No. Do you know what a theory in science is? An extremely...
And a fact is a fact.
Don't mistake this word theory.
You are.
In science, it's not conjecture, it's not...
It's an explanation. By definition, it's an explanation.
It's a deep...
Well, let's talk
So
about a fact. Show me a fact.
Made a mistake.
Why
They
aren't
think
all
theory
facts
is-
theories?
In science, the word theory is the highest level that you can give something because it's so well supported.
Well, not really, because you have the geocentric globe theory, the heliocentric globe theory. You have a lot of theories supported by facts and evidence, but how those facts and evidence are interpreted based on the fallible human mind, fallible human technology, and experiments that may or may not adhere to the scientific method. So these goofballs, they took it on faith that these theories are supported by experiments or whatever, that it aligns to the scientific method. If it doesn't, how much is the theory worth? And of course, they're all talking over each other, heavily triggered, all those things.
What about a fact?
That is a fact. It's
not a fact you would call it a fact.
You know why? Do you know why? Because in science, there's always room for improvement. There's always room to find to tweak and find better information.
So that is how science works.
So with obviously, but that's not what they're pushing. So even the theory of evolution, is that theory based on actual facts, or is it based on faith-based presupposition, subjective interpretations, and leaps and conclusions that were jumped to illogically and then established as dogma and equated with more modern theories that are actually supported properly? And this is just old dogma of scientism. And these goofballs don't understand that, and they have to constantly strawman because they don't have any actual evidence or facts they can present themselves. So again, the fallacy, they can be accidentally correct, but it's very clear that they're pretty hopelessly indoctrinated into scientism.
It gets better refined over time, as opposed to flat earth theory, which never gets refined. It simply is what it is.
So false. Again, the flat earth theory has been refined many, many times. They can't agree on a lot of things. Is there a dome? Is there no dome? Whereas the geocentric globe has been quite fixed and not refined for a while. So very, very silly there.
New ideas have limited access to media and limited exposure. Until we're in university curriculums, we will continue to appear uneducated.
Well, that's not true. In the history of science, we had many occasions that the ideas, it was not welcomed by the society. Einstein was one of them. Galileo was one of them. But if your theory is an authentic one?
Allegedly Galileo. I mean, we're talking 1600s here. The victors write the history books. We really don't know what the real story there was. They took on faith because they're so hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of scientism and authority worship. They took on faith that what was recorded was correct. But with Einstein, again, that is, if you don't know, Runzi Cow has thoroughly debunked Einstein's relativity. But with Nikola Tesla's electromagnetism theory and all of his other theories, he was a direct opponent to relativity. He called it basically fraud. I mean, just these goofballs don't even know the history of Einstein versus Tesla, and they're so hopelessly indoctrinated they took as gospel that relativity was true, and they built this whole house of cards of scientism with gravity and all of these interconnected factors that all depend on each other. And once you expose that base layer of the house of cards for what it is, it all comes crashing down, and these guys clearly don't have the mental strength to handle that, and their subconscious recognizes it, which is why we see all of these ego issues, psychological projection, cognitive dissonance, and just flat-out insecurity, which is why they still haven't actually been able to state any real evidence adhering to the scientific method. They just constantly keep preaching their faith that it's all already established.
And it can go through this hardship of scientific method, eventually will win.
And notice, again, they did not prove that their faith-based beliefs adhere to the scientific method. So we're now 20 minutes in, still nothing but faith and fallacies. So they can't be surprised when more scientifically minded individuals, even if they also make logical errors and they might jump to a conclusion of flat earth, you can't be surprised that they didn't drink the Kool-Aid of scientism.
I used to believe that science was after the truth. Right? We all just want to know what the truth is. Science has been trying so hard to divorce itself from the idea of a creator when God's intent was to create science to lead you to Him. You know, sometimes things seem supernatural that we are able to explain later through, science. Okay, I understand. But there are other things as well that are supernatural, that go beyond the natural, that we can only explain through believing in a creator. Right?
This is my big issue with science, scientific approach and non-scientific approach. You are absolutely right. In science, we are after the truth. And we are hoping by each day we're getting closer and closer to the truth. We never get there. Never.
But that's not what they're doing. They're just protecting dogma with their scientism, because the institutions are all dependent on the dogma, because once it's exposed, it all falls apart. And that's what coincidence theorists can't understand. There's this basic concept of conflict of interest. So clearly these guys are simply just triggered because they seem to have some of the definitions correct. And if they're not actors again, if this whole thing isn't some weird psyop. So they just keep getting lost in these straw men where they might be giving correct definitions, but they're not applying it to their faith-based presuppositions regarding the shape of the earth.
Well, I know that's true for you. And
that's a science. That's you guys. You think you do have the truth. Now let's look at the evidences. As you were mentioning, you do have the conclusion, let's find the evidences. Science doesn't work that way.
That's not true. That is not
Well,
true.
you are saying you are referring to Jesus.
Actually, nobody referred to Jesus at all. Yeah. He was talking about a creator.
Who many billions of people do not believe, including myself.
And many more billions do.
So what?
So who's right?
Of course I can.
When you say that we start with a conclusion and then try to match everything to make it work, like that to me is complete dishonesty. That is not true at all.
That is what you are doing
No,
right now.
you're not. You're making that assumption,
No,
which
it's
I
not
think
my
science does a
assumption.
lot of.
Well,
So do you make assumptions or not? Does
I
science make
don't know.
assumptions? Does science
No,
make
well,
assumptions?
of course.
Sure,
Okay.
we do make assumptions
But-
based on things that are well supported and proven and reproven.
So again, he's just preaching his faith. It's been proven and reproven, but he can't actually say how. He can't actually prove the adherence to the scientific method. He just has his blind faith in these previous authorities that developed the dogma that is his religion of scientism.
We don't have
Show
to.
me how you isolate gravity. If gravity
We
is
don't
an
have to-
assumption, you show me in the scientific method how you isolate gravity.
We've done that actually.
Place to stop. Let's cool off
Yeah, sure.
and reset.
What? Cool off and reset? Don't allow the scientism priests to rebut that. I mean, that was a good question. Finally, getting to the scientific method.
I just want to check in. How are you guys feeling? How's this discussion going?
I kind of feel like I want to develop some of this stuff a little bit more. It feels high level, but I feel like there's so much that I haven't really even touched base on.
Well, I mean, I certainly didn't think that anybody was on either side was going to flip.
Well, there's still time.
There's still time. I have hope for you, Wendell, and Shelley. I don't know about Dan. I have hope for you too. But, you know, it's certainly, I'm glad it's a civil discussion, certainly.
Oh, yeah.
Put your waters to the side, and let's do another round.
Hey, one more side.
Good. He flipped. Wendell, welcome aboard. Welcome.
The greatest moment in television history right there.
Good.
All right. NASA is trustworthy.
So, I mean, obviously any organization can be wrong with certain things, and they may have individuals that lie or deceive or something, but as a general organization, they're looking for the truth.
Yeah, the idea that NASA and the government is lying to us about the shape of the Earth is the height of conspiracy theories. In order for this to be true, the literally hundreds of thousands of people who at some point over the last 50 or 60 years would had to be somewhat complicit in this.
So again, complete fundamental lack of understanding on how conspiracy theories even work. So he's appealing to incredulity, he's strawmanning to the nth degree, and just that fundamental lack of comprehension, and his Dunning-Kruger is so extreme here. Obviously, it'd be very few people. Just look at any conspiracy that has been carried out successfully. It would be very, very few. It would be less than 1% of all the individuals who would actually have that kind of clearance. I mean, even the president of the country doesn't have certain clearances. So it's, I mean, this guy's just this silly, this hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state worship and just trusting corrupt profiteers. And again, he can't see his own hypocrisy. Is NASA a trustworthy source? Well, if you're being purely scientific, purely skeptical, you'd say no, because you're not going to take anything on faith. And the more extraordinary the claims, the more extraordinary the evidence required. Does that evidence align with the scientific method, or does it rely on faith? And clearly, they've only brought faith and fallacies to the table. So even if they're accidentally correct about their conclusion of the shape of the Earth, they're clearly very religious, non-scientific minded. And they've proved that at pretty much every step of the way here. And now his fundamental lack of understanding of how conspiracies even work and what would or wouldn't have to happen for it to be true is just, again, complete illogical silliness. Very, very poor showing. I mean, this guy is probably the worst of the three.
And nobody spills the beans at all.
And again, there have been a bunch of whistleblowers. And every time there's a whistleblower, the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists write them off as crazy, lying, or whatever. And whether or not even if there were no whistleblowers, that would just be a more well-executed conspiracy. Again, nothing to do with whether it's true or not. All of these are just fallacies.
Is, on the face of it, completely unbelievable.
Appeal to incredulity logic fallacy. So because it's unbelievable for his feeble mind due to him not understanding, he doesn't have the mental capacity to even wrap his brain, his very feeble brain, around how it would work. So to him, it's unbelievable. And how much relation does that have to the truth? Obviously none. If that's the truth, is the truth. Regardless of whether his weak little brain can find it believable or not, that's irrelevant. That has no relevancy to whether it's true or not.
The private does not know what the general is doing. There's compartmentalization happening all the time.
Of course.
So it wouldn't be that far-fetched. Has the government ever lied to us is really the question at stake.
We all agree on that.
Yeah, but now
Common ground.
Now we have NASA.gov, right? And absolutely, they're not lying about anything. They're completely transparent. Everything is true. We'd be foolish to think that's true.
There's a difference here. I'm sorry. This is a fallacy here. There's
not
a
fallacy.
I'm sure it is.
Go ahead.
You were talking about a government. Now you're talking about an agency of the government. But this agency is scrutinized by thousands and thousands of scientists around the globe.
Is it really, though? So he's calling it a fallacy, but he didn't actually state which fallacy he believes it is. Is he appealing to similarity or association by saying that it's fallacious because the government lies, that NASA must lie because NASA is part of the government? I mean, that's a neither here nor there situation, because it really, it's almost like a straw man to even address that, because why are we even talking about trust and faith? This is supposed to be a scientifically minded discussion, no? So why is it all this faith in who's trustworthy or not? Show the actual evidence. If it's not empirically verifiable and it relies on trust and faith, then you're talking religion. It's really that simple, but for whatever reason, these goofballs don't understand that.
You are dealing with smart people, believe me. You are dealing with smart people.
I don't deny that.
So it is very hard to do that. Once or twice, maybe. Not for the all time.
I'm not understanding this guy's point here. He's that egotistical. He puts that much faith in the priests of scientism. Again, as Upton Sinclair once said, it's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding. So look at all the malfeasance in law enforcement, especially recently. There's a lot of good cops out there, but it's not that they were fooled. It's that they didn't really think to question it. And that's what this goofball doesn't understand. That this level of Dunning-Kruger indoctrination, support for the status quo, nobody's thinking. How many people at NASA, especially years ago, in the past few years, how many of them are thinking, wait a second, those telemetry guys are lying. Let's go catch them in the lie. Of course they're, how many people are thinking that? And he's saying other scientists around the world would blow the whistle. First of all, they did. There's some whistleblowers on the fakery. Again, nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, but there's obviously fakery going on. There's mistakes in all the footages, even in Chinese space agency. They're passing off underwater training footage as actual spacewalks. You can still see the bubbles. So this kind of fakery, it's all very, very obvious. But again, what this guy doesn't understand, conflict of interest. I've gone over this many times. Institutions are not going to blow the whistle. How many priests are exposing the wrongdoing of other priests within the Catholic Church? They're not going to blow the whistle on each other if it's going to compromise their control or their benefit. The same way as mafias aren't going to blow the whistle at each other if it's something that threatens the institution as a whole. They're in competition with each other, sure. There's a lot of, let's call them smart people, sure, people that are good at their job. They're not going to blow the whistle if it compromises themselves. So this goofball, his faith in authority is so high. He's that indoctrinated that he really thinks it would work this way. Very silly.
Raise your hand if you think we went to the moon.
Okay, no surprise. The three scientism priests believe that the moon landing was legitimate, and they have to. Once again, it's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding.
What is the proof? Hundreds and hundreds of pounds of moon rocks and dust. And we have distributed those freely to PhD scientists around the world.
And they actually found them to be petrified wood from Arizona. And a lot of them actually went missing.
And not one of those geologists have said, what is this?
Been proven to be fake.
And also and collected on the ice in Antarctica and in the Arctic as well. Those are collected. You don't have to go to the moon to get moon rocks. As a matter of fact, all U.S. Air Force photography prior to 1958 shows a flat Earth. Only NASA shows a sphere. That's absolutely not true, Jim. I wouldn't lie to you.
And the other
NASA's lying to you, my friend.
The other bit of proof
not myself.
is we have a laser retroreflector on the moon.
That we're using now.
We still use to this day.
It's sitting there.
And that's, okay, finally, something something above a 4-year-old level. Actually, I don't know, maybe some 4-year-olds could bring up the laser reflector. So that obviously needs to be addressed, but if something was placed on the moon by a probe or some kind of lander, that doesn't mean a human walked on the moon, right? Again, I mean, these guys are that silly, they can't understand that. It's really bizarre, number one. Number two, can we prove adherence to the scientific method with the tests of these laser reflectors? Again, I'm not going to go too deep into it now because, I mean, I'll see if any of these guys bring it up. I mean, the flat earthers are doing decent, but they're not really shutting down these scientism priests the way I would because, again, there's nothing but faith and fallacies. I'm not sure how knowledgeable these flat earthers are. They seem like they're pretty nice people, so maybe they just don't want to make these guys look as silly as they're making themselves look. I don't know. They don't want to they don't want to pour it on even more. But because these guys are heavily triggered that their religion is even being questioned, that the doctrine is even being scrutinized. And you could see it in how quickly, instead of really thinking about what is said, they immediately start shaking their head and get twitchy, and just the emotional triggering is so obvious that their faith-based dogma has been questioned and they don't like it because that goes against their indoctrination. So, I mean, no cognitive dissonant sheep wants that exposed that he's a sheep and he took it on faith when he's pretending to be a man of science, even though they're not. So, again, very, very, very damaging to the ego. They can't handle it. So, regarding this reflector, let's say the surface of the moon itself, you can bounce a laser off, just for the sake of argument. I'm not saying that's true, but if it's that, then you could say you put a laser reflector on the moon when you could just bounce it the same way without it. That's what controls are for. Now, if these were accounted for, that's fine, then the experiment is legitimate. I'm not saying it is or it isn't legitimate. I'm saying the burden of proof is on the one making the positive claim. So if these scientists and priests are using this laser reflector as proof, it's up to them to prove that any kind of experimentation adheres to the scientific method with all controls accounted for. Let's see if they do that. My bet is no.
You can find to the inch how far away the moon is.
No pictures of home.
That only is there. By the way,
there are not.
My question to you is, why? Why would all these honest, hardworking people perpetuate this massive fraud? Why would they do this?
So appeal to motive, again, not surprised. The silliest scientist here is the one appealing to motive. I mean, this guy is just an absolute goofball. The poorest showing out of all of three of them, which isn't really saying much because all these scientism priests here had a poor showing. But appeal to motive. Okay, serial killer killed somebody. Do you need to prove why? I mean, having the motive is nice. Nobody's disputing that knowing the motive isn't nice. But physical evidence, scientific evidence, I mean, that's what makes or breaks a case. I mean, you could have, if someone gets killed, you can find a bunch of people that maybe really hated the person. They hated them. They have really good motives. Maybe they got screwed over. Maybe the motive is just, it's all there, but there's no physical evidence. So what good is the motive? Obviously, the motive is the least important part of anything. But also, not knowing the motive doesn't mean there isn't a really good motive. Because obviously, if this conspiracy is true, obviously the motive would have to be excellent to perpetrate something on this mass scale. But with this goofball, again, because he doesn't understand how compartmentalization works, none of these hardworking people are deceiving anybody. If the conspiracy is true, 99% of everybody, they don't know it's not true. They're just doing their job, just following orders. They have no reason to suspect it's not true because they're also thoroughly indoctrinated into the cult of authority, state worship, and scientism. So they truly believe they're doing good. There is no deception on the part of 99%.
What's the benefit of doing
Okay,
that?
the benefit of it. They make $52 million a day. Follow the money.
No, the little
Follow
guy.
the money.
The little guy.
That's what. Then when you say all, okay.
But it didn't start out that way. And NASA was not founded to prove the Earth was a globe. It had nothing to do with the way they were founded.
Well, if you go and study.
Are you sure?
Yeah, positive.
Really?
Yes.
Well, how would he know? If the true reasons are top secret, and we all know the origins of NASA, Project Paperclip. I mean, maybe this goofball doesn't. He doesn't seem to really know anything. But so maybe he doesn't know the origins. But if it were founded, like if the conspiracy is true and it were founded primarily for this deception, how would he know? It's like, as a private citizen, he expects to know, as if, like, he's debunking himself here. If the conspiracy is true, of course he wouldn't know.
Are you sure?
Yeah, positive.
Really?
Yes.
He's positive, so he has all the secret top level clearances. He knows exactly why every agency was founded. Oh man, it's getting sillier and sillier.
Somebody has to be a voice for reason, and somebody has to be a voice for truth. It would be a fantasy to believe that I would change anybody's mind from the other three. However, if there's somebody sitting on the fence, and this is the first introduction to this debate, perhaps they'll hear the reasonable voice and say, yeah, that makes more sense than having this pizza-shaped Earth.
The irony of those things. If I was on the fence and I saw how poorly these guys defended the globe, and I didn't really understand too much about logic or reason, I would immediately jump to the side of the flat earthers just based on how silly and hopelessly indoctrinated these goofballs came off.
I can put myself in the mindset of the other side.
Wow, so 2 of the 3 scientism priests don't even have the mental capacity, the wherewithal to consider the other side, whereas all 3 flat earthers consider the other side. I mean, I guess if they were hopelessly indoctrinated at one point in their life and they just believed authorities, then they would have been on that side. But it's very telling that the 2 goofiest and silliest and most thoroughly indoctrinated could not even consider the mindset of the other side.
I used to be a ball earther. Everything you say right now is completely what I used to agree to. So I completely understand where you're coming from.
For me, I think the correct way to do any kind of investigation or to examine things is by literally putting yourself in that mindset of the other person. So I do that. I disagree with your position, but I completely understand from your perspective what you're saying.
The trouble I have understanding your perspective is, in the modern world, unless you live in a cave somewhere, you have to believe in science implicitly. I met a flat earther, a young woman who said, I don't trust anything that science does. And that's a problem because human beings can't replicate the whole body of science every single generation. At some point, you have to trust what's already been discovered and proven and move on to the next thing. Otherwise, we're not going to advance at all.
Wow, if you had any doubt that this guy was not a man of science and a man of scientism, that settles it right there by his own admission. He just defers to faith in those that came before, completely ignoring the fact that if there was fraud, he would never know about it because he's too mentally weak to re-examine, too lazy. Obviously, you can recreate the body of evidence. It's done all the time for all the different theories, and having vast amount of more knowledge now and faster communication, faster spread of ideas, and much greater technology than, let's say, 50 years ago, it's that much easier and faster to verify information. Now, he's too scared to. He's too thoroughly indoctrinated. A cognitive dissonant sheep that just defers to faith and fallacies and authorities because he can't think for himself. He made that clear here. Let's see what the other guys say.
I mean, when you turn that key ignition in your car, you expect the car to start out.
And not blow up.
And not blow up, because science puts you in that position.
And obviously these guys really clueless about science versus scientism and the role of technology.
So it's really hard to understand how people would know in their hearts that science achieves wonderful things and then just jumping ship when it comes to this other issue.
And it's not jumping ship, it's applying the same standards as were applied to the development of the technology of, for example, a car and turning the ignition, applying those controls, experiments adhering to the scientific method, the empirically verifiable facts, as opposed to this issue, which again, due to his religion, he cannot examine logically, neutrally, scientifically.
We're not drawing conclusions. We understand the mechanisms that made that car work. There is no theories and no disputed conclusions involved there. It's not a good analogy. Can I admit a great compromise that we have to experience being against the grain people? Is we have to literally sit in a group and decide whether or not we can afford to have an opinion, and that's tough.
I agree with you there, because we're the same thing. I mean, I think skeptics go through this and atheists go through this. I don't believe in God. When I'm around religious people, I take a chance socially when I tell them I'm an atheist. So I know it takes some courage to follow your beliefs, and I appreciate that. But I think I've done a lot of research in that venue too.
Clearly not. And that just proves his Dunning-Kruger, because he thinks these things, he thinks he has a certain capacity and certain amount of research that he's done, so he thinks his opinion is actually informed and fact-based, when clearly it's not.
And it's not something I choose to believe in, it's something I have to believe in based on the evidence.
Or based on his indoctrination into the cult of authority worship and scientism.
See, what I get from you guys is that seeing is believing. So how come you believe in God or Jesus? You haven't seen neither of them, right?
I've seen evidence, though.
Well, exactly. So we are looking for evidence. There are many, many other evidences for Earth not being flat. My point is that
they keep referencing all these evidences, but not actually giving them. It's just, this is why people think this whole thing is a psyop. Can these guys really be this silly? Or is this whole thing orchestrated?
these experiments clearly show that the Earth is globe. And you don't need to go outside the globe to see its globe.
Like what? Which experiences?
It's a theoretical...
You told me you want the evidence. If you're saying that you look only to see something, then I dispute your belief system in God and Jesus or Jehovah or Buddha or Zarathustra or anyone.
You keep going back to religion as
because it's coming from there. You think you do have the truth.
I have evidence. I have evidence.
You quoted at the beginning of this. You quoted Bible.
That's the reason. But that is not the only reason I know what the shape of the Earth is.
And he completely ignored everything else. It is kind of weird. He got stuck on the Bible. I guess that triggered him that much that he just completely didn't consider anything else being said. But even aside from that, let's pretend the flat earthers are just the silliest, most nonsensical people ever. If they made that positive claim that the Earth is a heliocentric globe, it's up to them to defend it. Again, in adherence with the scientific method, which they haven't even come close to doing. I mean, this is, again, every time I do one of these logical analyses, I can't believe these scientism priests are that silly, because regardless of whether they're intellectually honest or not, the fact that they didn't bring at least slightly more legitimate arguments. I mean, obviously I wasn't expecting the best of the best proofs for the heliocentric globe, but at least some reasonable, half reasonable ones. But they literally picked the silliest of the silliest and then did nothing but straw man and defer to faith and fallacies. It's quite embarrassing.
That's fallacy.
It's not fallacy. Actually, it is not fallacy.
It is a fallacy.
It's a straw man fallacy. The guy doesn't even know his fallacies. This is descending to be quite pathetic.
I'm a theoretical physicist. What I'm doing is the combination of string theory and cosmology. So we try to understand what happened during the Big Bang, after the Big Bang, or even before the Big Bang.
So if there was no Big Bang, I mean, this guy's out of a job. So he has to believe, he has to keep the faith. Otherwise, again, I will quote Upton Sinclair again, it's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his paycheck depends on him not understanding, this is the textbook definition of that kind of guy.
Well, I hope I would be able, particularly to the young generation, to convince them that first, they should think critically and don't believe anything. They shouldn't take anything for granted.
And yet, that's all that these scientism priests expected them to do throughout the whole process because they offered no actual proofs. The silliness, I mean, come on, you're going to see the whole world from the top of Mount Everest. I mean, they don't even know, they're expecting people to just take their word for that, completely ignoring precipitation. It's mind-shocking, mind-boggling how silly these scientism priests are, particularly when triggered.
Look at the evidences and examine those evidences.
What evidences? All he does is keep talking about the evidences, but he never actually mentions them.
And throw away those claims that are not evidence-based.
Science, not to put it down, but when you're talking about rocket science, this is very difficult for the majority of people to understand, and it's designed that way. And so, in a lot of ways, hiding behind rocket science is similar to religion. If you look at the Catholic Church back in the days, only we can interpret the Bible, you have to listen to what we say. So in a lot of ways, we're getting that same notion from science that says, only we can interpret what these numbers are, you just need to trust us. But then when we actually do go and test some of their equations and they don't work, does that beg the question for us to go and test it ourselves? Absolutely.
I would say, one great thing about science is its predictability. Let's for a short moment, assume that your model, this flat Earth model, is correct. I don't know, what does it buy for us? What does it predict for us? So my question for you guys would be, next time, bring me something from your theory, your model, that you can predict something which the globe Earth model cannot predict.
I mean, is this guy this clueless about Mayan cosmology and all these ancient systems which are very, very accurate? I mean, they actually require less adjustments than the modern calendar. With the leap year and savings time and all these adjustments, the Mayan calendar needed something like one adjustment every half century, every 52 years or 54 years or something like that, or 56 years. It's more than 50 years to make a tiny little adjustment. I mean, their predictions are quite solid. So I don't know this guy just doesn't make any sense. He's just the silliest of the silly.
Then I would change my mind.
I would just say that don't believe anything that I've said. You got to do your own research. And I think what you'll find is that you'll see that a puzzle piece doesn't fit. And the only way you're going to do that is if you put your own eyeballs on it.
I don't blame people for being skeptical. I'm skeptical about a lot of different things. I applaud that instinct in you. But you have to go beyond just not believing in something. Ask the hard questions.
And again, he's presupposing, again, due to his ego, he's basically assuming they didn't already do this, he's assuming they're dumber than him. I'm sure they've already done all these things. Now, whether they're correct or incorrect, they've still done everything that he's strawmanning right here.
Ask what qualifies a YouTuber, a book author, anywhere else you're getting this information.
And notice how they actually didn't, this is just the highest order of strawmanning, because it's not like they trusted. If they trusted all these YouTubers, they would have never gone out and done their own experiment. I mean, this guy's just so silly. Nobody's going to believe, like, even the flat earther. I mean, I don't know how, I'm sure there's a certain percentage of flat earthers that are just that silly that they might believe a YouTuber right off the bat. But most flat earthers, they're not going to believe a crackpot talking about flat earth on YouTube. They might get interested enough to actually go out and do their own experiments, which they've done, and they actually talked about at the beginning of this whole discussion. They were talking about how they were going out and doing their photography. This guy completely ignored all that. I don't know if he's being intentionally dishonest or he's just that deficient mentally. It's affecting his memory. I mean, who knows?
What qualifies them to make wide-ranging comments about the shape of the Earth? Look, anybody who can overturn Einstein or some major theory is going to be eventually written in the halls of science for the rest of their lives.
It depends. I mean, this guy doesn't understand how corruption works. I mean, the victors write the history books. I mean, he's just this clueless. I mean, Runzi Cow thoroughly debunked Einstein. I mean, the system protects itself. Status quo protects. So, especially when there's this many corrupt institutions at play. And we know they're all corrupt. Again, that doesn't mean the conclusions are wrong. But in general, how many centuries is going to go by before Runzi Cow gets his credit, before Nikola Tesla gets his credit? I mean, Nikola Tesla's technology powers the whole world, and he still doesn't get his credit. Everybody's still, worshiping at the altar of debunked relativity, including these goofballs.
But they have to come up with the goods. They have to show good science-based evidence that what they say is true, and they have to withstand the test of time and peer review and the rigors of the scientific method.
Clearly, he doesn't know how the scientific method works, because this has all been just a cycle of nonsense here. This is why people think it's all a psyop. I mean, every time they were about to get into some kind of nitty-gritty, the so-called moderator, whoever, cut them off and asked for a break. So not much gleaned other than these priests of scientism being hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship. And again, Upton Sinclair proved a very, very wise man. Similar arguments as before, but I hope you guys out there enjoyed this logical analysis. Flat Earthers come out on top yet again, all the more hilarious if they're actually wrong about everything. It's just endlessly hilarious as how they're mopping the floor with these Scientism globe Earthers who just really, really get heavily triggered when their Scientism masquerading as real science is exposed for what it is. Faith-based fallacious reasoning and religion. Ironically, what they are chastising. It's just endlessly comical. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notification. If you like this podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analyses, requests such as this one. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire back again with another logical analysis in the realm of flat Earth. This is an interview with Mark Sargent. I've covered one of his other interviews with Viva Frey, and you can check that one out if you want. It was quite amusing, and once again, if you haven't listened to any of the MINDSHOCK Flat Earth analysis, disclaimer, I am not a flat earther. I am not advocating flat earth theory. I am advocating logic and reason. So people accidentally believing in something that may or may not be true, if they're right. So again, anything with a positive or negative, not to fall for black and white fallacies. If the earth is neither a sphere or globe or flat, and it's something else entirely, then both of these camps are incorrect. But the point is, that aside, if you're looking at something with a 50-50 chance of being right, you can accidentally guess it without being logical, without being scientific. So what I do on these logical analyses, which of course Flat Earth is excellent for developing logic, because you can see whether an argument has validity or not, what logical fallacies are being fallen for, are the people purporting to be on the side of science actually on the side of scientism. So in a way, this has nothing to do with flat or globe Earth. It's simply looking at the differences between coincidence theorists and conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, and whether or not coincidence theorists even understand the conspiracy being alleged, which most of the time they don't. Most of the time they're so triggered, they just spin out with cognitive dissonance and all of these biases and have to default to faith and fallacies, often with amusing results. That's why I have postulated in the past that flat earth theory might actually be a psyop, but for the wrong reasons. Is there some kind of concerted effort just to push forward discord, just civil unrest, by causing people to believe the earth is flat by using such poor defenses? Because it's hard to believe that supposed NASA scientists and all of these academics are putting forth such poor arguments for the globe when legitimate arguments do exist. Again, whether the argument is legitimate or not, obviously, we have the fallacy. We have all these things. It doesn't mean something is true or untrue, but at least is the line of inquiry legitimate? Is the reasoning sound for these arguments? And that is what we are exploring today. Today we're looking at the Studio 10 interview with Mark Sargent. It is titled Debunking the Flat Earth Conspiracy Theory. So, of course, right over there you have extreme bias, circular reasoning, logical fallacies, etc. So we know what we're in for, but the quick description here: astrophysicist Brad E. Tucker faces off with flat earther Mark Sargent over the flat earth conspiracy theory, as opposed to over the shape of the earth, which would be a little bit more accurate. Anyway, as always, if you enjoy MindShock, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through, or you can just go to youtube.com/MindShock and manually peruse the MindShock catalog, including the most mind-shocking topics and logical analyses, conspiracy theories, paranormal, and true crime cases, with logic and reason at the forefront, not faith and fallacies, which is pretty much all you see on the mainstream media. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. You can also check us out Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analyses, requests, co-podcasters. You could also be a guest on the podcast yourself, depending on your tier. And if you like this particular podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platform. Let's bring logic and reason back to the world, not frantically and desperately grasping to one model over another, or just having this silly and illogical desperation to be on Team A versus Team B. Sheep-minded thinking or lack thereof. So let's jump in.
Walking around on Earth, you notice that it looks and feels flat, and this has led to millions around the globe to believe that the world is flat. The Flat Earthers movement is documented in the Netflix movie Behind the Curve. It's today's conspiracy theory that we're tackling as part of our Conspiracy Week series, and we have people from both sides. We have Flat Earther Mark Sargent, who joins us live from Seattle, as well as our space expert, Brad E. Tucker. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Mark, let's go to you first.
So, again, this is part of their Conspiracy Week where they're tackling conspiracy. Sounds like damage control for the establishment. And of course, mainstream media just puppets for establishment thinking, dogma of the past. And let's see what they bring forward here.
What exactly is the Flat Earth model?
Sure. The Flat Earth model says that we are not living on this little blue globe flying through space at incredible velocities in an impossible universe. We are living on a stationary...
So right there on the bottom, they have a little disclaimer, flat or round. We debunk the flat Earth theory, as opposed to logically, neutrally, scientifically examine evidence for and against whatever theory. So they made it very, very clear that they're just mouthpieces for establishment dogma and scientism here, just in case it wasn't already obvious.
flat, round disc that is covered by a dome, and it's, despite what your model says there, it's not floating in space. It could be sitting anywhere. It could be sitting on my desk right now.
So again, their propaganda, they have this 3D rendering, again, appeal to incredulity logical fallacy, where they're trying to make it so silly. They're trying to pretend that flat earthers believe that the earth is flat within the cosmological system of the mainstream establishment, where there's space and all this. Now they have some kind of weird stalactites coming from the circular Earth, which again, some flat earthers believe it's an infinite plane. So there is this intellectual dishonesty, or just Hanlon's razor, where it's just sheer stupidity, where they don't understand the flat Earth model and they develop this CGI rendering to make it look stupid as a result of them not even understanding what the model is and the lack of mental capacity to do so? Or do they fully understand what the flat earthers are alleging and they're just being deceitful and dishonest to peddle their propaganda? But would they even need to go to such lengths if it really were that obvious what the shape of the earth is? Without resorting to faith or fallacies, of course.
There you go. And Mark, when did you first come across the flat earth theory, or is it something you developed yourself?
No, I didn't invent the flat earth theory.
Wait, was that a serious question? They think Mark Sargent invented the flat earth theory in 2015? Oh man, we're in for some goofiness if it keeps going this way.
By any stretch. I looked into it in 2014, and like most people in the flat earth theory, I tried to disprove it and thought I could shoot it down in a weekend. And 9 months later, I created something called Flat Earth Clues, which was a series of videos that asked the internet hive mind, hey, tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I made a mistake here. And that was in the beginning of 2015. And 4 years later, we have we've got 9 conferences this year. We have a documentary, tons of podcasts, and we're growing like crazy.
So actually, I just like to interrupt here. Like, one of the points here is that you're communicating to us via satellite and via a round globe.
You're communicating to us. Communicating.
So this educated guy interrupts to fallaciously state, and we'll get into why it's fallacious in a moment, but he wanted to jump in. He wanted to play gotcha and make Mark Sargent look stupid instead of having a good faith discussion. And that's important to note here. So he's automatically looking to these intellectually unless he's really that dumb, but let's see how this unfolds.
Right? There is no way for your signal to get here right now to our studio via a flat surface.
There's no way for the signal to get to the studio except on a spherical globe. You cannot do any communicating via flat ground. All right, let's see how Mark Sargent responds here.
Unless most of the communications are done with fiber optics in the water, which they are. Satellites, by the way, I don't say that I don't believe in satellites. I'm just saying that the NASA high-altitude balloon program, which has been going on since the 1950s, can carry a lot more bandwidth and a lot more payload than rockets ever could.
That's right, and I work on that project, thank you. And in fact, you know what, we actually had someone, so Felix Baumgartner.
Wait, okay, so you can see how triggered this guy is. So he says, that's right. So he's admitting that Mark Sargent is correct? So did he just admit he was a moron for bringing up the fact that communication can only happen via spherical globe? So he completely, again, glosses over the fiber optic communication network laid underwater, which, of course, I don't know what the exact percentage is, 90-something%. The majority of communications all occurs by these cables. So did he just agree that he was a complete fool for bringing up the point, trying to interrupt and play gotcha? And you could see just from his micro expressions that he was getting worried when Mark Sargent actually knew what he was talking about. Again, I'm not talking about knew what he was talking about in terms of the shape of the Earth. I am not alleging that in any way, but knew what he was talking about in terms of general technology, communication, just basic science. Because I guess he automatically assumed Mark Sargent was just going to be this illiterate goofball with no points whatsoever, because why would he believe in a flat earth? Whatever. But this guy got so triggered, his only response there was, that's right, I actually worked on that program. So he's so insecure. He is so desperate to be seen as some kind of scientism priest authority that his ego couldn't handle that Mark Sargent, a flat earther, just made him look like a silly moron on So he had to grasp at these straws, desperately proving how insecure and silly he is. And now he immediately does this hard pivot to Felix Baumgartner. He completely abandons the communication argument and he goes to Felix Baumgartner. So some guy doing some kind of high altitude jump, that's his go-to when he's made to look silly. I mean, this guy is a supposed astrophysicist working on NASA program. He can't bring any science to the table. All right, let's see what he says, though.
Felix Baumgartner, he was this, essentially NASA got a crazy Austrian to jump from a large balloon. And one of the cool things in the video you see is he sees the curvature of the Earth from these high altitude balloons. Like you can actually go, go on now.
I sent a snapshot of the Felix Baumgartner jump, the Red Bull jump. And it's interesting because the curvature of the Earth from there, from 130,000 feet, is so severe that it means the entire world is about the size of Arizona. And so I also sent a video and the balloon thing, which you just saw. Look, we've got balloon footage at 120,000 feet, which is absolutely flat. So who's right? Felix Baumgartner, severe curvature, or us? And it's not even us that sent up the balloons.
Well, it's me, because I'll show you in a second. I took a photo.
So he's taking all these photos. He's apparently, he said he designed some of this or whatever, and he doesn't know what a fisheye lens is. I mean, this guy is a supposed astrophysicist. I mean, is he just that severely triggered and his cognitive dissonance tripped that hard? Because right out of the gate, he tries to play gotcha with Mark Sargent about communication not being possible. But does he really know? I mean, he must know that, you know, ground positioning systems and all of these underwater cables are the primary method of communication. He must know that, I guess? Or is this just the dumbest astrophysicist they could find? Where, I mean, he's not even at a 4-year-old comprehension. If he's genuine, I mean, it looks like he's not even at a 4-year-old comprehension. And this is the guy? They want to defend the globe. See, this is why, again, I postulated that this flat Earth psyop, they're coming up with, they're finding the dumbest guys or dumbest arguments. So either the guys know what they're doing and they're being disingenuous, intellectually dishonest, and they're putting forth the silliest, most easily debunked arguments possible in order to drive up flat Earth membership. I mean, is that their goal here? Because this guy doesn't know what a fisheye lens is. I mean, come on, he's never played around with a GoPro. You can play around with a GoPro in your living room, and depending on your lens set, depending on the settings, you can see curvature there as well, or in your backyard. That doesn't mean your living room floor or your backyard, if it's flat, that it's curved. And if this is all he can bring to the table, I mean, this is just sad. This is sad and embarrassing.
A photo
that's the curvature
where you
of the
can
Earth.
see the curvature. And I think this is the cool
That's the curvature
thing.
right there. Sorry, roll that back. That's the curvature of the Earth at 130,000 feet, right there.
Yep.
No, not a chance.
Mark, I've got to ask, have you ever reached the edge of the Earth if it is indeed flat?
And again, this is all just really, really basic. Because it seems kind of strange to hinge the entire religion of scientism on this one Red Bull jump with a fisheye lens. Even if it weren't a fisheye lens, you're going to hinge your entire faith-based belief system. Like, let's say that's not a fisheye lens, and that really does appear to show curvature, which, again, you can see how severe it is on both. I mean, it's an obvious fisheye lens. Even establishment mouthpiece Neil deGrasse Tyson, even he didn't sink to the lows. He has a pretty good explanation. I mean, it's a for dummies explanation. When you have a globe that big, I mean, again, just for the moment, let's assume, I don't want the flat earthers to get mad at me here. I'm just assuming for the sake of argument in this moment, as an example, let's say the Earth really is a globe, which let's say it is, and it's 25,000 miles in circumference. It's so big, obviously you wouldn't see the curvature that low to the ground, because that's not really that, out of a 25,000 mile circumference, 100-something thousand feet is not really that much. So the silliness of this astrophysicist, this is all he has to support his argument, and possibly dishonestly claiming that the only way to communicate across great distances, whether globe, flat, I mean, that's irrelevant. I mean, it's irrelevant what shape the Earth is. You can communicate different ways, and all these communication systems would work on either a globe or a flat plane. What's to prevent these high... This astrophysicist is claiming to have worked on the high-altitude balloon program, so he should know how these signals are... But he's pretending not to? He doesn't know about the fiber optic cables? I mean, there's kindergartners who have seen the Discovery Channel programs on how those cables are laid and how they work. I mean, this isn't a secret. So this guy's really sillier than a kindergartner? I mean, this is the guy they picked to defend the globe. It's so weird.
Of the Earth, if it is indeed flat, and is it a little bit like the Truman Show? Have we got sort of, wooden sides to the Earth? I mean, what's there at the edge of the Earth?
What we're talking about here? No, we haven't reached it. Of course not. Antarctica's off limits to everybody but military and military scientists. The edge of the Earth is far beyond our reach. Meaning the Antarctic coastline is just the beginning of the edge, and we are talking about something with walls and a floor and a ceiling, very similar to the Truman Show, which is why I talked about in the documentary and I talked about in my clues, which says that, look, why couldn't it be something like the Truman Show? A planetarium, we can see all sorts of fun lights on the sky. Who's to say when you walk out of a planetarium, you're just not walking into a much bigger one?
So who built the dome, do you think, Mark?
Oh, that's a big question. You really want to give that?
Right,
take your
I'd like to jump in, right? My friends have been to Antarctica.
First off, it definitely wasn't us. It wasn't human beings. Human beings had nothing to do with the construction of this place. At that point, you're really going off into one of two areas, which is, okay, an advanced civilization that's much older than ourselves and much more powerful, or the divine. And take your pick. Really, you're just splitting hairs because one man's advanced technology is another man's deity.
And are we the only flat Earth, or are there other flat planets out there with domes? Has the deity or other civilizations built other flat Earths?
No, that's an excellent question, because first off, we would say that anything you see in the sky are just pretty lights.
And he actually just said that. Who's to say you're not walking out of a planetarium into a much bigger planetarium? So that's the theory that Mark Sargent is alleging. I haven't, obviously, he's not providing that proof for that theory in the moment. He's just explaining it. I don't know if he has definitive proof. I think he himself claims he does not. But these goofballs didn't even listen to what he said. So there's other flat Earths. So I'm not sure how he came. I mean, again, he seemed to kind of be genuine. He didn't seem that triggered or insecure like the astrophysicist Brady Tucker goofball who's just squirming in his seat there. I mean, you could tell how triggered he is that anybody is even questioning the Church of NASA or his religion of scientism. Is quite silly.
So Venus and Mars and Saturn and Jupiter and all those, I mean, they look spherical, but they're just part of a light show. But could there be other domes and other structures out there? Sure, why not? If I was more powerful enough to build this place, I wouldn't make it a one-off. Not by any stretch. I'd make more than one this.
Sorry, Kate, I just want to do a thought experiment here. So I think we would probably agree that a good cover-up would involve money, right? That someone is paying to cover it up, right?
Lots of money, yes.
Right. So then people would then profit from this cover-up, right? I think that's kind of...
profit in a way, sure.
Yeah, right. And then so we would say that NASA is complicit in this to some degree, and so they would be the beneficiaries of this, right?
In this case, we're not covering up for profit. We're covering up for power.
And you can see already, like, he thinks he's playing gotcha, like he's even smirking a little bit. Like, he's so silly and insecure. His only purpose here, it's not to even understand the theories Sargent is alleging. It's to defend his church and his faith-based belief systems. But even that, he can't even do that in a professional fashion. He just wants to play gotcha with Mark Sargent. That's all he wants to do. You could say it's plain and obvious. Now, I'm not sure in what dimension he can't even understand the flat Earth conspiracy being alleged. I mean, if NASA's getting $50 to $60 million per day, what do people do for even $100? I mean, you could find somebody, people will kill each other for $5. This guy doesn't think 50 to 60 mil a day plus, I mean, technically the $1 trillion systems all propped up on the deception. If it's true, again, I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying the flat earth theory is true. But if it is true, again, being objective, neutral, not going for these circular reasoning fallacies or any of these other fallacies that the scientism priests have to cling to, since they can't really bring anything else to the table in these media debates. I don't know why they don't actually bring somebody who can, I mean, they're not even bringing, Mark Sargent, again, I don't want to insult Mark Sargent, he seems like a relatively smart guy, but I don't think he's one of the top minds in the world, and I think you would agree with that. He doesn't seem to claim to be a genius of any kind. He's on a basic level. He seems to understand the basic definitions of words. He seems to understand fallacies to a certain extent. And he seems to be able to elucidate certain points in conspiracies, and he understands how conspiracies work, true or untrue, and certain motivations behind them. But this goofball is so triggered, he doesn't even understand the money involved or I mean, does he not understand anything about any conspiracy that was eventually unraveled? Tobacco science, sugar science. I mean, obviously there's benefits, but there's also defending the dogma and status quo. It's all intertwined. I guess he doesn't understand that. I don't know.
So yes,
power's
NASA
money.
would be built. And what I'm saying is the only reason NASA was even built, and by that we're talking about the United States military. NASA is absolutely Department of Defense.
NASA's actually civilian, by the way. You can get a job with NASA. You know that, right?
No,
Wait, what? So whether or not you can get a job somewhere depends on it being civilian or not? What? Wow, this guy's mentally gone. I mean, civilians can get jobs with military all the time too. I mean, you could be a civilian, you're just designated as such. Nobody was stating that NASA only hires military. NASA is clearly a .gov agency. That's why you go to nasa.gov. What does civilians being able to get jobs places have anything to do with anything? I mean, you can get a job at even, there's certain janitors at CIA installations that are civilians. I mean, I'm not sure what his point here is. Whether or not you can get a job somewhere as a civilian, that's his metric. I mean, this guy's sillier than anybody thus far presented as an astrophysicist. Can he really be an astrophysicist being this silly? I don't know.
Afraid not. NASA's
I'm afraid so, because I've worked for them.
Defense. Look, fine. They
So
wear
no,
white
can I just
uniforms,
want to finish my.
He's worked for NASA, therefore NASA can't be military. And notice how he keeps interrupting Mark Sargent, not even letting him finish his point. I don't think Mark Sargent was insinuating here that he actually does the opposite in other interviews. Clearly this guy hasn't done any research, but at least let the guy finish his point. He said NASA's military. He didn't say every single individual working at NASA is directly military and in on it. He's actually saying the opposite, but this goofball is so desperate. His ego is so triggered. He's that insecure. He's spinning his wheels so severely he can't even let Mark Sargent finish the point, so he doesn't even understand what's being alleged. Mark Sargent was not denying that civilians can work at NASA. This straw man that this supposed astrophysicist built and just keeps building up higher, this is the epitome of silliness brought forth by the Scientism priests to defend the model, and people are wondering why there's so many flat earthers out there? Really?
I'm going to finish my line of reasoning real quick. So then, if there is money involved, and then people are paid for it, now, if I am saying that the Earth is round, which I very much do because I've seen the photos, and the moon and other things.
So if he's seen photos of Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster, that must mean it's real, right? Because photos could never be doctored. So his base metric for anything being true or not true are if there are photos. And he's that bereft of logic and reason, he doesn't understand what conflict of interest is. If a serial killer brings to his trial photos of some kind of an alibi, are you going to believe? I mean, he's the accused. Why would you take evidence from the accused and use that as the metric for determining whether or not the accused is telling the truth? I mean, this level of silliness. I mean, this is why I do some of these logical analyses, because why would anybody trust a scientism priest? I mean, there are scientism priests out there that are actually intelligent and bring forth logical arguments. They're still scientism priests, but at least they have some kind of mental capacity. This guy is saying the earth is round, which again, I mean, is it a globe? What does round mean? A flat table is round. I mean, this guy's just, he doesn't, when you don't even understand the basic definitions of words, I mean, how severe is this goofball suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect? Because if he's so incompetent, he doesn't understand how incompetent he is. He doesn't have the mental capacity, the wherewithal to see his own incompetence. Then he'll never know. And he'll be this silly forever. And again, that's what the propaganda, scientism propaganda, indoctrinates all of these individuals, these establishment mouthpieces, into the cult of state worship, authority worship, scientism, where they don't question. If NASA is alleged to be part of the conspiracy, you're going to use their photos to prove there's no conspiracy. I mean, come on, small children wouldn't use that kind of argument.
Then where's my money? Because my 2008 Ford Focus and my mortgage would disagree that I'm profiting from this.
Wait, so he wasn't paid by NASA when he worked at NASA? So he volunteered at NASA? He didn't receive a paycheck? He said before he worked for NASA. So did he work for no paycheck? And how did he afford his Ford Focus? Like, what money? Did that money come from the money tree? Or was he paid that money from his employer? And again, the fundamental this is actually the worst argument I've ever heard, and I've heard some terrible ones. I mean, you could check out I did a few Flat Earth Logical Analysis podcasts. One of them I think is titled Worst Flat Earth Debate Ever. That one had some doozies. But these are new lows here. So is he alleging that everyone working at NASA is a volunteer? Neil deGrasse, like everybody peddling the conspiracy is a volunteer? So he has zero money, Neil deGrasse Tyson has zero money, astrophysicists are all dead broke. Like, what's the median salary of an astrophysicist? He's alleging it's zero? I mean, what is this guy talking about? And even from his micro expressions are tough because he's oscillating from completely defeated, his subconscious recognizing that he was just made to look a fool by a flat earther on national television, and between just his ego spiraling out of control and him doing any kind of damage control he thinks possible. So he thinks that Mark Sargent is alleging that the flat earth conspiracy makes billionaires or millionaires out of every single person peddling the conspiracy. Mark Sargent actually makes the opposite point, that none of them are actually in on it, obviously, like any conspiracy. But when you're this much of a coincidence theorist, like this astrophysicist, where there's just no brain activity, I mean, this guy seems to be relatively close to brain dead. I know that's an ad hominem in a way, but that wasn't part of my argument. He's not really able to make any logical points. Would you say that's somebody with a lot of mental activity or not? Because, again, this has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. What he's saying doesn't even make any sense. He's saying that if in all conspiracies, everybody involved has to be compensated at the highest level, because if he were in on the conspiracy and he was peddling it, he expects NASA to pay him billions of dollars. What was his pay stub from NASA? He was compensated. Again, that doesn't mean there is or isn't a conspiracy, but is he pretending he wasn't compensated? Like what is he talking about?
He's even wearing thongs.
Yeah, I can't even afford pants.
But what you're saying is the cover-up would involve millions and millions of people, and I go the exact opposite. I'm saying compartmentalization, need to know. This is one of those things where less is more. You would absolutely keep the fewest amount of people involved. 99% of all the people that are working at NASA don't know anything. They polish capsules and they build fuel systems and they build rockets. The only guys that need to know are the telemetry guys and those guys above them. Scientists, pilots, all the space agencies, except for the high brass, they don't need to know anything. And by the way, NASA gets a budget of $52 million a day.
I've done telemetry. That's his response. And again, you can see how this poor goofball is so triggered, so insecure. It's all about him. I worked on those projects, those high altitude balloons. I worked for NASA. I've done telemetry. I mean, he's incapable of even comprehending the points Mark Sargent is bringing forward. He's so egotistical and narcissistic. He can't consider even the possibility that he was wrong or hoodwinked in any way. He does not question his church. He does not question scientism in any way. And that's why he's not even able to just suspend his biases and heavy indoctrination. His religious fervor is burning so bright, he can't even suspend it momentarily to consider what Mark Sargent is saying. The mark of an educated mind is the ability to consider a concept or idea as true without believing in it. And of course, this goofball, he's not even anywhere near that mental level. There's just really not a lot of mental activity going on here because he can't even understand what Mark Sargent is saying. I've done telemetry. I mean, telemetry in general is just recording and transmitting readings of an instrument. So you're just collecting data. So Mark Sargent, again, I think Mark Sargent is assuming that this astrophysicist has at least a children's level understanding of basic logic and reason, basic English comprehension, and might not be triggered to oblivion and beyond to the point where he can't even handle a regular conversation that's not even an intellectual conversation. Mark Sargent is not saying that this astrophysicist has never collected any kind of data from instruments or processed it. He's saying that at the if the flat Earth conspiracy is true, only the people at the highest levels would know about it. So the supervisors, so to speak, of the telemetry department of the highest levels of NASA that could verify where again, in the Apollo missions or whatnot, where all of these things are going. So this guy's done telemetry for the Apollo missions? I don't think so. He's too young. And so he's not even understanding Mark's point. He just heard the word telemetry, instantly got triggered, and then because of his narcissism, it's, well, I've done telemetry. I worked for NASA. I worked on that program. Like, it's just so silly. They picked the most insecure goofball to do this interview, and Mark Sargent is just mopping the floor with him, which just adds to the hilarity. If Mark Sargent is wrong about the conclusion of the flat Earth, it's just hilarious how he's just intellectually mopping the floor with this astrophysicist who, if he believed his church on the shape of the world and that happened to be correct, he might be correct by accident, but he's just an intellectual midget when it comes to even talking to Mark Sargent, who, by his own admission, is not anywhere near a super genius of any kind. So it's all quite hilarious.
I think it was been up to $54 million a day. There's money to be had here, but it's not just about money.
Well, but someone has to be making it. So I guess one of the points here is what I'm trying to make.
Someone has to be making it? Of course they're making it. Does he really think everyone at NASA volunteers? I mean, I don't understand, like, this lack of just basic mental functioning from this astrophysicist. I don't understand what he's alleging here. Someone has to be benefiting. So he doesn't think any professors in academia make money? All college professors are volunteers? There's no such thing as tenure, pensions, they don't receive salaries. Nobody's making, I don't know. This guy doesn't know how, it's just really bizarre, actually. I actually kind of feel bad for this poor guy. I mean, it's clearly he's that insecure. I don't know. It's really sad now. It's moved from funny to sad now.
Is that, we can always go back and forth. You cannot believe what I'm saying, and that's fine. That's not the point. Sure. What the point is, when we do in science, we create experiments that are reproducible. I can go out and tell anyone when a lunar eclipse is happening, and you can see that the moon is going to look curved. You can see that as the shadow passes over the moon, it is not flat.
All right, so a lot of presuppositions there, but in general, does this goofball not understand that all of the ancient civilizations had very, very precise predictions of eclipses and astronomical events using a flat Earth cosmology? I mean, this guy is just this silly. So he's pretending his scientism is science. Obviously, that's a staple of scientism priests. They pretend their scientism is actual, real science. But if you're going to use the metric now, so before he said he believes the Earth is a globe, he used round, but basically a globe because of photos from the accused. That's why he believes it. And now he's saying because of predictability. So does that mean he would believe in a flat Earth? Because does he just not know? Is he that clueless about the ancients and their very, very extensive knowledge of astronomy and astronomical events? It's really, I mean, this guy hasn't made a single legitimate point. Now he's saying the shadow over the moon, which he's presupposing is the Earth. So obviously he doesn't know. I mean, I'm actually surprised he made that point. I mean, this is the most cognitive function he's shown this entire segment. I mean, it's quite shocking, actually. But again, how does a shadow prove anything in either direction? Obviously, it doesn't prove a flat Earth, but how does it prove a globe? So he needs to spend more time looking at NASA material, and he's an astrophysicist, and he doesn't know about opaque astronomical bodies, opaque celestial bodies. He doesn't know about the visible light spectrum, or is this another case of him being intellectually dishonest? Because if there are, well, I mean, according to NASA, there are astronomical bodies that are not on the light spectrum visible to humans, similar to infrared and things of that nature. So if there are infinite other astronomical bodies, they could be passing in front of the moon and you would get an opaque result. How does that prove it's the Earth? How does that prove the Earth is a globe? Again, if the shadow is the Earth, then yes, that is good evidence for it. Again, there are much better arguments to make for the heliocentric globe model. I don't know why he doesn't know about any of them, but again, the very, very poor choice to go on and talk to a flat earther because he's just being embarrassed very poorly here. But perhaps I'll do a dedicated episode on eclipses and all of the different possibilities there. But yeah, he's presupposing these faith-based presuppositions of all these different things, and then he's basically using these circular reasoning arguments because of ABC, which he presupposed. That means XYZ, and you can use ABC to prove XYZ. XYZ proves ABC. But if they're all presuppositions, how does that actually prove they are what he's purporting they are? Again, you'd have to be at a certain basic mental capacity to understand these things. Clearly, this astrophysicist is not.
It's actually, there's an edge to it. I can say, you know what, for $500, you can buy an off-the-shelf balloon, a tank of helium, and attach an iPhone, or a Google phone, but sometimes the Samsungs catch fire, that you can see the curvature for yourself.
But they've actually done that. So there's a whole bunch of hot air balloon footage showing a flat horizon. So did he just debunk himself here? I mean, this guy's just I don't know. A lot of these flat earth logical analyses have been terrible, but this guy might actually be the worst. I mean, this is bad.
But you haven't given me an experiment that I can do to show what you're saying.
But he wasn't asked. He was too busy being interrupted because this guy's playing gotcha. He never even asked for one. Now he's saying it wasn't given. But he just debunked himself because, again, Mark Sargent actually did mention the hot air balloon footage. So the exact same thing that this goofball is telling Mark Sargent to do, Mark Sargent already said was done. Not by him, not by flat earthers, by just people sending up hot air balloon footage showing flat horizon. Now he's saying you can send a hot air balloon up and it'll see a curved horizon, when clearly that is not true. Because again, this guy just doesn't know anything about lenses, optics. I mean, nothing. I don't know. He doesn't seem to know anything about anything, so I don't know.
Okay, let's start off real quick. I don't know how much time we have, but let's run them down real quick. Long distance photography. That'd be the first one. It's the most obvious one that flat earthers jump.
Actually, Mark Sargent just made a huge flub there. Why? I mean, I guess he figured he already mentioned the hot air balloons, but he should have really said that, yeah, the hot air balloon footage shows a flat horizon. Because again, but not that it wouldn't, because again, this astrophysicist doesn't have any knowledge of just basic trig. I mean, we're talking basics here. We're talking basics here. If the Earth is that big, if it's a 25,000, if it's that big of a globe, you wouldn't see curvature at that low height. Again, flat earthers try to pretend that that proves a flat Earth. No, it doesn't. Because if the globe is that large, you wouldn't see curvature at that height. And the astrophysicist doesn't even know that. It's kind of bizarre. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Neil deGrasse Tyson does know that because of the silly arguments that he's put forth. But anyway, again, in that area, there are certain things that were stated here, and the astrophysicist is just completely clueless. But let's see how he rebuts what Mark Sargent is going on about here with the long-distance photography.
Yeah, we just saw an image that I took.
Sorry, what?
We just saw an image on screen that I took that shows it's curved, but continue.
Oh, got it.
Wait, what image? Okay, so the image that they showed here, okay, so it looks like it's taken, I mean, it's actually quite deceptive because they have a circular image here and a circle cutout. He said he took it. Now, I don't know if that means that he was actually up there taking it, or this was a camera mounted on whatever hot air balloon device or satellite that he's alleging that took the photo. So he doesn't know anything about lenses. So how would a fisheye lens prove curvature? He doesn't know that the Felix Baumgartner jump was filmed with a fisheye lens. So he thinks that so he took a photo, but he doesn't know anything about optics, or he does. And this is just the most disingenuous argument ever presented. But I'm not giving that guy that much credit because he really does seem that insecure and narcissistic. I wouldn't put him past him to have Dunning-Kruger so severe that he never actually looked into how optics work. But I don't know.
Since photography, that'd be the first one. It's the most obvious one that flat earthers jump at, which is
saw an image
the curvature. Sorry, what?
We just saw an image on screen that I took that shows it's curved, but continue.
Oh, got it.
An image that I took. Again, the narcissism out of control. He took the image. It proves since he's the one who took it. But he's so clueless he doesn't even know about fisheye lenses. Just like if somebody takes a photo of Bigfoot. Oh, well, they took the photo of Bigfoot. That proves Bigfoot is real. That proves it's real. So silly, it's funny.
Let's say the curvature of the Earth is what mainstream says, which is 8 inches per mile squared. That's not supposed to be daunting. It's 8 inches per mile, which means that 3 miles is 3 times 3, which is 9 is 72, and 10 times 10, it goes further and further to where at 50 miles, you're talking about almost 1,700 feet of curvature. And that's you're looking forward and back. Don't look about left and right now. Forward and back, which means that a boat should go over the curvature of the Earth. It goes behind the curve.
And then you could already see that this guy's having some severe trouble understanding even just this basic spherical trig. Like, the comprehension is just not there. Is this guy some hired actor off the street that they got to pretend was an astrophysicist? Actually, I'm going to look him up right now. It looks like this guy actually is a real astrophysicist. On his website, or a website with his name, it says, I am an astrophysicist cosmologist, currently a research fellow at the Research School of Astronomy and Astrophysics, Mount Stromlo Observatory at the Australian National University. Undergraduate studies in physics, philosophy, and theology at the University of Notre Dame, Indiana, and my PhD at Mount Stromlo University, the Australian National University, Canberra, Australia. Huh. Interesting. So this guy supposedly is not an actor. Supposedly he is who they said he is, so he's just that clueless. Huh.
It should be gone and gone forever. And yet, and I would have been totally with you there 10 years ago, but HD technology has changed that to where we can see objects way, way further. We can see objects over the hill, and don't start up with mirages, because we can see these in all weather conditions, all light conditions, almost all distance conditions. We can target them with beam radar, we can target them with infrared, and we can destroy them with military technology. I have experts that will testify to this effect. We can do this all day long. That is a test you can absolutely do on the ground. You don't need space to do it.
All right.
How's that for stuff?
Listen, we'll have to leave that debate there. Head to our Facebook page.
So I guess they recognize that this goofball astrophysicist had no rebuttal. He's just sitting there looking dumb, and they want to immediately end the segment there. And Mark's got this grin on his face because he knows exactly what just happened. Now, what's interesting is only the astrophysicist seems to be extremely triggered. The other anchors or the TV personalities here sitting there, it's hard to tell whether they're just sitting there in a cognitive dissonant stupor or they're genuinely curious or whether the subconscious was tripped to disrupt their idiot box programming. I can't really tell, but it's just Mark's face tells the whole story here of this so-called debate on their Conspiracy Week program where they're not even hiding their intentions.
And vote again. Has this debate changed your mind on whether the Earth is flat or not? As well, do you believe in chemtrails? Well, tomorrow we'll be debunking the chemtrail conspiracy theory as part of our...
Debunking the chemtrail conspiracy theory, which is now, of course, changing the name to geoengineering doesn't mean chemicals aren't being sprayed in the sky. I mean, I don't know, Studio Ted, does not seem like a very intelligent program.
Next segment on Conspiracy Week, head to our Facebook page and take the poll to cast your vote. A huge thank you to both Mark and Brad for joining us today.
I like being here in person. I appreciate it. And I say we take Studio 10 on location. We'll launch a balloon and we'll go see the curvature for ourselves.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yep.
We'll launch a balloon and see the curvature for ourselves. So what is he? So he's gonna put that fisheye lens on it. So this clueless goof, has he never been on a hot air balloon ride himself without having to rely on the camera? I don't know. This guy's as silly as they come. I actually ended up feeling bad for him. Not just because of just his lack of mental capacity, but just his narcissism is so extreme. Everything's all about him. It's really, really sad to have to live life that insecurely, where your identity is that closely tied with the Church of Scientism and just no critical thinking or deductive reasoning of any kind. But yeah, good for Mark Sargent. He made a fool of another Scientism goofball yet again. It's just so funny how he can do this without actually proving the Earth is flat, and he can make all of these people look so silly. It's really, really funny. But I hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast. I get a lot of requests to do a lot of different logical analyses, so feel free to continue sending them. I'll keep doing them. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcaster requests, questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. And if you aren't getting notifications, feel free to just go to youtube.com/MindShock and see all the podcasts there. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. We're back again with a flat Earth subject. It is, of course, if flat Earth were true, and that's a very big if. ... And I've examined some of this in the past, but this is just a fundamental lack of understanding in debates. I would say even flat earthers, I don't think truly, most flat earthers, they might not truly understand or appreciate how
this works with corrupt institutions, which, of course, regardless of if the Earth is a spherical globe or a flat plane, obviously corrupt institutions exist. But the way that works is if something is true, who would be in on it and how, and what would it mean, and is that logically fallacious to kind of disqualify arguments basically on an appeal to incredulity logical fallacy. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If they're still not coming through, you can just go to youtube.com/MindShock for the latest podcasts on a variety of subjects, all explored in comprehensive and logical fashion, unlike any other podcast out there. If you like this episode, hit that like button and share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, of course, the flat earth topic, one of the most triggering out there. Very amusing to see cognitive dissonance in action. And by that, of course, I do not mean the earth is flat. I mean there are some people that are so extremely emotionally and mentally fragile, they can't even consider. As Aristotle once said, the mark of an educated mind is the ability to consider a concept or idea as true without believing in it. So we're not talking about belief here. We're not talking about belief at all. We're just talking about considering ideas, logical methodologies. Whenever I discuss flat Earth, I'm not about jumping to any conclusions or even discussing finite conclusions, because it might be a black and white fallacy in and of itself. If the Earth is neither a flat plane or a spherical globe, then all these parties are barking up the wrong trees. But just the notion that humans are infallible, or that academic institutions are non-corruptible, or all of this nonsense that's propagated by many sides in many debates, flat Earth is a great topic. Flat Earth is a great topic to really develop logical and critical thinking skills, particularly in an objective fashion, and also just to see how human psychology works, how propaganda works. And just because something's propaganda doesn't mean it is false. Obviously, the majority of propaganda is false, but there has to be some kind of kernels of truth somewhere, because otherwise even the silliest of goofs would be able to say, wait a second, this is 100% false. There's got to be something there that's at least a little bit true, otherwise it doesn't quite work. So let's get into the topic of this podcast. So I think one of the biggest barriers, which is, of course, I mean, that's, again, if you've listened to Flat Earth podcasts on MindShock before, the Bruce McGuire theory is that for whatever reason, either to cause social unrest, to more easily propagate a new world order, or a one-world totalitarian type government, to cause as much unrest as possible, even creating conflicts where there are none, or these divide and conquer strategies built on the back of some truth, for example, corrupt scientism. Now, just because all of these, the academic establishment is completely corrupt and most of science is either corrupt or false, that doesn't mean the Earth is flat. I mean, and again, that's something the flat earthers don't quite understand. Yes, the flat earthers are right in exposing the scientists, because it should be exposed. But that doesn't necessarily mean all the conclusions of scientism are false just because the methodology is false. It's kind of, again, like really, really dumb people can be accidentally correct about things, which is why I always warn against jumping to conclusions and making all of these faith-based religious assumptions. Flat Earth, in a way, is kind of a knee-jerk, it's kind of just an opposite of the spectrum jump, because flat earthers have correctly realized the corruption of academia, or quackademia, some people call it, the government corruption, and the technocrats. All of this is the entire academic, medical, governmental military, industrial complex, it all relies on itself. It's like a house of cards, and each aspect has its job. They're all corrupt. Most of what they preach, it's like different divisions of churches. It's mostly false, but obviously it's not 100% false in every single way. And that's where the flat earthers, not all flat earthers, I mean, there are some logical flat earthers out there, but jumping to the conclusion immediately that it has to be flat because of all this corruption and lying going on, that's a bit silly. And then all the cognitive dissonant, thoroughly indoctrinated scientism cultists saying, oh, well, they can't all be wrong or lying, therefore it's a globe. That's even sillier. So that's what's hilarious about the whole thing, that the flat earthers, even if wrong, are so much more logical than the globe earthers. It's just hilarious in its own way. And of course, the Bruce McGuire theory is this. There's a concerted effort to create more flat earthers, to create more discord. And the way they do that is by intentionally, fallaciously, and poorly defending the globe model, that it makes it seem much more likely that the earth is flat with such poor logical defenses. I mean, if you look at Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, some of these astronauts, they put forth the silliest arguments that even children wouldn't use to prove that the Earth is a globe. I mean, there are some legitimate scientific arguments out there, but they're never used. Is that all accidental, or is it a concerted effort to make globe earthers look so silly? Like the arguments, of course, of Neil deGrasse Tyson and all of these mainstream puppets and mouthpieces. They intentionally make the argument so poor for the globe that causes an increase in flat earthers. That, of course, is the Bruce McGuire theory, regardless of whether flat earth is true or not. Regardless whether the heliocentric globe model is true or not. Again, this is not about conclusions. This is about logical analysis. So if it were true that the earth was flat, obviously there would need to be a certain amount of corruption in play, or you would have to believe that there was sheer incompetence, neither of which are really far-fetched for a logical, critical thinking individual who has studied human psychology and basic history. If you let's look at the coronavirus. Let's say, just for the sake of argument, I'm not saying it's not real, but let's say there was an amalgamation of variables, of factors that cause this to happen. Now, whether, let's say it's a misidentified flu, I mean, we all know the PCR tests aren't accurate. They're not even really designed to detect viruses. The cycle rate is all about approximations and extrapolations. None of that's accurate. None of that's scientific. But let's say there's no real coronavirus pandemic, just for the sake of argument. Would they ever backpedal after this much? So this totalitarian grab, this COVID-1984 agenda, if it does turn out that irrefutable evidence surfaces at some point that shows this is all a fake scam, again, for all of the easily triggered goofballs out there, I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm just posing a hypothetical. So no need for all the triggered comments that appear to happen anyway, even when I preempt them by explicitly stating that. I mean, the English comprehension of cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists is just not very extensive, not even at a children's level. But just for the sake of argument, now after everything that all these different governments all around the world have done, the only governments that might actually say, oh yeah, it was a hoax, would be the really, really tiny countries that people might find irrelevant. They have nothing really to lose. They're not part of any big world trade agreement. So they have lower populations. The faith in their government might not be that strong to begin with, so they have less to lose. But anyone that has more to lose, would they ever admit it? And for whatever reason, the mentally weak cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists, the sheep, the lemmings, hopelessly indoctrinated to the cult of state authority worship and scientism, they can't understand this very, very simple idea. It all comes down to not only ego, but perceptions. the government can't be trusted. So if the world were flat, obviously there would never be a big announcement. Oh, by the way, there was all this miscalculation, there was all this intentional corruption. The Earth is actually flat. That would never happen, but for whatever reason, the illogical globe earthers, I mean, I'm sure there are logical ones out there. They're just not the ones publicly speaking or going on podcasts. But the illogical ones, so if you are a logical globe earther, I'm not talking about you right now. I'm talking about the illogical globe earther goofballs that are the ones involved in these media discussions, debates, or podcasts. So they just, for whatever reason, can't wrap their weak little brains around that. So if it were true, obviously there wouldn't be a big reveal. I mean, look at JFK, there's still no reveal. There might not ever be one. JR has mentioned this, like he said, usually it takes a couple of generations, but that depends on what's at stake. If, let's say for the sake of argument, the Earth is flat, again, I'm not saying that's true, I'm saying as a hypothetical, if it is true, that's quite destabilizing for the world. All of these corrupt institutions depend on a certain amount of blind faith from their scientism worshippers and the statism cultists who believe and worship these authorities. So if these authorities are actually fallible humans, corrupt, incompetent, or just simply mistaken, I mean, there are honest individuals in a lot of different fields. They're honest, but they're not perfect. I don't know why that's so shocking for the coincidence theorists, but it seems to be. So, but if it were true, how would it play out? It would be covered up forever as long as governments needed to maintain power. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect, of course, is the who's in on it aspect, which I've covered before. The intention, people don't intentionally do a lot of things. When you're hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult, particularly if you have multiple degrees, if you've spent your whole life in the field of astrophysics or any of these other sciences, if the foundation was incorrect, you'd never know who's going to re-examine the foundation. Because then how much would that degree be worth? How much would all that education that they paid a lot of money for, or if they got scholarships, whatever, either way, there's prestige attached to it. There's ego and identity. So if some of those base layers of those house of cards, I mean, let's look at relativity, easily debunked by Run-Z Cow in easy children's level terms, but when will it be admitted that relativity is bunk? It won't be. It won't be, because there's too much built on it. And most of these people involved, they're not committing intentional fraud. They truly believe it's true because they're so hopelessly indoctrinated. They're not going to magically check the work of the first layer of cards objectively and neutrally. And that's something that, again, the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists, the scientism cultists, they, for whatever reason, the mental weakness just prevents them. It's the Dunning-Kruger, the mental weakness. It just prevents them from even examining that possibility logically. So it's much easier to just use this appeal to incredulity as a safety blanket, as their blankie, so they don't have to address the reality of corruption. Again, not directly even related to globe Earth or a flat Earth, but at least the flat Earthers have a basic understanding of human psychology, of history, of corruption of governments and government-related institutions, academic complexes, and all of these things. At least the flat Earthers are on a basic level there. Now, if they choose to jump to flat Earth simply because the people pushing the heliocentric model are corrupt and incompetent, that doesn't necessarily mean the Earth is flat, does it? That's an error on their part. But however, again, I mean, I get hate from all sides, the globe earthers, the flat earthers, but this, again, I'm not saying one side is true or untrue. I'm just examining the logical processes or lack thereof by individuals jumping to conclusions. So, obviously, human information is very, very limited. And to just put blind faith in one model or another model, it's just quite silly. And that's what MindShock is for, to expose this silliness and to promote logic and reason in an objective fashion. And so we had a lot of flat Earth requests, so I'll be continuing to cover the topic in the future. Again, it's highly entertaining just to see what people are triggered by, how human psychology works, and of course, just for developing logic and reason, separating science from scientism and cultish behavior and arguments. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal, help us get more podcasts out there on a multitude of subjects in typical, comprehensive MindShock fashion. If you liked this episode, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms so more people can become exposed to logic, reason, objectivity, and the pursuit of truth without propaganda, fallacies, and biases. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. You could also check us out on Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis requests. Co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast, depending on your tier. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description. Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Just a short one today regarding flat Earth debate, because obviously a lot of triggered goofs came out of the woodwork for the previous flat Earth logical analysis I did between Flat Earth David Weiss, and Professor Dave Farina. And that one garnered a lot of attention, and I'll just make a few quick points on that, as well as points moving further for further flat Earth debate. As always, if you enjoy the MindShock podcast, want to help support logic and reason in a world where it is quickly becoming extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a patron, help support the channel that way. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit. Help spread the word on logic and reason as it pertains to literally any topic which we cover here on MindShock, whether it's flat Earth, true crime, the paranormal, various conspiracies, and anything and everything in between. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. And regarding that point, I mean, there was so much riffraff in the comment section, which obviously is to be expected. But I should have done a counter on how many times I reiterated that I was not making claims about the shape of the Earth or heliocentric versus geocentric theories being true. I took no position. I made no points, or made no claims regarding that. I only dissected the actual argumentation, and for whatever reason, the triggered goofs came out of the woodwork. They can't handle objective logical analysis, which actually just shows how important it is. And other comments, of course, on people who realized the importance of, and I do need to give more shout outs, because I do chastise and criticize all the triggered goofs, the authority worshipping cultists, and all those who cannot even comprehend the basic definitions of empirically verifiable words. But I really don't give enough credit to all of our MindShock listeners who do possess logic and reason and who appreciate the podcast as a result of that. I mean, we have quite a few subscribers now. Honestly, I never actually thought we would have this many people interested in logic and reason, because of course it is going extinct. So it was surprising. Now, obviously, it's not that I didn't think, out of all the billions of people allegedly in the world, I mean, that's a topic for another podcast on the verification of population sizes in every single country, because are people just taking it on blind faith? I mean, that's a weird topic. But regardless, there are clearly a lot of people in the world. If you just do several degrees of separation from people you know personally, every single friend, family member, coworker, acquaintance, and spread the web from there, there could be a verification of millions and millions of people, if not tens of millions. So we're not going to get into the billions, but out of all of the millions of people that exist in this world, obviously, I mean, there's going to be a decent amount who are interested in logic and reason and who possess logic and reason. But the chance of them stumbling upon the MindShock YouTube, I actually thought we might never really get past a couple thousand subscribers. I mean, we're well past that now. And yeah, a lot of interest in logic and reason, so that's great. So shout out to all the people out there, whether you're a flat earther, whether you're not a flat earther. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The appreciation of logic and reason is independent of conclusions or positions. Now, obviously, there's overlap in psychology, and I've done a lot of podcasts on psychology and why coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists, why they get so triggered when their cognitive dissonance is tripped regarding various topics, mostly conspiracy theorists. But the one topic that seems to trip the most, it really seems to be flat Earth, which that in and of itself
warrants investigation on why that is. Again, independent of conclusions or the shape of the Earth. A lot of people actually have asked specifically what side of the fence that I'm on. I guess I'll address that here since there's so much interest in that and people wanting to make conclusions. So again, I do not make any claims. I do not claim anything is untrue or untrue on any topic unless it can be empirically verified. Because I'm not going to hallucinate or pretend I know something I do not know in either direction. So, I have not been to space. I have not been to the moon. I have not circumnavigated Antarctica. So, I cannot give first-hand verification of the shape of the Earth. And I've actually addressed this on some of the NASA podcasts. Depending on the nature of reality, I'll mention it here too. Let's say a NASA, some kind of NASA astronaut, let's say they're not lying. So let's say you hook them up to a brain fingerprint scan and they actually claimed they went to the moon, they walked on the moon, etc., for those that did, or claimed to have done. And let's say their brain wave activity did not signal deception. Does that mean they actually landed on the moon and walked on the moon? Now, again, people without logic might instantly say, well, yes, because they're not deceiving. Well, hold on a second. They're not intentionally deceiving. If they were brainwashed or part of these MK Ultra programs, which of course exist, it's kind of funny actually, because back in the day, coincidence theorists, authority worshipping cultists, and corruption deniers, they pretended that that was all made up conspiracy nonsense and there was no mind control experiments by the government. Now, obviously, it's all out in the open, declassified documents and such on the MK Ultra program. So any layperson, coincidence theorist or not, can verify that. Now, a lot of these people, a lot of these coincidence theorists, authority worshipping cultists, and corruption deniers, they're too mentally weak. I actually did a few podcasts on that. Are you mentally weak? Is your brain weak, etc.? So you can check those out on the MINDSHOCK podcast if you haven't checked them out already. They don't want to know the truth. So they're too scared. They will never actually go look up the declassified MK Ultra documents. They will never actually watch the countless hours of testimony from MK Ultra victims, some of which have actually been compensated in court. So they won't actually do that because it's not that they think it's fake. They just don't want to open Pandora's box because their subconscious recognizes that their conscious mind is too mentally weak to live in a world where this kind of grand scale corruption exists. So this is like the adult version of Santa Claus. The people who still have blind faith in government officials and all of these provenly demonstrable corrupt individuals and war criminals who they worship. It's just unshakable to them because their mental weakness is so extreme. So they won't research these things. But circling back to the point about the astronauts, if you have brainwashed individuals who believe they are telling the truth, they will pass every test. I actually brought this up with Bob Lazar regarding the so-called alien technology at Groom Lake, Area 51, all that fun stuff. For people that are not familiar, I mean, Bob Lazar is one of the most famous so-called UFO whistleblowers, and he passed a bunch of polygraphs. I don't know if he's actually done a brain fingerprint scan. For those that don't know, that's modern technology. It actually has been admissible in court on at least one or two occasions, and it's used by the military, it's used by the CIA, government agencies, because it is so accurate. It bypasses the intention to lie or tell the truth. It's irrelevant. It only measures brainwave recognition. Stephen Avery actually took it in the Making a Murderer documentary, for those that haven't seen that, and he did not recognize anything the state alleged. So that doesn't necessarily mean he didn't kill Teresa Halbach, if she's even dead, but it would mean that he didn't kill her in the fashion and in the locations that the state claimed, which, of course, I mean, that's big, because how can you convict somebody when all of the information you're using to convict them is false? I mean, it's just kind of weird. Clearly a wrongful conviction, even if he is guilty. So Bob Lazar famously passed all these tests because if Bob Lazar was part of an experiment let's say the US government wanted to see whether or not a potential UFO whistleblower would be believed, how the media would handle it, how the public would handle it. That's a pretty good experiment. So they told Bob Lazar that this was all alien tech, even if it wasn't, regardless of whether it was or wasn't. That's a completely separate issue. We don't fall for these false dichotomy logical fallacies on MINDSHOCK. Irrespective of whether or not it was or wasn't alien tech, it could have been all by design where he was set up to leak it, or to at least judge, or to at least analyze whether, how likely someone was to leak it and if they would. So, interesting psychological experiment. And again, it's so weird because we'll be doing a Bob Lazar podcast. I'm going to have JR on for that one. We're going to analyze Bob Lazar because the whole saga of Bob Lazar is quite interesting because coincidence theorists just denied everything he said, that he didn't even work for the government. And all of a sudden, you know, these tax forms came up that he actually was part of naval intelligence or something like that. Then his name popped up on a register at Los Alamos facility, which people say, how come nobody said he ever worked there? Regardless of whether he was just a janitor or whatever his capacity, the coincidence theorists, the authority-worshipping cultists, and corruption deniers, they maintained the whole time he was just made up, and he never actually worked at any government facility. So they were proven wrong every step of the way, and then they're saying, well, how come no records exist of his schooling, etc.? But here's the thing. If the conspiracy is true, obviously they would liquidate his records to make him look bad and look like a lie. I mean, this isn't rocket science. I'm not saying it's true or it's not true. But, I mean, it's just so weird how coincidence theorists, they can't even muster the modicum of common sense, logic, and reason required, the children's level mental capacity required to understand that if the conspiracy is true, obviously the government has the power to disappear those records. So how is using a lack of records, which the government easily can make disappear, how is using that as proof that it's not a conspiracy logical in any way? It's very silly. Coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists, I mean, they're bottom of the barrel when it comes to logical capability. That's actually part of the reason the MINDSHOCK podcast exists, so I guess we should be grateful for them. Otherwise, the podcast wouldn't even exist. But anyway, back to the astronauts. If they're part of some kind of brainwashing, if they were brainwashed into believing they actually did walk on the moon, would they pass a polygraph? Would they go around doing all these speeches, etc., etc.? So just like all the NASA scientists, I mean, not even brainwashing, but if they set up certain facilities and claimed they were what they weren't, I mean, how would anybody even know? Just like if you go to Antarctica, let's say you believe in the heliocentric globe, regardless of whether it's true or not, and you're told these locations are these locations. I mean, let's take an even more basic example. I've actually mentioned this before. If you're flying in an airplane, like let's say you go to wherever, you go to London from Los Angeles, how can you verify all the land masses? I mean, let's say you go around all the continents. Again, regardless of the shape of the Earth, flat, globe, doesn't matter. How can you verify the land masses are what is being shown on that computer screen? Now, even with radar, like what is the map the radar is being projected on? Because if the land masses look different and because the radar would theoretically be accurate because it's going to tell you where you are in relation to something else though, but it's extrapolated using a map, using math, which the math might be true, but it's based on the variables plugged in. So again, to verify all these land masses, that's very difficult to do unless you do a nonstop flight with people all along the way, with points of reference verifying every single point to stop along the way. Has anybody done that without ties to government or without having to do with anything with government or government technology? Have just random people done that all over the world? And if so, when was the last time they have done that? I don't believe that's been done. So it's very easy. I've brought this up before, but not for a while. It's very easy to prove the shape of the Earth. You would do what I just said. You could have hot air balloons, satelloons, whatever. Again, nothing to do with government. You have private citizens. With the private citizens at those locations, you have them with various high-power light array setups in the hot air balloon on the ground. And therefore, you have, let's say, 4 people Four people circumnavigate Antarctica at the same time with visuals, with a lot amount of hot air balloons. You have 100 people with drones flying them all around to verify each other's positions. And you also have that in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and the southern tip of South America, and islands along the way. You do all that to verify the position of Antarctica. You'd also have to do that in the North Pole just to confirm continent locations, and you'd have to do that pretty much everywhere. But let's start with Antarctica, because you know what's weird, though? That still wouldn't really prove the shape of the Earth unless because you'd have to do that at the North Pole also, and then you'd have to verify all the points along the way. That's what makes it so difficult. Like, a lot of goofs out there, they think this is all settled and easy. That's what makes it interesting. As soon as you rely only on empirical verification and the scientific method, all of a sudden, it becomes very difficult to verify the shape of the Earth. Now, again, I'm not claiming it's one way or the other. I'm not even claiming it's not some kind of weird simulation. Now, here's another theory. I mentioned it once on MindShock. I'll mention it again because it's quite interesting. And for all our new MindShock listeners that haven't gone through the catalog of the MindShock podcast, I mean, you definitely should. But if you haven't yet, I'll drop this here. If we are living in a simulation with a lot of Easter eggs, who's to say the programmers can't change the variables of the simulation? For example, could they change the Earth from flat to globe and then back again? And would that account for certain inconsistencies in testing? Again, I'm just throwing that theory out there because a lot of goofs, they can't even comprehend that just because you're theorizing doesn't mean you believe it. There's an old quote. I mean, it's been attributed to Greeks. It's been, there's modern versions. The point of who said it doesn't even matter. The mark of an educated mind is to consider an idea or concept as true without believing it. And for whatever reason, a lot of people these days, particularly coincidence theorists, authority worshipping cultists, and corruption deniers, they're so obsessed with jumping to a conclusion, usually illogically, that they can't even stop and examine anything logically. Because if we're considering the concept is true, that laws of the universe can change, because if it's a simulation, if it's run like a software program, who's to say the software program isn't constantly being manipulated? And some people believe the Mandela effect is related to that. Obviously, it'd be much more difficult to change the entire shape of the Earth. But again, if we're ants, and the creators of the simulation are far more intelligent than humans in relation to ants, like exponentially more than that difference, then it's kind of hard to fathom something that they wouldn't be able to do. And if there are these constant manipulations and changes, I mean, that could explain some of the convoluted history on Earth that we have. If you haven't checked out the Altered History podcast series on MindShock, make sure you check that out. I go over the manipulation of history throughout the ages because, of course, the victors write the history books. So, again, going all the way back to the beginning regarding Flat Earth debate, clearly, I don't know how many times I have to explicitly state it's not about the conclusions. It's about argumentation. It's about developing logic and reason. And the flat Earth topic is actually, again, in my opinion and experience, it's actually the most useful and the most easy to demonstrate these fallacies because people are so triggered. There's a lot less nuance. Just look at the comment section. So I will be going over further flat Earth debates. If you haven't seen the previous ones, I already did about, 6 or 7. And I have a couple of Austin Whitsitt debates coming up. There's a couple that I'm going to do because this guy's just some crazy super genius. Some people don't even believe he's a flat earther. But again, regardless of conclusions, I mean, you would think if this wasn't some kind of a psyop, a guy like Austin Whitsitt would have been brought out to defend the globe. But you have the opposite. You have these people who are completely clueless, like so-called Professor Dave, giving the poorest defenses of the model. I mean, just rapid-fire fallacies. Austin Whitsitt is like the opposite of that. It's rapid-fire pure logic. I mean, this guy's command of logic and reason and the scientific method, I mean, I don't know where this guy came from, but his intellect is just absolutely undeniable. He's like a logical savant.
I've been doing this for quite a long time. I have a couple different degrees. Obviously, they mean nothing, which is why I never use them for any kind of anything, because they're completely meaningless. Some papers you get at indoctrination facilities for jumping through hoops like a circus animal, regurgitating information that you have not verified to be true, and you don't know why it's true, even if you believe it is true. I mean, as Professor Dave clearly demonstrated, and a lot of these other goofs that publicly defend the heliocentric globe, for some reason they're brought out. But then you have a guy like Austin Whitsitt. I mean, this guy might be the best I've ever seen, and he's not even some like old professor. He's not like Jordan Peterson-esque, as some people worship Jordan Peterson. I'm not one of them. I mean, obviously his command of psychology and sociology is quite astute. But even I would put Austin Whitsitt far ahead of a guy like Jordan Peterson, just because it's not just his command of logic and scientific understanding, but the rapid fire mechanism by which he speaks and debates. I mean, it's just rapid fire, pure logic. He's running circles. He's like the Michael Jordan of debate. I mean, I'm not even talking about topics like forget flat Earth. Just in terms of logical fallacies and debating. I mean, this guy's lapping people. I mean, if we use a track analogy, I mean, he laps people several times before they even know what's going on. I mean, it's just absolute decimation. So it's not even fair. It's like an adult debating with a 2-year-old every time you have Austin Whitsitt on any kind of logical debate. It's not, again, nothing to do with flat Earth. So, again, I'm not even claiming he's really a flat earther. Some people believe the conspiracy is. This is some kind of like... this is somehow related to Discordianism or creating as much mischief and strife, discord and anarchy as possible, where it's just madness as some kind of prelude to martial law or complete collapse of the system. So they have a guy like Austin Whitsitt debate so well on the flat Earth side, again, regardless of flat Earth being true or not true. I postulate it would be that much more hilarious if the Earth wasn't flat, and in all these debates, all these globe earthers and PhDs absolutely getting decimated by flat earthers if the world is not even flat and it is I mean, the whole thing's just hilarious. But in this clown world and the way that these so-called elites, these corrupt profiteers, they like to wink at people. They like to leave these little clues for anybody that's studied like Freemason symbolism. I mean, it's all out in the open, and they're these little winks. So is this all intentional to create as many flat earthers as possible, to create as much discord as possible by having the globe intentionally defended so poorly on all of these social media platforms and in the mainstream? Is that all by design? That this would be some kind of crazy flat earth psyop. Again, regardless of what the true model isn't even relevant to the point I just made. I don't know why people obsess over it so many times. I don't know how many times I could explicitly state this is not about conclusions, because if this psyop has this goal, it doesn't matter what the shape of the earth is, because they're executing their goal. Just like, you know, a serial killer operating on whatever the shape of the earth is, it's irrelevant. It's also irrelevant, like, let's say the serial killer's in the United States when he thinks he's in the U.S. and he's really in France. But, you know, if you want to, it's just weird, like, what the serial killer really believes and the real truth. Like, if you're examining the methodology by which he lures and kills children in, like, wooded areas or in schools or whatever, where he believes he is, like that's not really relevant to the methodology of what he's doing and the desired outcome. Because let's say the cops believe they're also in the U.S. when they're really in France. That's all irrelevant. Because if you're looking at it in a micro scale instead of macro, which is what this psyop would be under the variables I just outlined, all of that's irrelevant. I don't know why so many people just can't understand that. It's very simple, irrespective of the shape of the earth. Now, I guess since so many people want it, I will be doing a podcast on proofs for and against the globe, the heliocentric globe, and the flat earth, which will be about conclusions, since so many people want that. But that will just be that one podcast. All these other podcasts aren't about that. So if all the goofs out there that are so triggered, if they could just rein it in and save all of their commentary for that video, we'll have it there. We'll have it on that. And then for all these other discussions and logical analysis, we can concentrate on the logic itself. So that's all for now. Plenty more coming up in many different topics. If anybody knows why it's so difficult for most people to understand the absolutely explicit statement that this is not about conclusions, feel free to drop your theories in the comment section. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support Logic and Reason in a world where it is quickly becoming extinct. Like and share the podcast, Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. And you could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. I am posing a very simple question today. Is flat Earth a good thing? Is flat Earth in the mainstream a good thing? I know a lot of goofs are going to get triggered. This is one of the most triggering topics because I don't really spend time speculating on whether or not flat Earth is true or untrue, like what the shape of the Earth is. I mean, there's so much that can be gleaned from the discussion without even focusing on conclusions or the actual truth. Just the argumentation and the psychological aspects of the cult of authority worship, science versus scientism. There's so much here that's beneficial without even focusing on the shape of the Earth. And that's why I'm posing the question. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help us get more mind-shocking content out there with logic and reason in a variety of topics the mainstream is too terrified to discuss objectively or logically in any way. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patreon do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, again, I'm not going to focus on the true nature of reality. I will post this hypothetical. Let's say, for the sake of argument, hopefully the flat earthers don't get mad at me here. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that the Earth actually is a globe. Not necessarily a spinning globe, but a globe. Not necessarily out somewhere randomly in the universe, maybe the center of the universe. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, hypothetically, let's say the Earth is a globe, the flat Earth is not true. I postulate, even in that scenario, flat Earth is actually a great thing. Because flat Earth has exposed the cult of authority worship and scientism better than just about anything. Now, people that have been studying the fraud of relativity and the history of physics, particularly the past century or so, and the amount of sheer fraud, like the hoax of 1919, which Einstein received his Nobel on. You can go back to the previous MindShock podcast episodes dealing with this. That's not the point here. But those that are familiar with the history and fraud of physics and the politicized field of science, they're not really that surprised by everything the flat Earth has brought. But for those not familiar, for those poor authority-worshipping cultists that just toe the propaganda line unbeknownst to themselves, the Mr. Smith effect. I've gone over the Mr. Smith effect before, too. I'll probably do a big dedicated podcast on it, but just touching upon it briefly here. Because there's very logical, smart people. As soon as you say the words flat Earth, their logic switch is turned off. They get incredibly triggered, and they're like Mr. Smith in the Matrix, doing anything they can, whatever mental gymnastics they need to do to protect the Matrix and their belief system. And obviously, it'd be even funnier if the world really was a globe and all of these things are exposed anyway. But that's kind of the point here. Even if it is a globe, all of this is a great thing because it really exposes scientism for what it is, the main religion of the world. Now, I'm still going over a bunch. I do a lot of logical analysis on flat Earth, obviously not focused on the actual shape of the Earth, just on the people making the arguments. And it's kind of been almost comical how the globe, the heliocentric globe, has not been defended logically in the mainstream yet. It's almost as if on purpose for kicks. Again, even if the Earth is a globe, it's like all of these intelligent heliocentric globers, they just refuse to debate because it's too funny. It's just too funny. Or there's some kind of psyop. Again, even if the Earth is a globe, the psyop, for whatever reason, they want to increase flat Earth membership as some kind of destabilization, roll-in martial law, however crazy you want to get with it. I'm not claiming any of these things are true or untrue. This is MindShock. I don't claim anything is true or untrue, and the motto here is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So if there is a psyop to increase flat Earth membership, it would make sense that the globe Earth would be defended so poorly as to increase the flat Earth membership, because people that are either on the fence or whatever, if they just see the dumbest arguments, the most logically fallacious, silliest arguments that even a second grader wouldn't necessarily make regarding the shape of the Earth, they just see this level of goofery from like Neil deGrasse Tyson,
Bill Nye, like all these people publicly debating the shape of the Earth or commenting on it, using the dumbest arguments possible. Because if the Earth is a globe, it's a globe for legitimate reasons, not anything they put forth. So if the psyop is to intentionally defend the globe model so poorly as to increase flat Earth membership, it seems to be working. This is, of course, again, running with the hypothesis that the Earth really is a globe hypothetically. I'm not claiming it is, just for the point of this mental exercise. If it is, and looking at how it's defended. I am looking at a couple of newer flat Earth debates with Austin Whitsitt and some highly credentialed individuals, which are definitely the best defenses of the globe thus far. They're pretty dense, so I'm still making my way through it. Obviously, those will not be short analyses because I want to cover all of the bases. Got those coming up shortly. But yeah, just the question here today, has it been a good thing? Because it's actually introduced a lot of people to logical fallacies that otherwise wouldn't be. And it's made people question why they believe what they believe, and also exposes corrupt authorities at a level no other single topic has been able to do, really. So I postulate that even if the Earth is a globe, the flat Earth movement, so to speak, has been an excellent thing. It's been excellent for science. It's been excellent for psychology. It's been excellent across the board. And also, it's been excellent for comedic purposes, for just laughing at the triggered Dunning-Kruger goofs that can only emotionally and fallaciously defend their viewpoints. And it's, again, if you find Dunning-Kruger stylings hilarious, I mean, this is a gold mine for this level of comedy. I mean, this is better than anything on Comedy Central. So I postulate it's been a good thing across the board in all fields. And there's a lot of people that just want incredible censoring on all flat Earth debate. They don't think it should be discussed. They think it's been settled so long ago that there's no reason to discuss it. There's nothing to be learned from it, and it should never be discussed for any reason. That's weird. Anytime anybody gets that triggered, you're pretty much guaranteed even further debate and attention on the topic that you're trying to censor. So at the end of the day, is the world a better or worse place since flat Earth has been publicly discussed and kind of went semi-mainstream? I mean, there were news segments about it, Netflix documentary, et cetera, et cetera. It's semi-mainstream. Is the world a better or worse place because of it? I mean, that's the question I'm posing here for all the MindShock listeners. And regardless of the shape of the Earth, if this topic develops logic and reason, proper argumentation for people to reflect on why they believe what they believe, instead of just towing propaganda lines and the dogmas of the corrupt, the cult of authority worship is, of course, responsible for the majority of the death and destruction throughout history. Simply saying you're not a capable human being with agency, so you just have to put your blind faith in the corrupt with horrible track records of fraud and failure, instead of taking it upon yourself and employing logic and reason for yourself to figure out the truth about something for yourself, or at least to understand the position that if you don't have enough information, you don't need to make a determination. Understanding when there's not enough verifiable information to pick a side, I mean, that's very valid, and yet nobody really wants to talk about that. I would say that's probably the most valid position in most situations. So there's no need to play Russian roulette with any kind of situation if there's not enough information there to make the determination of what is or is not true. That's it for today. I will be releasing a few more logical flat Earth debate analyses, looking at some of the best arguments for and against the flat Earth and the heliocentric globe model. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.